Chapter 1 The Yellow Gourd. Ast higher drosto a close, the north wind howls, anthe old eyes enveloped in a blanca toph white. Ergus I wear say tattered ancestral jacket, patched layer upon layer, yet he fails to prevent hedgegrass and fluff stuff inside from poking out. High so per body is mu are protected, thanks to the old garment, but this dries us a little more than tattered nance. There each just above his knees, a league longeth anthe other, and these other swernthen exposing half of his frostbitten backside. One of his worn straws and dulcius fallen off, leaving behind uneven footprints in the snow. At this moment, Ergusi has bundled a small pile of firewood, weighing around their taipans such should suffice for his obligations. Collecting firewood is needs a task every household requires it for warmth, and the trees struggle to grow. After trudging 7 horrid millis and toiling foremost half the day, he has finally unearthed a piece wood from the snow. Once bundled, he collapses into firewood exhaling warm breath into his hands before tucking them under his armpits for warmth. After catching his breath, he retrieves a dripping cake from his starter jacket, bites into it with fervor, and chews vigorously. This pancake, composed largely of chiffon wild greens, with as matterang africorns and grass seeds, squarches his throat and fly swallows. Thought made a pancake, it is merely a crappleford from the peak's feed. Even with some meager meal, Hera rarely feels full. Finishing the pancake, he licks the crumbs from his fingers and scoops a handful of snow into his mouth, swallowing it down. After resting a moment to regain some strength, he rests the firewood onto his back and prepares to stow a dome. Yet, as rise abruptly, carrying the heavy load, his foot slips, and he tumbles down the slope, firewood and dull. Thud! Thud crash! Ergusi land shard on the ground, pain shooting through his back. During the fall, something hard strike his lower back, tearing a large hole in his clothing and leaving Gagershin his skin. Groping through the snow, he quickly discovers a sizable objects buried beneath the snow. It is an unremarkable logard, a batterfootle, with a jimmy terror flight the size of a human head. The top of the good is stained with a few drops of his blood, which seem to be seeping into the good itself. Upon opening the lid, half-inch sit murky inside, with nothing clearly visible. Ergus upon this that is gourd cowed be quite thirstful for Korean water, a chauffeur struggles to find any during his daily labours. However, it is a betology fun light could be besmiller. Just as this thou crosses his mind, the good miraculous light shrinks significantly. Ergusi blinks in disbelief, rubbing eyes as to confirm that the good is indeed reduced seed toes for Nora interesting 8. Smaller still. This time, Hester s wide-eyed at Thigad in he sharns. Indeed, Thigad shrinks are gain right before his is, now measuring only 5 chest all. Smaller still. Smaller still. Azer wavy of designy swashes over him, the logard shrinks down to about an inch in size. However, he now feels light-headed and nauseous, his fingers trembling slightly. This physical reaction is likely linked to the Gerdudaris not continue perimenting. If Horito faint in this frigid wilderness, he would surely beck a me lifeless corpse per morning. After toying with the now diminutive egg for a moment, reluctantly chucks it into Thielen in guff his jacket and shiver sash Sumesha trek down the mountain with firewood. On to return journey, his lip shiver roll more retty mesant his no. The remaining straws and delight subtly destroyed, leaving him to traverse the ground barefoot. After navigating around was malhills, Hefanella capture sight of Shisha village at the foot of the mountains. In the centre of the village flows Mal Creek, flanked by numerous mud brick houses with thatched roofs. Among them, a few houses with green till stand out, a testament to the hope the village's few affluent families. Astusk settlers in Ergusi protest a door fattled house which stands ajar. He hesitates at the threshold, lacking the courage to step inside. Warrior dordling art a door, hurry up and fetch water to feed her pigs. A coarse, raspy voice calls from within. At the door stands a plump woman, her hair grishy and her cotton clothing quilliso, glaring at Ergusi with disapproval. Alaya do she jury to lays a toe up, and the avian limina jet together this little fire waddledy. Ergusi quickly forces a smile into his frostbitten face, lowers it, shakes off the snowflakes from his clothes, and steps inside with firewood. Your worthless parents bursi dorerli if it weren't form scraping together food, you would ever strive long ago. Always sickly if it weren't form, one will think I wastering you. Yes, I'm truly grateful for your kindness, aunt. As goes yo first and sincere gratitude, he deft light posits the firewood in to thestaragerum. Heaven grips oki and a water bucket, not bothering to corn his house, and heads back outside bereaved. Hef chest 3 loads of water, filling future tongue to the brim. Next, Hattie dice up the house, help she's on to prepare a basin of hot water for so acking feet, and feeds that pig. While feeding the pig, his stomach growls with hunger, prompting him to sneak a handful of the pig's feed to kill his appetite. The pig's feed consists of wild vegetables and asmalament afgrins, which is a better diet than gooses. Over the years, rising July and working late, he has survived large love of pilfering pig food. After all, the meat that grows from the pig's feed is meant for human consumption. He might taste well at the pig food directly, which is almost the same. As longer she can serve, what does it matter if he enjoys a little humiliation? Once he finished all their course, night has fully descended, and his own family has long since retreated to their warms. At this point, Urgus epic soup ha burning pine not and steps into the in groom. Lighting galump consume estu magul id from Michianja cousin studying at night, he sont forbids any nails from lighting the oil lamp. In the centre of the in groom stands an 8 immortal stubble, littered with the foo left over bowls and cope sticks. Beneath him light off the burning pine not, he notices remnants of food in un bowl, which will suffice his dinner. He typically eats do meals a day a morning meal before eating out to gather firewood and an evening meal after completing his caress. Once, he was so hungry that they turned for dinner without finishing his work, earning ace of rest scolding from his aunt, woe beat him mercilessly. Now, along scarones down Heisheim, Armander off that time when his aunt stroke him with a fiery tongue. Among the vivek horsebotery bowls on the table, only as malam and half-cold porridge remains, with only bowl containing gauge and heiress portion. Urgus lifts this bowl of cold porridge and quickly gulps it down. To his surprise, a foos trance of pickled vegetables lay hidden at the bottom of the bowl. Fluffer off the Epicalese's delightful heaps of esteem, reluctant to chew, instead gently sucking on them. With the tasty of the epicals, he cleans the bowl of the remaining cold porridge. The other bowls, too, contain remnants of porridge, aloft which Helix clean. After finishing tea bowl, he scrapes out the last bit from the cooking pot. Though it is merely leftover food, it is far superior to pig feed, even if the quantity is scant. Once he cleans the bowl sign pot, he retreats to his sleeping quarters. His room is exceedingly simple, featuring a bed covered with arthic layer of straw. Until Shanto pairs of newly woven straws and dulls, craft he during his spare time, which her pesto sell for rafu coins. Under the bed, he has dashed a handful of copper coins, the entirety of his grit savings. After a long day of toil, Urgus feels utterly exhausted. Now, as Shelley's back into the straw, a wavy of comfort washes over him. He pulls out that thumb-sized yellow good from his pocket. High's uncertain of the good's origins, beauty's remarkable property Sugarstite is truly a treasure. At the very least, this gourd can hold a significant amount of water despite his length if it's to fill it from the creek, he has yet to fill it completely. Urgus pens feel it until the gourd to take his sip of water. He discovers that the inside I no longer bitter. The surrounding Garifshusha village is filled with bitter water those white means of tenet tel avest to masks a taste. After taking several more sips, he confirms that it is not merely a figment of his imagination the in the good eyes indeed sweet, with a hint of pleasant flavour. Chapter 2 Aspiring to be a landlord. Woo woo. As the rooster crowed for the second time, and the first light of dawn began to break, Urgus hard already risen from his bed, Heglan seed at the 3 pairs of new straws and shanjing on the ule, feeling gaping of reluctancy shin fastened only parents slipped them unto his feet. The tea materials for making straws and dulls were inexpensive, the crafting process was time-consuming. These 3 pairs had been painstakingly woven during sleepless nights, intended for sailing to town when he found the opportunity. At 13 years old, living under someone else's roof was becoming increasingly intolerable. His existence felt more irritated than the toe faderg, working harder than an ox, yet he eating worse than a pig, over the years, his greatest aspiration had been to save a little capital to and take Wackas offland and cultivate it himself. However, becoming a tenant farmer also required as his first. He needed to acquire farming tools and seeds, which demanded a substantial sum of money. Moreover, he had to cultivate a favorable relationship with the landlord otherwise. With so many impoverished souls in the world, it was uncertain whether he would even be able to land. Having donned his sandals, Ergusy grabbed a handful of straw and fed it into his clothing, using it to supplement his insufficient garments. At that moment, he noticed a splash of green amite straw. Upon closer inspection in the dim light, he discovered a shriveled seed nestled among the straw, which had surprisingly sprouted, sending forth delicate shoots measuring to 3 inches in length. What could this mean? In the midst of winter, one old green leaf had succumbed to frost. How could they possibly germinate? His fingers brushed against his straw, which felted dump. After pondering for a moment, how cold Tothy hard spilled some muter from the little good while drinking last night, a detail he hard not paid much at in time. Could it Beth at the creek water, once contained within the gerd, had begun to exhibit some miraculous properties? With this thought in mind, he carefully concealed the sprouting seed behind his bed, water ranged with a bit more from the gerd, Hethan rummaged through Hester once more, hoping to find a few Marie seeds to experiment with. Unfortunately, he could and locate 3 shriveled grains of rice, which had placed behind the bead and watered as well. Ergusy, these units already high hairy steel and gab out. In the brief moment they had lingered in his room, his son had already begun to scold him from outside. He hastily chucked the logo into his cotton jacket and stepped out, finding that the day had barely begun. Every morning, Ergusy wasted with preparing pig feed and boiling water for his cows' morning wash. His uncle's household consisted of 5 people, 2 adults and 3 children. His older cousin, John Yoliang, was a robust youth who had trained in martial arts at Xingwu Hall in the county town for many years, capable of consuming 10 pounds of meat and unsitting and able to deliver a punch-drunk in a two-fillable. Leaping for 6 feet into the air with his younger cousin, John Yoshin, was slightly younger than Ergusy and attended a private school, where I had learned little more than the bait arbits of colours, struggling to recognise even a basketful of characters, yet still insisted on washing his face every morning in his bitter cold. The brothers had always found amusement in bullying Ergusy, with Johnson particularly enjoying the game of making Ergusy crawl on the ground while Herodian his back, pretending to be a great general. There was also his 5-year-old cousin, then leaning from a lie horritain a Danish semblance of humanity would save half a bowl of cold porgy from the inertably each day for Ergusy. However, being a girl, showed little status in your uncle's household and ways of 10 scolded by her aunt as a worthless burden. As Ergus at the earthen stove, tending the fire to cook's had pig feeding prepare water for washing, he tendered his frost-betang hands on for towards the flames. The warmth felt like 1,000 tiny insects crawling beneath his skin, an unbearably that was both torturous and totally pleasurable. Stop dawdling and hurry up 2 feet head pigs, the longer you take, the more fire would you waste. His aunt, preparing breakfast, scolded him relentlessly, driving him away with her harsh words. You eat my food and drink my water, yet you was to my fired. Amidst their tirade, Ergusy carried her pig feed towards the pigsty, to prevent them from stealing garner food. He soned personally prepared his meals, ensuring he had no opportunity to sneak a bite. Thus, he resorted to pilfering from the pig feed itself. As Richard had pigs jangling seed and to ensure in waste watching, he quickly grabbed her handful of pig feed and stuffed it into his mouth, the heat causing him to hide in hisses in surprise. He also selected a clumperch grain stow hide in his clothing. The pig feed primarily consisted of dried grass, which required soaking in water and cooking before being fed. The larger black pigeon this had been raised for toy sang weighed at least 70 to 80 pounds, slightly heavier than Ergusy. I sunk the plan to slaughter that pig for the new year. So had instructed her to eat buffet extra grains during this period. However, most of those extra grains had found their way into Ergusy's mouth. Unbeknownst to the pig, which had spent toys grazing gone ras, its final meal was being surreptitiously consumed by Ergusy. The home was rife with precautions, yet heavy within waste the hardest to guard against. After feeding the pig and snatching a few scraps, Ergusy still had toven chewing to the mountains to gather firewood. Ever since the autumn harvest, he had spent each day roaming the hills, burdened with endless cares. The harder worked, the more meat would find its way into his cow's bowl, and the more pence would fill his and cousin's satchel. However, ever since Hehar discovered Helogard, and particularly after this morning's revelation, he felt a newfound sense of hope for his future. Previously, his dream had been Mulatos Avina monitor and Landand Livy as a tenant farmer if he called Marai robust wife, he would consider his life worthwhile, but now, the prospect of being gay tenant farmer no longer satisfied his ambitions believed he could aspire to become and lord himself, he envisioned himself into the village's wealthiest man, Huang Laozai, wound hundreds of acres, married 5 wives. Father ate 10 sons, and feasted on meat every few days. Lost in his reverie, Ergazi found himself moving with greater speed Totti, thebetinkled off thew and feelingless harsh against Thiskin. In the days that had followed, 4 seedlings began to sprout in the small room where Ergazi slept. These plants, typical as sown in spring in some trice paddies, had inexplicably thrived in Pedagnassar Chilavi's room, growing remarkably well. Within just a few days, they had reached a 8.5 nearly a foot, and he estimated the growth rate to be about in time as the to Forden seedlings. To prevent these and her family from discovering these seedlings, Ergazi worked diligently collecting dog droppings from Thuilthi Huang for Mealy-Sherm to the point where either dog scoudard like keep up with Teddy Marnd. Inevitably he would end up with some of Themis in him, leaving Amanda sleeping quarter-smelling foul. Now, when he saw scold at him, she kept the distance, unwilling to venture into his stinking groom. Seeing these seedlings thriving, Ergazi contemplated whether he should expand his efforts, if he planted more, given therapy growth ratio of these seedlings, perhaps by next spring he could accumulate enough capital to make his dreams a reality. Just yesterday, while his own that tasted hime with pending rice, he hard stealthily pocketed a handful of unhulled grains, with some seeds. It was impossible to plant him in his room. Since at the Gadadalo these seedlings start flourishing the can cold, he decided to try planting some in the mountain. Now, with few old outside a blanket TDC and snow, few ventured into the hills, Ergazi wandered for quite some time before he finally called as Molperchoff land in a secluded area. This spot was remote, and after brushing away the snow, he found in lie a scattering of stones, with hardly an soil beneath. Unsure if anything would take root, he decided to plant his seeds anyway, watering them with habit half good water, hoping for a miracle. The next morning, he returned to his planting. To his astonishment, the receded shade indeed sprout amidst these stones. In the following days, Ergazi made a daily trip to the mountain to water the seedlings with the gourd. Within a few days, they had grown over all in them it stuff the into chill, a vibrant seedlings sure emerged, proving that the good could indeed work wonders. Meanwhile, for seedlings in his room had begun to produce robust ears. At this rate, he would be ready to harvest in just 2 days. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. On see the new year had passed, he was determined to find a way to earn TAFE Wakasoftland. Seeing the promising growth of these seedlings, Ergazi's island lie solved to take action. At the same time, he had been attempting to fill the logod with water, yet the cold never seemed to fill it completely, unsure of its true capacity. Moreover, no matter how much water he poured in, the gourd's weight remained unchanged. He had also discovered that the cold not only shrink the good with his thoughts but could also enlarge it. At its smallest, he could reduce it the logod to the size he offer he had yet to determine its maximum size. Old Haufe could manipulated the gourd's dimensions with a Marie thought. It took a considerable toll in his mental energy after 3 consecutive changes. He would need to rest for a day or 2, shrinking it was manageable. Beautifully larger ditto amok, he would struggle to hide a teeth he could not revert back to its original size. Chapter 3, Slaughtering the Pig for the New Year. With merely a day left until the New Year, perhaps to heighten the festive atmosphere, a heavy snowstorm has descended upon the village, turning droplets of water into ice. Amidst the biting cold, the villagers who lay bedridden, awaiting their demise, have not been spared by fate. 3 of them perished in a single day, ensuring that their limited rations were not squandered. The families mourning their deceased merely shed a few perfunctory tears before hastily wrapping the bodies in straw mats and interring them in the communal graveyard. The lives of the impoverished hold little value, akin to wild grass, with each winter claiming a fresh harvest of souls, leaving everyone desensitized to the loss. However, in stark contrast, the household of Ergazi's uncle exudes warmth and cheer today. His cousin, who has been studying martial arts in the county town, has returned, and his younger brother's school has already closed for the holidays. Today marks the end of a 2-year endeavor for Ergazi, as the large black pig he has been raising has finally met its fate, destined to be slaughtered in celebration of the new year. Weighing in at 83 pounds, the pig, once cleaned, yields a generous 50 pounds of meat when combined with its entrails, ample enough for the family to indulge in a bountiful feast. Ergazi, eschewing his usual task of gathering firewood, busies himself with the preparations, boiling water, scrubbing the pig, eviscerating it, and shoveling away the waste. He muses that after toiling from dawn till dusk for 2 years, his uncle, if not out of familial affection, would surely reward him with a few delectable morsels of meat as a gesture of gratitude for his hard work. Thus, today, he finds himself in a buoyant mood. This day is destined to be one of joyous harvest. The few seedlings in the room have matured, their rice ears heavy and plump. Urguzi meticulously plucks the grains, laying them out to dry with the intention of saving them as seeds. Additionally, the secret plot of seedlings he has planted in the mountains has also begun to sprout, promising an imminent harvest. As he crouches by the earthen stove, the pot bubbles with steam, releasing an enticing aroma of meat that makes his mouth water. At that moment, his cousin arrives with a large platter, and his aunt deftly uses chopsticks to extract chunks of meat from the pot, placing them onto the dish. The succulent fat glistens like silken tofu, wobbling enticingly and oozing with flavorful juices, the fragrance wafting irresistibly through the air. That's enough. That's enough. As the wooden platter teeters on the verge of overflowing with meat, his cousin hastily interjects. Child, eat heartily. You martial artists require substantial nourishment. How can you muster strength on an empty stomach? His aunt insists, adding several more hefty pieces of fat to the already abundant platter, compressing them until the juices flow freely. You two brothers are the hope of our family. If you can achieve success in the imperial examinations, our household shall surely prosper. After filling his cousin's plate to the brim, she begins to serve his younger brother, piling more luscious fat onto his dish. Mother, I prefer lean meat. His younger brother, gazing at the greasy mound in his plate, expresses a desire for something less fatty. What do you know, child? The richness of fatty meat is divine. It is the finest portion of the pig. Lean meat is the most inferior, tough, and devoid of flavor, leaving one with a mouthful of gristle. Look at you, thin and frail, resembling a sprout. You must consume more fat to replenish your strength. Without regard for his protests, his aunt serves him a hefty platter of greasy pork belly, her ultimate concession. After catering to the brothers, only a few scraps of ribs and lean meat remain in the pot, reserved for the elderly couple and their daughter. Urguzi, observing the remnants of bones and lean meat, realizes that his dream of savoring a piece of fat pork has evaporated. Nevertheless, he finds solace in the prospect of gnawing on a bone or two to alleviate his cravings. His aunt retrieves the last of the bones and meat, leaving behind a pot brimming with rich broth, adorned with a shimmering layer of fat. Urguzi. Yes, aunt. The call is met with a bright smile, for the new. Alas, those who dwell under another's roof shall forever be deprived of meat. He dutifully adds water to the broth and tosses in several bundles of dried wild vegetables to simmer. The fragrance of the boiled vegetables mingles delightfully with the savory broth. Once his chores are complete, he dares to venture into the common room, hoping against hope to find a morsel left for him. Yet, as expected, his aunt has left him with naught but bones, forcing him to make do with a meager dish of wild vegetables for the grand feast of slaughtered pig. Later that evening, as he returns to his room and shuts the door, he takes out the dried rice to count the grains one by one. Relying on oneself is far more dependable than relying on others. These seeds and the yellow gourd in his possession are his hopes for a future where he might taste meat. In total, he has harvested 355 grains of rice. For farmers, an acre requires a measure of seed, and even in a bountiful year, one can only expect to yield 2 stones of grain. 1 stone equals 10 measures, and 1 measure equals 10 liters. With just for shriveled grains, he has reaped over 300, a return far exceeding typical agricultural yields. In addition to the rice, he finds 2 pairs of new straw sandals hanging on the wall and a handful of coins beneath his bed. Gently moving the bed's foot, he retrieves a small cloth pouch that had been pressed beneath it. Opening the pouch, he discovers several copper coins. 1, 2, 3, 16. His fingers glide over the coins, his entire fortune accumulated from the sale of woven sandals. Periodically, he takes them out to count, feeling a profound sense of security. Just then, a soft knock resonates at the door. Urguzi, open up. It is his younger cousin's voice. Quickly, he pulls over the straw mat to conceal the coins and rice before opening the door. There stands his cousin, wrapped in a thin coat, trembling in the snowy night, her teeth chattering from the cold. Sir E, what brings you here so late? E. Erguzi, look, she says, rummaging through her clothes until she produces a tightly wrapped parcel of porloni leaves, extending it towards him. From a distance of 2 or 3 feet, Erguzi catches a whiff of a rich, enticing meaty aroma. Hurry and eat, I must return to sleep, and I cannot let my mother find out. Thank you. As he accepts the parcel, uttering his gratitude, his cousin has already turned to leave. In all the years at his uncle's house, only this cousin has treated him as family, often looking after him in secret. The warmth of the packet lingers in his hands as he unwraps the layers of leaves to reveal the pork, now misshapen from being pressed. He tears off a strip of lean meat and savors it slowly, the flavor exquisite. If only he could indulge in pork like this twice a month, he would willingly toil like a beast of burden. Bang! Just as he revels in the delectable taste of the pork, the door is kicked open. His aunt storms in, seething with rage, brandishing a firewood stick. You heartless wretch, how dare you steal food? She lunges at him, swinging the stick mercilessly, while simultaneously attempting to snatch the pork from his hands. Erguzi clings desperately to the meat, turning his back to her, shoving the morsels into his mouth with fervor. He knows a beating is inevitable, so he resolves to consume the meat before it is wrested from him. Bang bang bang, you scoundrel, return the meat to me. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he manages to stuff a large chunk of meat into his mouth, choking on it as he gasps for air. Fortunately, a few blows from the stick against his back help him swallow the morsel down. Though he feels relieved, his actions have stirred his aunt's fury even further. You villain, if you dare to steal me today, tomorrow you will steal gold and silver from our home. As she continues to berate him, she relentlessly pursues him, while Erguzi does not dare to retort or defend himself, opting instead to evade her blows and silently endure the onslaught. From a young age, he has grown accustomed to this treatment. He knows that if he retaliates, the punishment will only escalate, and he may be denied even the scraps left over. Eventually, Erguzi finds himself backed up against the edge of the bed, with no escape, yet his aunt still refuses to relent, pushing him down onto the bed and continuing her assault. Her intention is clear, to teach him a lesson that he must never touch what does not belong to him. Suddenly, she halts, her gaze fixated on a corner of the straw mat. Underneath, a few copper coins are visible. Erguzi's heart sinks as he realizes the danger, but it is too late to shield them. With one swift motion, his aunt yanks away the straw mat, revealing the scattered coins and grains of rice. I provide for you, feed you, and nurture you for over 10 years, only for you to steal from me, you ungrateful wretch. This is mine. Erguzi protects the scattered coins and rice with both hands. This is his hard-earned fortune, the hope he has clung to for so long. As he guards his possessions, he inadvertently pushes his aunt away, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground, scraping her face against the wall and drawing a trickle of blood. Help! Assault! His aunt's wails echo, more ferocious than the cries of the pig slaughtered earlier in the day, as the commotion draws the attention of the entire household. The first to arrive is his cousin, who barges in and delivers a swift kick to Erguzi, sending him sprawling to the floor. The strength of a martial artist is formidable, and as Erguzi hits the ground, darkness envelops him, clutching his belly, utterly incapacitated. To his dismay, he feels his stomach churn violently, expelling all the meat he had just consumed. Yet his cousin shows no signs of mercy, pressing his foot down upon Erguzi's head, as if intending to crush it. At this moment, the scholarly younger brother dashes forward, seizing the opportunity to kick and pummel Erguzi. Brothers! Stop, the meat was stolen by me. His younger cousin tries to intervene, but his aunt yanks her aside, tossing her out of the way. Kill this ungrateful wretch. Were it not for my kindness in taking you in, you would have starved long ago. Beat him for his ingratitude. At this juncture, his aunt ceases her cries, standing with her hands on her hips, berating him from the sidelines. Erguzi feels dizzy and disoriented, his life flashing before his eyes. Orphaned at 5, losing his only brother at 6, he has spent the years since laboring under a heavy yoke, living a life worse than that of a dog. Starving, poorly clothed, surviving on scraps, and even resorting to pilfering pig feed, he has yet to own a single pair of proper trousers. A surge of indignation wells up within him. It is you who are ungrateful. It is you who have usurped my parents' legacy. In a moment of fervor, he summons an unexpected strength and shouts. The room plunges into an eerie silence. His aunt, cousin, and younger brother all stare at him, wide-eyed, having unleashed a truth he has long suppressed. Urguzi realizes he has crossed a line. For years, he has feigned ignorance, remaining docile and submissive, enduring beatings and insults without protest. You heartless wretch! After 10 years of nurturing you, you dare to repay kindness with malice. Bang bang bang. His aunt's cries signal a new wave of assault, as his cousins resume their brutal onslaught without restraint. Urguzi feels ribs cracking under the force of their blows, struggling for breath, his mind ringing with confusion. This time, he feels certain he may not survive. Stop! Enough! A powerful male voice cuts through the chaos, halting his cousins in their tracks. Through blurred vision, Urguzi sees his uncle enter the room. Everyone, cease this madness. If you continue, someone may lose their life. But his cousin attempts to protest, but is silenced by their uncle. We are family. A death will invite scandal and gossip among our neighbors, and we cannot afford the disgrace or the cost of legal troubles. It becomes clear that his uncle's concern is not for Urguzi's life, but rather for the reputation of the family and the potential financial repercussions of a death. Urguzi, I have raised you from the age of 5 until now, a total of 8 years. As your uncle, I have been more than generous. Squatting down, he delivers a grandiloquent speech, signaling to his cousins to drag Urguzi towards the door. Dad! His cousin clings to their father's sleeve. Dad! It is freezing outside, Urguzi will freeze to death. Slap! A resounding slap lands on her cheek as his aunt pulls her aside. This is a family matter, and your father and brothers will decide what to do. When has it ever been your place to speak? Father, can we wait until spring? Slap. Another sharp blow lands on her face, and his aunt forcibly drags her away, locking her in a separate room. Urguzi, held captive, glances back at his cousin, now imprisoned, before he is thrust out the door. Urguzi, from this day forth, you shall follow your own path, and your life or death is of no concern to us. Creak bang. With that, his cousin slams the door shut, leaving Urguzi trembling alone on the icy ground. Chapter 4 Hysteria. Urguzi lay prostrate on the ground, panting for an extended period before finally mustering the strength to rise. His entire body ached, and it felt as though his ribs were fractured. He reached for his concealed garment and was relieved to find the yellow gourd still intact, but he unscrewed the lid and gulped down several mouthfuls of water, feeling a slight improvement in his condition. Whether it was merely an illusion, he sensed that each sip from the gourd imbued him with renewed vigor. With this enigmatic gourd in hand, he believed that if he could endure the hardships before him, a future of prosperity and wealth, perhaps even becoming a landlord, was not beyond reach. Yet, how was he to survive this immediate ordeal, standing amidst a vast expanse of snow? The world around him was shrouded in darkness. Where could he possibly go? He could easily discern the intentions of his uncle's family with little more than a touch of intuition. To cast him out into the snow was tantamount to condemning him to death, without food or water, and with the cold biting like ice. There was nowhere to seek refuge from the biting wind and snow. He would surely freeze to death. Each winter, numerous beggars succumbed to the frost along the roads, and he was no more resilient than they. Furthermore, he was burdened with injuries. It was nearly a certainty that he would perish. His uncle's family had calculated their plan perfectly, wishing to avoid the disgrace of having killed their own nephew. If they could simply cast Urguzi outside to freeze, they could shed a few crocodile tears and dig a shallow grave, and thus dispose of him without a trace. After serving as a dog for 8 years, he was now to die like one. The sole glimmer of hope lay in the small patch of rice planted on the mountain. There, at least, he could find sustenance and gather some firewood to warm himself. Having made up his mind, Urguzi trudged through the snowy night, following the faint glimmer of light along the creek as he ascended the mountain. With each step, he stumbled and fell, his head spinning. He barely managed to rise before collapsing once more. Pain radiated throughout his body, especially in his ribcage, and he struggled to catch his breath. Lying in the snow, he felt utterly powerless, tempted to simply succumb to his fate, yet he ultimately summoned the strength to rise once more, refusing to accept death. Thus, he moved forward, halting intermittently, each few steps resulting in another fall. Whenever he felt the urge to give in, he would grasp the yellow gourd, envisioning a future where he owned vast fields, lived in a grand house, donned thick cotton garments, feasted on rich meats, and rinsed his mouth with honeyed water. Then he would take a deep swig from the gourd, feeling his strength renew. As dawn broke, fueled by his aspirations for a brighter future, Aguzi finally reached the mountain top. In the expanse of white, icy terrain, a lush patch of seedlings thrived, an incongruous sight. The rice plants had already begun to bear grain, their heads drooping under the weight. Aguzi plucked a few grains from the ears of rice and chewed them carefully, husks and all. The immature grains were slightly chewy, with a hint of fragrant sweetness, though their husks were rough and scraped his. After consuming several ears of rice, he felt a semblance of fullness return, and his strength gradually revived. Suppressing the urge to rest, he cleared a small area in the snow, pulling some raw rice grains from the ears and scattering them about, watering them with the contents of the gourd. The small amount of rice he had previously sown would not last long. He needed to plant more without delay. Fortunately, heavy snow was falling, coinciding with the New Year festivities, which meant no one would venture into the mountains, allowing him to work without fear of being discovered. While the immediate issue of hunger was temporarily alleviated, the bitter cold remained a daunting challenge. Luckily, his years of experience foraging for firewood in the mountains had rendered him quite familiar with the terrain. Not far from his current location lay a sheltered nook, flanked by towering rocks that shielded it from the brunt of the wind. He gathered a small pile of firewood, selecting some dry grasses and leaves that would catch fire easily. After a bit of preparation, he produced 2 small stones from his concealed garment, dark red and known as firestones, capable of producing sparks when struck together, ideal for igniting a flame. Nearby, on a desolate hill, there were plenty of these stones, and the locals often used them to start fires. With 1 stone in each hand, Aguzi struck them together, sending a few sparks flying. After dozens of attempts, the sparks finally ignited the dry leaves, and a small fire sprang to life. He warmed his frozen hands and feet by the fire, feeling the warmth spread throughout his body. In that moment, he realized that this rocky nook was far more comfortable than residing in his uncle's house. Seated by the fire, he finally had the opportunity to uncover his concealed garment and inspect his injuries. His face was swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig, and his body bore numerous contusions. The most severe pain radiated from his ribs. Any touch elicited sharp discomfort, and breathing was laborious. However, aside from the pain, there seemed to be no other alarming symptoms. He had heard that a rib fracture could pierce the lungs or heart, leading to a swift demise. His injuries, it seemed, had not reached that critical stage. As he sat by the fire, he dried and softened the straw from the rice plants, using it as a makeshift blanket, albeit in limited quantity. Just as he began to feel warmth from the fire, his stomach growled, reminding him of his hunger. It was truly disheartening. His stomach was insatiable, demanding 2 meals a day. He had heard that some oxen and horses could labor without needing to eat. Moreover, tales abounded of divine beings who required no sustenance. If only he possessed such divine capabilities, he would never have to worry about hunger again. No, if he had the powers of a deity, he would feast on meat, drink honeyed water. At that point, even Huang Laotsai would surely be envious. In Aguzi's limited experience, Huang Laotsai represented the epitome of wealth. The life of a deity, more opulent than Huang Laotsai's, was beyond his imagination. He had heard that the county magistrate was a figure of immense power, capable of conjuring rice, pork, eggs, fish, and fine wine at will. Lost in such fanciful thoughts, he took another hearty swig from the gourd, marveling at its seemingly magical properties. Perhaps it was indeed a treasure bestowed by the gods. For dinner, he gathered a few more ears of rice and roasted them by the fire. As the grains cooked, they crackled and popped, transforming into fluffy, white rice puffs that filled the air with a delightful aroma. This delicate process required a gentle flame and quick reflexes. Armed with 2 twigs, he deftly retrieved the puffs at the moment they burst forth, otherwise, they would quickly burn and turn to charcoal, an unfortunate waste. Having successfully roasted a batch without ruining a single grain, he blew away the ashes and tossed them into his mouth. Delicious! The rice puffs crackled in his mouth, fragrant and crisp, far superior to the pork from his uncle's household. Regrettably, with his limited supply of food, he dared not consume more than 4 ears of rice for dinner, mindful of the long winter still ahead and the need to reserve some seeds. Unsated, he drank more water to trick his stomach into feeling full, reminding himself that he was not a wealthy landlord who could afford to waste food. That night, he leaned against the warmth of time and again, just as he began to drift off, the fire would die down, jolting him awake from the cold, prompting him to add more firewood before dozing off again. Thus, he endured a restless night until dawn finally broke. Stretching, he discovered that his injuries seemed less painful, particularly in his chest, which felt significantly improved. Arguzi squatted by the fire, hurriedly raking the popcorn out of the ashes with a stick, blowing on it as he stuffed it into his mouth. Crisp, crisp, how delightful it was. After half a month's labor, he had constructed a modest thatched hut over 5 feet wide from firewood and straw, providing him shelter from the wind and rain. He had sown half an acre of seedlings in the snow-covered ground, watering them daily with a gourd. Within 10 days, they would be ready for harvest. The earliest batches had already yielded a bountiful crop. Now, he could finally indulge himself, feasting heartily. As he roasted and ate, he realized he had consumed over 60 ears of rice. After finishing, he drank some water, feeling the popcorn swell in his stomach, finally satiated, yet a twinge of regret lingered. It felt too extravagant. He resolved never to squander resources in such a manner again. Even the wealthiest landowners would not dare waste food like this. His uncle's family owned dozens of acres, aside from his cousin, who trained rigorously and needed to eat hearty meals. The rest usually subsisted on thin porridge accompanied by a few shreds of pickled vegetables. He was not even a tenant farmer, so how could he afford to eat like that? He would need to consume more wild greens to trick his stomach into feeling full. His belly could not be overly spoiled, it was sufficient to fill it with coarse food. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he stepped out of the thatched hut to stretch his limbs. After days of rest, all his injuries had healed, and he felt taller and stronger. Was it possible he was simply destined to grow taller with every beating? He shook his head. That couldn't be right, for he had endured quite a few beatings over the years. When his uncle was out drinking, his aunt would vent her frustrations by hitting Arguzi. When his cousin was bullied at the martial arts school, he would come home and take it out on Arguzi to regain his confidence. When his younger brother cried, his cousin would demonstrate various ways to hit Arguzi to amuse him. He was the family's source of joy, playing a crucial role in lightening the atmosphere and alleviating family tensions. Yet, despite the daily beatings he received, he had never seen any growth before. He speculated that perhaps it was due to his current good nutrition and rest. Standing in the snow, he stretched luxuriously and made his way toward the field of seedlings. Due to the staggered planting times, some had already ripened to a golden hue, while others had yet to sprout. The stubble from yesterday's harvest had already sprouted fresh tender shoots today. He discovered that after watering with the gourd, the seedlings thrived remarkably well. In the future, sowing would not be necessary. He took out his gourd and watered the seedlings. Beside the rice field, there was a patch of green wild vegetables. The leaves were green on the top and white on the underside, adorned with tiny hairs. The roots were about the size of a finger, crisp and sweet when eaten raw, both delicious and filling. Because the roots resembled chicken legs, people affectionately referred to this wild vegetable as a little chicken leg. A while ago, while clearing land for rice cultivation, he had fortuitously unearthed one and, not having the heart to eat it, continued to water it daily. After days of growth, it had blossomed and seeded, with the seeds falling to the ground and sprouting into a vast expanse of young shoots. After watering, he returned to the thatched hut and hoisted a burlap sack woven from straw, filled with over half a bag of rice. Today was the Lantern Festival. After today, everyone would begin planning for spring plowing. He intended to sell this grain and then rent a piece of land from Huanglaozai. Time was of the essence. If he delayed, all the land would be rented out. He could not linger on this mountain any longer. He had seen 2 people gathering firewood at the foot of the mountain yesterday, which had left him quite anxious. Fortunately, the place he chose was elevated, with slippery ice and snow, strewn with loose stones and few trees, deterring wood-gatherers from approaching. If discovered, he would face dire consequences for cultivating so much rice in the frigid, rocky terrain. Furthermore, although these mountains appeared barren, They were actually privately owned land that no one could simply claim as their own. As he made his way down the mountain, he slipped several times on the thick ice and snow, bruising his body but thankful that the rice in the sack had not spilled. He avoided returning to Shishi village and instead took a small path around the village, heading toward Sanchizi town. Sanchizi town was 20 li from Shishi village, the farthest place Urguzi had ventured in his life. In his memory, Sanchizi town was vast and bustling, adorned with numerous houses of blue bricks and tiles, filled with dozens of shops, and alive with a vibrant market atmosphere. After trudging for half a day with the sack on his back, one of his straw sandals had worn out, but he finally arrived at Sanchizi town. Carrying the sack, he glanced around the bustling streets, feeling a mix of nervousness and curiosity as people bustled about. Along the roadside stood a tailor shop, filled with an array of fabrics of various styles. The patrons entering and exiting were all neatly dressed in well-fitting clothes. Urguzi looked down at his tattered trousers, now reduced to mere rags, and felt a pang of embarrassment. He had torn them badly during the last beating, and the branches and stones on the mountain had further shredded them into strips. Overwhelmed with self-consciousness, he lowered his head and hurried past the tailor's shop. Beyond the tailor, there was a butcher's shop. The counter displayed neatly cut pieces of pork, with the fat at least 2 or 3 fingers thick, glistening with grease. Selling buns. Large, round meat buns. Bite into one, and the juice flows. Selling candied hawthorn. Selling pancakes. As he walked, Urguzi's attention was drawn to the various calls of vendors lining the street, particularly the meat bun vendor, whose enticing aroma wafted towards him from afar. Before he turned 5, he had tasted meat buns and candied hawthorn once or twice, and the memories of their delightful flavour lingered with him. He swallowed hard several times, his resolve firm as he stepped into the market. The market was already packed with villagers from nearby, each occupying their space to sell various items. The wares included jars, baskets, eggs, straw sandals, old clothes, mats, children, and women. Urguzi, carrying his sack, began to inquire about the market prices. Grain prices fluctuated throughout the year. They were cheapest during the autumn harvest but began to rise after the new year. By the time spring plowing approached, grain prices would often soar. Some, driven by hunger or illness, had consumed all their seeds and now found themselves borrowing money to purchase seeds at exorbitant prices. Thus, selling rice now would yield a decent profit. Urguzi found a small empty spot and squeezed in, dropping his sack onto the ground and untying the top to reveal the golden rice inside, immediately drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. After the new year, most households had little grain left, surviving on meager rations until the autumn harvest brought new supplies. "Young man, how much are you selling this rice for?" "This rice is quite good. It can be used as seed. 25 wen per litre." A crowd of unfamiliar old men gathered around the stall, discussing among themselves. Urguzi had never encountered such a scene before and felt a bit nervous, his face reddening as he responded. Most ordinary families could not afford to buy a scale, and using one was not particularly convenient. Thus, most transactions were measured in litres and 0.1 litre of rice weighed approximately 16 taels, though rice was lighter, and the weight could vary depending on the type. Several old men picked up the rice to inspect it. The grains were plump and of excellent quality, with not a single empty grain among them. Some decided to buy a quantity to use as seed. Urguzi didn't have a measuring container, but fortunately, such items were common, and he borrowed one at the market. Making these containers was relatively simple. One merely needed to saw a bamboo tube and ensure the capacity was accurate. Grain, as a form of hard currency, sold well, and his rice was particularly appealing. As he counted the money and filled the rice into the container, he quickly emptied the burlap sack of its contents. His jacket pockets soon bulged with copper coins, feeling heavy and jingling as he walked. He kept a mental note of every single wen, totaling 775 wen. This sum, no matter whose hands it fell into, was a considerable amount. With money in hand, he exited the market and, passing by the meat bun shop once more, was once again lured by the tempting aroma standing in the street. He bit his lip, fingers tightly gripping the copper coins in his pocket, hesitating for a long moment. Finally, he steeled himself, swallowed hard, and turned to leave, heading instead toward the adjacent shop selling pork jerky. After inquiring about the prices, he learned that fatty pork and pork belly cost 80 yen per gin, lean meat 60 yen, and ribs only 40 yen per gin. Resolutely, he spent 80 yen to buy a gin of fatty pork. The unscrupulous butcher, taking advantage of his youth, added a piece of lean meat that was harder to sell. Afterward, he also purchased an old hoe for 300 yen and a hatchet for 250 yen. Items like these iron tools were costly, but he needed them for farming. Moreover, besides farming, they would serve as protection. If he ever encountered a bandit on the road, having a hatchet in hand might serve as a deterrent. Aside from these essential purchases, he refrained from buying anything else, even though his trousers were in tatters, barely concealing his skin. The 775 when he had just acquired dwindled to only 145 yen. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and bought a small piece of black salt. One could go 10 years without meat, but living without salt was impossible. The piece of salt, no larger than an egg, was dark and cost him 100 yen. With that, only 45 yen remained in his possession. As he left Sanchizi town, Urguzi had a hatchet at his waist, a hoe slung over his shoulder, and a string of pork in hand. Chapter 6 Huang Laocai. Since Urguzi had been expelled from his uncle's home, more than half a month had already passed. To the villagers, it seemed as though Urguzi had perished beneath a snowdrift. When he knocked on the door of Huang Laocai's residence, Huang nearly mistook him for a ghost. Only upon confirming that he was indeed alive did he allow him entry. "I heard from your uncle that you have been insisting on splitting from the family to go off on your own, and in a fit of anger, you ran away," Huang Laocai remarked. In the depths of winter, for one to leave home alone, without food or drink, it was almost certain they would succumb to the cold and hunger, though this was left unsaid. "You just come and go as you please, yet you bring me pork," Huang Laocai said brusquely, though his hands were eager to accept the string of fatty meat Urguzi offered. "It's cold outside. Come in and sit down." Urguzi, at the threshold, tugged at his clothes and trousers, attempting to cover the ragged hole in his backside before finally stepping into Huang Laocai's abode. Huang Laocai's house comprised 3 mud brick and tile-roofed structures arranged in a semicircle, with a spacious courtyard in the center. Compared to his uncle's opulent dwelling, this was far more modest. "Huang, how old are you this year?" Huang Laocai inquired, already suspecting the young man's intentions upon seeing the pork in his hands. It was evident that after the new year, he sought either land rental or a loan. However, the boy before him appeared to be no taller than a child's shoulder. If he could not cultivate the land properly, he would be unable to pay the rent at all. "I am 14. Urguzi puffed out his thin chest, attempting to assert his capabilities. "Rest assured, Huang Laocai. I have been working in the fields every day for years. I am well versed in farming." "You have come at an unfortunate time. The land that was returned last year has already been rented out in these past few days." Upon hearing this, Urguzi felt a chill in his heart. Without land, he had a precious gourd but could not utilize it. Though the surrounding mountains and fields appeared barren, they were owned by someone. Without land to rent, he would have nowhere to stand. "Is there truly none left?" "Even just an acre would suffice," he pleaded, glancing at the fatty meat in Huang Laocai's hands. If he could not rent land, he would suffer a significant loss over that piece of pork, pondering whether he could find a pretext to reclaim it. Huang Laocai also glanced at the meat in his hands, reluctant to part with it, but he knew he could not keep it without offering something in return. After a moment's reflection, he suddenly smacked his forehead, as if struck by a revelation. "How could I forget? I recall there is indeed a plot of land available. However, this land is rather barren, it has just been cleared and is quite remote. Do you wish to take it?" Urguzi's spirits lifted at this news. Possessing the yellow gourd, he believed he could cultivate even in the harshest conditions, without concern for the land's fertility. The remote location suited him perfectly, as it would keep his gourd's secret hidden from prying eyes. Might I inquire its whereabouts?" "Shiku Mountain. The old stubborn donkey passed away a few days ago," Huang Laocai said with a knowing tone. The locals of Shishi village were familiar with Shiku Mountain. It was where the Shishi River originated, featuring a mountain with a cave resembling an open snake's mouth. A spring flowed from this mouth, creating the Shishi River and a vast expanse of farmland around it. Yet, a legend circulated in the village, claiming a serpent spirit resided on Shiku Mountain, ensuring that anyone who ventured there would meet their demise. The villagers, fearful of this tale, typically avoided that direction unless necessary. Moreover, Shiku Mountain was situated above the river source. It lacked water, with stones outnumbering soil, rendering it uncultivable and perpetually desolate. However, last year, an unbelieving villager, nicknamed the Old Stubborn Donkey, had insisted on clearing land on Shiku Mountain. This news spread throughout the village. Regardless of the existence of the serpent spirit, clearing land was no easy task, especially on such a harsh mountain. Indeed, after a year of toil, the stubborn donkey had worked himself to death. The old stubborn donkey managed to clear an acre of wasteland but did not have the chance to plant anything. I will rent it to you for just 5 dough of grain per year for the first 3 years. If you can clear new land on Shiku Mountain, you will be exempt from rent for the first 3 years. Huang Laozai observed Erguze's frail figure, resembling a little chick, and did not genuinely expect him to succeed in further clearing. After negotiating the terms, they drafted an agreement. Erguze rented an acre of wasteland on Shiku Mountain, agreeing to pay 5 dough of rice annually for the first 3 years, returning to the standard rent of 1 thereafter. If he could cultivate new fields, he would be exempt from rent for 3 years. The terms were meticulously inscribed on paper, and Erguze could barely recognize the majority of it, though he could guess the meaning of the rest. Fortunately, his parents had given him a year of schooling before their passing, allowing him to learn a few characters and lay a foundation. After their deaths, Diego had forced him to learn many more characters. Following Diego's demise, he could only secretly study a few more while his cousin practiced writing. After reviewing the contents of the document and confirming it matched their discussions, Erguze took the pen and awkwardly. His surname was Zhang, and his given name was Ergu, with Go denoting survival and enduring hardship. After signing, they each retained a copy of the agreement, to be used as evidence in case of future disputes. It is getting late. Why not have dinner before you leave? Huang Laozai folded the contract and placed it in his pocket, smiling as he invited him to dine. Erguze, having gone without food since breakfast, was now ravenous. Seeing Huang Laozai's invitation, he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Laoi. Huang Laozai immediately instructed his concubine to take the piece of pork to the kitchen for stir-frying. Before long, a dish was brought to the table, steaming and fragrant, wafting the aroma of meat from a distance. Erguze struggled to contain his saliva, which pooled in his mouth like a spring, growing increasingly overwhelming. Ultimately, he had to lower his head and discreetly swallow several times, doing his utmost to suppress any noise. After swallowing, he raised his eyes to survey his surroundings, hoping he had not been noticed. It turned out Huang Laozai had been observing him with a smile all along. Erguze's face flushed crimson, feeling utterly embarrassed and lacking in I've already served your rice. At this moment, Huang Laozai and his sons were seated at the table, each with a bowl of white rice before them. A plate of pork stir-fried with radish was placed in the center. Erguze picked up a bowl of rice, intending to eat apart from them. Having spent 8 years at his uncle's house, and since Diego's passing, he had never been allowed to share a table for meals. He felt unworthy to eat at the same table as Huang Laozai, fearing it would reflect poorly on his manners. Sit, you should sit comfortably and eat. What kind of guest does not sit at the table? Unable to refuse, Erguze finally sat on the same bench as Huang Laozai's eldest son, Huang Fugu. He scooped a large mouthful of rice into his mouth. This was perhaps the privilege of the wealthiest man in Shishi village, enjoying a daily meal of white rice. Erguze, eat your vegetables. Don't just eat rice. Eat some vegetables. Go ahead and eat your fill, there's plenty of rice. Erguze picked up a piece of fatty pork along with 2 pieces of radish. The radish, saturated with pork fat, was crispy and sweet, while the pork was tender and juicy, leaving him with grease dripping from his mouth. The pork was exquisite, making him wish he could devour his own tongue. In this meal, he consumed 3 large bowls of rice and 5 pieces of fatty pork. When everyone finished dining, more than half of the stir-fried pork and radish remained on the table. In truth, Erguze felt he could have easily polished off 10 bowls of rice. Thank you, Laoi, I must take my leave. As he exited Huang's residence, the sky had begun to darken. A few scattered villagers were making their way home. Just as he rounded a corner, he nearly collided with someone coming from the opposite direction. The individual was none other than his uncle's second son, who, upon seeing Urguzi, was momentarily taken aback, unable to articulate his thoughts. What of it? Are you curious as to how I survived? Urguzi glared at this cousin who often bullied him under the protection of adults, recalling a night when he had kicked him in the face with great glee. Urguzi glanced around, seeing no one else, and suddenly seized his cousin by the collar. Slap, slap. He delivered a resounding slap, followed by another, alternating his. Chapter 7. The harvest. At the break of dawn the following day, Urguzi shouldered a hoe and a machete, making his way to the foot of Shiku Mountain. The mountain was strewn with boulders, pebbles, and fine stones, where a few crooked little trees defiantly grew between the crevices. Near the base of the mountain lay a stone cave, resembling an open snake's mouth, from which a clear spring gushed forth, cascading down among the rocks to form a small stream. Beside the stream, there was a narrow path leading up the mountain, barely 1 or 2 feet wide, with the narrowest sections less than a foot across, forcing him to squeeze through sideways between the stones. The ascent was steep and treacherous, far more challenging than climbing the hill where he had planted his seedlings. He stumbled and faltered, but at long last reached the summit. From the peak, he could finally see some slightly flattened patches of stone scattered across the summit and mid-slope. These stone depressions, surrounded by rocks on all sides, contained hollows that could collect rainwater and soil, locally known as stone pits. One particularly large stone pit, encircled by massive boulders, featured a flat area of about 3 acres, where the old stubborn donkey had cultivated a new plot of land. It was indeed a bold endeavor for the old stubborn donkey to venture into this rocky terrain to cultivate. His name was quite fitting. Regrettably, this old donkey, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk, had only managed to till a small portion before he passed away. Entering the stone pit, Urguzi began to clear away the thick layer of ice and snow, revealing the rich black soil beneath. The soil was so fertile that it was no wonder the old donkey had set his sights on it. Urguzi first cleared the snow from an acre of land, then scattered rice seeds and watered them. For the next few days, he traveled back and forth to Shiku Mountain, transporting firewood and straw, the wealth of his household. Meanwhile, the seedlings from the other side were gradually maturing. Once harvested, he would clear away all the stubble and burn it, leaving no trace behind. After several busy days, the seedlings on the mountain top were entirely harvested, and even the wild vegetables were transported over. This harvest yielded over 10 dough of rice, filling 3 large bags to the brim lying atop the rice. Urguzi counted on his fingers. If he consumed 1 liter per day, this supply would suffice for nearly half a year. Furthermore, the acre of land on this side of Shiku Mountain was nearing harvest as well, expected to yield at least another 4 share of rice. Provided he refrained from excessive indulgence, his food supply for the entire year was assured. Once a man has enough to eat, he begins to entertain other frivolous thoughts. Spotting a tattered pair of trousers, with frayed edges and holes that let the wind whistle through, he realized that even with several ties, they could hardly hold together. He longed to acquire a new pair of trousers. He also wished to purchase an iron pot. Without one, he had been frying rice in a tile, leaving his throat parched and his mouth aflame, while suffering from constipation as well. Sometimes he reflected on how he had become overly finicky. He had previously eaten pig feed without issue, but now, having sufficient food and drink, he had developed so many ailments. One simply cannot live too well. If he were to reside here long term, he would need to construct a thatched hut, and this time, he desired it to be larger. If there were any surplus funds, he would like to obtain a few wooden planks to build a bed. Sleeping on the ground, even with a thick layer of straw, was still cold and prone to dampness. Urguzi shook his head, casting aside many impractical thoughts. Having enjoyed just 2 hearty meals, he had nearly lost sight of himself, plagued by such extravagant notions, even desiring meat at every meal. 5 days later, the rice in the stone pit was ready for harvest, yielding over 4 shear. However, just as he planned to travel to the town to sell his grain and buy trousers, a dilemma arose. With so much rice lying about, what if someone were to steal it? Even if no one were to steal it, the mountain's rats and sparrows would surely consume a fair share. He contemplated whether he could store the rice in a gourd to carry with him. The gourd was already filled with water. Would the rice spoil if placed inside? Such a question could only be answered through trial. He experimented by placing a small quantity of rice into the gourd, planning to test removing it the following day. To his surprise, he discovered that sometimes what came out was water, while at other times it was rice. The two did not mix within the gourd. As long as he focused on the rice, what he poured out would undoubtedly be rice, not a single drop of water. Conversely, if his thoughts were on water, he spent 3 days transforming the gourd into a vessel taller than himself, with an opening wider than a bowl, filling it with most of the rice through the gourd's mouth. He left 2 bags behind, intending to take them to Sancherzi town to sell for trousers. 3 days later, he finally returned the gourd to its original size, shouldering the 2 bags of rice towards Sancherzi town. Carrying a load of rice for 20 li left him utterly exhausted, necessitating several pauses along the way. Eventually, he stumbled into the marketplace, and with a thud, he quickly dropped his burden, pulling out the gourd to gulp down a large mouthful of water. After stuffing the gourd back into his jacket, he surveyed the market. It appeared that following the New Year festivities, most families had depleted their resources, only able to produce a few items from the depths of their storage for sale. The number of people selling their children had increased, with parents negotiating their offspring as one would livestock. Once he had the means, he too would consider purchasing a sturdy young girl to take as a wife, one who could bear children at night. Beside his stall, an old man wore a furrowed brow, his stall displaying a few worn household items and an old hen. Arguzi picked up a shiny bamboo tube from the old man's stall. How much for this bamboo tube? 1 wen. Arguzi fished out a copper coin from his jacket, purchasing the tube. This item was not difficult to make, with just bamboo and a saw, it could be crafted, and the price was reasonable. Young man, how about I trade you this hen for your rice? The old man gazed hungrily at the sack of rice. Arguzi glanced at the old hen, its feathers nearly all gone, likely no longer laying eggs, and immediately shook his head in refusal. Just then, someone else expressed interest in buying grain, prompting Arguzi to focus solely on selling his rice. With the ice and snow having melted, it was the busy season for spring plowing, making seeds even more sought after. In just half a day's time, both sacks of grain were sold out. He garnered a total of 600 wen, and the copper coins weighed nearly 20 pounds on his person. The plethora of loose coins made his tattered jacket bulge, yet the garment was so worn and riddled with holes that he struggled to keep it from spilling out. Eventually, in desperation, he tore a few strands of straw, squatted down, and strung all the coins together before tying them around his waist, covering them with his clothing. Exiting the marketplace, Arguzi felt the weight of his coins pressing against him, occasionally reaching down to touch them, experiencing a sense of wealth beyond measure. For the first time in his life, he was personally handling such a sum of money. With coins in his pocket, he felt significantly more confident, even if his trousers were in tatters. He made a beeline for the tailor's shop, but there were no ready-made garments available. He could only purchase fabric to be made anew. Do you wish to have clothes sewn? Arguzi looked at the young woman before him, of a similar age, dressed in a faded floral cotton jacket, with neatly sewn patches on the sleeves. Comparing her appearance to his own ragged attire, a wave of embarrassment washed over him, causing him to instinctively lower his gaze, blush, and tug at his shirt, drawing his legs together. Yes. I would like to have a cotton jacket and a pair of cotton trousers made. How much will it cost? The labor fee is a total of 15 wen, and cotton is 100 wen per pound. There are many types of fabric to choose from, it depends on what you prefer. The woman then proceeded to introduce Arguzi to several types of fabric available in the shop. The cheapest were hemp and linen, at just 30 wen per foot. Slightly more expensive was cotton, priced at 40 wen per foot. These were all unbleached and undyed. Dyed fabrics would cost an additional 10 to 20 wen. There was also a fabric that was said to be satin, shimmering with a pearlescent sheen, setting it apart from the others. The woman did not mention the price, and Arguzi, understanding her unspoken cues, wisely chose the least expensive material. I will take the linen. The woman then retrieved a measuring tape, taking his measurements for shoulders, arms, legs, and waist, causing Arguzi to blush profusely. A total of 9 feet of fabric and 3 pounds of cotton will be needed. Adding in the labor fee, it will be 585 wen in total. All right. All right. Arguzi, red-faced, unfastened the long string of copper coins from his waist and counted out 585 coins to present to the woman. Could you please count it? How long will it take to sew? 585 coins, just right. My sister and I, along with our mother, we'll work on it together. It should take about half a day. Very well, I will return shortly, Urguzi said, clenching his legs together as he stepped out of the tailor's shop. Once outside, he took a deep breath and felt the weight of the coins at his waist, then strode purposefully towards the blacksmith's shop. He purchased an iron pot for 600 wen. He then spent an additional 200 wen on a small knife. This knife had a blade only 5 inches long and 1 inch wide, single-edged, making it convenient for slicing small items. Moreover, it could serve as a means of self-defense. Earning money was challenging, but spending it felt effortless, particularly for items like ironware and cloth, which were always costly. He had already spent 800 wen at the blacksmith's shop, and when combined with the previous 585 wen, he found that he had depleted more than half of his funds. After purchasing the necessities, as he passed by the pork stall, he hesitated momentarily before resolutely deciding to buy half a pound of fatty meat. He steadfastly resisted the tempting aroma of meat buns wafting from the stall next door. As a mere tenant farmer, he believed he should not indulge in such extravagant desires. With the clothes still requiring half a day's wait and nothing else to occupy his time, he wandered the streets with a string of pork in hand. Having grown up, he had seldom visited Sancherzi town, and everything on the streets felt curious and novel. Chapter 8. Master Lee, the fortune teller in the quaint town. Urguzi found himself captivated by the myriad of sights and sounds, each more intriguing than the last. As he meandered through the streets, he chanced upon a fortune-telling stall. Seated there was an elderly man with a snowy beard, his eyes half closed as he scrutinized the passers-by. Beside the stall stood a flag bearing 3 prominent characters, Li Ban's yarn. Urguzi, gazing at the inscription, softly pronounced the words. Young man, I perceive that you possess extraordinary potential. In the future, you shall undoubtedly achieve greatness. The fortune teller, still squinting, remained as steadfast as a mountain. Are you speaking to me, sir? Urguzi surveyed his surroundings, confirming that he was alone in the vicinity. Indeed, it is you, E. However, despite your remarkable potential, you lack the guidance of a master. I fear you may accomplish nothing. Listening to the old man's eloquent speech, reminiscent of a learned scholar, a sense of reverence welled up within Urguzi. Please, wise sir, offer your guidance, E. Today, I shall first teach you to recognize 2 characters. The old man gestured towards the flag, elucidating the 3 characters one by one. Behold, the first character under the tree is Li, and the last one, depicting a person atop a mountain, is pronounced Xiarn. Li Ban's yarn. Urguzi repeated, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment, realizing he had misread 2 of the 3 characters. So, you are the illustrious Li Ban's yarn. Li Ban's yarn, renowned for his wisdom and mastery of the arts, was a figure of great repute, known far and wide in the neighboring villages. Whenever townsfolk experienced minor ailments or faced significant life events, they would consult him, for his abilities were said to be extraordinary. Such trivial fame is hardly worth mentioning. E. Young man, I observe that your forehead is well-rounded and your features are harmonious. You were destined for wealth and prosperity, alas, sigh. Li Banxiarn's words trailed off as he stroked his beard, exhaling deeply in a manner that suggested profound mystery. Urguzi felt a pang of resonance. The fortune-teller's insights were astoundingly accurate. It was no wonder he was dubbed a true sage. Had it not been for the untimely demise of his parents and the usurpation of their land, he might have been born into a modestly prosperous family. As Urguzi contemplated further inquiries, the distant sound of drums and gongs reached his ears. Dong, dong, dong. The noise grew louder, and ahead, a cacophony of instruments accompanied the jubilant voices of the crowd, drawing many to hasten towards the commotion. Being young and spirited, Urguzi set aside his contemplations, curiosity piquing his interest as he joined the throng. The crowd swelled, filling the streets. Even Li Banxian rose on tiptoes to catch a glimpse. From the snippets of conversation around him, Urguzi gleaned the gist of the excitement. It was the announcement of the latest examination results for martial scholars, and someone from Sancher town had successfully passed. With limited knowledge, Urguzi understood that becoming a scholar was a prestigious achievement, one that their village had not seen in a century. Who could it be whose ancestral grave has emitted such auspicious signs? Scholars do not kneel before officials, are exempt from corvée labour, and enjoy reduced taxes, thereby bringing honour to their families. The onlookers stood on their toes, faces alight with envy. Some among them foolishly entertained dreams of joining the ranks of martial scholars. I, too, wish to learn martial arts and take the exam. Dream on. The first requirement for the martial scholar exam is to lift a 500-pound stone. Do you possess such talent? Listening intently, Arguzi felt a mix of admiration and yearning. He struggled to carry a stone of rice and could hardly fathom who possessed such strength. Out of curiosity, he squeezed into the crowd, straining to see. Dong, 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 ere the clang of the gong heralded the arrival of a group, at the center of which was a young man adorned with a bright red flower on his chest, radiating confidence. It was none other than his cousin, Zhang Yuliang. At that moment, his cousin beamed with joy. Surrounded by a dozen gentlemen who fawned over him, Zhang Yuliang exchanged pleasantries, appearing as if they were kin, when his eyes suddenly landed on Arguzi, who stood awkwardly among the crowd. Arguzi, having endured numerous beatings throughout his childhood, instinctively wished to retreat, especially after having avenged himself against Zhang Yushan just days prior. However, in this public setting, Zhang Yuliang showed no intention of addressing him, merely sweeping his gaze past Arguzi to continue his conversation. Yet, Arguzi could unmistakably sense the disdain in Zhang Yuliang's glance, as if he were unworthy of acknowledgement. He watched as his cousin basked in the admiration of the townsfolk, parading through the streets with drums and cheers, before being escorted back towards Shishi village. Mr. Li, I, too, wish to take the martial scholar exam. Is their way. On his way home, Arguzi felt as though he were balancing a heavy iron pot atop his head. Dressed in a brand new cotton outfit, he felt warm and comfortable, with over 1,000 coins tucked away at his waist. In all his years, he had never experienced such wealth. In any other circumstance, he would have been overjoyed, leaping 3 feet in the air. Yet today, he could not muster any happiness. Perhaps it was envy, or perhaps hatred. Seeing his cousin achieve the status of a martial scholar left a bitter taste in his mouth. His uncle had seized the land left by his parents, and with Big Goose's mysterious death, he found himself barely surviving on scraps at his uncle's home. Now, with his cousin's success, he felt even more insignificant as a mere tenant farmer. However, if his cousin could succeed, why not him? He had just learned from the fortune teller, Li Banxian, that the government held exams annually, and for a fee, anyone could participate. Arguzi had even spent 10 coins to consult Li Banxian, who, upon reading Arguzi's fate, was so startled that he almost returned the money, stating that some secrets of fate should remain undisclosed. After much persuasion and an additional offering of 20 coins, the fortune teller reluctantly divulged a hint of insight. According to Li Banxian, Arguzi's destiny was remarkable beyond words. If he could find a distinguished mentor, his future would be limitless, far surpassing that of a mere martial scholar. Yet, to take the exam, he needed to train in martial arts, and at present, he had no means to do so. Zhang Yuliang had attended the Zhongwu Hall to learn martial arts, but that required considerable funds and a recommendation. Arguzi could only persistently implore Li Banxian for guidance, offering up his meager provisions, until the sage finally revealed a fragment of his knowledge. It turned out that Li Banxian was an extraordinary recluse, possessing skills that transcended mere mortal martial arts. However, he was reluctant to teach Arguzi freely, insisting that the secrets of the heavens should not be casually shared, and that he must first prove his sincerity. As for how to demonstrate that sincerity, Arguzi, with his limited life experience, was initially at a loss. Fortunately, Li Banxian was patient and did not dismiss his ignorance. After much subtle hinting, he finally enlightened Arguzi. Though Li Banxian was a figure of divine wisdom, he held little regard for worldly possessions, viewing them as mere refuse. However, as a mere mortal, Arguzi's best means of expressing sincerity was through financial offerings. He would need to present a gift for the initiation ceremony and then annually provide 10 taels of silver, 10 pounds of premium pork, 2 casks of fine wine, a stone of exquisite rice, a plump chicken, and a large goose. Li Banxian did not covet Arguzi's wealth, he merely sought to gauge the young man's sincerity. Unfortunately, even this initial demonstration of commitment was beyond Arguzi's current financial means. Moreover, the expenses associated with martial training were considerable. Take Zhang Yuliang, for instance. He consumed 3 meals of white rice daily, often devouring several bowls at each sitting, with occasional meat dishes that would have drained a family without substantial means. Determined to return to Shekout Mountain, Urguzi resolved to expedite his efforts in clearing land and planting more crops, thereby demonstrating his sincerity to Li Banxian. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace. Chapter 9. Surge of strength. When Urguzi returned to Shiku Mountain, the day was already drawing to a close, and it was time for dinner. It seemed that he might not have the fortune to enjoy meat, having reluctantly spent his hard-earned money on a piece of pork today, only to give it to Li Banxian. Fortunately, he had finally acquired an iron pot today, thus sparing himself from another meal of fried grains. Pouring some grains from the gourd onto a stone slab, he gently pounded them to break open the husks, then casually blew away the chaff before pouring the grains into the pot to cook with water. These grains had been stored in the gourd for over 3 days, and he wondered if they might undergo some miraculous transformation, akin to that of water. When the rice was finally cooked, Urguzi remembered that he should have purchased a few bowls and chopsticks. However, he was not one to fuss over such trivialities. He simply fashioned 2 sticks and a piece of broken tile to serve his purpose. As long as there was food to eat, the finer details seemed inconsequential. He took a hearty mouthful of rice, which, albeit still containing some chaff, was far more delicious than fried grains, fragrant, soft, and delectably chewy. Extracting a treasured piece of bitter salt, he took 3 large bites of rice, then gently licked the salt block, savoring the delightful flavor. That night, he cooked a liter of grains, consuming it all and leaving his stomach round and full. After satisfying his hunger, he lay down in a pile of straw to rest, feeling a comforting warmth within. Gradually, this warmth spread throughout his entire body, akin to soaking in a hot bath, bringing him great comfort. He maintained this state throughout the night, and upon waking the next morning, he felt invigorated, with an abundance of energy coursing through him. Such strength seemed a waste if not utilized for tilling the land. Thus, he immediately picked up a hoe and a machete and set off towards the wasteland. Within this stone hollow, there was approximately 3 acres of land, though it was uneven and littered with stones of varying sizes, interspersed with thorns and weeds. The first step in clearing the land was to cut down the weeds and thorns. He had already cleared some of it in his spare time over the past few days. The most challenging task was leveling the land, as it was strewn with stones, some as large as a jong and weighing hundreds of jin, while others were the size of a fist or an egg. It was imperative to remove all these stones. In the years to come, he would continuously need to collect smaller stones during cultivation. However, Urguzi was adaptable, using gourd water for irrigation, and did not concern himself with excessive detail. He merely needed to move the larger stones. At that moment, he pushed a stone weighing over 300 jin aside. The old stubborn donkey had also cleared many stones, accumulating quite a pile. Urguzi planned to keep the large stones cleared from the wasteland to build himself a stone house. Perhaps the grain stored in the gourd truly possessed miraculous properties. After a morning of moving stones, he did not feel overly fatigued. The following days confirmed his suspicions. Consuming the grains from the gourd indeed made him less prone to exhaustion and increased his strength. Each day, he felt he had inexhaustible energy, significantly accelerating his land-clearing efforts. As long as he moved the large stones, uprooted the weeds, sowed the grains, and watered them, seedlings would sprout by the next day. As time passed, the area of rice paddies expanded, and after 6 to 7 months, nearly all 3 acres were planted with seedlings. Throughout this half-year, in addition to clearing the land, he constructed a stone house using the large stones. The house measured 2 jong in length, 1 jong in width, and 1 jong in height, topped with a thatched roof. The gaps between the stones and the layers of straw were sealed with mud, providing protection from rain and cold. Inside, he built a stone bed, leveling the uneven areas with soil and compacting it. A thick layer of straw was laid on the bed, making it particularly comfortable. Along the wall in front of the bed, he stacked several burlap sacks filled with grains. In fact, he had stored even more grains in the gourd, totaling at least 80 sheng on both sides. These were the fruits of his labor over the past 6 months. As long as he ensured the seedlings were adequately watered, they could be harvested roughly every 2 weeks. Each acre yielded about 4 sheng per harvest. Immediately after harvesting, he watered the stubble, allowing it to sprout again, saving on seed costs and reducing breeding time. Now that all 3 acres had been cleared and planted with rice, with a harvest every fortnight, each yield could produce approximately 12 sheng, resulting in 24 sheng of rice monthly. The price of rice, at its lowest, was 10 wen per litre, with 1 sheng equating to 100 litres, allowing for a sale of 1,000 wen per sheng. During peak times, the price could soar to nearly 3,000 wen per sheng. 1,000 wen in copper coins equated to 1 guan, or 1 tael of silver. Even at the lowest price, he could earn 24 taels of silver each month from his grain production. Converted into silver, this would be more than sufficient to demonstrate his sincerity to Li Banxian in seeking to become his disciple and learn martial arts. However, transporting the grain to Sanchar town for sale would require some time. One day, after finishing his breakfast, Urguzi shouldered a large load of rice and descended the mountain. Before leaving, he gathered a large pile of thorny brambles to block the path up the mountain. To conceal the secret of using gourd water for farming, he had been diligently obstructing this path for the past 6 months, rendering it exceedingly difficult to traverse. In some areas, it was completely blocked. He himself had to rely on a few long ropes to navigate certain sections of the route. Fortunately, his strength had increased significantly, allowing him to endure such exertion. He constantly contemplated that once he had saved enough money, he would seek out Huang Laocai to see if he could purchase the land on Shiku Mountain. If he succeeded, it would become his private territory, allowing him to rightfully enclose the mountain and prevent outsiders from trespassing. This time, Urguzi carried 2 large burlap sacks of rice over a distance of 20 li without feeling overly fatigued. Despite the scorching summer heat, he still wore a pair of cotton trousers. Even with his bare upper body, the heat was quite unbearable. Unfortunately, this was the only outfit he possessed. After selling the grain today, he could finally sew a set of summer clothing to replace it. Upon entering Sanchar town, he went directly to the Ju family grain store. This was the only grain store in town capable of large-scale purchasing and selling, rumored to be owned by the wealthiest family in Sanchar town, the Ju family. The purchasing price was slightly lower than that at the market stalls. Since Urguzi had a substantial amount of grain to sell, efficiency was paramount, and he could not afford to quibble over minor price differences. With the autumn harvest approaching, grain prices had begun to decline. Today's purchase price was only 1,600 wen per sheng, equivalent to 16 wen per litre. His 2 large sacks contained a total of 12 dough and 6 litres, netting him 2,016 wen. With this money, he went to the tailor to have a set of summer clothing made. He also bought some bowls and chopsticks, along with other daily necessities. In the following days, he made daily trips to Sanchar town to sell a load of rice. As the autumn harvest neared, and with the favourable weather this year, the townsfolk were not lacking in grain, causing the Ju family grain store's purchasing price to decline daily. After selling for over 10 consecutive days, the current purchasing price for rice had plummeted to only 1,080 wen per sheng. Having amassed enough money to pay for his apprenticeship, he was reluctant to sell at such low prices. After all, his gourd could store a considerable amount of grain without spoilage, so there was no rush to sell. Chapter 10, Apprenticeship and Cultivation. At present, the total amount of copper coins in hand has accumulated to 24,000, equating to 24 strings of cash. In the town of Sanchar, there exists a pawnshop that also engages in currency exchange, allowing one to convert copper coins into silver. The standard rate is 1 string of copper coins for 1 tael of silver. However, the proprietor of the pawnshop is reluctant to work for nothing, thus, he levies a fee for each transaction. When Urguzi exchanged for 10 taels of silver, he was charged 500 wen, revealing that such a business is indeed more profitable than farming. Subsequently, he purchased an old hen, 10 gin of pork, fragrant incense, and 2 jars of fine wine. As the wine is brewed from grain, it is priced even higher than white rice. Each jar, containing 10 litres, sells for 600 wen, amounting to 1,200 wen for the 2 jars. The costs associated with apprenticeship and learning are undeniably steep, swiftly depleting over 10 strings of cash. Furthermore, during festivals and holidays, one must bestow gifts and show filial respect, a burden few can truly bear. Having prepared all the necessary items, Li Banxian guided him toward a modest courtyard in the town. The courtyard, though small, boasted a jujube tree laden with finger-sized fruit, still in their early stages of ripeness. Come in. Within the courtyard's main hall, several ancestral tablets and a ceremonial table were arranged. Urguzi entered, carrying the pork and other items, and carefully placed them upon the altar. At this moment, Li Banzian washed his face in a basin, cleansed his hands, and then lit the incense, performing a grand gesture of respect before the ancestral tablets. Following this, he uttered a series of apologies, lamenting his unfilial behavior and transgressions against ancestral traditions. Erguzi, listening nearby, was profoundly moved. Under Li Banxian's guidance, he performed numerous intricate rituals, ultimately presenting a cup of tea to his master. From that day forth, Erguzi became Li Banxian's disciple. From this day forward, I shall impart to you unparalleled martial arts, but I disdain superficial fame. You must not disclose our training to the outside world. Understood, I shall heed my master's words. Erguzi replied with utmost reverence. How many characters can you recognize? Erguzi scratched his head, pondering. I reckon I can recognize a few hundred characters. Literacy is the foundation for learning all things. It must be approached gradually. Li Banzian gently tapped his knuckles against the table, contemplating for a moment before retrieving a crumpled book from a chest. This tome, its pages yellowed and many sections tattered, even lacked a cover. This book is a family heirloom of the Li clan, containing our exceptional martial arts. Let this serve as your textbook for literacy. Today, I shall teach you 50 characters. Once you have mastered them thoroughly, return to me for another 50. Once you have learned the characters in this book, you may practice your cultivation alongside your studies, achieving dual benefits. Li Banzian gazed at the well-worn book for a while, then arranged his writing materials, dipping his brush into the ink as he wrote and recited aloud. The essence of a person encompasses the internal organs, limbs, and bones. Internally, the essence and spirit; externally, the sinews and flesh. After writing a lengthy passage, he counted and found it contained 58 characters. Li Banzian instructed Erguzi to memorize this paper thoroughly before allowing him to return home for practice. Clutching the paper tightly, fearing forgetfulness, Erguzi recited it incessantly on his way home. Upon reaching Shiku Mountain, he began using a twig as a pen to practice writing in the dirt. After 2 days, he had mastered all 58 characters, able to write, recognize, and read them, and he returned to Li Banzian for further instruction. This time, seeing his rapid progress, Li Banzian taught him 85 characters. In the days that followed, Erguzi consistently learned dozens of new characters every few days. He had invested over 10 strings of cash to gain this opportunity for learning. Whenever fatigue set in, he would recall the 10 gin of pork and the gleaming silver, which filled him with renewed vigor. Each character learned felt like reclaiming a copper coin. Thus, he approached his studies with utmost earnestness, knowing that to falter would mean a loss of his investment. 2 months passed, and he successfully completed the first chapter of the book. However, despite his ability to recognize the characters, he still struggled to grasp the overall meaning of the text. Li Banzian, having accepted his fees, took on the responsibility of elucidating the content, revealing it to be a method of cultivation. First, cultivate the tangible, namely the organs, bones, and flesh, using the subtle essence of the tangible to nurture the intangible vital energy. Li Banzian spoke with fervor, his lips frothing, ultimately allowing Erguzi to grasp the essence of the cultivation method. In summary, it emphasized nurturing the intangible vital energy through the cultivation of the tangible physical body, enhancing the energy within until it transformed into a genuine martial spirit. Returning to Shiku Mountain, Erguzi diligently followed Li Banxian's teachings, practicing daily. The method involved adopting several peculiar postures and exerting effort in a somewhat awkward manner, purportedly to guide the vital energy within. Following this, he would meditate to cultivate his energy. While the unusual postures were manageable, meditation proved more challenging. His mind was besieged by a multitude of thoughts. As soon as one idea faded, another would promptly surface. The very effort to suppress these distracting thoughts only birthed further distractions, leading to frustration, restlessness, and a sense of nausea. Yet, reflecting on the considerable sum he had expended, he felt compelled to persevere, forcing himself to continue. However, some matters cannot be resolved by sheer effort. The more he struggled, the further he strayed from the correct path. After several days, he found himself in a state of turmoil, his spirit waning. With no other recourse, he sought counsel from Li Banzian. Li Banzian retrieved his tattered book, flipping through its pages for quite some time before closing it. To master unparalleled martial skills, one must overcome all challenges without any hint of retreat or fear. If 3 days of practice yield no results, then practice for 3 to 5 months. Li Banxian imparted numerous words of wisdom, emphasizing the importance of perseverance and diligence in overcoming all obstacles. Having never trained in martial arts before, Urguzi was utterly inexperienced in this regard. He surmised that all martial practitioners must endure such tribulations and resolved to return and double his efforts. On one particular day, while meditating, he found himself engaged in a fierce battle of will against a plethora of distracting thoughts. Suddenly, he felt a tumultuous surge within his chest. Ugh! Crimson blood erupted from his mouth as his head spun, causing him to collapse to the ground. Lying there, blood continued to pour from his lips, his consciousness fading into a haze, yet he could not shake the thought of the substantial sum he had spent. His goal of becoming a martial scholar seemed increasingly distant. Despite his disorientation, he remained fixated on the practice of his cultivation, continuing to follow the methods he had learned. In that moment of confusion, unbeknownst to him, his thoughts dissipated entirely, and with no distractions to hinder him, the cultivation method began to flow smoothly, gradually forming a faint energy within his meridians. Thus, he lay there, almost lifeless, yet the practice continued uninterrupted, leading him into a profound state of transcendence. Gurgle, this state persisted for several hours, until the gnawing hunger finally jolted. Urguzi sprang to his feet, feeling an unprecedented lightness, as all prior discomfort and nausea vanished without a trace. With closed eyes, he sensed a gentle warmth coursing through his meridians, bringing comfort wherever it traveled. Har har! My master was indeed correct. With diligent practice, success is assured. What he did not realize was that, in the initial stages of cultivation, striving to eliminate distractions often results in the opposite effect. This serendipitous moment allowed him to enter a state of near oblivion, inadvertently aligning with the profound principles of martial arts. Otherwise, without the guidance of a master, he might have spent a lifetime unable to embark on the path of cultivation, potentially straining himself to the point of collapse. Chapter 11, Grinding Stones into Powder. In the town of Sanchizi, Li Banxian sat behind his fortune-telling stall, his keen eye surveying the passers-by. In his line of work, one must possess a sharp sense of observation and an instinct for human nature, gathering information from myriad details to proactively identify potential clients, subsequently luring them into his web. Occasionally, capturing a particularly lucrative patron could sustain one for years, or even yield lifelong rewards. Yet, Sanchizi remained impoverished, with most inhabitants reluctant to part with even a single copper coin. They would eagerly extract every morsel from a mosquito, desperate to stretch their meager resources. Earning their money proved exceedingly difficult, and as a result, Li Banxian had endured years of alternating between hunger and satiation. Those unaware of his true circumstances remarked upon his gaunt visage, attributing to him an air of ethereal wisdom, while in truth, he dreamt of feasting on rich meats, yearning for abundant sustenance. At last, fortune smiled upon him this year when he encountered a naive youth, blissfully ignorant of the world, who not only provided him with a hearty meal but also brought meat and wine. As he scanned the street for potential patrons, he spotted a young lad approaching from the far end, clad in a coarse linen garment, shod in straw sandals, and clutching a chunk of fatty meat. A fat sheep had arrived, prompting Li Banxian to tidy his robes, straighten his posture, and adopt an expression of serene wisdom. However, his mind was already racing with schemes, contemplating how best to deceive this unsuspecting apprentice. The so-called unparalleled martial arts he had once practiced for an extended period had proven utterly ineffective, a mere ruse. Regardless, having imparted his teachings, should the youth fail to master these arts, the blame would rest solely on his own lack of diligence or inferior aptitude. The master could not be held accountable. Master! The youth called out, his voice ringing from afar. Li Banxian, maintaining an air of composure, stroked his beard. You have arrived. Have you made any progress in your training of late? Li Banxian inquired, recalling that the last time the youth sought his counsel, he had been grappling with some difficulties, which Li Banxian had artfully navigated to send him back on his way. Today, he would need to intensify his efforts to mislead him further. Yes, I have made progress. I have finally entered the initial stage of my training. The youth nodded vigorously, clearly pleased with his current achievements. Of course, he attributed his success not only to his own efforts but also to his master's guidance, which had encouraged him to splurge on a fine piece of fatty meat for the master. Entered the initial stage, you say. Li Banxian was skeptical, suspecting that the youth's pride and eagerness had led him to exaggerate his accomplishments. He knew full well that this martial technique he had once attempted yielded no results whatsoever. It appeared that a lesson was in order. He casually picked up a stone from the ground and placed it on the table. "Why don't you demonstrate your prowess by crushing this stone into powder for me?" The youth quickly shook his head, fully aware that despite his considerable strength, shattering a stone remained beyond his capabilities. If you cannot accomplish even this simple task, how can you boast of having entered the initial stage of training? Li Banxian shook his head, adopting an expression of disappointment at the youth's shortcomings. With a dismissive flick, he discarded the small stone and seized a larger one, effortlessly crushing it in his hand. The astonishment and admiration that flickered across the youth's face filled Li Banxian with satisfaction. He brushed the stone dust from his hands, maintaining an impassive demeanor, as if he had merely achieved some trivial feat. A martial artist must shun arrogance and impatience. One must remember that there are always greater talents beyond oneself, and greater worlds beyond this one. Master, I was wrong. The youth, overwhelmed by Li Banxian's pointed admonishment, felt an intense flush of shame spread across his face. To recognize one's errors and amend them is a virtue of the highest order. When the day comes that you can crush a stone and leap a full 10 feet with ease, only then shall you be deemed to have entered the initial stage of training. Li Banxian understood the wisdom of balancing reprimands with encouragement, and now stroked his beard to comfort the youth. He also retrieved a tattered tome from within his robes. Do not be disheartened. With perseverance, you will eventually enter the initial stage of training and become a martial scholar. Today, we shall continue transcribing the text and learning to read. First, ensure you comprehend all the characters in this book. They conversed for quite some time before the youth took his leave. Since being chastised by his master, the youth had internalized the lesson of humility and the importance of diligence, returning to the mountains to train earnestly each day. Henceforth, aside from visiting the town every few days to study under his master, he refrained from boasting about his training progress in front of Li Banxian. With such meager skills, he knew he would be easily seen through by his master, and he was reluctant to vex him with his trivial accomplishments. Having only just begun to grasp the basics of martial arts, he realized how premature it was to take pride in his abilities. His master, possessing immense power, never flaunted his capabilities. This exemplified the true nature of a sage. Hidden talents abound, and the path ahead was still long and arduous, yet he held firm in his belief that one day, he too would attain the strength to effortlessly crush stones into powder. After a fortuitous mishap resulted in the emergence of the first trace of energy within his meridians, subsequent training had flowed smoothly, becoming significantly easier. As long as he practiced diligently, this energy gradually flourished, allowing him to make incremental progress each day. Wherever this energy coursed, it felt like a warm current, soothing and invigorating. Perhaps due to this newfound energy, he noticed a remarkable increase in his strength. He could now lift stones weighing over 100 pounds with effortless ease. This newfound vigor could not be squandered, as the desolate stone pits atop Shiku Mountain awaited his labor. Each time he grew weary from moving stones, he merely channeled his energy into his arms, and soon enough, fatigue would dissipate. However, he also discovered a peculiar issue. Since undertaking this training, his appetite had surged dramatically. Where he once consumed 3 hearty bowls of rice per meal, he now found himself devouring 5 bowls without feeling satisfied, and hunger would return swiftly. Previously, he had managed with just 2 meals a day. Now, he required at least 3, often 4, to stave off hunger. Should he forego a few bowls on any given day, his training progress would slow considerably. Fortunately, he no longer had to worry about food, otherwise, continuing his martial training would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, he noticed that the grain stored within his gourd not only became more delicious but also enhanced his energy. Ordinary rice lacked such effects. The rice that had been stored in the gourd was vastly superior to regular grains. Having tasted it once, one could undoubtedly discern the difference. This presented a dilemma. Since he had conveniently stored his rice in the gourd, how could he sell it in the future? What explanation could he offer if questioned about the origin of this rice? Sanchaizi was not far from Shishi village. If someone took note, they might trace it back to Shikumentin. Until he devised a solution, he had no intention of selling the rice that had been stored in the gourd. One day, the youth recalled his years of experience tending to pigs, and a sudden idea struck him. If he were to cook the food until it was soft and mushy, resembling pig feed, who could possibly recognize it? However, he could not sell it as pig feed directly. It would fetch no price and likely be difficult to sell, as there were not many who enjoyed such fodder. Perhaps he could market it as a medicinal remedy. He recalled that in the past, there had been street performers selling a type of energy-boosting pill. Maybe he could try his hand at something similar. Chapter 12, The Strength Pill. Urguzi reflected on his past experience in cooking pig feed, contemplating how to prepare the strength. It was evident that using solely white rice would be futile. Those who have consumed rice their entire lives would undoubtedly detect the difference with a single bite. A touch of wild vegetables was essential. He took up his hoe and approached the edge of the rice field, where a small patch of wild vegetables thrived, specifically, the YOJ2 he had transplanted long ago. Now that he had food to eat, he had merely watered them daily without ever harvesting. As he struck the ground with his hoe, he discovered that the YOJ2 had grown thicker than a fist, and upon uprooting them, some exceeded a foot in length. Grasping a single YOJ2, he peeled back its skin to reveal a pristine, crystalline interior, and upon taking a bite, he was met with a crisp, sweet flavor. This seemingly ordinary wild vegetable had flourished remarkably under gourd water cultivation, yielding such size and taste. Estimating the growth of these YOJ2, he realized their yield far surpassed that of cultivated rice. He planned to clear more barren land to plant additional YOJ2 for further experimentation. At that moment, Urguzi had washed a few YOJ2, chopped them along with their leaves, and boiled them together with rice. Afterward, he poured the mixture onto a smooth stone slab, using another stone to pound and knead it repeatedly, transforming it into a substantial mass of light yellow-green paste. He took a handful and tasted it, finding that aside from its unappealing appearance, it was quite palatable, soft, sticky, and imbued with a hint of sweetness. He then shaped the paste into thumb-sized pills and set them out to dry. Once dried, he sampled a few more. They were hard and chewy, but the flavor intensified with each bite. In all honesty, Urguzi felt dissatisfied with the final product. It lacked any medicinal taste and was perhaps too delicious. Given its appearance, it would be hard for anyone to believe it was a strength pill. For the time being, this would have to suffice. He would later devise a way to mix in some inedible herbs to darken the product and make it less appetizing. He planned to store them in a gourd, conveniently retrieving a few whenever he wished to eat. After a few days, he intended to take them to the market to sell, confident that no one would recognize the ingredients he had used. Over the course of several days, he hand-rolled a large quantity of strength pills, which he dried and stored in the gourd. Remarkably, after 3 days of being stored in the gourd, these pills proved as effective as rice, enhancing strength and invigorating one's vital energy. On this particular day, he accompanied Li Bianxin to copy out several characters, and once finished, he set up a stall at the market to sell his strength pills for 10 coins each. However, to his dismay, he sold not a single one and endured a barrage of ridicule. Others mocked him for his youth and naivety, suggesting that he thought to deceive people with his haphazard concoction. One particularly brazen individual insisted on dragging Urguzi into a performance, demanding he smash bricks on his head and break stones with his chest, provoking laughter and jeers from the onlookers, leaving him red-faced and utterly embarrassed. Ultimately, he hastily packed up his stall and left the market in humiliation. As he walked home, his spirits were low. Dishonest sellers managed to peddle their wares, while he, with genuine product, found no one willing to believe him. Passing by Shishi village, he noticed a young girl with her hair tied in red ribbons bouncing towards him. Doxiji, Xiao Ezi, having not seen each other for over half a year, he hardly recognized his cousin, who had grown taller, yet their camaraderie remained unchanged. Doxiji, do you have food to eat now? Are you hungry? Wait here a moment, I have some leftover food at home. I'll go fetch it. As Xiao Ezi turned to leave, Urguzi seized her hand. Xiao Ezi, I've rented a few acres on Shakushin, I have food now. Oh, that's wonderful, as long as there's food. Xiao Ezi seemed to have finally released a long-held concern, but then recalled the various legends surrounding Shakushin. Doxiji, I heard there are snake demons on Shakushin, have you seen one? Children often feared such tales, but curiosity outweighed their trepidation. No, those are likely just stories made up by the elders to scare children, Urguzi replied, shaking his head, for he had encountered no such anomalies. Oh, and by the way, you hit my second brother last time. He cried all day at home and didn't he even go to school. The memory of her brother's swollen face, resembling that of a pig, made Xiao Ezi laugh uncontrollably. Be cautious, my older brother said he wants to beat you up and that he'll hit you every time he sees you. The two stood by the roadside, chatting merrily for quite a while. When it was time to part ways, Urguzi recalled the unsold strength pills. Since they hadn't sold, he thought it would be nice to give some to Xiao Ezi as a treat, and he promptly pulled out a pouch. What is this? Strength pills? I got them at the market. They say if you eat them, you can smash bricks on your head and break stones with your chest. Urguzi hesitated to divulge his own embarrassing tale, instead offering an excuse. Oh dear, you've been fooled, just look at them, they don't resemble medicine at all, the color is wrong, and they don't smell medicinal at all. Let us go confront him and demand our money back. Xiao Ezi tugged Urguzi along, but he dared not go, fearing his secret would be revealed. No need for that, the person has already left. I've tried them, they taste quite good. Let us keep them as snacks, who knows, they might even work. Well, all right then. Xiao Ezi still felt somewhat reluctant, but had no choice. She picked one up and slowly chewed it, discovering it indeed tasted delightful, chewy and increasingly fragrant with each bite. After bidding farewell to Xiao Ezi, he made his way to Huang Laocai's house, as it was time to pay the rent. Upon entering, he found the yard, hall, and rooms overflowing with golden rice. Aside from the fields rented out, Huang Laocai had cultivated over 100 acres himself, and with the autumn harvest in full swing, his granary was bursting at the seams. He needed to sort out his own grain before collecting the rent. Ergo, you've come at a perfect time. In 5 days, come with me to the county town. Sure, what's the matter, boss? Urguzi readily agreed. With the autumn harvest underway, I need to go to the county office to pay taxes, but I'm short-handed and need everyone's help. Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely come. The prospect of visiting the county town excited Urguzi. In his life thus far, he had only ventured as far as Sancharzi town. He had heard tales of the county town's multi-story buildings, horse-drawn carriages, and performances of storytelling and acrobatics. He had also heard of the county magistrate, the highest official, who supposedly dined on meat at every meal and travelled in a grand flower sedan chair, with his servants adorned in colourful clothing. In his childhood imaginings, the county magistrate sat in his lavish sedan chair, holding a chicken leg in one hand and a bottle of honey water in the other, exuding an air of authority. Looking back now, he realized how naive his childhood notions had been. Moreover, since the people in Sancharzi town were unworldly and unfamiliar with his strength pills, perhaps they would sell well in the county town. Additionally, being so far from home would allow him to sell them without fear of being traced back to Shikushan. He needed to accumulate money quickly to purchase the land on Shikushan from Huang Laocai, which would bring him peace of mind. Chapter 13, The handsome young man. Upon returning to Shiku Mountain, Urguzi began preparing for his journey. First, he moved some stones and thorns to further obstruct the already treacherous path, rendering it even more difficult to traverse. He himself had to rely on ropes to ascend and descend the mountain. He packed all the valuable items from the mountain, such as hoes, hatchets, and iron pots, into a gourd, taking the opportunity to count the rice and coins within. Currently, he had over 150 stones of rice and a handful of powerful pills stored in the gourd. However, his most pressing need was for copper coins and silver, of which he possessed a meager sum, amounting to barely 5 guan. According to the current market price, 1 mu of land could be sold for 20 guan, meaning that the 3 mu he cultivated would fetch at least 60 guan. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Huang Laocai would even consider selling. Urguzi intended to seize the opportunity to inquire whether Huang Laocai might be willing to sell the land on Shiku Mountain to him. After all, this area was laden with stones, the mountain path became increasingly arduous, and irrigation was a hassle. While the land held little value for others, it was perfectly suited for Urguzi. He simply hoped that during his trip to the city, he would encounter someone who recognized the worth of his powerful pills, allowing him to sell them for a good price and afford the land. In preparation for his city excursion, Urguzi washed the only set of thin linen clothes he owned a day in advance. He carefully stitched up the fraying cuffs and underarms with needle and thread. He even took a refreshing bath in the Shishi River, scrubbing away the dirt until he was spotless. After grooming his hair neatly and donning a brand new pair of straw sandals, he appeared vibrant and full of spirit, looking as handsome as a newlywed groom. When Urguzi arrived at Huang Laozai's residence to pay the rent, carrying 5 dough of rice, he sensed a spark of interest in the eyes of Huang Laozai's second daughter. At that moment, their gazes met, causing Urguzi's face to flush crimson all the way to his neck. He quickly lowered his head, no longer daring to make eye contact with Huang Laozai's daughter. She was round-faced, with a plump waist and ample hips, renowned as one of the village's greatest beauties, attracting the admiration of many idle men. Such a woman, whether working in the fields or raising children at home, was undoubtedly a capable hand. However, she was the daughter of the wealthiest man in the village, and these tenant farmers were mere frogs wishing to eat swan meat, far beyond their reach. "Oh, so it's Urguzi," one of the tenants exclaimed. "At first glance, I thought it was a new groom coming to visit." "The young man is looking more and more handsome," another added. "At this height, it's time for you to marry." Huang Laozai had already gathered over a dozen strong men, all of whom were his tenants. With nothing much to do, they took the opportunity to tease Urguzi. "Look at him, he's blushing." One tenant, Lai Fu, clapped Urguzi on the shoulder. "This time in the city, brother, I'll take you to the hidden door for some fun. A few coins will let you indulge as a man. Go a few more times, and you'll never blush again." "Ew. Uncles, I'm still young. I'm not of marrying age yet," Urguzi replied, reminding himself that he had just turned 14 and marrying at this age felt a bit premature. "What do you know, you rascal?" another tenant chimed in. "As the old saying goes, follow the woman and you'll grow 3 inches overnight. Marrying a wife will help you grow even more." Laughter erupted among the rough men just then. A door creaked open, and Urguzi turned to see his cousin, Zhang Yuliang, emerging from Huang Laozai's inner chambers, his face dark as thunder. Zhang Yuliang caught sight of Urguzi but merely shot him a glare before ignoring him entirely. Several tenants rushed forward to flatter and ingratiate themselves with the scholar. "Master Zhang." "Master Zhang," yet Zhang Yuliang only grunted in acknowledgement, moving on without sparing them another glance. "What's with the attitude?" "We're all from the same village," one tenant remarked, disgruntled, only to be quickly hushed by his companions. "Sure, don't speak out of turn, he's a scholar now, and we tenants cannot afford to offend him." At that moment, Huang Laozai emerged from within. "Thank you all for your patience. Let us have breakfast first. A hearty meal will give us the strength to work." Huang Laozai, being a man of propriety, treated everyone to a warm breakfast of steaming white rice accompanied by pickled vegetables. In their own homes, they rarely enjoyed such a feast, especially during the New Year, yet now they indulged heartily. The opportunity to have a full meal was one of the reasons why the tenants enjoyed working for Huang Laozai. After breakfast, Huang Laozai directed everyone to pack the grain into bags and load them onto the wheelbarrows. Each cart was loaded with 3 stones of rice, and they filled over 30 carts. It was then that Urguzi realized that nearly half of the rent Huang Laozai collected would be used to pay taxes. Moreover, this was only a portion of the total tax owed. They still needed to sort out the best grains to be delivered promptly to the county office. Failure to do so would result in officials dispatching enforcers to collect the overdue taxes. Dealing with these enforcers was no simple matter. One had to tread carefully, as any misstep could lead to violence, property damage, or worse, serious repercussions. The group, including Huang Laozai, numbered 50 in total, pushing more than 30 wheelbarrows, with a few individuals assisting. They first made their way to Sancharzi town before turning onto the main road. Over the past 6 months, Urguzi had not only gained considerable strength, but had also grown taller. With over 300 pounds of rice on a cart, he found it quite manageable to push alone. Even after walking for several miles, whenever his arms grew tired or sore, he would discreetly channel his energy into them, dispelling the fatigue almost instantly. The same applied to his legs. As long as he directed his energy through his meridians, exhaustion vanished, allowing him to continue at a brisk pace. Along the way, Others had changed hands multiple times, yet he remained steadfast, pushing on without a break. The other tenants assumed he was merely young and eager to show off his strength. In truth, he was seizing the opportunity to practice circulating his energy while walking, a skill his master had never explicitly taught him, and he was gradually figuring it out on his own. The focused practice allowed him to feel increasingly adept. Rather than growing weary, he felt lighter and more invigorated with each step. Suddenly, the sound of gongs echoed ahead, and a group of individuals brandishing weapons surged out from either side of the road, blocking their path. Urguzi had never encountered such a scene before. He quickly dropped the wheelbarrow and melded into the crowd, stealthily grasping the short knife hidden in his clothing. However, the accompanying tenants seemed unfazed, maintaining their composure. At this moment, Huang Laozai stepped forward with a genial smile, bowing to a middle-aged man with a pig-like face. It's King Zhao, my apologies. This mountain is mine, and these trees are mine. The man with the pig-like face seemed quite passionate about his robbing slogan, reciting it with exact precision before he swung his slaughtering knife, striking it against a tree by the roadside. The nearby trees bore numerous deep cuts, undoubtedly the handiwork of this very bandit. Do you know the rules? I know. Huang Laozai maintained a smiling demeanor, bowing again as he produced a piece of silver from his sleeve, presenting it with both hands to the pig-faced man. King Zhao, maintaining local stability and enduring hardships in the mountains is no easy task. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Don't sweet-talk me, I'm a bandit. The pig-faced man snatched the silver piece, weighing it in his hand, entirely unfazed by Huang Laozai's flattery. Brothers, disperse, he barked, pulling the slaughtering knife from the tree and beckoning his gang, who quickly retreated into the woods lining the road. The bandits arrived swiftly and departed even faster, allowing the group to continue toward the county town. Although they had just endured a bandit encounter, they were not particularly fearful at the moment but felt a lingering unease. Though Zhao King is a bandit, he is a man of principle, Lai Fu remarked. I've been traveling this road with the master for over a decade, and as long as you offer him money, he never harms anyone. Moreover, I've heard this road is entirely his territory. As long as he receives payment to let us pass, no one else will dare to rob us. The way the tenant spoke suggested that this bandit had a good reputation, and they seemed somewhat envious of his way of life. Chapter 14, The Apothecary. The journey from Snake Creek village to the county town was long. They set off early in the morning, encountered a band of mountain bandits along the way, and took 2 breaks, arriving in the county town only by dusk. Urguzi finally beheld the fabled county town, his eyes wide with curiosity as he surveyed the surroundings. Outside the town stood an earthen wall, towering at least a yard high, much taller than the wall of Huang Laozai's courtyard, far grander than he had imagined. Peering over the wall, he caught sight of several tall buildings within the town, at least 5 or 6 stories high. It dawned on Urguzi that houses could indeed be constructed to such heights, and they could possess such exquisite beauty. The city gate was at least 2 or 3 yards wide, bustling with a multitude of people entering and exiting, many like themselves, pushing wheelbarrows to pay taxes. After entering the town, they had barely walked a few steps when a horde of ragged beggars lunged toward them, startling Urguzi significantly. Get lost! Lai Fu and Agui shouted, brandishing sticks to drive the beggars away. These beggars prey on the weak, specifically targeting country folk visiting for the first time. Lai Fu, let us find a familiar place to rest for the night and head to the county office tomorrow morning, Huang Laozai suggested, leading the way as they walked along a cobblestone street. On either side of the street were various shops, tailors, candy and pastry shops, steamed bun stalls, and general stores. It was Urguzi's first encounter with such a vibrant array of shops, and he felt utterly fascinated, even forgetting how to walk properly. As they passed a partially ajar wooden door, he leaned in to see what was sold inside, only to be greeted by a woman of similar age to his aunt, clad in a vividly patterned dress with her lips painted a striking red, reminiscent of someone who had just consumed blood. Young man, come in and have some fun, as she beckoned, reaching out to pull Urguzi inside, who hurriedly took a few steps back in fright. Thank you, auntie, I'll come again, he stammered, his face flushed as he hurried away. The hospitality of the town's women was overwhelming, and even though they were strangers, their invitations felt heartfelt. Har har har, Urguzi's embarrassment elicited hearty laughter from the group of tenants. Ergo, why didn't you go in? It's a lot of fun inside. Who would have thought you were so clever for your age? Amidst the laughter, Urguzi began to comprehend that this was what he had previously heard referred to as their dark door, leaving his cheeks burning with shame, unable to lift his gaze. Don't worry, I'll take you there tonight. It only costs 5 copper coins for some excitement. Agui patted Urguzi on the shoulder, winking, prompting another round of laughter from the tenants. You could skip a couple of meals, having come all this way. We can't leave empty-handed. The way they conversed suggested that they genuinely intended to part with 5 copper coins for such frivolous entertainment. These individuals, who toiled like dogs in the fields, would skimp on salt for their vegetables, yet here they were, willing to spend 5 copper coins on something so trivial. At 14, Urguzi could not yet grasp such behavior. He thought it far better to buy a meat bun with that money. As they continued on their way, they encountered several more partially open doors, where some women leaned against the frames, warmly inviting passers-by. The tenants laughed and joked with them, while Urguzi, blushing, dared not look but hurriedly walked past. Occasionally, when he furtively glanced up, he noticed a herbal medicine shop at the street's end, stirring a sense of intrigue within him. Recently, he had been contemplating adding medicinal herbs to his powerful pills, hoping to impart a medicinal flavor. Moreover, the herbs had to be harmless. He had no intention of engaging in any business that would harm lives. If the herbs could also offer some restorative benefits, all the better. To this end, he had sought counsel from Libanzian about various herbs. His master, Libanzian, was well versed in both literature and martial arts, possessing an encyclopedic knowledge of the world. He had introduced Urguzi to several nourishing herbs, such as ginseng, huangjing, and lingji, though these herbs were costly due to their lengthy growth periods. Urguzi thought it best to acquire seeds and cultivate them himself. However, in the entire Sanchazi town, there was but one herbalist who lacked these herbs and seeds. He had long wished to visit the county town, yet had never ventured so far. Unfamiliar with the journey and hearing tales of bandits along the way, he had postponed the trip until now. At the end of the cobblestone street, there was an open space where several groups had gathered to rest. Most were itinerant merchants or landlords from out of town come to pay taxes. Perhaps due to the crowding, they could not find a place to stay and thus settled outdoors for the night. Lai Fu gathered a large bundle of firewood and quickly built a bonfire. Huang Laozai produced a large sack of dry cakes to distribute among the group, and everyone skewered the cakes on sticks. After assigning tasks and filling their bellies, several tenants huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. Ergo, let us go, I'll take you for a bit of fun. Lai Fu slapped Urguzi on the shoulder, grinning broadly. I'm not going. Urguzi protested, his face aflame. Although he felt a twinge of curiosity, he dared not openly engage in such activities. The others, seeing his embarrassment, erupted into laughter, then linked arms and walked away. However, not long after they departed, Urguzi excused himself from Huang Laozai and left alone. He was not in search of their dark door. Every time he passed such entrances, the occupants beckoned him, but he kept his head down and hurried past. Before long, he arrived at the apothecary he had spotted earlier. The shop was extremely simple, containing only a table. He could not even see a medicine cabinet. An old man sat behind the table, engrossed in sorting herbs, and without raising his head upon hearing Urguzi's footsteps, he inquired, "Are you here for an abortion or for a venereal disease?" "I'm not here for an abortion. I just want to buy some medicine." Urguzi quickly clarified. However, the old man seemed not to have heard him and continued, "Are you here for an abortion or for a venereal disease?" "I don't need an abortion, nor do I have an illness." Only then did the old man lift his head, realizing he was addressing a young boy who had yet to come of age. "If you're not sick, what are you doing here? At your tender age, you ought to be studying instead of getting involved in immoral activities." "I'm not sick." Urguzi's face grew hotter. He wished to stubbornly explain himself, but to the old man, he likely appeared as a shy youth too embarrassed to admit the truth. The old man then pulled out a dozen small paper packages from beneath the table and tossed them onto the surface. 2 packages a day, for internal and external use, 20 coins each. Ear. I'm not sick. I just want to ask if you have any ginseng here. Urguzi found the old man quite unreliable. How could someone prescribe medicine without inquiring about the symptoms? Ginseng. The old man surveyed Urguzi with a look of surprise before waving his hand dismissively. No. Not only do I not have it, but the ginseng in the entire Anchang County is mostly in the hands of the county magistrate. At most, there may be 1 or 2 left, but they have likely already been purchased by Hong and Ho. You should check there. Urguzi then inquired about several other herbs suitable for cultivation, but found none. Ultimately, he acquired a small packet of what was said to be the seeds of meat sustanche, parting with 100 coins for it. The old man cryptically informed him that this herb grows in the desolate regions beyond the Great Wall and is excellent for nourishing the kidneys. Whoever consumes it will know its worth. However, Urguzi had doubts about whether he could successfully cultivate seeds from a variety that thrived in the desert. He could only try. Through their conversation, Urguzi discerned that the old man was rather one-dimensional, focusing solely on abortions, treating venereal diseases, and dispensing some harmless kidney tonics, making him seem quite untrustworthy. I have a kind of powerful pill that increases strength. Would you be interested? Urguzi proposed, attempting to pull out one of his powerful pills. No? The old man, though unreliable, was unexpectedly firm at this moment, even displaying a hint of derision. Urguzi felt disheartened, securing the meat sustanche seeds and inquiring about Hong and Ho before making his way in that direction. Exiting the narrow cobblestone alley, he found himself on a wider street, where the sky had just darkened, and the shops lining the street were still illuminated. As he passed a meat bun shop, he found himself unable to resist the temptation, purchasing 2 buns and savoring them as he walked. The fragrant meat filling was rich with oil, and with each bite, his mouth overflowed with flavor. After finishing both buns, he licked his fingers clean of grease. Hong and Ho was the largest apothecary in Anchang County. Its main hall was 5 or 6 yards wide, lined with numerous medicine cabinets, and the floor was adorned with gleaming marble. Urguzi stood at the entrance, vigorously rubbing the mud off his straw sandals and wiping the grease from his hands onto his clothing before stepping inside. Inside, 2 physicians were consulting patients, and several apprentices were bustling about. Not only did they treat ailments, but they also sold various medicinal herbs. The shop stocked many pre-made pills and plasters that anyone could purchase and use directly. The moment Urguzi entered Hong and Ho, an apprentice approached him eagerly. Are you here for a consultation or to buy medicine? I want to buy some medicinal herbs. Urguzi replied, already curiously wandering toward the rows of medicine cabinets, where many herbal names were inscribed on the drawers. Just then, he caught sight of a figure in green entering the shop. It was Zhang Yuliang. He had seen him that very morning at Huang Letzai's home. What business did he have in the county town? Not wanting to confront his cousin, Urguzi swiftly turned away. Do you have the Peiyuan Guban Wan I requested? His cousin inquired, seemingly quite familiar with Hong and Ho as he stepped inside. Just in time. We received a new batch a few days ago, though there are only a dozen or so left. Good, I'll take 2. Zhang Yuliang retrieved 2 silver ingots from his sleeve and tossed them to an apprentice, then took a small porcelain vial and tucked it into his clothes before leaving. Urguzi pretended to be engrossed in reading the labels on the medicine cabinets until his cousin had departed. He then turned to the nearby apprentice and asked, What is this Peiyuan Guban Wan? It's a proprietary pill of our shop that strengthens the body and replenishes vital energy, especially beneficial for martial artists, the apprentice explained. And how much does it cost? How much per pill? This pill is rather expensive, priced at 10 taels of silver each. Urguzi had initially wanted to purchase 1 to try, but was taken aback by the cost. 1 pill cost 10 taels of silver, while his entire fortune amounted to only 5 guan. To mask his embarrassment of being unable to afford it, he feigned interest in the other cabinets. Finally, he spotted a drawer labeled ginseng, ginseng flowers, ginseng seeds, and ginseng leaves. Could I take a look at that drawer? The apprentice climbed onto a stool and pulled out the entire drawer for Urguzi to examine. Inside, the drawer was divided into 4 compartments containing ginseng leaves, ginseng flowers, ginseng seeds, and a single ginseng root. How much is this ginseng? This root is over a decade old and costs 20 taels of silver. There were originally 2 roots, but we used one just a few days ago. The Peiyuan Guban Wan that your cousin just purchased contained ginseng. The ginseng from the mountains has all been monopolized by the county magistrate. Only at Hong and Hall, due to our strong connections, can we obtain 1 or 2 roots. As the apprentice spoke, he wore a look of smug satisfaction. Erguse's heart sank. It was far too expensive for him to afford. However, this only strengthened his resolve to cultivate ginseng himself. Perhaps, with just a year's effort, he could grow a decade-old ginseng plant. How much do the ginseng seeds cost? Those are not too expensive, 60 coins per tael. Erguse asked the apprentice to empty the drawer of ginseng seeds, and after weighing them, he found 3.5 taels, totaling 210 coins. Besides ginseng, he also purchased some huangjing seeds, spending 150 coins. These seeds were all medicinal herbs, so buying a couple of varieties wouldn't raise suspicion, but acquiring too many would be inappropriate. Having successfully purchased the seeds of medicinal herbs and fulfilling a wish, he felt elated. He casually inquired whether Hong and Hall would buy his powerful pills, only to be turned down once more. They regarded him as a swindler, merely engaging in business without openly rebuking him. What was once a source of hope for wealth through his powerful pills had turned into a disappointment, as not a single pill could be sold. Chapter 15, Youth. When Erguse returned to the temporary encampment, Lai Fu and the others had already returned. Upon seeing him act alone, they naturally could not resist teasing him. Everyone mistakenly believed he was too shy to join them, opting instead to sneak off to the secret entrance for some clandestine amusement. There was no way to elaborate on the situation, so he could only accept the ridicule with a resigned sigh. Taking a seat beside Huang Laocai, Erguse pondered for quite some time before finally speaking. Master, are you willing to sell the land on Snake Mouth Mountain? What? You wish to purchase it? That mountain is nothing but stones, devoid of water. What would you want it for? Huang Laocai looked at Erguse with a puzzled expression. Just months ago, this lad could scarcely afford a meal, and his pants were so tattered they barely covered him. Now he was expressing a desire to buy land. Master, that parcel is merely a rocky expanse, hardly worth calling good farmland. You might as well sell it to me. Absolutely not. Even the most barren land is a treasured inheritance for future generations. Huang Laocai waved his hand dismissively, resolutely rejecting the proposal without room for negotiation. Rejected, Erguse felt a pang of disappointment, yet he could hardly blame Huang Laocai. Were he in possession of land, he too would not part with it lightly, provided he was not starving. His heart grew increasingly restless as he contemplated where to find a place to call his own. Despite the many desolate areas, they were all owned by someone. They might lie fallow and overgrown, but if anyone dared to cultivate them, the rightful owner would promptly appear. Unable to even secure a piece of land for himself, he felt like he possessed a precious gourd yet lacked the means to utilize it. Presently, his only option seemed to be to follow his master, practice diligently, and strive to pass the martial scholar examination. Perhaps the future would hold some opportunities. On the following day, just as dawn began to break, Huang Laocai called upon everyone to push the cart to the county office. When they arrived at a side door of the office, it had yet to open, and the officials inside had not even risen. The entrance was already crowded with peasants waiting to pay their taxes, all jostling to secure a better position. In previous years, such pushing had resulted in injuries, and even fatalities had occurred. Why are you all shoving? Line up properly. At last, a constable appeared, sword at his side and whip in hand, cracking it at those who were not queuing properly. Huang Laocai's group had no choice but to obediently fall to the back of the line. They waited for over half an hour before the door finally opened, allowing the queue to inch forward. After a further 3 hours of waiting, they finally reached the entrance. Lai Fu, eager to enter, hoisted a sack of rice and attempted to rush inside. Bang! A kick sent Lai Fu sprawling out the door, landing on his back. That's it for today. Come back tomorrow. The side door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Lai Fu got up from the ground, rubbing his sore backside and grimacing, but he dared not voice his frustration. Glancing at the sky, the sun was still high, and they had at least a few more hours to work before nightfall. There was nothing to be done. the officials had their rules, and they could only comply. Having finally reached their position, they resigned themselves to spending the night at the door. Arguzi, however, felt quite pleased by the turn of events, as it afforded him an opportunity to explore the county town for an additional day. He remained undeterred, eager to promote his energy pills once more. After exchanging a few words with Huang Laocai, he set off alone. The street where Hong and Tang was located was not far from the county office, making it one of the most bustling areas of the town. Notably, there were 3 apothecaries on this street. At the end of the street stood a small shop named Hui Chun Tang, which appeared quite forlorn, with hardly any customers. During the day, a young man was dozing at the counter. As Arguzi entered the shop and cleared his throat, the young man was roused from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, the youth asked, "Are you here for a consultation or to purchase medicine? Are you the physician here?" Arguzi scrutinized the young man before him, whose fair complexion and youthful appearance belied the notion that he could be a physician. It was no wonder the business was poor. Who would trust a mere boy with their health? "Indeed, I am the physician at Hui Chun Tang. Though I appear young, I have been literate since the age of 3, learned about herbs at 5, studied med." The youth took the pill and scrutinized it closely. Perhaps to demonstrate his expertise, he examined it intently for quite some time. He then scraped a bit of powder off the pill, tasting it with his tongue. His expression shifted from furrowed brows to a look of delight as his eyes sparkled with excitement. "This substance is sweet and warm. It invigorates the qi, strengthens the spleen, replenishes energy, and enhances vitality. It can be classified as a superior product." The young man, eager to showcase his proficiency, spoke at length, though Arguzi could hardly comprehend it. He had simply boiled the ingredients together. "I have a quantity of these pills I wish to sell to you. Might you be interested in purchasing them?" Arguzi carefully laid out a handful of pills on the counter, inquiring cautiously. "Absolutely. Of course, I'll take as many as you have." To Arguzi's surprise, the youth's response was exceedingly enthusiastic. Overjoyed, Arguzi quickly unburdened his pack. He had prepared a large batch of energy pills, but the sack could only hold 5 or 6 liters, with the remainder stored in his gourd, which was inconvenient to access. As he opened the burlap sack, hundreds of pills were revealed. He casually took one from the pile and popped it into his mouth, chewing slowly. "You should try one as well. The more you chew, the more flavorful it becomes." The young man, unreserved, took one for himself and began to chew. Indeed, the flavor intensified with each bite, and the taste reminded him of a rare delicacy he had once savored. Truly remarkable. "What do you plan to charge per pill?" Arguzi contemplated the price. Initially, he had thought to sell them for 10 coins each, but that had proven to be an unrealistic dream. After encountering numerous setbacks, his expectations had become much more grounded. A liter of grain typically cost 2 to 3 dozen coins, and 1 liter could yield around 50 pills. Even selling at 1 coin per pill would provide a profit. Thus, selling them as medicinal ingredients would warrant at least 2 coins each. As he considered this, he extended 2 fingers. However, observing the young man's eagerness, he felt he could command a higher price. Thus, he tentatively raised a third finger. 3 coins per pill would yield approximately 150 coins per liter, a considerable profit. Arguzi felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the young man might rebuke him for his avarice and outright refuse. "Agreed. No problem." Unexpectedly, the youth was quick to accept Arguzi's offer without hesitation. Arguzi felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he might have tried for 4 coins. However, one should not be overly greedy. Slow and steady wins the race. The young man spread the contents of the sack out, and together they counted the pills, taking quite some time to finish. Totaling 285 pills, at 3 coins each. 3 coins each. Arguzi questioned, momentarily taken aback. Had he misheard? He had offered 3 coins per pill. His heart raced as he calculated the total in his mind. At such a high price, he could hardly fathom the possibilities. He had over 100 stones of grain left in his gourd. If he calculated carefully, he might surpass Huang Laocai and become the wealthiest man in Snake Creek Village. Did you say 30 coins each?" The youth paused, a perplexed expression crossing his face. "Selling at 300 coins each would be exorbitant. While your pills are good, they are not worth that price." He assumed Urguzi intended to sell at 300 coins per pill and regretted not clarifying sooner, having agreed too readily. Currently, the most expensive Pei Yuan Gu Ben pills in Anchang County sell for 10,000 coins. Your pills, though excellent, still fall short in comparison. I can offer you a maximum of 50 coins per pill. Would that be acceptable? Urguzi, still marveling at the prospect of 30 coins each, was taken aback when the youth proactively raised the price to 50 coins. Very well. That is acceptable. Excellent, we shall proceed at the rate of 50 coins each. The crisp sound of the abacus beads resumed. With 285 pills at 50 coins each, that amounts to 14,250 coins. After calculating, the young man weighed out 14 taels of silver and 250 copper coins, handing them to Urguzi. Receiving the gleaming silver, Urguzi meticulously wrapped it in his sack, tying several sturdy knots before stowing it away close to his heart. Even after walking a considerable distance from Huichun town, Urguzi remained in a daze, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of wealth. His mind raced as he calculated how much he could earn from the remaining grain in his gourd each year. If he were to cultivate all the barren land on Snakemouth Mountain, how much would he profit? With such thoughts, his aspirations of acquiring Snakemouth Mountain grew ever brighter. If he could marry Huang Laocai's second daughter, perhaps, in consideration of their familial ties, he could secure the land. Yet, she was the village beauty, the daughter of the wealthiest man. A mere tenant like him could only dream. For the time being, it would be wise to focus on farming and saving diligently, while also committing himself to mastering martial arts. Chapter 16, Flight in the dark of night. The following morning, the gates of the county office swung open, and Lai Fu and Agui, leading the way, were the first to rush in, carrying burlap sacks, finally managing to join the queue. Urguzi, too, shouldered his grain and followed suit. Inside, a spacious hall was lined with dozens of large measuring buckets. Lai Fu and his companions were diligently pouring the grain from their sacks into the buckets. To achieve a standard measure, they filled the buckets to the brim and leveled the tops. However, many small vendors, in a bid to attract customers, would heap a little extra on top after filling the buckets, regarding the surplus as a complimentary gift. Hence, it is often said that no merchant is without a peak. Urguzi untied his sack and poured the grain into a bucket, filling it to the brim and even adding a small peak before moving on to the next bucket. Suddenly, crack, crack, a sharp pain shot through Urguzi's shoulder as a bailiff struck him with a whip from behind. Bewildered, he turned to see the bailiff's brutish face, wearing a menacing expression as he lashed out at each person in line. Even Huang Laocai was not spared. You insolent peasants! Your buckets are not even full. Intimidated by the bailiff's threats, several tenants hastily clutched their sacks and continued pouring grain into each bucket until they could add no more. At that moment, the bailiff raised his leg and kicked one of the buckets. The grain spilled out onto the ground with a rustling sound. Bang, 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 the bailiff methodically kicked each bucket, scattering golden rice across the floor. Fill them up. The tenants scrambled to pour more grain into the buckets, forming a considerable peak atop each one. Bang! Bang, bang, the bailiff repeated his cruel antics, forcing everyone to refill the buckets yet again. Huang Laocai clutched his chest, trembling, but dared not utter a word. Thankfully, the bailiff only repeated his kicking twice before ceasing, allowing them to complete this year's tax obligations and receive the official receipt from the government. Following this, the group ventured into the county town to purchase various items. After such a long journey, they could not return empty-handed. Those with children typically bought a few coins worth of snacks to please them, while those with wives would procure a couple of feet of floral fabric, certain it would ensure their wife's compliance for months. For those without wives, purchasing some oil and salt to offer to the village widows would also serve as a charitable act. Lai Fu bought 2 twisted dough sticks for his children, and Agui purchased a piece of black salt, which was cheaper than that in Sancharzi town. Urguzi, having made a fortune selling potent pills, headed to the bun shop and bought 10 large meat buns all at once. Urguzi, you rascal, spending so lavishly, be careful you don't end up starving by the year's end. Unable even to afford thin gruel, Lai Fu warned, thinking the boy was too naive to understand. While the buns are still warm, hurry back to the shop and return them. Just have 1 or 2 to satisfy your craving. If you're too shy to do it alone, I'll accompany you to return them, we can sweet-talk our way through. Faced with Lai Fu's kindness, Urguzi could not admit to his newfound wealth and awkwardly explained. The group exchanged knowing glances, silently shaking their heads at the boy, who they felt had been raised without any parental guidance and was squandering his fortune. They had seen many such individuals before. During prosperous years, they could barely get by, but in times of famine, they would be among the first to perish. However, it was not their concern, and saying too much might breed animosity. As the group of tenants jovially exited the county gates, noon had already arrived. The journey from the county to Shishi village was long, and having set off at midday, they were only halfway when darkness fell. They could only scavenge for dry twigs and dead grass along the roadside to fashion simple torches for illumination. Are we nearing the spot where we were previously ambushed? No worries, Zhao Dorwang is a man of principle. He only robs once per journey. Just as they were conversing, a shadow loomed ahead, blocking the path. The figure clutched a gleaming knife, its glint menacing in the flickering torchlight. Is that Zhao Dorwang up ahead? Huang Laocai sensed something was amiss. Although Zhao Dorwang was a bandit, he was known for his straightforwardness, never concealing his face and always announcing his presence with a gong. Thus, despite his respectful tone, Huang Laocai remained rooted among the crowd, too apprehensive to advance alone. The shadow, remaining silent, advanced towards them, sword drawn. Swish! A flash of cold steel sliced through the air. In an instant, a tenant's head fell to the ground, warm blood spraying across Urguzi's face. Murder! He's alone. Let's all strike together and take him down. Witnessing the horror, Lai Fu, who had seen more of the world, shouted and charged forward with a wheelbarrow towards the dark figure. In that moment of life and death, all were stirred by a primal instinct, pushing the wheelbarrow toward the shadow in unison. Urguzi also seized a shoulder pole and swung it at the looming figure. There were 50 of them against a single adversary. They believed their numbers would ensure victory. However, the shadow proved remarkably agile, effortlessly dodging each wheelbarrow, avoiding even the brush of fabric. In the midst of the chaos, Lai Fu's head was severed cleanly from his shoulders. 2 others fell, stabbed in the belly, collapsing to the ground. These tenants, being mere farmers, had never witnessed such brutality. They dropped their makeshift weapons and fled in terror. Urguzi also wished to escape, only to find the shadow had turned its blade toward him. In a desperate bid, he grabbed the wheelbarrow and hurled it at the figure. Though he had yet to learn the arts of combat, his physical training had granted him considerable strength and agility. The sturdy wheelbarrow, measuring 4 to 5 feet in length and weighing several dozen pounds, whirled in his grip, forcing the shadow to retreat a few steps. The shadow, clearly taken aback by Urguzi's unexpected might, gasped in surprise. Seizing the moment, Urguzi continued to swing the wheelbarrow wildly, his strikes powerful and swift, devoid of any formal technique. Even with commendable martial skills, the shadow found it challenging to contend with him in such a disordered manner. Bang! The shadow's blade struck the wheelbarrow repeatedly, yet ultimately, it was the wheelbarrow that succumbed first, splintering apart, leaving Urguzi with only a large wooden stick. The shadow pressed too close, not even affording him a moment to grasp another wheelbarrow for defense. Glancing back, he noticed that the others had vanished, taking advantage of his distraction. With no one left to fight alongside him, he turned to flee as well. Now endowed with newfound strength, he sprinted away, the wind rushing past his ears, yet the shadow pursued swiftly, closing the distance as the sound of footsteps echoed ominously behind him. The shadow, too, appeared to possess martial skills, though its prowess far exceeded his own. Urguzi felt a rising panic. Unable to fight back and unable to flee, he was trapped in a desperate predicament. In that moment of despair, he summoned a small reserve of internal energy, channeling it into his legs. Indeed, with that surge of energy, he felt his strength swell, propelling him forward so forcefully that he left a small dent in the hard ground. The shadow, poised to strike, had anticipated an easy kill, only to find Urguzi's speed unexpectedly surge. When the shadow retracted its blade, it discovered the gap between them widening, growing ever greater. Urguzi had diligently practiced daily, yet his master had never instructed him on the use of internal energy, leaving him somewhat oblivious to its nuances. Now, as he employed this energy to enhance his speed, he initially struggled to adapt and nearly stumbled, but soon found his rhythm. He quickly caught up to Huang Laocai, who was gasping for breath, unable to match the speed of the younger tenants. The others, who usually flanked him, had vanished at the critical moment, leaving him alone to catch his breath. Spotting Urguzi and the shadow closing in, he cried out in terror, "Urguzi, save me." Just as Urguzi had distanced himself from the shadow, he lacked the energy to assist anyone else and dashed past Huang Laocai. Though Huang Laocai had once treated him to a meal, which Urguzi appreciated, he could not risk his life in return. "Save me." The land at Shiku Mountain. In the midst of his flight, Urguzi suddenly halted and, without hesitation, turned back. For a meal and the 3 acres of land atop Shiku Mountain, it was worth risking his life. As he returned to Huang Laocai's side, the shadow was hot on their heels, raising its blade to strike at Huang Laocai's neck. Thankfully, Urguzi arrived just in time, pulling Huang Laocai aside, causing the blade to veer off course and merely graze Huang Laocai's back. With no time to spare, Urguzi hoisted Huang Laocai onto his back and fled. Though initially quick, carrying a person greatly slowed him down, and soon the distance to the shadow began to close in. Faster, his coming again. Huang Laocai, now the most anxious, felt the shadow's blade slice dangerously close to his back, sending chills down his spine. Overcome with fear, Huang Laocai lost control, warm urine soaking Urguzi's back. Just as Urguzi summoned another burst of strength, the gap widened slightly. Numerous times, the shadow nearly caught up, sending Huang Laocai into a panic, his limbs trembling. Urguzi was not being careless. Rather, his training was still in its infancy, and the energy he could summon was limited. He had scarcely run when it became nearly depleted. Fortunately, his muscles continued to exude a small amount of energy, barely compensating for the loss. Simultaneously, he reached into his pocket and grabbed a handful of potent pills, hastily swallowing them. As the pills digested slowly in his stomach, generating a slight amount of internal energy, it was better than nothing, allowing him to endure a little longer. As Urguzi's pace began to falter, the shadow's speed also slackened, likely fatigued from the chase. Gradually, they distanced themselves from one another. When Urguzi, still carrying Huang Laocai, finally returned to Shishi village, dawn had already broken, and he realized he had sprinted with all his might for nearly half the night. Chapter 17. The choice. Huang Laocai lay bare-chested upon his bed, his back marred with several intersecting gashes, flesh torn and exposed, presenting a truly horrifying sight. Each time the shadowy figure caught up with him, it would strike 1 or 2 blows. At this moment, Huang Laocai's complexion was ashen, surrounded by his wife, concubine, son, and daughter, all weeping and lamenting by his bedside. "Father, you're still alive, oh dear, master. Stay strong, my lord. The doctor will arrive shortly." Huang Laocai turned his gaze towards Urguzi, who had run tirelessly throughout the night and was now utterly exhausted, leaning against the door to recuperate. With someone shielding his back, he had emerged largely unscathed, save for a puddle of yellow urine that had soaked through. Yet, anxiety gnawed at him. Would Huang Laocai have a change of heart? After all, that was 3 mu of land, valued at 60 taels of silver. Moreover, with Huang Laocai on the brink of death, the task of saving him could be deemed only half accomplished. What if he didn't have time to bequeath the land before he drew his last breath? Urguzi's heart was a tumult of worry and hope. "Urguzi, you saved my life. The 3 mu of land in the stone pit will henceforth belong to you." Finally, Huang Laocai's words came forth, and Urguzi, filled with elation, sprang to his feet. "Thank you. Thank you, master." From this day forth, he would no longer be a tenant but a landowner in his own right. With his own land, he could cultivate it as he pleased without the burden of rent or fear of repossession, and he could even construct a tiled house upon it. Oh dear, it was unclear whether Huang Laocai's anguish stemmed from his physical pain or his emotional turmoil as he groaned for a considerable time. "You saved my life. The 3 mu of land is nothing in comparison. I can also present you with an additional grand gift." As he spoke, Huang Laocai looked at his several children, finally resting his gaze upon his second daughter. "I can offer you 2 choices, from which you may select one. Firstly, I can marry my second daughter to you, accompanied by a dowry of 20 mu of prime farmland." Farther, upon hearing her father's proposition, the second daughter's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, discreetly observing Urguzi. In response, he too felt a flutter of embarrassment, his face turning red as he shyly glanced at her. Their eyes met momentarily before they hastily averted their gazes. Argus's heart raced. The village beauty, whom he had deemed unattainable just yesterday, was now to be promised to him, along with a dowry of 20 mu of fertile land. What could the second option possibly offer to rival this? The second option is that I can sell you the entire Shiku mountain for 800 taels of silver. This 800 taels does not require immediate repayment. You need only return 40 taels annually over 20 years. You may choose either option. After Huang Laozai finished speaking, the entire Huang family turned their attention to Arguzi, awaiting his decision. Arguzi was torn. In truth, he yearned for both. Wed the village beauty, coveted by all in Shikexi, and receive 20 mu of farmland as a dowry would mean he would possess both wealth and a beloved, elevating him to the status of son-in-law to the richest man in the village, allowing him to walk with pride through Shikexi. In the past, he had subconsciously viewed Huang Laozai's status as the pinnacle of success. However, his recent venture into the city had unveiled broader horizons. Even the wealthiest in Shikexi, like Huang Laozai, were bound to pay taxes and bow before the officials, enduring beatings while offering apologies. When confronted by the roadblock posed by Zhao Duowang, one had to don a smile and willingly part with silver. When faced with shadowy figures threatening his life, had it not been for Arguzi's timely intervention, he would not have returned. As Arguzi cast another glance at the second daughter, his resolve solidified. With her round face, curvaceous waist, and ample figure, she was truly unparalleled in all of Shikexi. The intensity of his gaze made the second daughter lower her head, her face burning up to her neck, fingers nervously clutching her garment, waiting for the final moment to arrive. After scrutinizing her several times, Arguzi reluctantly shifted his gaze away and spoke slowly. I wish to purchase Shiku Mountain. You, the second daughter stamped her foot in frustration and dashed out of the room, covering her face. Huang Laozai merely glanced at his irate daughter as she left, saying nothing further. Very well, from today forth, Shiku Mountain is yours, but you must repay 40 taels of silver each year, no more, no less, and no early repayment. Oh dear, the pain is unbearable. If you fail to repay the 40 taels by the end of the year, I will reclaim Shiku Mountain. Once I recover, we shall go to the county office together to formalize the contract. Stumbling out of Huang Laozai's home, Arguzi was still dazed by the overwhelming surprise. He could not comprehend why Huang Laozai had proposed such an unusual contract. Considering his current impoverished state, he understood the need to spread the repayment of 800 taels over 20 years. However, the stipulation of no early repayment and no excess payments was utterly perplexing. He felt slightly guilty towards the second daughter, hoping she would not harbor resentment against him and find a better match elsewhere. Lost in thought, he unwittingly arrived at the base of Shiku Mountain. Gazing at the rocky terrain before him, he was utterly immersed in the joy of possessing an entire mountain. From this day forth, he too was a landowner. Though the area was strewn with stones, the soil was scarce and barren, and water was lacking, it did possess the advantage of being sufficiently remote, seldom visited by others. Previously, he had hesitated to cultivate here, but now that it belonged to him, he could enclose certain areas to keep outsiders at bay. On his first day back, he moved several large stones to block the main path up the mountain. Henceforth, access to Shiku Mountain would require climbing. With his newfound strength and agility, he was undeterred. He envisioned constructing a grand house atop the mountain, cultivating all the arable land available, growing grains, precious medicinal herbs, and various delectable fruit trees. He even wished to raise chickens, ducks, and geese, recalling fondly the chicken drumsticks he had enjoyed on his 5th birthday. Alas, he could not raise fish here, though he found fish to be equally delightful. In that moment, Arguzi was brimming with vigor as he hoisted a hoe and began to till the land. Currently, the only cultivated area consisted of the 3 mu of land in the stone pit, where he had planted rice and a small amount of wild vegetables. He had successfully procured seeds for 3 medicinal herbs in the counties Sustanch, Ginseng, and Polygonatum, necessitating the clearing of additional land for cultivation. If successful, he intended to cultivate these herbs extensively in the future. While grains were a valuable commodity and easy to sell, their high yield meant he could not consume them all, and transporting them in bulk for sale was cumbersome. Presently, his goods still held over 100 stones of rice, far more than he could consume even with 3 or 4 meals a day. Thus, he planned to convert them into powerful pills for gradual sale. With his robust physique, he was ideally suited for the arduous work of land clearing, easily tossing stones weighing over 100 jin. The roots of weeds and trees surrendered to his hoe after just a few strikes. In a matter of days, he had cleared 3 fen of land, where he planted ginseng, polygonatum, and sustanche, watering them with the liquid from his gourd. Only a day or two after planting, both ginseng and polygonatum had sprouted and begun to grow. However, the area dedicated to sustanche showed no signs of life. In the days that followed, aside from diligently practicing his skills, Urguzi monitored the growth of the herbs. Ginseng and polygonatum flourished, yet sustanche remained stubbornly dormant. Perhaps he had been deceived by that unreliable old man, or perhaps his planting method was flawed. Having never cultivated medicinal herbs before, he was entirely ignorant of the process and could only rely on the miraculous properties of the gourd. All he could do was water the plants daily, watching as the ginseng and polygonatum seedlings grew larger, while sustanche stubbornly refused to sprout. It seemed that the cultivation of sustanche was destined to fail. Chapter 18 Spiritual Energy. Urguzi had returned to Shakushin for 2 months. During this time, he had been filled with fervor each day, akin to an indefatigable ox, dedicating his time solely to martial arts training and land cultivation. He had rendered several hoes and machetes unusable through his exertions. Nevertheless, the fruits of his labor were commendable. He successfully reclaimed 2 acres of barren land. On this newly acquired land, he planted huangjing, as it was currently the only plant in bloom yielding seeds, and he possessed solely huangjing seeds. On this particular day, he intended to turn over the soil in the plot designated for cultivating root sungrong and plant some huangjing instead. As he thrust his hoe into the earth, he unearthed an object, a pure white entity resembling jade. What is this? He crouched down to examine it closely. The object had a cylindrical shape, rather unrefined, evoking thoughts of other, more embarrassing things. Could this be root sungrong? Contemplating this, he seized the hoe and began to excavate, eventually extracting the entire 2-foot-long cylindrical object. Continuing to turn the soil of the root sungrong plot, he indeed discovered many more cylindrical items, each one glistening white, long and thick, covered in scales. He took one and bit into it lightly. It was sweet at first, followed by a bitter aftertaste, edible, yet not particularly delectable. After excavating a dozen or so, he grew increasingly confident that these were indeed the root sungrong he had planted 2 months prior. There was no need to excavate the remaining ones. He decided to leave them in the ground to continue growing. The last time he heard from that unreliable old doctor, he mentioned that this substance was highly nourishing, though he was uncertain of its effects. He contemplated trying it for himself. However, fearing it might be too potent, he decided to store the root sungrong in his gourd for a few days before consumption. Additionally, the first batch of huangjing was thriving, so he dug up a few plants to store them together in the gourd for a trial. 3 days later, he retrieved the 2 medicinal herbs, washed them clean, and stewed them into a large pot. Once cooked, both herbs exhibited only a hint of bitterness, accompanied by a pleasant aftertaste, and the texture was quite agreeable. Urguzi savored the meal as he would any ordinary fare, alternating bites of huangjing with chews of root sungrong, relishing each morsel. After finishing, he lay on his bed, feeling a warm sensation in his belly and a slight heat throughout his body. Despite lying down, sleep eluded him. Instead, he became increasingly alert, feeling an inexhaustible energy within. In the dead of night, he rose from his bed, hoisted his hoe, and ventured into the fields to clear a substantial area before returning to sleep. Yet, he still felt his energy unspent, and as he lay in bed, a myriad of peculiar thoughts flooded his mind. Now that I am 14, not too young, should I perhaps use some money to hire a matchmaker for a wife? There are 12 girls in the village around my age. Which one would be the most suitable? Xinghua, Herhua, Tsuehua, who used to dig wild vegetables and gather fodder with me, is now married. I still remember the days we would wade in the creek catching crabs. Old Huang's family has splendid meals. I've never seen a girl so round, she sways as she walks. Alas, what a pity. Lost in these idle musings, he finally drifted off to sleep. He dreamed he had married the second daughter. On their wedding night, the bride's cheeks were flushed, adorned in a bright red embroidered gown. As he began to remove her garments, he found that he could never seem to finish. One layer after another, the bride's attire seemed endless. After a whole night of this, he was frantic, scratching his head in frustration, perspiration pouring down his face, yet he had not even glimpsed a sliver of bare skin. Upon waking in the morning, he discovered a significant patch of his clothing dampened. Touching it, he realized it was not sweat, but rather the result of a nosebleed. Had he overindulged, or had the urgency of his dream caused this? No, from the moment he rose from the bed, he sensed something was amiss. His sensations today were markedly different from usual. Upon closer inspection, he noted his senses had sharpened, his limbs felt more nimble, and his strength had increased. When he settled cross-legged to commence his morning training, he discerned a more profound difference. He could perceive small, colourful specks of light dispersed throughout the air around him. These luminous points were extraordinarily lively, drifting about in the atmosphere. As he breathed in accordance with his practiced methods, some of these light points entered his body with the air. Most, however, escaped through his breath or skin, with only a few remaining to be refined into a part of himself. Could this be the spiritual energy spoken of in the texts? I can sense the spiritual energy. Over the past 6 months, Li Banxian had treated that tattered book as his primer, guiding Urguzi to transcribe it from cover to cover. The advantage being that Urguzi not only learned to read but also memorized its contents thoroughly. The book stated that within the cosmos, spiritual energy abounds. Any living being capable of absorbing this energy could strengthen their body, prolong their life, and even attain immortality. Yet, ordinary individuals, despite existing within a spiritual environment, cannot sense this energy and must cultivate for a period to reach a certain state before they can. Upon successfully sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, one is said to have achieved perception of energy. Urguzi stepped outside, meticulously attuning himself to his surroundings. He discovered that everything possessed spiritual energy, albeit in varying degrees of density. Within the common soil and stones, one might find but a few specks of spiritual light every foot or two, barely perceptible. In the fields, however, the soil watered with his gourd exhibited a significantly greater concentration of these points, with an average distance of merely an inch or two between visible specks, gradually dispersing into the air. He then compared ordinary items with those stored in the gourd for over 3 days. It was evident that the items within the gourd were infused with several times more spiritual energy. He hypothesized that the contents of the gourd possessed miraculous effects, likely due to their heightened concentration of spiritual energy. This breakthrough in his cultivation allowed him to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as if a new world had suddenly unfurled before him. From the moment he perceived this energy, he could begin practicing the first level of the nameless art. Urguzi remained puzzled. If this was merely the first level, what then were the methods he had practiced prior? Regardless, the book was lacking in coherence, and his master was often enigmatic, rarely addressing trivial matters. Nevertheless, he resolved to seek his master's guidance regarding this breakthrough, particularly after the harrowing experience of being pursued by a shadow, which left him with lingering trepidation. He hoped to acquire a technique in swordplay or knife arts from his master. Additionally, with so much root songrung unearthed, he might present a specimen to his master for advice on how to process and utilize it, as he was quite uninformed in that regard. It seemed he had overindulged in the supplements last night and had become overheated, yet, without consuming so much in one sitting, he might not have achieved this breakthrough this morning. Urguzi strapped a burlap sack to his back and began his descent down the mountain. Winter had arrived, and everyone was preparing for the season. Children scoured the fields, baskets in hand, digging for wild vegetables, gathering wild fruits, and collecting grass seeds. They left no edible item unturned. Even a handful of wild grass seeds could save a life during a winter famine. Among the group of children foraging for wild vegetables, he spotted 2 familiar figures. Xiao Ezi. It was indeed Xiao Ezi and Zhang Yushin, both rummaging through the fields. Brother Guzi. Xiao Ezi ran towards him, clutching a large handful of dogtail grass, her face alight with joy. Zhang Yushin followed closely behind, brandishing a hoe and glaring at Urguzi, ready to engage him in a scuffle. The family of Zhang Yushin had inherited a substantial estate from Urguzi's parents, encompassing dozens of acres, thus they did not require dogtail grass for sustenance. However, due to the significant expenses incurred by Zhang Yuliang's martial training, their lives were quite strained, and gathering grass seeds and wild vegetables could provide sustenance for their chickens and pigs, as well as save on provisions. Urguzi had often consumed dogtail grass seeds in pig feed, though coarse and scratchy, They could stave off hunger. In comparison, the seeds of barnyard grass were far more palatable. Brother Goosey, are you here to forage for wild vegetables too? Let me share a secret with you. Behind the bend in the creek, there are many tender wild vegetables. Xiao Ezi leaned in closer, whispering to him. Oh, all right, thank you, I'll make a trip to town first and then head over there, Goosey replied. Though he no longer needed to forage for wild vegetables and likely wouldn't in the future, he was grateful to Xiao Ezi. I'm going to town, is there anything you want? I can help you buy it. I don't want anything, don't spend money recklessly, or you might end up hungry. Xiao Ezi shook her head vigorously, worried he might waste money. All right. I won't spend frivolously. Goosey playfully flicked her forehead. In this world, it seemed that Xiao Ezi was perhaps his only kin. As for John Yushin, standing behind Xiao Ezi and glaring at him, he decided to spare him today for Xiao Ezi's sake. After bidding farewell to Xiao Ezi, Goosey gazed at the ragged children in the fields, recalling his own past. Now he had a mountain and a mysterious gourd. Surely he would not face hunger in the future? He patted his warm cotton coat and headed towards the crossroads of Sancherzi. Chapter 19. True Chi, this young man, I perceive you possess extraordinary roots, one who bears the countenance of a dragon amongst men. Before Li Banzian could finish his words, the boy before him had vanished without a trace. Alas, truly the world has declined, and the hearts of men have grown cold. How could one walk away before my words are uttered in their entirety? Li Banzian had not conducted any business for over 10 days now. People these days are both impoverished and shrewd, increasingly difficult to deceive. After enduring the harsh realities of society, he has come to appreciate that Goosey is indeed a fine lad, one who respects his teacher and is easily led astray. As he reflected on the virtues of Goosey, he spotted him approaching his stall, a piece of pork in hand. Li Banzian promptly straightened himself, adopting a stern demeanor, embodying the image of a sage. Master! You have come. Li Banzian received the fatty piece of meat from Goosey with a calm expression, neither elated nor dismayed, embodying a tranquil indifference. How has your cultivation progressed of late? I can sense the chi now. Goosey exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Li Banzian, however, paused in surprise, recalling that the method indeed spoke of sensing chi, yet he himself had never been able to even enter the preliminary stages of the practice and had long doubted the authenticity of the method, paying little heed to its subsequent content. Now, with Goosey claiming to have reached the ability to sense chi, he remained skeptical. Could it be that this fabricated method, concocted by some pretentious predecessor, had truly yielded results in the hands of this simple-minded lad? How did you come to sense the chi? Pray, share your experience with your master. I dreamed last night that I was marrying a wife. Such trivial details need not be recounted. Li Banzian had little interest in the youthful fantasies of spring dreams and cut straight to the crux of the matter. This morning, upon awakening, I discovered I could perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, with many small points of light floating in the air. Goosey described to his master all that he had experienced regarding the spiritual energy, omitting any mention of the yellow gourd. Li Banzian tugged at his beard, lost in profound turmoil and self-doubt. Perhaps due to his heightened emotions, he had inadvertently pulled out dozens of hairs without noticing. After a moment, he composed himself and remarked with serene calmness, Indeed, indeed. But you must remain humble and cautious. Do not fall prey to arrogance or complacency, for there are always those greater than oneself, and beyond the heavens, there are more heavens yet. Regardless of the veracity of Goosey's claims, Li Banzian resolved to temper his enthusiasm, lest it become difficult to deceive him in the future. Take this small stone and attempt to crush it. Goosey picked up a stone from the table, gripping it tightly with both hands, exerting all his strength, his face reddening, yet the stone remained unyielding. Master, I cannot break it. Goosey shook his head in resignation. Thus, you must strive harder. As he spoke, Li Banzian grasped a stone the size of a fist, rubbed it between his hands, and effortlessly reduced it to powder. Witnessing his master's unparalleled strength, Goosey's face brimmed with admiration and envy, pondering how long it would take for him to attain such abilities. Do not be disheartened. As long as you can learn even a fraction of what I know, becoming a martial scholar shall not be an insurmountable task. I understand, master. Urguza's admiration for his teacher only deepened, and he naturally complied with his teachings. Master, I wish to learn the art of the sword. He recalled that fateful night, the shadowy figures wielding knives, severed heads rolling, blood splattering. The art of the sword is crude. It pales in comparison to the elegance of the blade. Teaching you some sword techniques is certainly feasible. Li Banzian rummaged through his belongings, producing a tattered book devoid of a cover. He flipped it open and began to copy a page. After transcribing an entire sheet, he handed it to Urguzi. To learn the art of the sword, you must begin with the most fundamental sword moves. Take this and practice it 1,000 times each day. Urguzi took the paper, glancing at it to find the foundational sword technique, thrusting sword, along with its practice methods and key points. Thank you, master. By the way, master, I recently acquired something at the market. The vendor claimed it to be the herb known as Metzinomorium, and I seek your confirmation. Urguzi recalled another purpose for his visit, but to protect the secret of the gourd, he merely stated it was purchased at the market. After all, the marketplace was bustling with people, making it impossible to trace any leads. It is indeed Metzinomorium, how curious. Li Banzian, possessing some knowledge, readily identified the herb as recorded in texts. However, this herb only grows in arid deserts and must coexist with specific plants to thrive, and Chang County does not provide a suitable environment for its growth. He could only surmise that it had been transported by a traveling merchant from afar. I have recently been studying medicinal properties, and this Metzinomorium is quite fitting. However, I require a jar of wine to serve as a medicinal catalyst. Li Banzian seized the opportunity to take the Metzinomorium. According to his readings, this herb was a potent tonic. In a few days, he would find an old acquaintance to test its efficacy. The two conversed for quite some time, with Urguzi inquiring about various medicinal herbs. According to Li Banzian, Metzinomorium, a potent and dangerous remedy, should not be consumed in excess at once. When Urguzi finally took his leave, both had gained valuable insights. Parting on mutually joyous terms. As he departed, Urguzi promised to remember to bring wine for his master on his next visit. Watching Urguzi's retreating figure, Li Banzian fell once more into a spiral of self-doubt, feeling as though the meat in his hands no longer held its allure. Meanwhile, buoyed by his newfound sword techniques, Urguzi felt affluent and generous, spending freely. Just then, he spotted a vendor selling geese at the market and purchased 2 large white geese, 1 male and 1 female. With the land on the mountain overrun with weeds, the chicken legs he had planted also produced plenty of foliage, which could serve as feed for the geese. By the following year, he should be able to hatch a new batch of goslings. Geese consume grass, lay eggs, guard the homestead, and provide substantial meat. Their feathers could be used for warm clothing and bedding, and even their droppings could enrich the soil. In short, raising geese is a venture that utilizes every part without waste. Additionally, he generously purchased a chunk of pork to indulge in a hearty meal. However, regarding such culinary desires, he refrained from splurging on fatty cuts and instead opted for a large, unwanted piece of spare ribs. Upon returning to Snake Mouth Mountain, he first settled the geese and then set up a pot to chop the ribs into large chunks, adding some water and a pinch of black salt, simmering it gently for half an hour. As the meat cooked, the tantalizing aroma had him salivating, and now, retrieving a piece of rib, the meat had become tender, falling off the bone. Each bite was bursting with savory juice, rich and fragrant. Truly delicious. After devouring the meat from the ribs, he slurped the rich broth from the bones, then chewed them into fragments before swallowing every last bit. Such precious bones were not to be discarded. This was also the reason he preferred to keep geese for guarding the homestead rather than a dog. After this hearty meal, he noticed he was not as easily hungry. Previously, he needed 4 meals a day. Today, he felt satisfied with only 3. Calculating it this way, consuming meat allowed him to save a meal. In the future, he might even manage to eat just once every 10 days or so. It felt somewhat indulgent, but one must not be stingy in their pursuit of martial arts. Consuming more meat accelerates progress. Moreover, he had begun to sense the qi, and from this point forward, while cultivating the first level of the unnamed technique, he would need to consume even more. After several days of continuous practice, the tangible energy within him transformed into a slender strand of true qi. The total amount of qi had diminished by more than 100-fold, yet its quality had improved, becoming more refined and potent. When he directed this strand of true qi into his arms, he could effortlessly lift stones weighing 200 to 300 pounds. Upon entering the first level of the technique, he could consume large quantities of food during his training, which would then convert into energy, subsequently transforming into true qi. This method yielded the slowest progress, slightly better than nothing at all. Another approach involved absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which could be directly converted into true qi through the technique. However, the spiritual energy in the environment was sparse. Even after a lengthy period of cultivation, he could only absorb a few points of energy, leading to slow advancement, only marginally better than the first method. The most effective approach was to directly consume food and herbs rich in spiritual energy, yet, such food was scarce and expensive. For instance, ginseng could absorb the wandering spiritual energy from the heavens and store it within its being. Thus, the older the ginseng, the more spiritual energy it contained. Fortunately, Urguzi possessed the yellow gourd, which could enhance the spiritual energy concentration of various items. Otherwise, even with the wealth of a magnate like Huang, he could not afford to indulge in such expenses. In the days that followed, Urguzi diligently practiced the first level of the technique morning and night, making swift progress with the aid of abundant spiritual energy-rich ingredients, as the strand of true qi within his meridians gradually expanded. At noon, he practiced the foundational sword technique his master had given him 1,000 times. During the remaining hours, he tended to the fields, cleared land, and fed the geese. Chapter 20, Enhanced Power Pill, HMPH. The veins on Urguzi's arms bulged as he hoisted a massive boulder high above his head, pacing around the 3 acres of land several times. Finally exhaling a deep breath, he brought the stone crashing down to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. This rock weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds, yet he could now lift it with relative ease. His daily consumption of the grains from the gourd had rapidly enhanced both his strength and cultivation, and the previously slim thread of true qi within him had expanded several-fold. However, he remained unable to crush the stone into powder. Even a pebble the size of a pigeon's egg was beyond his grasp. Each time he recalled his master's effortless demeanor while crushing stones, a profound yearning welled up within him. He pondered how many more years of cultivation it would take before he could attain such mastery. After discarding the boulder, Urguzi picked up a wooden sword and began practicing the fundamental sword techniques. He had already learned several basic moves, including thrusts, slashes, flicks, sweeps, and points. According to the sword manual transcribed by his master, one could practice with a heavy sword, gradually increasing the weight from 10 to 500 pounds. During combat, one would then wield a lighter sword, thereby significantly enhancing its power. Upon reading this, Urguzi thought he must have misread. Although he could lift several pounds of boulders with both hands, wielding a sword with one hand was a different matter entirely. He struggled to manage even a sword weighing 10 pounds, let alone one that weighed 100. To wield a 100-pound sword, one would need at least 1,000 pounds of strength. Currently, Urguzi lacked a suitable heavy sword, so he could only tie a few stones weighing around 5 to 6 pounds to his wooden sword. Before him stood a scarecrow, roughly the size of an average person, adorned with numerous copper coins. He held the sword with one hand and slowly thrust towards the scarecrow. Swish! The blade struck true, hitting the center of a copper coin. He then retracted the sword and thrust again. The thrust was one of the most commonly used and fundamental movements in swordsmanship, requiring stability and precision, speed and power, with the force reaching the sword's tip. He dedicated the most effort to mastering the thrusting technique. As the sun began to set, Urguzi continued to practice his thrusts in the golden light of dusk. Time passed swiftly, and soon the season of heavy snow and approaching New Year arrived, blanketing the world in a pristine layer of white. Yet, on Snake Mouth Mountain, in places unseen by outsiders, the landscape remained lush and vibrant. With the new year approaching, Urguzi still owed old Huang 40 taels of silver, an obligation promised to be repaid by the end of each year. Previously, he had earned 14 taels of silver from selling power pills, but his expenditures had been considerable. Aside from indulging in occasional meat, he frequently bought alcohol and meat to honor his master. Now he had only 6 taels left. The grains were abundant, With over 200 stones stored in the gourd, the ginseng he had planted earlier had finally blossomed and produced seeds, which he used to cultivate an additional 2 acres of ginseng. In total, he had cleared 10 acres of land, 3 acres for rice, 4 for huangjing, 1 for meat corydalis, and 2 for ginseng. Additionally, his stone house, goose pen, and training grounds occupied another acre. Ginseng had a long growth period, often taking 10 to 20 years, and sometimes even 50 or 100 years. Thus, he planned to save some ginseng seeds to expand his planting area further, intending to convert 3 acres of rice paddies into ginseng fields. The grains stored in the gourd were sufficient to sustain him for 20 years. Even if he sold the power pills, he likely wouldn't need that much. During his free time lately, he had been rolling some power pills. His gourd had accumulated over a stone's worth of pills, and he planned to sell them in the county town in a few days. However, before that, he had an idea he wanted to test. He had initially planted ginseng and huangjing with the intention of incorporating them into the power pills, hoping to add a medicinal quality that might make them more appealing and perhaps more marketable. He dug up 5 huangjing plants, each over half a foot long. These huangjing were golden and robust, with 3 or 4 segments, indicating they were roughly 3 to 4 years old. In reality, he had only been cultivating them for 3 to 4 months. After cooking the huangjing, he mixed it with rice to form a fine paste, then shaped it into pills and left them to dry. Additionally, he used the same method to create a variant of the power pills infused with meat corydalis. Once completed, he stored them in the gourd to enhance their spiritual energy. Through his extensive experimentation, he had concluded that anything placed within the gourd would improve in quality, yielding remarkable effects. However, this enhancement was not limitless within the gourd. The first day yielded the most significant improvement, with only marginal gains on the second day, and after 3 days, the quality would reach its peak and cease to improve. Perhaps due to his rising cultivation, he could now make the gourd transform continuously for 7 or 8 times. At its largest, the gourd could expand to 2 or 3 jong in height, capable of holding most items. At its smallest, he could reduce the gourd to a size smaller than a hair, like a minuscule needle, which he could insert into his skin, rendering it undetectable. 3 days later, Urguzi carefully slung a sack over his shoulder and descended the mountain along a rope. The heavy snowfall had encased the mountain in ice, making the rocks and trees perilously slippery. Even walking on flat ground posed a risk of falling, let alone in the treacherous terrain where a misstep could send him tumbling over the cliff. By the time he reached the foot of the mountain, the soles of his straw sandals had long since worn out. He tossed aside the tattered sandals and walked barefoot through the snow, intending to buy a pair of cotton shoes in town. During his last visit, he had noticed the wealthy officials in the county town all donned cotton shoes, striding with confidence and an air of dignity. He had heard that the county magistrate wore long boots, seemingly crafted from cowhide, adorned with gold and silver threads. Accustomed to going barefoot or wearing straw sandals since childhood, Urguzi's feet were calloused and toughened. However, now that he had earned some money, he yearned to acquire a pair of cotton shoes and experience the sensation of wearing them. Lost in thoughts of purchasing new cotton shoes, he spotted a small figure curled up by the roadside, seemingly lifeless. Each winter, such scenes were not uncommon. It was not rare to find corpses by the roadside, either starved or frozen to death, and Urguzi had grown accustomed to it. After all, everyone was living an expendable life, not like those privileged officials. When exhausted, one might as well collapse by the roadside. Death being an inevitability, they had long since hardened their hearts, colder than the ice and snow. Having been cast out by his uncle last year, without the gourd, he too might have met a similar fate. Today, however, upon seeing the small figure, perhaps only 6 or 7 years old, he felt an unprecedented sense of empathy. He recalled how he and Big Dog had also been orphans at the tender age of 5 or 6, toiling away in his uncle's home to survive. Gently pushing aside the tattered clothes that covered the child's face, he found a pale visage, with dishevelled hair obscuring much of it, and a few fleas scurrying about in the tangled locks. The child was still breathing, not dead. He lifted the child, offering some water and placing a power pill in its mouth. The child, likely starved and dazed, instinctively gulped down whatever was offered. After consuming a dozen pills, the child slowly opened its eyes, struggling to focus on Urguzi. "Little one, it's good to see you awake. Here's a bag of grain for you. Take your time eating it, whether you survive or not is up to your fortune, Urguzi said, rummaging through the sack to produce a large bundle filled with the power pills he had crafted by hand. If the child rationed the pills carefully, perhaps it could last until spring, perhaps tonight. The child would succumb to the cold winds and snow. After leaving the bag of grain behind, Urguzi turned to leave. The child clutched the food tightly to its chest, pushing aside the hair from its forehead to gaze at Urguzi's retreating figure. The child's expression was complex, and even the dark red birthmark on its forehead seemed to glow a little brighter. Chapter 21 Fortune. Urguzi strode purposefully, arriving at the county town just as evening descended. Upon entering the city, he felt a fleeting sense of triumph at having outsmarted others. Earlier on the road, he had not anticipated that, in the biting cold, the mountain bandits would be out and about, obstructing paths to rob travelers. Although this gang of brigands had a reputation for reliability, Urguzi had no desire to relinquish several coins without cause. He was typically frugal, often counting every penny for a meal of pork, which could be purchased for just a few coins. Seizing the moment when the bandits were unprepared, he accelerated and made his escape. After his last race against the Shadow, his confidence in his ability to flee had surged, especially with recent advancements in his training. The chi within him had multiplied several times, enhancing both his speed and endurance. He dashed away, leaving the bandits merely shouting in vain behind him. Engaging them in combat had never crossed his mind, as a careless misstep could lead to dire consequences. Upon entering the city gates, he noticed an increase in beggars, who swarmed toward him like bees. Initially, he hesitated, contemplating whether to wield a whip like Laifu. However, these beggars, perceiving him as a simpleton from the countryside, began to tug at his clothes and snatch at his sack, even loosening the ties of his trousers. "Get lost!" Urguzi bellowed, using both hands and feet to forcefully push them away, sending several beggars stumbling backward. With that, no one dared approach him again. He quickly retied his belt and straightened his clothes, striding forward. It seemed that one could not afford to be lenient with such beggars, lest one end up stripped of their garments. The business at Huishintang remained as lackluster as ever. A young man was engrossed in his reading at a table. Upon hearing footsteps and looking up to see Urguzi, he leaped from his chair as though bitten by a dog. "You have finally arrived. I have been waiting with great impatience." The young man grasped Urguzi's hands tightly, exhibiting overwhelming excitement. Urguzi quickly surmised that the previous batch of strength-enhancing pills had been depleted. "Do you have any of those strength pills you gave me last time? How many did you bring this time?" The young man did not hide his yearning for the pills. The last batch he purchased was initially intended for healing purposes, but his martial arts brother had discovered them and consumed them like candy. This brother had pestered him daily for more, claiming they were miraculous and greatly beneficial for martial artists. Frustrated and unable to locate Urguzi, the young man had been left in a state of anxiety. "You see, I was so worried about not finding you that my hair has turned white," he said, tugging at a white strand to show Urguzi. "I brought some." Urguzi nodded, feeling that this young man seemed a few years older than himself, lacking in discretion. Revealing such eagerness to purchase might lead to exorbitant pricing. He had learned from a young age that when shopping at the market, one must feign disinterest and be selective to negotiate effectively. Perhaps this young man had always had sufficient means and never had to be as cautious as he was. He unfastened the sack from his back, opening it to reveal it brimming with strength pills, at least 4 or 5 in total. "So many. Excellent, I will take them all." Typically, precious medicinal herbs were scarce, yet here Urguzi had filled a sack with at least 5,000 pills. The two began counting them one by one, taking a considerable amount of time before arriving at a total of 5,695. "Shall we stick to the previous price?" The young man had begun to fidget with the abacus on the counter, only then realizing they had yet to discuss the price. Urguzi nodded in agreement. Selling them for 50 coins each had exceeded his expectations. Moreover, he sensed that the young man was open-hearted and straightforward, wishing to establish a long-term partnership. "All right, a total of 5,695 pills at 50 coins each amounts to 284,750 coins. The sound of the abacus beads clicking echoed as the young man announced the total. Having learned some arithmetic from Li Banzian, Urguzi calculated in his mind for a while before arriving at the result. "I will give you a round figure," 285 taels of silver, how does that sound? That works, but wait, I have 2 more types of pills for you to see first, Urguzi replied, retrieving 2 smaller bundles from his back and laying them on the counter. Each bundle contained an enhanced version of the strength pills. Urguzi had sampled them himself. These 2 types contained even more potent energy, significantly aiding in cultivation. However, he found that the variant infused with sustanche was somewhat problematic, as it often led him to daydream about marrying a wife, which left him in a state of anxious longing. The young man examined the pills for a considerable time, then compared all 3 types in his hands. I can only sense that these 2 types have significantly enhanced effects, but I am uncertain of the specific outcomes. They will require several trials. If you do not mind, I will buy these pills at 60 coins each. Should they prove effective after testing, I will pay more. Seeing the young man's sincerity, Urguzi had no objections. There are 50 of each type, totaling 100 pills, which amounts to 6 taels of silver. After calculating, the young man disappeared into the back of the pharmacy and returned shortly, carrying a small wooden box. The box was opened before Urguzi, revealing gleaming silver ingots that brought joy to his heart. The young man began to extract the ingots one by one, weighing them in front of Urguzi. Each ingot was a standard 10 taels, and after taking 29 ingots, he added 1 tael of broken silver. In total, that amounts to 291 taels of silver. Please verify for yourself. My name is Sima Yi. In the future, I will continue to purchase strength pills from you. Very well, I am Zhang Urgu, and I shall sell them to you again. Urguzi received the silver ingots, wrapping them in his sack with several layers and tying them securely. Cradling over 200 silver taels as he exited Huishintang, he had never seen such a sum in his life. This amount was sufficient to purchase 10 acres of fertile land or sustain a typical tenant family for over a decade. With this wealth, he could acquire numerous eligible young women from the market, bringing them home as wives or concubines at his leisure. As night fell, the streets became bustling with a myriad of suspicious figures, each appearing as if they harbored ill intentions. Every passerby sent Urguzi into a heightened state of vigilance. Now burdened with a fortune, he walked with newfound confidence. Passing a bun shop, he waved his hand grandly and purchased 10 of the largest meat buns without haggling. Holding a pile of large meat buns, he walked and munched, savoring the delightful aroma. The beggars by the roadside watched him with longing, drooling at the sight. After finishing all 10 buns, darkness enveloped the town, and he sought a place to spend the night, planning to visit the blacksmith the next day to purchase a sword. Urguzi decided to indulge once more, seeking a tavern for a night stay. He found the Hongyang Tower, a grand 5-story establishment adorned with large lanterns at its entrance. Standing at the door, he hesitated for a moment, scraping the mud from his feet in the snow before approaching the tower, eager to witness its interior. As he reached the entrance, a young servant clad in blue approached, bowing respectfully. However, upon noticing the mud-caked feet of Urguzi, the servant's smile vanished, and he scrutinized Urguzi from head to toe. A country bumpkin. Get out, the servant barked coldly. Urguzi was taken aback, thinking there must be a misunderstanding. He hastily replied, I am here to stay. Stay. The servant appraised him once more, observing his disheveled hair, dark and rough skin, a tattered cotton coat, and calloused hands, with not even a pair of shoes to speak of. HMPH. Do you even know where this is? 2 taels of silver for a night stay, can you afford it? If I let you in, what will the other esteemed guests think? As the servant spoke, he moved to shove Urguzi away. However, despite his modest height, Urguzi possessed considerable strength, and the young servant found himself as immovable as a stone wall. With a gentle motion of his arm, Urguzi sent the servant tumbling to the ground. You look down on others. Urguzi turned and strode out of the Hongyang Tower. In truth, upon hearing the price of 2 taels for a night stay, even if he were permitted entry, he would have hesitated to part with such a significant sum. Spending that much on lodging seemed far less appealing than purchasing 20 pounds of pork instead. Learning from his experience at Hongyang Tower, he refrained from entering any more establishments that appeared overly lavish, lest he suffer further humiliation. Ultimately, he found a somewhat dilapidated inn that charged only 30 coins for a night. The room lacked a bed and quilt, with an additional 10 coins required for bedding, but it did have a kitchen where he could cook for himself. Surprisingly, this humble establishment was quite busy, hosting a mix of travelers from various walks of life. Unfortunately, it also attracted its fair share of thieves, who visited him 3 times that night, keeping him from a sound sleep, yet miraculously, he lost not a single coin. Chapter 22, Refined Copper Essence in Anchang County. There exists a street lined with shops selling fabrics and tailoring services, vibrant and colorful, creating a delightful spectacle. Last night, Urguzi had stuffed most of his silver coins into a gourd, taking only a handful of copper coins to stow in his bundle. Now, as he strolls down the street, he feels a sense of security, no longer burdened by the fear of theft. Early in the morning, he had lingered on this street for quite some time before finally choosing a rather modest tailor's shop to enter. Inside, only an elderly woman was present, diligently crafting a shoe sole. Upon noticing Urguzi's entrance, she promptly set aside her work. "Young man, are you here to purchase fabric or to have clothes made?" "I wish to buy a pair of shoes." Urguzi gazed at the array of black cloth shoes on the shelves, differing in size and style, some adorned with delicate embroidery of plum blossoms or lotus flowers. "Would you like to have them custom fitted, or would you prefer ready-made?" "I'll take the ready-made ones." While a tailored fit would naturally be more comfortable, the wait would be lengthy. Moreover, he was already barefoot, such details hardly mattered. The old woman glanced at Urguzi's bare feet and recognized that he might be a novice in shoe purchasing, so she meticulously explained the various options available. It was then that Urguzi learned of the many intricacies involved in footwear for city dwellers. There were single cloth shoes, cotton shoes, and even waterproof boots. He found himself particularly drawn to the waterproof boots. The soles and uppers were coated with multiple layers of tung oil and left to dry, then fastened together with iron nails and coated again with oil. The finished boots were rigid and heavy, akin to stone, yet they would keep water at bay. Additionally, these boots were remarkably durable, lasting a decade or more. The old woman selected a pair from the shelves for him to try. As he slipped his foot inside, he discovered they fit perfectly, warm and comfortable. "No, this pair is too small." He promptly removed them and tried on a larger size. At just 14, he was in a growth spurt, and he reasoned that by next year, these would be unwearable, necessitating a larger size for practicality. Each pair of tung oil boots weighed 4 to 5 pounds, consumed vast amounts of tung oil, fabric, and iron nails, taking a month to produce. The price was not modest either, fetching 1 or 2 silver coins, several times the cost of ordinary cotton shoes. It would be utterly wasteful if they could not be worn for at least a year. Urguzi requested some scraps of cloth from the old woman, stuffing them into the shoes to compensate for the excess room, ensuring warmth as well. Before departing, the old woman gifted him a pair of socks. For the first time, his feet, which had endured numerous hardships, were clad in socks. The wealthy gentlemen of the city truly knew how to indulge themselves. Wearing shoes was not sufficient, they also required socks within. As Urguzi stepped out of the tailor's shop, he walked with newfound caution, wary of dirtying his new footwear. Anchang County boasted several blacksmith shops, primarily producing everyday items such as iron pots and kitchen knives. However, one shop stood apart, prominently displaying an array of gleaming swords and blades. This was the one. "Esteemed customer, our shop specializes in crafting various weapons. What style are you in need of?" a stout young lad inquired, his voice resonant. "I seek a heavier sword, one weighing at least 10 pounds. With his current strength, he could only wield a sword weighing 6 or 7 pounds for practice. Yet, similar to purchasing shoes, he considered that his strength would continue to grow, making it prudent to invest in a sword that would accommodate his future capabilities. Swords weighing over 8 pounds are classified as heavy. Allow me to show you this selection." Following the chubby lad to a side display, he found only a few swords, all exceeding 8 pounds. Among them, only 2 met Urguzi's criteria. One was forged from fine steel, exuding an intimidating aura, its hilt adorned with gemstones, and priced at 50 taels of silver, clearly beyond his means. The other was crafted from ordinary iron, weighing 11 pounds and 2 ounces, dull in appearance, yet affordably priced at only 4 taels of silver. "I'll take this one. Would you like a scabbard?" "A wooden one is only 200 wen." The young lad, astutely aware of the economic constraints, only suggested the most economical option, neglecting the ornate, gem-studded scabbards. No need. Urguzi decisively shook his head. It was unnecessary. Extracting 4 strings of copper coins from his bundle, he completed the transaction and exited the weapon shop. He then returned to the elderly woman, purchasing 3 feet of hemp cloth, which he wrapped around the sword for convenience. The cloth cost only 100 wen, and he could later repurpose it to sew a pair of trousers. With shoes and sword acquired, he also purchased a block of black salt and 10 meat buns in the county town. It was time to return home, yet he felt an unsettling sense of having forgotten something. As he passed a stall brimming with hair ornaments and ties for young girls, realization struck him. Having often been cared for by Xiao Ezi, he felt compelled to buy her a small gift now that he had earned considerable money. Thus, he procured a pair of hair ornaments, a piece of maltose candy, a sugar-coated hawthorn stick, and a pound of osmanthus cake. The osmanthus cake was particularly dear, priced at 300 wen per pound. Urguzi had never tasted it before. After sampling a small piece, he found it both fragrant and sweet, utterly delightful. With his purchases complete, he strode purposefully out of the county town. Inside the county town's weapon shop, a middle-aged man was tallying the day's earnings when he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, rummaging through a large box of copper coins with both hands. After a moment, he selected 4 large strings of coins, placing them on the table and scrutinizing them for an extended period, still uncertain. Farther, 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 the middle-aged man rushed into the back room, cradling the 4 strings of coins. What is all this fuss about? An elderly man, his hair now grey, admonished his overly excitable son. Father, take a look at these copper coins. The elder took the coins, examining them meticulously for a long while. Indeed, this is refined copper essence. The old man, who had just scolded his son, now quivered with excitement, his beard trembling. Refined copper essence is produced from ordinary copper through a specialized method. However, from 100 pounds of copper, after an arduous refining process, only 1 pound remains. Refined copper essence is costly, enhancing quality in numerous aspects. When mixed with the metal during sword forging, it renders the blades resistant to rust, hard and sharp, and less prone to chipping. Who would be so audacious as to mint copper coins with refined copper essence? Who brought this in? Uncertain. Today's earnings were substantial, and I only discovered this while counting. Do not speak of this matter, nor act rashly. Both father and son were overly elated, but the elder, seasoned in matters, managed to regain his composure first. While this represented a windfall, it also posed the risk of attracting deadly consequences. Chapter 23, The Huang Family Turmoil. Upon returning to Shishi village, Urguzi first wandered near his uncle's house in search of Xiao Ezi. He was reluctant to cross the threshold of his uncle's home, wishing to avoid the unpleasant visage of his aunt, so he opted to wait outside. However, it wasn't long before he encountered Xiao Ezi. Xiao Ezi, look at the delightful treasures I've brought for you. The two squatted in an inconspicuous corner by a wall as Urguzi revealed a pair of hair ornaments. Oh! How exquisite! Are they for me? Upon seeing the ornaments, Xiao Ezi's face lit up with joy, her dimples appearing as she smiled. Of course they are for you, I have no use for them. Thank you so much, Brother Guzi. Xiao Ezi said, taking the ornaments, and without needing a mirror, she swiftly pinned them into her hair, shaking her head in satisfaction. And there's more, look. Urguzi continued to present an array of treats. Candied hawthorn, malt sugar, and osmanthus cake. Initially, Xiao Ezi was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of such delectable goodies, yet, she soon seemed to grasp the cost of such purchases. Brother Guzi, please don't buy so many things next time. What if you run out of money and go hungry? Just yesterday, Sanduzi from the west end of the village died of starvation, all because he was lazy and indulged in good food, leaving no provisions at home. Reluctantly, Xiao Ezi began to rewrap the osmanthus cake. Why don't you return it? It's not that tasty. Her tone was resolute when she mentioned its lack of flavor, though her little tongue couldn't resist sneaking a taste of the remnants at the corner of her mouth. Don't worry, Xiao Ezi. I won't go hungry now. Urguzi stuffed the pastries into her arms. Huang Laozai has sold me the land on Shiku Mountain, and he has allowed me to repay him gradually. Really? Xiao Ezi's eyes widened in disbelief. Absolutely. My brother has long desired to purchase that land. I heard Huang Laozai was adamant about not selling it. I never imagined he would part with it for you. Now it was Erguse's turn to be surprised. Your family possesses dozens of acres of arable land. Why does your brother insist on buying that barren mountain? You might not know, but my brother recently acquired more land, and now our family boasts over 100 acres. As they chatted aimlessly, the door to his uncle's house creaked open. Erguse quickly shrank back, wishing to avoid any encounters with the others in the household. As the door swung open, a constable stepped out first, followed closely by Zhang Yuliang, who bid him farewell. After exchanging pleasantries at the entrance, the constable finally took his leave. Why did a constable come to your house? Erguse inquired with curiosity. Generally, common folk would scurry away like mice at the sight of officials, too fearful to engage with them. This head constable Wang is a friend of my brother S. He came to the village to take someone, and stopped by to catch up with my brother. Take someone who has offended the authorities. Shishi village was quite distant from the county seat. A trip there took an entire day, and unless it was a significant matter, the officials typically did not intervene. Local gentry and headmen usually gathered to discuss and resolve issues without needing to involve the county office. He recalled the last incident when Wang Tuzi had stolen Li Long's wife. The gentry had simply fined him a stone of grain and dunked Li Long's wife in a pig cage. Everyone praised the gentry for their fairness and just handling of the situation. On the day she was dunked, all the villagers gathered by the river to witness the spectacle, far livelier than the Lantern Festival. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Xiao Ezi interjected. Huang Laozai's eldest son killed someone, and the family has taken the matter to the county office. Xiao Ezi recalled today's major news in the village and added, Huang Laozai is in trouble. I still owe him several hundred taels of silver. As Erguse spoke, he was already rising to run towards Huang Laozai's home. The constable had long departed, but a large crowd of tenants still surrounded the entrance of Huang Laozai's house, chattering among themselves, yet none dared to approach. Erguse pushed through the crowd and entered. Inside, the place was in disarray, chests and cabinets overturned, clothes and belongings strewn about haphazardly. Huang Laozai's second daughter sat at the entrance weeping, her clothing marked with several footprints. Huang Laozai was seated on a stone, his eyes vacant, allowing the various women in his household to wail around him. This is also why ordinary folk dread the constable so much. When they arrive, they do not merely take one person and leave. After traveling such a distance, they are sure to reap considerable rewards. They often seize valuable items from the homes of those they apprehend. Thus, villagers often frighten children by simply mentioning the arrival of the constables, causing the little ones to immediately cease their cries, too terrified to make a sound or even move. Huang Laoi. Upon hearing his name called, Huang Laozai took a moment before his eyes gradually regained focus. Erguse, woo-woo. In that moment, Huang Laozai resembled a child, embracing Erguse tightly as he wept. Huang Laoi, do not despair. Let us think of a solution. I still owe you 800 taels. I came to repay the debt today. After the constable's visit, there surely would be little left of value in the household. The money Erguse brought could perhaps provide Huang Laozai with some immediate relief. Upon hearing that Erguse had come to repay him, Huang Laozai, possibly stirred by the situation, gradually calmed down. Would you like me to devise a way to repay you the entire 800 taels up front? Erguse thought that if he sold some powerful pills, he could quickly gather the sum. No? Absolutely not. To his surprise, Huang Laozai, having fallen to such a state, exhibited an uncommon stubbornness. Let us adhere to our original agreement. 40 taels each year, to be repaid over 20 years. Tomorrow we will go to the county office to affix the official seal. Generally, contracts for land transactions must be taken to the official office to be stamped with the official seal to be recognized. Since Huang Laozai was insistent, Erguse did not press further, promptly producing 40 taels of silver to hand over to Huang Laozai. I need to go to the county office tomorrow to smooth things over. I will require some silver. The two agreed to set off early the next morning, and Urguzi departed for his home on Shiku Mountain. Upon returning to the mountain, he was greeted by two large geese accompanied by a gaggle of goslings, all clamoring for food. Since purchasing them, he had regularly fed the geese nourishing fodder, and they had grown quite robust. Recently, they had laid eggs and hatched several goslings. Urguzi enlarged the gourd and poured out some fodder, scattering it into the feeding trough. The geese immediately surrounded the trough, voraciously devouring their food. After feeding the geese, he watered all the crops on the mountain before working late into the night to prepare the powerful pills. This time, he managed to sell around 200 taels worth of pills. Having tasted the sweet rewards of his labor, he planned to convert the 200 stones of grain in the gourd into powerful pills for sale. After toiling through most of the night, he produced a single dough of powerful pills. The next morning, Urguzi and Huang Laocai set off for the county office. At the entrance of the office, Huang Laocai bent low, wearing a radiant and obsequious smile, offering 2 bundles of silver coins with both hands. The guards at the door received the coins with stern faces, weighing them before slipping them into their sleeves. Enter. Thank you, thank you. Huang Laocai repeatedly bowed and expressed his gratitude as if the guards had rendered him an immense service. From there, Huang Laocai continued to don a bright smile, bowing and offering silver at every juncture. Even when faced with cold remarks and ridicule from the officials inside, Huang Laocai maintained his cheerful demeanor. Urguzi quietly followed behind Huang Laocai, observing as he presented silver 16 times and uttered "thank you" over 100 times, until they finally gained access to see Huang Fugui in the dungeon. In just one day, Huang Fugui had sustained a broken leg, his cheek swollen, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, clearly having endured significant suffering. Son. Father. Father, I did not kill anyone. I merely pushed that beggar. Huang Laocai was unaware of the specifics of the incident. Hearing Huang Fugui's account now seemed rather suspicious. On the day in question, Huang Fugui had been enjoying a bowl of wontons at a stall when a beggar spat a mouthful of yellow phlegm into his bowl. Enraged, Huang Fugui shouted at the beggar and shoved him a few times, causing him to fall to the ground. The beggar said nothing, laughing as he picked himself up and devoured Huang Fugui's bowl of wontons. After that, Huang Fugui simply left. Who could have anticipated that the beggar's family would report him to the county office, claiming he had committed murder? Typically, the death of a beggar would hardly raise any concern. On their way there, they had passed several beggars frozen to death. If someone could dig a grave to bury them, it would be considered a charitable act, even if ordinary villagers engaged in a brawl resulting in 1 or 2 deaths. As long as no one reported it to the county office, the county magistrate would hardly be bothered by such trivial matters. Yet this time, it was because of a beggar that head constable Wang, along with his subordinates, braved the wind and snow to travel all the way to Shishi village to apprehend someone. Father! I am innocent, save me, I can't endure this any longer. They are beating me, refusing to feed me, and forcing me to drink urine. Huang Laocai showered the jailers and the head guard with flattery and offered them several baskets of silver. The head guard accepted the bribe, promising to ensure Huang Fugui received 2 meals daily in prison. Once out of the jail, Huang Laocai and Urguzi proceeded to finalize the transaction for Shiku Mountain. The process was relatively straightforward, yet it required several smiles and the distribution of silver 3 times before it was completed. In the office, without the offering of silver to smooth things over, one could hardly expect to accomplish anything. Urguzi held the deed for Shiku Mountain, now stamped with the county office's crimson seal. From this day forth, he officially became the master of Shiku Mountain. However, the mountain would require an annual tax payment of 20 stones of grain to the county office. This was merely the price for the barren mountain. Should he cultivate the land, the taxes would increase. As they journeyed back, Huang Laocai remained silent. Huang Laoi, if you are short on funds, I still have some silver I can lend you. Urguzi observed that Huang Laocai had spent 20 to 30 taels just visiting the jail. In the future, rescuing Huang Fugui would likely require a significant sum of money. Huang Laocai offered a bitter smile. From now on, please do not call me Laoi, I am of the same generation as your father. If you hold me in esteem, simply call me Uncle Huang. There is no need to borrow money. If I have excess funds, I could sell you the fields at the foot of Shiku Mountain. Why? Historically, Huang Laozai had valued land above all else. Without land, one could not take root or thrive. Possessing land meant having the opportunity for a resurgence. Our Huang family has accumulated this estate over several generations, but it seems we are unable to preserve it. Had I known this would happen, I should have sold everything back then to support Fu Gui in martial arts training to earn a scholar's degree. Huang Laozai sighed deeply. Though wealthy beyond measure, he still felt as insignificant as an ant before the authorities. Just a few constables could bring about his family's ruin. Urguzi, once you earn money, I urge you to be willing to spend it on martial arts training and pursue an official title. Education has little value. The status of a martial scholar far outweighs that of a literary one. As he spoke, Huang Laozai felt regret for his past decisions. It is well known that martial training requires substantial resources. Not only must one eat well, but also consume meat, eggs, and even procure expensive medicinal aids. A single Pei Yuan Gu Ben pill could cost as much as 6 to 7 stones of grain. Even as the wealthiest man in Shishi village, he could hardly bear such expenses. Chapter 24, Shattered Stones. Once again, it was the eve of a new year. Urguzi sat alone by the earthen stove, tending to the fire, while a large pot of pork simmered, releasing an enticing aroma. On this very day last year, his life had hung by a thread as he roasted a handful of rice in the biting cold, barely managing to survive. Now, he could finally indulge in generous portions of meat. Typically frugal and meticulous in his calculations, Urguzi had surprisingly splurged this year, purchasing a half side of pork to celebrate the new year. After tonight, he would turn 15. At 15, he possessed the Snake Mouth Mountain and 50 acres of prime farmland at its base. Huang Laozai had sold all 50 acres of that fertile land to Urguzi. This land, close to a water source, was usually priced at 30 taels of silver, yet Huang Laozai had sold it to him for merely 28 taels per acre. In total, that amounted to 1,400 taels of silver, which he was required to repay over 20 years, at 70 taels annually without the option for early repayment. Adding to his previous obligation of 40 taels each year, Urguzi was now committed to repaying a total of 110 taels to Huang Laozai for the next 2 decades. With this year as 70 taels, Huang Laozai sought to curry favor in the county office, only to squander it all without securing any means of rescue. It was said that in the end, Huang Laozai, with great embarrassment, had to beseech Zhang Yuliang for assistance. Zhang Yuliang, being well acquainted with the county officials, successfully extricated Huang Fugui from the jail. However, the price Huang Laozai paid to enlist Zhang Yuliang's help was steep. He ended up selling off the remaining lands of the Huang family at a bargain to Zhang Yuliang. From that point forward, the majority of the farmland in Shishi village belonged to Zhang Yuliang. Now, the village tenants flocked to the elder's home, offering kind words and gifts, incessantly seeking to rent better lands. Having witnessed Huang Laozai's plight firsthand, Urguzi was perpetually shrouded in a sense of impending crisis. Without sufficient strength for self-protection, accumulating wealth was futile. He resolved to devote his energies and resources to martial arts training, aspiring to become a martial scholar. Only with the title of martial scholar could he stand on equal footing with the county officials, ensuring that even if the county magistrate sought to punish or execute him, he would need to report to the provincial government first. However, mastering martial arts required not only daily arduous practice but also a considerable financial investment. Before the new year, he had sold another batch of strength pills, earning over 200 taels of silver, providing him with a temporary cushion. Recognizing the benefits of meat for his training, he had made the decision to consume meat daily henceforth. If he were to eat a pound of fatty pork each day, it would cost him 2 to 3 taels a month, which, while manageable, felt rather extravagant for Urguzi at this stage. Nonetheless, in pursuit of strength and his goal to become a martial scholar, he decided to make a slight compromise. Fatty pork was too costly, but lean meat and bones were much cheaper due to their lack of fat. He could buy leftover ribs and bones to consume, saving some silver each month. He thought ribs were actually quite good and that there was no need to insist on eating only fatty meat. This winter, Shishi village had suffered the loss of over a dozen lives, so being able to eat meat was a blessing in itself. At that moment, Urguzi lifted the pot lid, prodding the contents with his chopsticks, and deemed it nearly ready. He retrieved a rib, blowing away the steam before taking a bite. The meat had long since separated from the bone due to the simmering, and with a gentle tug, he could tear off a generous chunk. Although the rib meat lacked excess fat, its texture was tender and succulent, particularly fragrant. He had stored the meat in a gourd for several days prior to cooking, enhancing its flavor beyond that of ordinary pork. Especially, the usual gamey taste had vanished, replaced with a delightful aroma mingled with the scent of herbs. After finishing the meat, he meticulously chewed the remaining bones, savoring every morsel before swallowing them down with the broth. The bones had also been purchased, so discarding them was out of the question. After consuming the rib, only a ginseng root and some remnants of meat and bone remained in the pot. He fished these out to eat as well. The ginseng planted on the mountain was still rather small, perhaps equivalent to 5 or 6 years of medicinal age. However, after being infused with the gourd's spiritual energy and cooked with the pork, it provided some benefit to his cultivation. Having eaten his fill, he began meditative practice according to the first layer of his cultivation method. Gradually, the food he had consumed began to refine within him, producing wisps of subtle true energy. After circulating through the 12 meridians for a total of 49 cycles, all of it converged into the Ren meridian. The Ren and Du meridians, often referred to as the seas of yin and yang, were capable of storing the true energy he cultivated. These two main meridians, situated along the central axis of his body, were much wider than the 12 meridians, allowing for a substantial accumulation of true energy. Since he had begun sensing energy, it had been several months, and with daily consumption of the gourd's provisions, his progress in cultivation was commendable. Currently, the Ren and Du meridians remained unconnected, with only about 1/3 of the Ren meridian filled. According to the texts, he needed to fill the Ren meridian with true energy before uniting it with the Du meridian, thereby allowing him to progress to the second layer of his cultivation method. As for the third layer, he would need to completely connect and fill both the Ren and Du meridians, subsequently opening the lower dantian. To advance to that level, after meditating for 2 hours, the food he had ingested was fully refined into true energy, which accumulated within the Ren meridian. Only then did he rise, grasping the sword beside him to practice basic sword techniques. As his cultivation had progressed, his physical strength had significantly increased, making the 11-pound sword he had originally purchased feel somewhat lighter now. The next time he visited the county city, he would need to acquire a heavier sword. The following morning marked the first day of the new year, a time for friends and family to exchange greetings. Urguzi had no relatives to visit, only a master. He brought a piece of pork, a bag of candied fruits, and a jar of wine to wish Li Banjian a happy new year. Li Banjian, being a solitary man, was overjoyed, for it was the first time in many years that someone had come to greet him. He even prepared a meal of stewed pork for his disciple to share. In addition, he showcased his skill of turning stones into powder once more. Although Urguzi had witnessed this many times, it never failed to amaze him, and he vowed to work twice as hard to learn even a fraction of his master's abilities, which would be enough to qualify him as a martial scholar. As he took his leave, Li Banjian gifted Urguzi a bag of red dates, harvested from the jujube tree in his yard. On his way home, Urguzi also stopped by Huang Laocai's residence to extend his New Year greetings. In previous years, the village tenants would swarm to pay their respects to Huang Laocai, making it nearly impossible for Urguzi to enter. This year, however, the place was desolate and eerily quiet, devoid of any guests. Huang Fugui had suffered a broken leg, and despite having consulted a doctor from the county who had set the bone and applied medicine, he was still unable to walk. Urguzi presented a bag of strength pills to Huang Fugui, hoping to aid in his recovery. As he prepared to leave, Huang Laocai instructed his second daughter to fetch a large bag of persimmons from the inner room as a token of gratitude. When she handed the persimmons to Urguzi, her lips moved as if she wished to say something, yet ultimately, no words escaped her. Urguzi, too, remained silent, accepting the persimmons and bidding farewell. Upon returning to Snakemouth Mountain, he extracted the seeds from the red dates and persimmons, planting them in the rocky crevices of the mountain where cultivation was impossible. After the new year, everyone would be busy with spring plowing, planning for the year ahead. Urguzi had rented out the 50 acres of land at the foot of Snakemouth Mountain, adhering to the old custom of collecting 50% in rent. In the future, 30% of the collected rent would be allocated for taxes to the county office, leaving him with the remaining 20% in grain. However, during this time, a particular incident transpired in the village. The majority of the land in Shishi village was now under Zhang Youliang's control, and the tenants had no choice but to rent land from him. Yet, in his first year of management, Zhang Yuliang had raised the rent from 50% to 60%, much to the discontent of the tenants. They grumbled among themselves, but with no alternative, they could only complain behind his back. If they chose not to farm, there were plenty of others eager to take their place. Ergusi had never considered amassing wealth through the exploitation of tenants. His primary focus was on his cultivation. Recently, he had been consuming a pound of pork stewed with ginseng daily, making satisfactory progress in his training and significantly increasing his strength. He had even attached stones to his sword, raising its weight to over 20 pounds. Yet, he still found himself unable to crush stones. Ergusi felt that his cultivation progress was still too sluggish. Thus, after the spring began, he made another trip to the county city. He sold a stone of strength pills, earning over 200 taels of silver. To his surprise, the two enhanced versions of the strength pills proved to be quite popular. Simre from the rejuvenation hall offered 80 yen per pill, placing an order for a stone's worth. With his earnings of over 200 taels, Ergusi went directly to Hongan Hall. Unfortunately, they only had 8 pieces of the Peiyuan Guban pills in total. He spent 80 taels to purchase all 8 remaining pills. He then visited a swordsmith, commissioning a 30-pound heavy sword. Additionally, he had the sword forged with 140 long iron strips, each weighing 5 pounds, to be attached to the sword, thereby increasing its weight. This time, due to the significant amount of iron used and the custom order, the costs were exceptionally high, totaling 100 taels. With that, the money he had just acquired dwindled to a mere few dozen taels. The path of martial arts was indeed not one ordinary individuals could afford to tread. Moreover, with only 8 Peiyuan Guban pills purchased, if he consumed 1 per day, they would be gone in just 8 days. After returning to Snake Mouth Mountain, 3 days later, he finally took 1 Peiyuan Guban pill from the gourd. Holding the pill in his hand, he carefully sensed its essence. Indeed, in terms of spiritual energy concentration alone, it far surpassed his strength pills, and even outshone the ginseng he had harvested from 5 or 6 years prior. As he placed the pill in his mouth, a delightful blend of medicinal and honeyed flavors enveloped him. Far from bitter, it was quite palatable. After swallowing the Peiyuan Guban pill, he began to cultivate and refine it. Approximately 4 hours later, he had completely refined the spiritual energy from the pill. A new strand of true energy emerged within the Ren meridian. Ergusi compared the true energy gained from refining this single pill to the accumulation of true energy he would achieve from consuming pork stewed with ginseng for half a month. Of course, this remarkable effect was only attainable after the gourd had enhanced the spiritual energy. Subsequently, he began consuming 1 Peiyuan Guban pill each day, experiencing rapid advancements in his cultivation. Each day brought noticeable changes. The true energy within the Ren meridian grew increasingly abundant, and finally, after refining the 7th Peiyuan Guban pill, a surge of energy coursed through his body, traveling through the Qian-Tu, over the Lianquan, across the Qiujiao, past the Zhonglu, ascending to the apex, and then flowing down the Du meridian along his spine, passing through the Mingmen, traversing the Changqiang, and entering the Huiyin. In that instant, his Ren and Du meridians were completely unblocked, allowing him to break through to the second layer of the unnamed cultivation method. True energy circulated from the Huiyin upward, connecting with the Du meridian, and then flowing back down through the Huiyin, creating a continuous cycle. With each cycle, the true energy grew stronger, and he felt his body fortifying alongside it. After a prolonged period of cultivation, Ergusi leaped into the air, effortlessly soaring over a Zhonghai. He sensed that he had entered an entirely new realm, feeling an unprecedented surge of power. Picking up a stone from the ground, he gripped it tightly, exerting all his strength. Pushing harder, his face turned crimson, yet the stone remained unyielding, unmoving. Was it still insufficient? A surge of stubborn determination welled up within him, channeling all the true energy from his Ren and Du meridians into his fingertips, unleashing a sudden and powerful force. Bang! The stone shattered in his grasp, splintering into numerous pieces. Although he did not reduce it to powder as effortlessly as his master could, it was a monumental leap forward for Ergusi. Har har har, I have finally succeeded. Chapter 25, The Continuing Deception. Each time Ergusi visited Master Li, he invariably brought a piece of fatty pork as an offering. Although he hesitated and felt a pang of regret over spending the money, especially since he himself had never indulged in such rich meat, he believed his master, a reclusive sage of extraordinary prowess, was worth this modest tribute. "Master, I can crush stones now." The moment they met, Urguzi eagerly shared his triumph with his mentor. His current achievements were all due to the Master's adept guidance. How could that be? Master Li instinctively felt it was implausible. After all, how could a human hand crush stone? He had dabbled in a few shabby techniques himself, which had only resulted in a voracious appetite and a greater waste of meal portions, of no practical use whatsoever. As for the demonstrations of turning stone to powder, he was acutely aware of the trickery involved, yet he quickly recognized his own momentary lapse and continued, "How could you have achieved that so swiftly?" Speaking thus, Master Li picked up a stone from the ground and placed it on the table, instructing Urguzi, "Show me how you can crush this stone." Urguzi seized the stone, discreetly channeling his inner energy. With a resounding bang, shards flew as he pulverized the fist-sized rock into several pieces. Master Li, trembling as he tugged at his sparse beard, could hardly contain his excitement. He had confirmed the stone was genuine, not some prop. Could it be he had mistakenly picked up a trick stone earlier? Unwilling to concede defeat, he picked up a small fragment of the stone Urguzi had crushed and, retreating his hand into his sleeve, squeezed with all his might. Squeeze with all his strength, gritting his teeth as his face flushed with effort, the small stone remained utterly unyielding. Once again, Master Li found himself ensnared in deep self-doubt and turmoil. However, his years of experience in the field kept him composed, his expression unchanging. "Well done. Quite impressive," he exclaimed. "To crush stone is a commendable feat, but it relies solely on brute force and lacks finesse." Master Li felt increasingly pressured, sensing that deceiving Urguzi would become more challenging. "Your words ring true, Master. My humble abilities before you are akin to a firefly competing for brilliance with the sun and moon." Although Urguzi had made rapid progress in his cultivation, his introductory texts were a jumbled collection of techniques. In his attempt to express modesty like a cultured individual, he stumbled over his words. "Very good, but there is still room for improvement." Master Li, being an old hand, swiftly emerged from his mental turmoil, exuding an air of calm mastery. "How has your foundational sword technique progressed?" "I can now wield a 60-pound sword for practice," Urguzi replied earnestly. He could effortlessly lift a 500-pound boulder with both arms, but practicing the foundational sword techniques with a single sword was best suited to a 60-pound weight. Of course, if he channeled his inner energy into his sword-wielding arm, it would be a different matter entirely. Not bad. You must continue to strive. When you can wield a 100-pound sword, I will teach you a set of sword techniques." Master Li offered further encouragement before sending Urguzi on his way. After Urguzi departed, Master Li retrieved an old sword manual, spreading it on the table to begin transcribing. The original text stated that one only needed to wield a 10-pound sword to commence sword training, but he had deliberately raised the requirement to 100 pounds to increase the challenge for Urguzi. As he began to copy the sword techniques, he exaggerated various parameters to prevent Urguzi from mastering them too quickly. He possessed few resources to deceive Urguzi with, and if all were mastered, he would have nothing left to teach. Upon returning to the mountain, Urguzi practiced diligently, gradually filling his meridians with inner energy and growing stronger each day. Having tasted the benefits of the essence-enhancing pills, he made another trip to the county towns Hong and Hole, yet was unable to procure any, as the expensive pills were in high demand and currently out of stock. Without them, he could only toil like a beast, continuing to consume ginseng stew with pork. Perhaps due to the lack of proper medicinal combinations, excessive ginseng made him prone to heatiness, causing nosebleeds. Although his strength did not soar dramatically during this time, it steadily increased and became remarkably solid. The weight of the sword he practiced with gradually escalated: 65 pounds, 70 pounds, 85 pounds. After another 6 months, Urguzi had affixed all the iron plates he had initially crafted onto the sword. In the town of Sanchizi, "Master, I can now wield a 100-pound sword," Urguzi announced joyfully, shouldering the heavy sword as he approached his mentor. Master Li's facial muscles twitched violently, and he instinctively wanted to declare it impossible, but he managed to suppress the words that almost escaped his lips. After all, he had witnessed Urguzi's bare-handed stone-crushing prowess just a few months prior. "Are you truly able to wield a 100-pound sword?" Master Li asked, still skeptical as he gazed at the cumbersome sword strapped to Urguze's back, laden with iron plates. "Indeed. It's no problem," Urguze replied, drawing the sword with a swift motion, executing a few basic thrusts and slashes with apparent ease, as if the weapon weighed but a few ounces. At times, he seemed to balance it effortlessly with just a few fingers. "Let me see your sword." Master Li, a seasoned trickster, instinctively thought that perhaps the sword itself was the issue. "Of course." Urguze handed the sword over, and Master Li reached out to accept it without a second thought. However, as soon as the sword was in his grasp, its weight nearly caused him to drop it to the ground. He was forced to clutch it with both hands, his face flushed with embarrassment. Clang, clang, ultimately, Master Li could not maintain his grip, and the sword clattered to the floor, nearly crushing his foot and causing his back to twinge. He cradled his waist, taking several deep breaths, secretly relieved that Urguze had turned away and missed his moment of folly. "This sword has a crisp sound, its quality is commendable. You may pick it up yourself." Master Li, seasoned in the ways of the world, quickly suppressed his astonishment and, with a single hand, smoothed his beard to mask his discomposure. Urguze dutifully retrieved the hefty sword, wielding it with casual ease, causing Master Li to inwardly gasp several times. The seemingly simple boy was indeed gifted. He had underestimated him. Had he known Urguze could develop such formidable strength, he would have been more cautious in his deceptions. If the ruse were ever exposed and a 100-pound sword were to come crashing down, his frail old bones would scarcely withstand it. Yet, with no turning back now, he had to continue the charade, responding to each of Urguze's advances. Unbeknownst to him, Urguze had made rapid progress under his tutelage, reaping substantial rewards, and the skills he had cultivated were undeniably genuine. He revered his master's abilities as if they were divine. "Master, am I executing the thrust correctly?" Urguze inquired, demonstrating several forward thrusts with the heavy sword, though he felt something was amiss. He then presented the 100-pound sword to Master Li. "Could you demonstrate for me, Master?" The sight of the 100-pound sword in Urguze's hands was alarming to Master Li, who recognized how effortlessly he wielded it, as if it were merely a wooden practice sword. However, having just suffered an embarrassing mishap, he was reluctant to reach out again, dismissively waving his sleeve to indicate he did not require a demonstration. "No need for that, you have already trained excellently," Master Li said, unable to offer any alternative. If he claimed Urguze's technique was incorrect, he would be obliged to demonstrate himself. Hearing his master's praise, Urguze was elated, yet he struggled with self-doubt and a lingering sense of inferiority regarding his foundational sword technique. "Are you certain my thrusts are truly correct? Perhaps you should demonstrate once more, Master, so I may learn." Master Li, upon hearing this, waved his hands repeatedly, as allowing Urguze to perform was akin to throwing himself into the flames. As a veteran charlatan, he understood that the fewer times one demonstrated their skills, the more enigmatic and profound they appeared. Moreover, the sheer weight of that iron blade was genuinely beyond his capacity to wield. "No need. I have already attained a higher realm of cultivation, transcending the need for a sword. With a mere gesture, I can hum with the flutter of petals or the pluck of leaves. To sever a head from 10 paces is as easy as reaching into a pouch. Such basic sword techniques would be a disservice to these hands of mine." Master Li licked his lips, mentally preparing his words. "Your foundational sword technique is complete. Now I shall impart to you a set of sword techniques." Urguze's heart soared at the announcement. Master Li then produced a handwritten scroll from his sleeve. "This is a sword technique passed down through my lineage, vast and profound, unfathomable in its depth. Take it home and study it diligently, for idleness is not an option." "Thank you, Master," Urguze exclaimed, gratefully accepting the scroll, feeling deeply appreciative of his master's generosity in sharing ancestral techniques with him. Each time he offered Master a piece of fatty pork or a jar of aged wine, he had winced at the loss of a few coins, but now he realized he had truly received more than he had given. With the scroll clutched tightly, Urguze departed from Sanchizi, harboring a twinge of guilt towards his master. Master Li watched Urguze's retreating figure, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The sword manual he had just modified beyond recognition should ensure that Urguzi would be unable to master it. Chapter 26. Do not move. Ever since Urguzi acquired his master's nameless sword manual, he has treasured it like a priceless gem, diligently practicing each movement with meticulous precision every day. However, the complexity of this sword manual presents significant challenges, and despite his prolonged efforts, he has yet to grasp its techniques. For instance, certain sword maneuvers require a leap of 2 to 3 jong into the air. Despite exerting all his strength, he can only manage to jump just over 1 jong. The thought of leaping 2 to 3 jong feels akin to soaring through the skies. Additionally, some techniques demand striking a target situated a full jong away. This seems almost impossible, as the combined length of his arm and sword barely reaches 5 kai. How could he possibly strike from such a distance? Nonetheless, he firmly believes that his master has never deceived him. Every skill imparted by his mentor has ultimately been mastered. The greater the difficulty in mastering a technique, the more it attests to its extraordinary nature, promising unparalleled power upon completion. His master often teaches that without enduring hardship, one cannot hope to attain supreme martial prowess. He is resolute in his conviction that with perseverance, success is inevitable. Previously, he had thought that crushing stones with bare hands was an insurmountable task, yet with the increase in his cultivation, such challenges have become manageable. Perhaps once he reaches the 3rd or 4th level, things will become easier. Each day, apart from practicing swordplay, he consumes a portion of pork ribs stewed with ginseng, followed by meditative exercises to cultivate his 2nd-level skills. As the age of the ginseng increases, its medicinal properties intensify, and his vital energy flows more abundantly through the ren and du meridians. However, as the ginseng's potency heightens, it also becomes more likely to cause internal heat. Consuming one root daily has resulted in nosebleeds and swollen gums, and he often dreams of marrying a wife at night. He sometimes contemplates whether he should indeed take a wife. Furthermore, the initial batch of ginseng he planted was not substantial, and by consuming one root each day, he has already depleted nearly half a mu of land. He is reluctant to use the remaining roots, wishing to cultivate them to a higher age, perhaps 50 or even 100 years. Upon reflection, it seems more cost-effective to purchase pills that strengthen the foundation of one's cultivation. On this day, after completing a round of sword techniques, Urguzi felt that each movement was rather awkward. Just then, a flock of geese erupted in chaos. All the geese burst from their shelter, stretching their necks and spreading their wings, honking in unison, gar gar gar, gar gar. At the location indicated by the geese, a shadow was seen climbing up from below the cliff. The figure, shrouded in a black veil, wielded a gleaming waist knife. Seeing the commotion caused by the geese, the shadow appeared momentarily taken aback. Urguzi recognized the figure and recalled the harrowing night he was pursued along the official road. The attire and even the knife bore striking similarities. He suspected it was likely the same person. Recalling the terror of that night, Urguzi instinctively felt the urge to flee. However, just then, the shadow swung its large knife, severing the heads of 2 geese. "You killed my geese." Initially intent on escaping, Urguzi was enraged to see the shadow dispatch his geese in an instant. Geese were his livelihood, each fetching several hundred wen or even a tael of silver. If he simply walked away, wouldn't he all the geese left on the mountain meet a tragic fate? Not to mention the numerous medicinal herbs spanning over a dozen mu. Adhering to the principle of valuing wealth over life, Urguzi raised his heavy sword and lunged at the shadow. His thrust was precise and standard, executed with impeccable form, adhering to the instructions in the manual. However, just as his sword was about to connect, the shadow deftly sidestepped, causing Urguzi to miss. He diligently retracted his sword to his chest and thrust again, but the shadow evaded once more. Again he struck, sweeping, thrusting, and cleaving. Each of Urguzi's movements was executed flawlessly, yet the shadow moved with remarkable agility, evading every attack. "Damn it, why do you keep moving around? What are you even trying to do?" After several failed attempts, a surge of frustration welled within him, prompting him to curse like other tenants. The shadow, upon hearing Urguzi's words, appeared momentarily stunned. In a fit of rage, Urguzi abandoned the techniques taught by his master, wielding his long sword like a firewood stick and unleashing a flurry of erratic strikes. This unstructured and chaotic swordplay left the shadow bewildered, unable to predict the trajectory of each blow. Having lost its playful demeanor, the shadow swiftly drew its single knife to parry. Bang! The moment the knife met the sword, the shadow felt an overwhelming force, and the single knife shattered instantly. It had not anticipated such immense strength from Urguzi. Staring at the shattered remnants of the knife and the lacerated palm, fear began to creep into the shadow's heart. Without waiting for the shadow to hesitate, Urguzi swung his makeshift weapon again. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the shadow retreated, turning to flee. Such tremendous power could easily result in broken bones or worse with even a slight miscalculation. Urguzi pursued until he reached the cliff's edge, watching as the shadow scrambled up the steep wall, quickly disappearing into the darkness. He could only pick up some stones and hurl them into the abyss, but upon hearing no cries, he presumed he had missed. Gar gar gar, gar gar. Behind him, the remaining geese mourned around the decapitated bodies of their kin. The two slain geese happened to be the very first he had purchased, one male and one female. They had proven invaluable, hatching 15 goslings over the course of a year. Thanks to his careful feeding with spirit-infused fodder, these geese had grown to more than double the size of ordinary ones. Embracing the bodies of the two geese that had served him so well, Urguzi entered the kitchen to quietly boil water. A sleepless night ensued. The following morning, Urguzi savored a large goose leg. How delightful, even tastier than pork ribs, and he hadn't even stored it in his gourd yet. Goose meat was also imbued with rich spiritual energy. Crunch, crunch, he gnawed on the bone, swallowing the meat while surveying the remaining flock. He then added some rice to their trough. Eat more, and you'll grow faster. The 15 goslings, perhaps sensing the ominous atmosphere or still grieving for their lost parents, lowered their heads in silence, diligently consuming their food. After a hearty meal, Urguzi descended Snake Mouth Mountain. Although he had not suffered a loss the previous night, he had also gained nothing. Reflecting on the events, he realized that the root of his troubles lay in his insufficient mastery of sword techniques. He could only perform basic forms, and the moment his opponent moved, he was unable to land a hit. He resolved to accelerate his training and decided to make another trip to the county town to procure some pills for strengthening his foundation. To prevent any thieves from taking advantage of the situation, he circumvented the main road after his descent, ensuring that no one was aware he had come down. Chapter 27, The Flesh of the Fish Demon. After a long day's journey, Urguzi arrived at Huishintang just as dusk was settling, burdened with a sack of powerful pills. "Brother Urgo, you've finally arrived," Saimayi exclaimed, his eyes glistening with emotion at the sight of Urguzi, as if they had been separated for years. The urgency in his demeanor resembled that of a newlywed eagerly reunited with their partner. "Why did you take so long to come? Look at my hair, I've turned grey in several spots." Saimayi tugged at a couple of white strands to demonstrate. "I apologize. I've been preoccupied with some matters lately," Urguzi replied, a hint of remorse in his voice. Previously, Saimayi had ordered 2 stones of enhanced powerful pills, and the delivery had been delayed. He had immersed himself in cultivation over the past few months, and now, with little progress in his swordsmanship, he had no choice but to seek some income to purchase foundational pills for strengthening his essence. "Let us set that aside for now. How many of those enhanced pills did you bring?" Saimayi inquired, recalling the remarkable results from the enhanced version of the pills he had previously sold. Many affluent families in the county, lacking in higher tastes, had taken to acquiring numerous wives and concubines during their leisure time. However, even the finest delicacies could lead to indigestion and adversely affect one's digestive health. Moreover, these wives and concubines, fierce as wolves, could wear down their husband's vitality over time. Thus, even when faced with impotence, one must dutifully tend to their own wives, lest they fall prey to others. Having inadvertently created 2 types of enhanced pills, Urguzi had unwittingly cured the hidden ailments of the county's elite. One type of pill strengthened the spleen and kidneys, addressing the root cause, while the other invigorated and enhanced male vitality, with effects that were immediately apparent. When combined, these pills restored confidence to their users, leading the wealthy to pursue Saimayi for more. With no stock available, they frequently inquired, much to Saimayi's annoyance. Now, seeing Urguzi finally deliver a stone of enhanced pills, Saimayi felt a wave of relief wash over him. After counting, they confirmed a total of 6 100 pills, valued at 80 yen each, amounting to 488,000 coins, or 488 taels of silver. Saimayi promptly produced 49 ingots of silver, which Urguzi carefully wrapped up. "You've done me a great service. I shall treat you to dinner." Urguzi, feeling a bit hungry, had initially planned to buy a couple of meat buns, but with Saimeryi's generous invitation, he was more than happy to accept the meal. Having known each other for over half a year, Urguzi held a favorable impression of Saimeryi. Born into a wealthy family, Saimeryi lacked the arrogance typical of young nobles and was devoid of ulterior motives. As they exited the pharmacy, a ragged little beggar, no more than 6 or 7 years old, hurried over, extending a filthy hand towards Saimeryi. Rather than shooing him away, Saimeryi smiled gently, retrieving a few copper coins from his pocket and placing them in the child's palm. "Call your little friends over." "Thank you, benefactor," the little beggar exclaimed, waving towards a distant corner, which soon erupted with dozens of other beggar children, surrounding the two men. As Urguzi pondered how to navigate the situation, he watched as Saimeryi scattered a handful of coins into the air. The children scrambled to collect the coins, causing a delightful chaos. "Let us go," Saimeryi remarked. "The money we saved by eating one less dish will sustain them for several days." "It seems you are quite familiar with those little beggars," Urguzi observed. Saimeryi, with his fair complexion and elegant attire, clearly stood apart from the sun-baked labourers of the county. Urguzi found it curious that someone of Saimeryi's stature would be acquainted with such destitute children. "They are merely orphans. Each time I forego a dish, I give the savings to these beggars, and over time, we've grown familiar," Saimeryi responded nonchalantly, devoid of any pretense, as if his actions were the most natural thing in the world. At that moment, Urguzi felt a surge of respect for Saimeryi. While he himself had never considered extending charity, he admired the kindness he witnessed in others. Saimeryi dismissed the small acts of kindness and continued leading the way. "I heard that Hongyang Tower recently acquired a piece of century-old fish demon meat. Let us go and sample it." Urguzi had anticipated a casual meal at a roadside eatery, but was surprised when Saimeryi guided him directly to the entrance of Hongyang Tower. Recalling the humiliation of being expelled by a servant during his last visit, he felt a twinge of reluctance. However, as Saimeryi was treating him, he held his tongue. Glancing down at his new shoes, he quietly followed Saimeryi into the establishment. The same young servant who had previously ejected him was present at the entrance, but upon seeing Saimeryi, he immediately bowed low, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. It is Master Saimer, please, come inside." As Urguzi passed by the servant, the latter momentarily hesitated but quickly resumed his ingratiating demeanor. Hongyang Tower was indeed the most opulent tavern in the county, soaring 5 stories high, with massive wooden beams that could only be embraced by 2 or 3 people. The floor was covered with a thick carpet, soft underfoot, leaving Urguzi in awe. Back in Shiku Mountain, his own bed was merely a pile of straw. The tower boasted 5 levels, with the 4th reserved for esteemed guests of nobility. It was said that from the 5th floor, one could gaze down upon the entire Anshang County, but that level was exclusively for the county magistrate. Without his permission, none could ascend. Given Saimeryi's status, they could only dine on the 3rd floor, but even that was a privilege envied by many wealthy merchants. The servant led them through an intricately carved wooden door into a lavishly adorned room, unlike anything Urguzi had ever encountered. A fragrant incense wafted through the air, invigorating every pore of his being. Additionally, 2 young maidens, seemingly ethereal, graced the room, leaving Urguzi momentarily spellbound. He had never seen such fair-skinned beauty before. Their skin was as smooth as freshly peeled eggs. Having lived in Shishi village and Sancharzi town for over a decade, he had never encountered such exquisite individuals. How could humans possess such beauty? Feeling a pang of self-consciousness, Urguzi's cheeks flushed slightly as he averted his gaze, discreetly retracting his hands into his sleeves to hide the coarse scars that marred his skin. "We humbly greet the 2 young masters," the maidens curtsied respectfully. Saimeryi waved his sleeve and nodded, leading Urguzi to a round table. The maidens promptly approached to pour tea for the 2. Their dresses flowed like mist, shimmering with colors, their delicate skin barely veiled, reminiscent of celestial beings in a painting. Urguzi felt too bashful to stare, stealing glances instead. They were breathtakingly beautiful. Such exquisite women were merely attendants for the guests. The wealthy gentry truly squandered their treasures. Simultaneously, he calculated that this meal would cost them several thousand coins. The thought of spending such a fortune made him reconsider. he could buy meat buns for just a few dozen coins that would suffice for their hunger. I've heard you have century-old fish demon meat. Please bring me 2 portions, Saimer Yi instructed before turning to Urguzi. Brother what would you like to eat? Urguzi thought for a moment. In his years of life, nothing had surpassed the taste of fatty pork or meat buns. I would like stewed pork. The maidens exchanged subtle glances at his choice. Excellent. 1 order of stewed pork. Saimer Yi echoed, then proceeded to order several dishes with peculiar names. Moments later, the maidens began to serve an array of exquisite dishes. All the tableware was made of fine white porcelain, clearly of great value. The array of delicacies was simply breathtaking, leaving Urguzi unable to recognize a single dish. Finally, when a large bowl was brought in, he identified it as stewed pork. Give it a taste. Saimer Yi encouraged, noting that the chef at Hongyang Tower had ancestral ties to the imperial kitchen. Urguzi, under Saimer Yi's gesture, picked up a piece of pork. The meat was perfectly marbled, cut into neat cubes, and the broth gleamed with a rich hue. Upon biting into it, the flavor exploded, a harmonious blend of savory meat and luscious broth, completely devoid of any unpleasant odor. In terms of taste and texture, it surpassed anything he had ever prepared himself by 1,000-fold. He savored several other dishes, each more delectable than the last, marking it as the finest meal he had ever experienced. The only downside was that his own pork, having been stored in a gourd for some time, contained spiritual energy, leaving him invigorated after consumption. The dishes before him, however, lacked such effects. At that moment, the maidens returned with 2 large platters. To Urguzi's astonishment, these platters were carved entirely from white jade. The mere value of the dishes could have purchased all the land in Shishi village. Yet, in the center of each platter lay a meager piece of fish, scarcely the size of a thumb. This is the flesh of the century-old fish demon, a rare delicacy. Do savor its flavor. Saimer Yi declared, already placing a small piece of fish into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully as if relishing every moment. Urguzi too speared a small morsel with his chopsticks, and upon tasting it, he found the fish tender and exquisitely flavorful, elevating the experience beyond the previous dishes. Moreover, he sensed that like the pork he had stored, this fish was imbued with rich spiritual energy. So this was the famed flesh of the century-old fish demon. Perhaps the pork he consumed regularly was not so different from fish demon meat after all. Did you know? It is said this fish demon weighed over 300 pounds, with the choicest parts offered to the county magistrate. The remaining meat is distributed among others, and what we have here is merely the trim. Even the scales and bones were purchased by Hong and Tang for various medicinal concoctions. Not a single part of the 300-pound fish demon went to waste. By the way, are you well acquainted with Hong and Tang? Upon hearing Saimer Yi mention Hong and Tang, Urguzi recalled the purpose of his visit. As a local, he might have some leverage. I know the young master there, but our interactions are limited. What is it you need? I wish to purchase the foundational pills for strengthening essence, but I have been unable to procure any during my visits. Oh. How many do you require? I can assist you in acquiring them. Saimer Yi responded as if obtaining the foundational pills were a trivial matter. Urguzi produced a bundle containing 490 taels of silver. If you can secure them, this entire sum is yours. Not a problem. Saimer Yi's confident reply left Urguzi feeling somewhat uneasy. After all, Hong and Tang only had a limited supply of a few pills each time, fiercely contested by all martial artists. Even securing a small quantity required considerable luck. Can you truly procure that many? I heard the ginseng is tightly controlled by the county magistrate, with very little circulating outside. That may be the case, but aside from the county magistrate, there are several families with centuries-old legacies in Anchang County, deeply entrenched in the region. For some underground dealings, the magistrate can only turn a blind eye. Saimer Yi proved himself to be well informed about local affairs. Rest assured, come to my pharmacy tomorrow morning to collect the pills. Thank you very much. As they continued to eat and chat, Urguzi was left dumbfounded when the bill arrived. The meal had cost them a staggering 18 taels of silver. Such an amount could purchase several pigs. Just the small piece of fish he had consumed cost 5 taels. Chapter 28. Sword testing. Early the next morning, Urguzi ventured to the Huishan Tang. As anticipated, Saimer Yi without hesitation produced 5 porcelain vials, each filled with Pei Yuan Guban pills, totaling 49 pills. Thank you, thank you. It is but a trifling matter, there is no need for gratitude. Saimer Yi regarded this with indifference. However, you could send more of your deli pills my way. If you have any other precious medicinal herbs that are inconvenient for you to part with, I would be willing to purchase them. I can find a buyer. Urguzi carefully wrapped the porcelain vials and tucked them into his bosom, his belly protruding as if he were 10 months pregnant. Very well, but I currently lack any valuable herbs. I do have some deli pills. I shall bring them to you in due course, but I would prefer to exchange them for Pei Yuan Guban pills. After leaving Huishintang, he made his way to the sword shop he had visited last time. He was now capable of wielding a sword weighing 100 jin, unlike the previous one that had been weighed down with iron pieces, resembling a fire poker. This time, he intended to forge a heavy sword anew. The same chubby lad was in charge of welcoming customers at the shop. Greetings, esteemed guest, what type of weapon do you wish to have forged today? Having visited the shop for the 3rd time, the chubby boy recognized Urguzi immediately upon his entrance. I wish to forge a heavy sword weighing 120 jin. No problem. What material do you desire? Apart from ordinary steel and iron, we also possess a rare material known as refined copper, which, when incorporated into a weapon, can significantly enhance its performance. This material, crafted by immortal hands, is imbued with celestial energy, isn't it remarkable? Upon hearing the chubby boy's explanation, even Urguzi felt a surge of yearning. Legend spoke of immortal craftsmen as beings of immense power, capable of traversing the skies and commanding the elements. It was said that the county magistrate was one such formidable immortal. Throughout his years, Urguzi had encountered only his master, Li Banxian, who was rumored to be an immortal himself. He resolved to inquire with Saimer Yi about any immortal craftsman residing in the county town. Since this refined copper was crafted by an immortal, he wished to acquire some, provided it wasn't exorbitantly priced, to bask in its celestial aura. However, after ascertaining the cost, he abandoned the idea. 1 jin of refined copper would require 200 taels of silver, a sum far better spent on 20 Pei Yuan Guban pills. Ultimately, he decided to forge a simple iron sword instead. After all, his sword would be large and heavy enough to deliver a fatal blow, rendering sharpness somewhat irrelevant. A standard iron sword weighing 120 jin would cost 100 taels of silver and take half a day to forge. With nothing pressing to attend to, Urguzi settled in the shop to observe the blacksmithing process. The shop had been run by 3 generations of a single family, with an elderly man gripping a pair of iron pincers to manipulate a glowing piece of iron, while a middle-aged man hammered away with a heavy mallet. The chubby lad, of similar age to Urguzi, worked diligently at the bellows. Occasionally, the elder would offer guidance to his son and grandson. Witnessing the harmonious dynamic among the 3 generations filled Urguzi with a tinge of envy. By midday, the heavy sword weighing 120 jin had been completed. The sword was entirely black, measuring 3 feet 6 inches in length and 3 inches 2/10 in width. Urguzi hefted it, finding it slightly heavier than anticipated, yet he rationalized that his strength would increase over time, making it manageable. Esteemed guest, are you satisfied with this sword? Observing Urguzi wielding the sword as if it were weightless, the chubby boy could not help but click his tongue in disbelief. I am quite pleased. It is excellent. Urguzi paid 100 taels of silver and exited the sword shop carrying the weapon. He purchased 10 large meat buns from a nearby shop, munching as he made his way towards the town of Sanchar. Today, he had successfully acquired Pei Yuan Guban pills and forged a new heavy sword. With the pills consumed and regular practice, he felt a breakthrough to the 3rd layer of cultivation was within reach, potentially enabling him to master the formidable sword technique. At that point, he could sit for the martial scholar examination. The exam required proficiency in 4 areas. First, basic literacy. This was not overly demanding, merely requiring recognition of a few characters, not being completely illiterate. Second, lifting a 500 jin boulder and walking a lap around the examination grounds. While this might pose a challenge for others, it held no difficulty for him. He could even attempt to lift 1,000 jin. The 3rd criterion involved martial skills, necessitating proficiency with one of the 18 types of weaponry. However, Urguzi had yet to perfect his sword technique and was thus stuck at this juncture. The final assessment was practical combat, where a highly skilled examiner would spar with various candidates. Simply enduring 10 strikes from the examiner would yield a perfect score. Regarding this last evaluation, Urguzi felt somewhat uncertain. Throughout his life, he had accumulated considerable experience in receiving blows, even gaining unique insights in certain aspects. For instance, curling up with his hands over his head and knees bent to protect his torso was the best posture for absorbing punishment. However, facing an opponent in combat, aside from the 2 encounters with the shadowy figure, driven by life-and-death circumstances, he had never engaged in a fight with anyone. As Urguzi pondered, sword in hand, he wondered if enduring blows could be considered practical combat. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, a group of burly men surged forth from both ends of the mountain path, blocking Urguzi's way. "This road was opened by me, this tree was planted by me," one man with a pig-like face recited a line with great seriousness before slamming his butcher's knife into a battered tree at the roadside. The scarred tree bore the brunt of unwarranted damage, receiving yet another mark. Unlike before, Urguzi did not hastily flee. Instead, he steadied himself with his large sword, waiting for Zhao Duowang to finish his monologue. "Kid, why aren't you challenging me today? I wish for you to test my sword." Just moments ago, he had been contemplating his lack of experience in fighting. Now, Zhao Duowang had presented him with an opportunity to spar and sharpen his combat skills. However, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, having devised an escape route should the need arise. Weapons are indiscriminate, and with so many rushing at him, it was entirely possible for him to be stabbed multiple times. Better safe than sorry, he thought. It seems you are feeling defiant." Zhao Duowang perceived a challenge to his status and promptly withdrew the butcher's knife from the tree. "No one is allowed to intervene. I will battle him for 300 rounds. This fellow, capable of becoming a leader, indeed possessed some skill, wielding his knife with a fierce wind, thrusting at Urguzi in rapid succession, each strike faster and more ferocious than the last. Fortunately, after cultivating his unnamed technique, Urguzi's mind had become clearer, and his reflexes sharper. Otherwise, he would have been pierced through 18 times by now. Initially overwhelmed by the onslaught, he gradually adapted to Zhao Duowang's rhythm. Finally, seizing an opportunity, he swept his sword horizontally. Bang! The butcher's knife shattered into several pieces with a crisp sound, and Urguzi's door-sized sword was now poised against Zhao Duowang's throat. "That doesn't count. My knife broke." With so many subordinates watching, Zhao Duowang was unwilling to concede easily, maintaining his defiance, valuing pride over life. "Get another knife and come again." Eager for another bout, Urguzi welcomed the chance, as he needed someone to practice against. After binding the wound on his hand, Zhao Duowang took a hefty knife of 7 or 8 jin from one of his subordinates and swung it at Urguzi. Bang, bang, bang. This time, Urguzi was already adept, deliberately holding back his strength, yet within a few exchanges, Zhao Duowang's knife was again severed. At this point, Zhao Duowang was panting heavily, his arms trembling from exertion. "Will we continue? I'm hungry, I'm going home to eat. We can battle 300 rounds tomorrow." Zhao Duowang found a somewhat reasonable excuse to retreat, calling to his followers as they departed. Urguzi watched the bandits' retreating figures, feeling a twinge of regret. He had just begun to grasp a few techniques, and now there was no one left to spar with him. With a sigh, he turned back and made his way home. Meanwhile, shortly after Urguzi exited the sword shop, the establishment had lowered its wooden board and ceased operations for the day. The 3 generations of blacksmiths gathered around a pile of silver, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Refined silver. Indeed, it is undoubtedly refined silver. So this is what the legendary refined silver looks like. It appears indistinguishable from ordinary silver. Another windfall had struck them. The 100 taels the previous customer had provided turned out to be refined silver, worth at least 10 times the equivalent amount of ordinary silver. "Father, grandfather, should we?" The chubby boy, tempted by greed, conceived thoughts of robbery. "Be quiet." Before he could finish, his grandfather rebuked him. "Do you not understand that our family has been stable in this trade for 8 generations by adhering to our principles? How many of the customers buying swords or knives are truly benign? You think they are easy prey just because they do not recognize refined silver. Perhaps one of them is a disciple of a reclusive master. Did you not see him effortlessly wielding a 100 jin sword as if it were a mere stick? I warn you, you are to stay put today. Should you dare to venture outside, I will break your legs to prevent disaster from befalling our household. Having been jointly chastised by his grandfather and father, the chubby boy yielded. Yet, the youth, emboldened by naivete, remained blissfully unaware of the dangers that lurked beyond. He believed himself to be invincible, confident in his ability to control the world around him. In his mind, he had already taken a keen interest in the customer who appeared to be of similar age to him. You are not too young yourself. Starting tomorrow, I shall teach you the art of weapon forging. Here, take this compendium of weapons and study it. The elder, wishing to pacify the youth's ambitions, pulled out an ancient leather-bound book from beneath the counter and handed it to him. This is our family heirloom. Be careful to safeguard it and do not lose it. The youth accepted the ancient book, flipping through its pages before stuffing it into his cloak. Arguzi remained blissfully unaware that the copper coins and silver he had exchanged would spark such turmoil. He had no inkling that the refined copper he initially deemed too costly was, in fact, the very few coins he had spent at the sword shop on a previous occasion. Fortunately, his frugality had spared him from becoming a victim of exploitation. It was not entirely his fault. The coins and silver appeared identical, with no discernible differences. Only after reaching a certain level of cultivation could one sense the richer spiritual energy within them. He had always utilized them as such, without anyone noticing any discrepancies. At present, he had returned to Shiku Mountain, finding everything in order and no outsiders having intruded, which relieved him. Though he had blocked the path to the mountain, some martial artists could still scale the cliffs. He contemplated leveling the jutting stones on the cliff face when time permitted, and planting thorn bushes in the gentler areas to deter future climbers. However, for now, his priority remained cultivation. He stored the Peiyuan Guban pills he had acquired in his yellow gourd, waiting 3 days before consuming them. After the infusion of spiritual energy from the gourd, the efficacy of the pills was greatly enhanced. Each pill he refined added a thread of true energy to his meridians, equivalent to 10 days of regular training. In the following days, he consumed a Peiyuan Guban pill daily, witnessing rapid progress in his cultivation. Occasionally, he would stealthily descend the mountain to challenge Zhao Dorwang to a duel. However, Zhao Dorwang proved to be a poor sport. After losing 10 times, he had taken to hiding in the mountains, leaving Arguzi feeling profoundly disappointed. As for the sword technique his master had taught him, he continued to make little headway. The martial arts were indeed intricate and elusive, proving exceedingly difficult to master. Chapter 29, Taxation and Labor. On the summit of Snake Mouth Mountain, a dozen large geese, accompanied by over 20 goslings, were happily pecking at the vegetable leaves strewn across the ground. These geese were twice the size of ordinary ones and had an insatiable appetite. Perhaps due to their prolonged diet of spiritual fodder, they had become quite discerning. They would not touch any mundane food devoid of spiritual essence. In contrast, Arguzi himself was not so particular about his meals. Were it not for his cultivation, he could eat anything that filled his stomach. Their ability to guard the homestead, provide meat, and offer feathers for clothing and bedding was the reason he indulged them so. Arguzi fed the geese some fodder and poured water into their trough. He then watered all the crops he had planted on the mountain. Although he had not extensively cleared land in the past 6 months, he had still managed to cultivate some plots for ginseng. Currently, Snake Mouth Mountain boasted 10 acres of ginseng, 3 acres of huangjing, 2 acres of meat cordyceps, and 1 acre of yao chicken legs, totaling 16 acres of arable land. The first batch of ginseng, huangjing, and meat cordyceps had been growing for over 10 years, and the value of these herbs increased with age. Thus, Arguzi had been reluctant to harvest them. He prepared his enhanced strength pills using materials with a maximum age of only 4 to 5 years. As for the acre of yao chicken legs, he discovered that this wild vegetable, after his cultivation, yielded abundantly. Both the leaves and roots were edible, with the underground roots growing as thick as an arm and measuring 1 to 2 feet in length. Whether consumed raw or cooked, they tasted delightful. Most of the Yao chicken legs were used to feed the geese, with only a small portion reserved for making strength pills. In addition to the 16 acres, Urguzi had planted some persimmon and jujube trees in areas unsuitable for cultivation during the first month of the year. After his nurturing, the trees had flourished and begun to bear fruit. After finishing his watering, Urguzi looked up at the sky. The sun had already emerged halfway above the eastern horizon. It was time to descend the mountain once again. It was the season for tenants to pay rent and landlords to submit taxes. However, this year, Urguzi had transformed from a tenant into a landlord. The 50 acres of land at the foot of Snakemouth Mountain had been rented out to the Agui family for cultivation. In a good year, the harvest from these 50 acres could yield about 200 stones of grain, and with a rental rate of 50%, he would collect 100 stones of grain as rent each year. However, he still needed to pay the government 60 stones in taxes for these 50 acres. Since Snakemouth Mountain was officially registered as wasteland, only 20 stones were required. In total, he had to pay 80 stones of grain in taxes. If he could pass the civil service examination and become a scholar, he would be exempt from taxes on 100 acres of arable land, and uncultivated wasteland would be free from taxation as well. This was a grace bestowed by the court upon those with official titles, encouraging loyalty to the regime. Master, everything is ready. Upon arriving at Agui's home, Urguzi found the family of 5 or 6 strong men had already packed 100 stones of grain onto a wheelbarrow. Additionally, they had enlisted the help of a dozen sturdy tenants to push the cart. Emulating Huang Laozai, Urguzi treated everyone to a hearty meal, which even included a few slices of pork. After the tenants had eaten their fill, they were invigorated and swiftly pushed the wheelbarrow along. Agui, having been a tenant of Huang Laozai's previously, was very familiar with such matters and managed everything smoothly, leaving Urguzi worry-free. Master, up ahead is Zhao Dorwang's territory. We need to prepare some silver to smooth things over, Agui said, gazing at the youthful Urguzi with a hint of sentimentality. Just last year, both he and Urguzi were tenants of Huang Laozai, joking and sharing camaraderie along the way. Now, in a twist of fate, Urguzi had become his landlord. Upon hearing that they were approaching Zhao Dorwang's domain, Urguzi perked up, concealing his sword within his clothing and lowering his head to blend in with the group of tenants. Zhao Dorwang had grown astute. Whenever he spotted Urguzi, he would hide in the mountains and refuse to show himself. Master, as long as you prepare the silver, everything will be fine. Zhao Dorwang never harms those who pay him, and he is more trustworthy than the officials, Agui reassured, mistakenly thinking Urguzi was afraid. I know, I'm just worried he won't come out, Urguzi replied. Agui was somewhat baffled by Urguzi's meaning, believing he was merely making excuses. They had not walked far when the sound of gongs echoed ahead, and Zhao Dorwang indeed appeared as promised. This road is mine, this tree is mine. The bandit leader's line was not yet finished when he saw Urguzi, who was smiling and wielding a massive door-sized sword. Zhao Dorwang, let us have a fight. Oh dear. My stomach hurts, it seems I've eaten something bad and need to relieve myself. Zhao Dorwang clutched his belly and hurried back into the woods, his gang of bandits vanishing without a trace. Don't run. I promise I'll go easy on you this time. Urguzi called out, standing on the official road, still brandishing the enormous sword. However, Zhao Dorwang had made up his mind, no matter how sweetly Urguzi spoke, he would not emerge to seek punishment. This fellow was as strong as an ox, and every clash of their weapons left him numb and exhausted. After a few rounds, he found himself weak and shaky, with blood in his urine, needing support to walk. To engage in a battle with Urguzi meant a whole day without the chance to rob. Zhao Dorwang hid in the woods, watching as Urguzi and his entourage departed. To prevent a surprise attack, he waited an additional half-hour before resuming his activities. This time, he intercepted a larger wheelbarrow convoy, determined to make up for the losses from the previous half-hour. Are you going to stop the literates' convoy as well? A tenant stepped forward, emboldened by the influence of the scholar. Ours bit. A bandit spat disdainfully. What is a scholar to us? Our Zhao Dorwang was once a scholar himself. He just didn't want to endure the indignities of those petty officials and instead, cough cough cough. Zhao Dorwang interrupted, preventing the bandit from continuing. Regardless, everyone passing this way must pay. Seeing the resolute stance of the bandits blocking the road, Zhang Yuliang could only scowl as he stepped forward, handing over a piece of silver. Although scholars were exempt from taxes on 100 acres of land, Zhang owned far more. If he were alone, he could charge through, but with so much grain and tenants to care for, he had no choice but to comply. Zhao Duowang took the silver, weighed it, and shook his head. With so many wheelbarrows, this little bit of silver won't suffice. Don't push your luck. Zhang Yuliang placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, infuriated that, despite being a scholar, he received no respect from these bandits. Let me tell you, our Zhao Duowang is in a foul mood today. It's best you pay up and leave. Ultimately, under pressure, Zhang Yuliang had to pull another piece of silver from his pocket. After paying, he vowed to one day eradicate this bandit group for their audacity. Meanwhile, Urguzi remained blissfully unaware that his actions had caused Zhang Yuliang to pay double the toll. He had already set up camp in an open area of the county with his tenants. After a peaceful night, fortune smiled upon them as they found themselves in line to pay taxes the next day. This time, he had learned from experience, filling each container to the brim and stacking them high. Yet, despite his efforts, he still received a lash from the county officer. The officer lashed out at him and his companions, then kicked the containers, spilling the grain before refilling and kicking again, repeating this 3 times. Only after pouring all 100 stones of grain did the officer grumble and finally relent. Though he should have only paid 80 stones in taxes, he ended up delivering 100 stones of fine grain, yet was still scolded as a troublesome citizen. He could not fathom what kind of model citizen the officials envisioned. After paying the taxes, he was required to obtain a receipt from the county clerk. In broad daylight, the clerk dozed off at his desk, and Urguzi, with no choice, offered a small piece of silver to finally receive the stamped document. Along with the tax receipt, he also received a notice for labor conscription. Given the scale of his landholding, he was required to send 1 person for labor this winter. The destination for this labor was to carry some provisions and head to the southwestern border to construct defensive walls for a year. Having just paid his taxes, he now faced conscription. The government demanded labor every year, from large projects like building river embankments to wartime labor, down to tasks such as constructing houses or digging latrines for officials. Most of the labor was unpaid, requiring individuals to bring their own provisions. The impact on agriculture and the need for self-supplied food were not considered significant. Many laborers would go and never return, their bodies lost without a trace. Anshan County was not far from the southwestern border, known to be a perilous land filled with monsters and demons. In previous years, only about 3 out of every 10 taken to the southwestern border returned alive, and those fortunate enough to return often did so only half alive. Urguzi had no desire to partake in such labor and would have to spend money to hire someone to take his place. Many landlords had done the same in previous years. As long as one could find a replacement, the government had no objections. However, the cost for such a nearly certain death was exorbitant, nearly the price of a life. This year, it seemed, the price for laborers would skyrocket. After successfully paying his taxes, Urguzi treated the tenants to a meal at a restaurant, where they feasted heartily. 30 people enjoyed 2 dishes, a savory vegetable side and fatty pork stir-fried with dried radish. There was plenty of rice, and some even consumed 7 bowls in one sitting. The tenants, with full bellies, praised their master's generosity while simultaneously cursing Zhang Yuliang for being miserly and stingy. After the meal, Urguzi approached Agui and showed him the government notice for labor conscription. Agui, could you help me find someone to take my place for this labor? The labor in the southwest is nearly a one-way ticket. What price is the master offering? As long as the price is high enough, there are always people willing to take on the risk, Agui replied, showing no sign of difficulty in finding a replacement, only asking about the price. Urguzi pondered, lacking experience, he was unsure of a suitable amount. How much is a life worth these days? That depends on age. Young, strong men command the highest prices, around 20 stones of good rice. For those over 50, only 2 stones are needed. The price for women varies based on age and beauty, with the most expensive not exceeding 20 stones, while the cheaper ones can be had for a few dough of grain. In years of disaster, the prices can drop significantly. Many tenants had experience selling their sons or daughters, so Agui was well versed in the market. I'll offer 20 stones to hire someone to take my place for labor. In matters of life and death, Urguzi was unusually generous, proposing the highest price of 20 stones. Are you truly willing to offer 20 stones? Urguzi confirmed, noting that typically, 10 stones would attract many candidates. Indeed, it's 20 stones. Though Urguzi was usually frugal, this time he did not seem particularly shrewd. Master, no need to find anyone else. Let me go. Urguzi looked hopefully at Urguzi, awaiting his response. Urguzi, this labor is perilous, you don't really need to take such a risk, do you? Furthermore, this year's harvest is good, and even after paying rent, you should still have around 100 stones of surplus grain. Urguzi regarded Urguzi. They had grown familiar, and he felt he didn't need to put himself in danger. Alas, this year's bountiful harvest is a blessing. Yet, we still have to pay household taxes of 8 stones, head taxes of 12 stones, firewood taxes of 10 stones, and sunshine taxes for next spring's seeds, at least 5 to 6 stones for 50 acres, right? Calculating all this, our family of over 10 still has around 50 stones of grain left, and those half-grown boys eat quite a bit. I'm already over 40. This life of mine might fetch only 10 stones at most, and I don't have many years left. This is a golden opportunity to sell for 20 stones. Anyone who passes it up is a fool. With those 20 stones, I could save up for an acre of thin land. Should I survive and return, that 20 stones would be pure profit. He. As Urguzi spoke, he couldn't help but laugh, feeling he was gaining a significant advantage. Urguzi reflected that if, 2 years prior, he had been given such an opportunity, he too would have chosen to gamble with his life without hesitation. All right. Just try your best to return alive. Chapter 30. Master, I have enlightened. Several months have elapsed since the last tax payment, and now spring has once again graced the second year. Last winter, Urguzi, at the cost of 20 stones of grain, enlisted Urguzi to serve his labor duty in his stead. On the day of Urguzi's departure, he purchased 2 gin of pork and enjoyed a farewell meal at Urguzi's home. At that time, his 3-year-old grandson was blissfully unaware of the events unfolding, only cognizant of the meat on the table. The little lad relished the succulent pork, blissfully asking when his parents would also depart. After the new year, Urguzi reached the age of 16, and perhaps due to a better diet over the past 2 years, he had grown significantly taller, now nearly the height of an adult. At 16, a young man officially enters the age of marriage. He now possessed the status of a modest landowner, and with his good looks, numerous matchmakers lingered at the foot of Shakushin, eager to propose suitable matches for him. Among the prospective brides were the second daughter of Huang Laotsai, the eldest daughter of Li Tuozi, the 6th child of Zhang Kezi, and Xinghua from the neighboring village, all hailing from robust families well suited for labor during the day and childbearing at night, akin to the most fertile of soils. Some of these candidates had long been the objects of admiration for Urguzi. Previously, he had been enveloped by a sense of inferiority, feeling unworthy of them, clad daily in tattered trousers that exposed his backside, and scarcely daring to speak to others. Now, with opportunities presenting themselves, a mere nod from him could grant him access to the richest meat in the village and the most fertile lands to cultivate, yielding the finest crops. Yet, to his own astonishment, he resolutely declined all offers. In the vigor of youth, to profess an aversion to marriage seemed somewhat unnatural, whether in body or spirit. However, for the time being, he had no choice but to remain single. Soon, the annual examination for martial scholars would take place, and he resolved to register and test his fortune. This year, he would devote himself to rigorous training in hopes of passing the exam. He yearned to escape the whims of the local enforcers, who summoned him at will for menial tasks and subjected him to beatings. Moreover, martial scholars were exempt from servitude and could enjoy tax reductions. If he were to marry and bring a wife home, it would be akin to entrusting a cat to guard a fish. His focus on training would inevitably wane. Additionally, marrying a wife could potentially expose the secret of his yellow gourd. Perhaps it was better to endure for a few more years. For now, he prioritized his training and the pursuit of becoming a martial scholar. In the preceding months, Urguzi had ventured into the city to sell several stones of Delhi pills, converting all his earnings into Peiyuan Guoben pills for consumption. The spiritual energy required to advance from the second to the third layer of his cultivation had increased manifold. To date, he had consumed over 200 Peiyuan Guoben pills, and last month, his Ren and Du meridians were finally filled with genuine energy. In the past 2 or 3 days, his meridians had become saturated with this energy, creating a sensation of fullness that bordered on discomfort. One day, he prepared a pot of pork stew, adding a nearly 20-year-old ginseng root. After the meal, he ingested another Peiyuan Guoben pill and resumed his training as usual. The simultaneous consumption of ginseng and the pill yielded remarkable effects, rapidly releasing an abundance of spiritual energy within his abdomen. This energy was subsequently refined into genuine energy, swelling within his meridians, and continuously increasing. Just as he felt that his meridians might burst, a surge of genuine energy suddenly rushed toward his lower abdomen. Roar! Urguzi let out a tremendous shout, feeling as though his waist had exploded. The genuine energy in his meridians converged toward his lower abdomen, as if there were a significant breach there. Upon introspection, he discovered a small space located approximately 3 inches beneath his navel, between the life gate and the lower dantian. Could this be the dantian spoken of in books? The texts state that the human body possesses 3 dantians: the lower dantian, 3 inches below the navel, the middle dantian, located at the sternum, and the upper dantian, situated between the eyebrows, intersecting with Baihui. At this moment, a substantial amount of genuine energy coalesced within the lower dantian, swirling like a cloud. Once all the genuine energy in his meridians flowed into the dantian, they became empty, and the sensation of fullness finally dissipated, leaving him feeling considerably lighter. When he activated his cultivation technique to mobilize the genuine energy, the energy in the dantian would flow back into his meridians in accordance with his thoughts, perhaps due to the opening of the dantian. When he concentrated all his genuine energy at a single point, its potency had increased. He picked up a piece of green stone, concentrated genuine energy in his fingertip, and with a firm squeeze, the stone was reduced to powder. And no longer did it merely crack into several pieces. Successfully opening the lower dantian signified that his nameless cultivation technique had progressed to the third layer. The lower dantian, also known as the Sea of Qi or Qi Hai, could store a vast quantity of genuine energy. From this point forward, he would need to cultivate the technique to the 10th layer to fill the dantian. As for what to do after the 10th layer filled the lower dantian, the nameless technique did not record it, nor had he ever heard his master mention it. With his enhanced abilities, he found that practicing the extremely challenging sword technique had indeed become somewhat easier. Previously, he could scarcely leap over a yard in height. Now, he could wield his sword and leap over 2 yards. However, the text required that the body leap 3 yards into the air, drawing 9 sword flowers, and executing a move called Setting Sun's Afterglow. Often, he could barely manage to reach 2 yards, producing only 3 sword flowers, and before he could even attempt the sword move, he would find himself plummeting back to the ground. It remained unattainable. There were also numerous other sword techniques, such as one that required practice in the rain, executing the technique without allowing a single droplet to touch his body, or striking the right front leg joint of a mosquito flying a yard away. Alternatively, cleaving a 500 jin boulder from 2 yards away. Though he had made some progress, he still fell short of the standards. It was daunting. As the deadline for the martial scholar registration approached, he grew anxious and ultimately decided to bring a pound of pork and a jar of aged wine to seek guidance from his master. Master, my arm, along with the long sword, measures just over 5 feet. How can I possibly strike a target a yard away? How should I practice these techniques? Urguzi expressed his most pressing concern to his master. To strike a target a yard away using brute strength is undoubtedly impossible. You must cultivate to the point where your genuine energy can be released externally, rather than relying on sheer force. Li Banxian lectured Urguzi, offering the usual platitudes about diligent training. He had anticipated that Urguzi would encounter these issues and had long prepared the answers, merely waiting for his disciple to inquire. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will be able to release the genuine energy from within your body, striking your enemies invisibly from 10 paces away with every gesture. A mere 5 or 6 feet is simply a limitation of your physical length, not the limit of your genuine energy. Transition from the void to the tangible, from the formless to the formed. Do you understand? Li Banzian spoke in an enigmatic manner, shrouded in mystery. Arguzi could only manage to comprehend half of it, nodding and then shaking his head. I still do not quite understand. Could you demonstrate, Master? Very well, today I shall allow you to witness the power of genuine energy release. Upon hearing this, Arguzi felt a surge of excitement. His master was enigmatic yet humble, never flaunting his abilities in front of others. Today, he would have the opportunity to witness his master's prowess. Subsequently, Li Banzian fetched a toothless old beggar from outside, intending to use this individual for a demonstration of the technique for his disciple. Arguzi's heart sank at the thought of demonstrating swordsmanship at the cost of a life. It seemed rather cruel. Master, please show mercy. Shall we try with a chicken or duck instead? After all, we can still eat it after the demonstration, so it would not go to waste. If this old beggar dies, we would still have to bury him. Fear not, I have my own measure. Li Banzian replied, instructing the old beggar to stand 2 yards away. The old beggar, unfazed, stood there grinning foolishly. Open your eyes wide and pay close attention. Li Banzian rolled up his sleeves, making the motions of channeling energy with his hands, flowing like clouds, exuding the demeanor of a master. Arguzi indeed widened his eyes, not daring to miss a single detail. However, he sensed no change in the spiritual energy surrounding his master. Har, Li Banzian shouted, waving a hand into the void, causing the old beggar, 2 yards away, to scream in agony as he fell backward. Ouch, that hurts, it hurts so much. Old immortal, spare my life. The old beggar clutched his abdomen, rolling on the ground in pain, howling miserably. Li Banzian stroked his beard, smiling as he looked at Arguzi. Did you see clearly? Arguzi, however, wore a face of confusion. He truly did not understand and could only shake his head. I did not see clearly. Not seeing is precisely right. Genuine energy is invisible to the eye, yet it feels as quick as lightning. Li Banzian assumed the guise of a sage, feeling quite pleased with himself. If he allowed Arguzi to understand, then all his years of effort would have been in vain. Then, Li Banzian helped the writhing old beggar to his feet, checking him over. I merely gave your liver a gentle poke from a distance. There is no grave injury. A few days of rest, and you shall recover. Since you did not comprehend earlier, I will demonstrate once more at close range. Li Banzian turned to Arguzi, simultaneously moving his hands in a slow, circular motion, commencing his technique. Pay attention. Li Banzian extended a finger, lightly touching the old beggar's shoulder, causing the old beggar to tremble and stagger several steps back before collapsing to the ground. Arguzi still failed to comprehend, feeling as though he was exceedingly dim-witted. Your skill is insufficient. High-level martial arts are not easily understood at a glance. Return home and gradually cultivate and ponder over it. Remember, when your cultivation is sufficient, and you can release your genuine energy, you will naturally achieve this. As for the examination for martial scholars, your current strength is still too weak. Be patient. Li Banzian offered words of comfort to Arguzi, who, at this moment, felt as though a window to the heavens had suddenly opened, a spark of enlightenment igniting within him. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I have comprehended. He expressed his gratitude to Li Banzian, then held the sword hilt, remaining motionless as he sank into contemplation. He could now allow genuine energy to flow freely through his meridians. The release of genuine energy, as his master had spoken, likely signified breaching the limitations of the physical body, yet, the genuine energy remained constrained by the meridians. Breaking through these restrictions was no simple task. Unless one began from the acupoints. The so-called acupoints are the openings on the body and meridians, serving as the bridge for the interaction between man and the cosmos. He decided to give it a try. With this thought, he began to mobilize the genuine energy in his dantian, circulating it through his meridians in search of a suitable breakthrough point. There were 6 meridians in his arm: the Han Taiyin lung meridian, Han Juyin pericardium meridian, Han Shaoyin heart meridian, Han Jiangming large intestine meridian, Han Shaoyang sanjia meridian, and Han Taiyang small intestine meridian. The 3 yang meridians were located on the back and outer side of the hand, proving unsuitable. Ultimately, he chose the Laogong acupoint on the Han Juyin pericardium meridian. At this moment, a vast amount of genuine energy surged within his right Han Juyin pericardium meridian. Due to the overwhelming energy, he felt as though his meridians were on the verge of bursting. However, the Laogong acupoint seemed to possess a thin membrane that obstructed the release of the genuine energy. Urguzi continued to mobilize the genuine energy from his dantian, intensifying his efforts against the Laogong acupoint. Disciple, Urguzi. Li Banzian observed Urguzi standing motionless, his clothes billowing without wind, and blood sweat seeping from his right arm. After calling out several times, Urguzi remained unresponsive, as if in a trance. Li Banzian was perplexed, unsure of what profound insight this foolish disciple had attained. He racked his brain, recalling that he had hardly said anything of substance. It had merely been off-the-cuff remarks. Could there truly be some profound truth hidden within? Yet, after pondering for a long while, he found no valuable phrases within his own words. At that moment, Urguzi's palm, still gripping the sword, began to seep blood, and the massive sword, akin to a door plank, emanated a faint glow. Initially, the light was dim, gradually coalescing into patches of brightness, which then expanded and grew. Eventually, all the patches converged, transforming the once dull black sword into a dazzling sword of light. Li Banzian and the old beggar stood beside Urguzi, witnessing the entire spectacle, their hearts filled with uncertainty. Just then, Urguzi lifted the heavy sword with one hand and thrust it straight ahead. Before him stood a wall, and as the sword struck the wall, a tremendous shockwave ensued, causing half of the wall to collapse. Boom! Following the deafening sound, half of Li Banzian's earthen dwelling crumbled, leaving Urguzi with only the sword hilt in hand. Gazing at the remaining hilt and the fallen structure, he felt dazed and at a loss. He had not anticipated such immense power from a single strike. It was unlike the demonstration his master had shown. Had he truly misunderstood his insights? Is this really a form of celestial magic? The old beggar stammered, having never witnessed such a supernatural occurrence, the only conclusion he could draw being that it resembled the legendary celestial arts. So you truly are a celestial master. I no longer dare to accept your payment. The old beggar, utterly astonished by the scene, knelt and kowtowed fervently, pulling out 10 copper coins from his pocket to return to Li Banzian. What celestial magic? It's merely the trickery conjured up by our master-disciple duo. Here are your 50 coins, be gone now. If you dare speak of this outside, I shall ensure you are forever denied rebirth. Li Banzian, who usually relished in the pretense of being a celestial figure, now found himself unusually meek, unwilling to acknowledge his status as a celestial master, instead thrusting a handful of copper coins into the old beggar's hands, both coaxing and threatening him to depart. Master, does this count as genuine energy release? With only the 2 of them left in the courtyard, Urguzi clutched the remaining sword hilt, still filled with self-doubt. Alas, a rotten wood cannot be carved. Genuine energy release cannot be achieved through such reckless means. Li Banzian lamented, gazing at the ruined house, his heart pained. You act like a bull in a china shop, where is the elegance of a celestial being? You must learn to control your power, to wield it with finesse. Though Li Banzian did not comprehend how Urguzi had accomplished this feat, he felt compelled to maintain the illusion, even considering the need to temper Urguzi's enthusiasm, intensifying the charade. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I have gained insight. After hearing his master's words, Urguzi's spirit soared, expressing his gratitude, as though he had come to yet another realization. Observing Urguzi's demeanor, Li Banzian once again slipped into self-doubt. What had this disciple comprehended? How was it that he remained oblivious? Chapter 31, Application for Examination. With a single stroke, Urguzi's sword crashed through Master's earthen dwelling, leaving him momentarily stunned by the sheer force of the blow. However, in the aftermath of that strike, the heavy sword he had forged at a cost of 100 taels of silver was reduced to a heap of fractured iron shards. The vital energy stored within his dantian was entirely depleted, leaving not a trace behind. As he departed from the town of Sanchizi, he felt a slight unsteadiness in his steps. Upon returning to Shiku Mountain, it took him 3 days to restore his vital energy to its normal state. It was Master, with his seasoned wisdom, who swiftly discerned the root of the problem. Urguzi had failed to control his strength. Once he channeled his energy into the sword, he was teetering on the brink of losing control. Had he not thrust that sword in time, his entire right arm might have met the same fate as the sword, shattered into fragments by the force of his own energy. Reflecting on the incident later filled him with a sense of dread. Thus, it is said that mastering any craft necessitates the guidance of a distinguished teacher. Master, with a single glance, identified his mistake, sparing him from a multitude of missteps. Urguzi felt fortunate to have encountered such a mentor. Although he did not fully grasp everything during this consultation, it illuminated his path for cultivation and bolstered his confidence. Once his internal energy returned to normal, he often pondered how to manipulate his vital energy with greater finesse and control. Yet, the energy he cultivated was too volatile, even ordinary objects could not withstand its intensity. The costly heavy sword he had crafted was now ruined, necessitating yet another forge. However, the expense of 100 taels of silver per sword weighed heavily on him, causing him a pang of regret. Yet, for the sake of mastering unparalleled martial arts and the pursuit of the martial scholar examination, expenditure was unavoidable. As fortune would have it, the time for the martial scholar examination was drawing near. He resolved to head to the county town to forge a new sword and, in the process, inquire about the application details. To this end, he prepared a stone of ordinary strength pills to sell to Seimer Yi, requesting his assistance in exchanging it for over 20 fortifying pills. He then returned to the same sword shop to have a new heavy sword forged, weighing 120 jin. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, he sensed an oddity in the gazes of the shop's family. This time, their demeanor was markedly different. They were excessively courteous. The elderly proprietor even personally invited him to sit and converse, pouring him a cup of tea and presenting an array of exquisite snacks. The excessive politeness made Urguzi feel uneasy, prompting him to leave after a brief visit. Next, he sought to gather information regarding the examination. The affairs of the martial scholar registration and examination fell under the jurisdiction of the county educational office. At that moment, Urguzi stood at the entrance of the educational office, meticulously scraping the mud from his shoes, brushing off the dust from his clothing, and smoothing his hair before stepping inside. "Stop!" a boisterous voice rang out as a man, toothpick in mouth and partially draped in a robe, emerged from the doorman's quarters. Do you know where you are? Is this a place you can enter? Country folk truly lack manners. Clearly, the doorman regarded Urguzi as an ordinary peasant, displaying evident impatience and disdain. "I wish to inquire." Before Urguzi could finish his sentence, he was interrupted as the doorman waved him away. Out, I'm here to register for the examination. I wish to apply." At this, the doorman hesitated, scrutinizing him once more. The man before him had skin darkened by the sun, his clothing faded and worn, and his hands bore numerous dark cracks, a clear sign of a laborer accustomed to the fields. Do you even know what the examination entails, how it is conducted?" The doorman's expression was one of scorn. With his years of experience, he deemed Urguzi nothing more than a common farmer. "Exactly, that's why I came to ask." Urguzi thought to himself, "If I knew everything, why would I need to ask you? Get lost, you dare to waste my time knowing nothing." The doorman barked, his face contorted into a menacing snarl, resembling a dog ready to pounce. Though Urguzi was cast out, he refused to leave empty-handed. Recalling his previous dealings with Huang Laocai, he remembered that every hurdle in the office required monetary persuasion. He fished out a fragment of silver from his pocket, weighing approximately 2 or 3 chien, and offered it to the man. The doorman took the silver, weighing it in his hand, around 2 chien and 6 fen, enough for a visit to the brothel. Tucking the silver into his sleeve, he still maintained a sour expression, his impatience evident. "If you have questions, ask quickly. I simply want to know how to register for the martial scholar examination and the process involved." Seizing the moment while the silver was still warm in the doorman's hand, Urguzi hurriedly laid out all his queries. "Registration is straightforward, just bring your household registration book, and you can apply at the office." "Household registration book, where do I obtain one? Is there anything else required?" Urguzi realized he lacked this document and needed to procure it. He thought it prudent to clarify everything at once to avoid multiple trips. "There's no need for so much chatter. If you're clueless, go ask your elders or the village head." The doorman, incensed by the barrage of questions, prepared to expel Urguzi once more. Clearly, the 3 chien of silver had only bought a fleeting moment of civility. It was either continue to pay or depart. Urguzi opted to leave, and without delay, he headed back to his village of Shishi, determined to seek assistance. He recalled that the village head of Shishi had always been Huang Laocai. Upon requiring assistance, Urguzi made a special trip to the town to purchase a piece of pork. However, after delivering the meat, he discovered he had once again knocked on the wrong door. Since the last incident, Huang Laocai had not only lost all his land but had also forfeited his position as village head this year. The current village head of Shishi was Urguzi's uncle. Urguzi felt certain that his uncle or cousin would make things difficult for him. If you need a household registration book, you can go directly to the town and find the village head. It can be processed there, Huang Laozai suggested upon grasping Urguzi's intent. How about this? I'm free anyway, I'll accompany you to find the village head. I had some connections with him in the past, though we haven't interacted in the last year. I trust there's still some rapport, thank you very much. Urguzi felt that the pork he had just delivered was indeed worthwhile. Huang Laozai was as reliable as ever, no wonder he had once been the wealthiest man in the region. The 3 yen of silver spent at the educational office seemed wasted compared to feeding a dog. At least a dog would clean up after you. The doorman had consumed his silver and yet snarled at him, ready to bite. The two made their way directly to Sanchizi town, where an imposing courtyard of blue bricks and tile stood, the residence of the village head. They bought a fish in town and now stood at the entrance of the village head's home. Huang Laozai spat into his hand, taming his unruly hair, and smoothed out Urguzi's wrinkled clothing. The village head is a cultured man, possessing the title of scholar. When we meet, be sure to comport yourself decorously. Understood. They adjusted their sleeves, tidied their garments, and wiped the mud from their shoes before stepping inside. The village head received them in a brightly polished guest room, the floor gleaming as if it had been freshly coated with lime and tung oil. Despite their best efforts to clean their shoes outside, they still left a pair of footprints on the immaculate floor. Huang Laozai bowed deeply, apologizing as they entered, while the village head merely nodded, indicating it was of no consequence. After explaining their purpose, the village head kindly assisted Urguzi in obtaining the household registration book, offering him a few encouraging words as well. With the hard-won household registration book in hand, Urguzi barely had time to eat before hastening back to the county town. The doorman at the educational office was once again adamant in barring his entry, only glancing at the household registration book after pocketing the 3 yen of silver. This won't do. You need the county seal. He then abruptly turned and expelled Urguzi once more. Fuming, Urguzi found himself powerless against the doorman. Even a mere gatekeeper held more status than a farmer like himself. He could only approach the county office with a forced smile, offering several more pieces of silver before finally obtaining the red seal on the registration book. Armed with the stamped document, he returned to the educational office, presenting yet another 3 yen of silver. Just when he thought he could finally register, the doorman flung the book back at him. Have you paid your taxes? I have. There's no official seal. With his head hanging low, Urguzi trudged back to the county office. After countless back and forth trips, he had made a total of 28 visits, secured 18 official seals, and forked over 87 portions of silver before finally navigating the labyrinth of bureaucracy to enter the educational office. Inside the main hall, only a clerk was at work. After enduring such torment, Urguzi had become adept at wearing a smile, presenting his silver before discussing business. You're quite the sensible one, the clerk remarked, surprisingly commending Urguzi as he accepted the coins and took the thick stack of materials from his hands. Where's your recommendation letter? What recommendation? Urguzi was utterly bewildered. After all those trips, he had never heard of needing a recommendation letter. You don't even know this, yet you wish to register. Go back to your fields. The clerk tossed the materials back at Urguzi, preparing to eject him once more. With no other option, Urguzi hastily produced another piece of silver. Please, can you enlighten me? Indeed, when dealing with government officials, silver was the key to communication. Regardless of the examination, you must have 3 scholars co-sign a recommendation for eligibility to register. Urguzi's mind reeled. As a peasant, where could he possibly find 3 scholar lords to co-sign a recommendation for him? He was acquainted with only Zhang Yuliang, and the man would rather see him perish than write a recommendation. Moreover, where could he find the other 2 scholars? How could he possibly command such influence? After years of diligent practice, he realized this was not the time to be stingy with money and quickly pulled out a substantial piece of silver, weighing at least 1 tael. Is there any way around the requirement for a recommendation letter? None. This is the decree of the court. No one can amend it, or it's a death sentence. As Urguzi exited the educational office, he felt utterly defeated, as if he had been mercilessly beaten countless times. Why must such regulations exist, leaving someone without connections like him in despair? The frustration, after years of arduous training and navigating through these bureaucratic hurdles, he was thwarted at the very gate of registration. Wandering aimlessly down the street, he found himself unconsciously standing before the Huachun Hall. A spark of hope ignited within him. Saimer Yi was a local influential figure, perhaps he might have a solution. Ergo, my brother, I've already exchanged those fortifying pills you wanted last time, Saimer Yi greeted him, retrieving over 20 porcelain vials from the cabinet, each containing fortifying pills. Oh, I've been preoccupied with other matters and nearly forgot about the pills. What could be so important that you'd forget about the fortifying pills? They are worth hundreds of taels. If you hadn't come, I might have sold them off. Saimer Yi, noticing Erguzi's troubled expression, half-joked, what's wrong? You seem downcast. Alas, just some vexing matters. Though they had known each other for a year or two, their interactions were not deeply personal. Erguzi struggled to find the right words, aware that this was not like dealing with officials, where money sufficed for straightforward transactions. Har, you've done me a great service over the years. I was just planning to thank you properly. Today, I'll treat you to a meal at Hongyang Tower, and then we can discuss your troubles. At the mention of Hongyang Tower, Erguzi recalled the exorbitant prices of the dishes. One small piece of fish could cost several taels of silver. He quickly shook his head. That would be too extravagant. Ergo, you may not realize it, but one of my brothers consumed your pills, and his cultivation has skyrocketed. He is now preparing to take the martial examination. Thus, it's imperative that I express my gratitude. Saimer Yi said sincerely, although anyone could cultivate, without resources, the path to mastery would be fraught with obstacles. However, resources in Anchang County were limited, most held by the county magistrate's faction. While the Saimer family wielded some influence, their household was large, and expenses were high, leaving little for each member. Yet, at that moment, Erguzi was struck by a revelation. He knew that only scholars were eligible to take the examination. It was as if he had traversed a treacherous mountain pass only to find a hidden village amidst the thickets. Is your brother a scholar? Oh, what lord are you speaking of? He is just an ordinary scholar, a martial artist at best, Saimer Yi replied casually, showing no sign of reverence, but Erguzi was filled with excitement, cautiously inquiring, do you know many scholars? Not too many. There are 8 scholars in the family, and a few acquaintances in the county town, perhaps a total of 20. Erguzi's heart raced with joy. He had previously assumed that Saimer Yi's family was well off, but he hadn't realized they had 8 scholars, a feat that was a rarity, as most families would be fortunate to have one. Saimer brother, I beg you for a favor. At that moment, Erguzi felt a desperate urge to cling to Saimer Yi's leg and call him brother. What favor? If it's within my power, I will certainly assist. It is like this. Erguzi recounted his harrowing experiences with the bureaucratic office in detail. Saimer Yi listened, his indignation palpable. Is that clerk the one with the crooked mouth? Indeed. Erguzi recalled vividly how the clerk would smirk with his crooked mouth every time he accepted silver. HMPH, that crooked mouth clerk is becoming increasingly insufferable, treating trivialities as commands. He is due for a reprimand. I can secure the recommendation letter for you tomorrow, and the day after, I'll accompany you to the educational office. Chapter 32. The genius of the Saimer family. Saimer Yi, bearing a large bundle, made his way toward the Jingwu Hall. Good morning, young Master Saimer. The gatekeeper hurriedly greeted him with enthusiasm and invited him inside. Jingwu Hall is the most renowned martial arts academy in Anchang County, having produced numerous martial talent over the years, including several successful candidates in the martial examinations, countless aspiring students wishing to hone their skills and achieve the title of martial scholar vie for admission to Jingwu Hall. However, the slots are limited, and for the common folk, no matter how hard they strive, entering Jingwu Hall for study remains an unattainable dream. Furthermore, the exorbitant tuition fees are beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Saimer Yi's elder cousin, Saimer Hong, had passed the martial scholar examination years ago and now served as an instructor at Jingwu Hall, also preparing for the martial examination. 4th brother. Har. 14th brother, you've come. Saimer Hong, appearing to be in his 30s, shared a closer bond with Saimer Yi than with their other kin. You look radiant. Surely, you bring good news. Saimer Hong exclaimed, rubbing his scruffy beard with enthusiasm. Hee. Last night, I managed to procure a fine ginseng root from the black market, at least 20 years old, Saimer Yi replied, unburdening his pack and revealing a large bag of medicinal pills alongside the ginseng. This ginseng is indeed remarkable. I can already feel my meridian swelling with energy. Once I consume this ginseng, I should be able to open my qi and cultivate my dantian, Seymour Hong remarked, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. At the age of 3, he began practicing standing meditation. By 5, he learned martial arts. At 8, he mastered weapons, and by 12, he had honed 8 distinct martial disciplines. At 14, he became a martial scholar, recognized as the most gifted youth in Anchang County. By 18, he had entered the path of cultivation, attuning himself to the spiritual energies of the universe, achieving the first level of qi training, thus becoming a cultivator. Yet, a decade later, he had barely reached the second level of qi training. Over the years, the arduousness of martial training and the path of cultivation had consumed vast amounts of wealth, and the suffering endured was known only to him. Every martial practitioner dreams of one day attaining the fruits of their labor and ascending to immortality. Achieving the 4th level of qi training would grant one the opportunity to participate in the martial examinations. Success would open the door to a vast new world, far surpassing the meager resources available at Jingwu Hall. Is your qi meridian about to break through to the 3rd level? Seymour Yi asked in surprise, noting how swiftly his cousin was advancing this time. Indeed, I owe it to the pills you helped me acquire. They are affordable yet remarkably effective. The world knows well the promise of martial training and cultivation, yet few can embark on this path, most are simply unable to sustain themselves, let alone gather the resources for cultivation. As a direct descendant of the Seymour family and the Vice Hall Master of Jingwu Hall, Seymour Hong also lacked the financial means and resources. He could only afford to consume a couple of the expensive Peiyuan Guban pills, priced at 10 taels of silver each, per month. Fortunately, Seymour Yi had procured a batch of the more affordable Dali pills for him. All in all, they cost only a few hundred taels of silver per stone, allowing him to consume some and sell the rest at a markup, effectively covering his own expenses. 14th, could you disclose where you acquired these pills? Seymour Hong inquired curiously, having never seen such pills before. It appeared that only his younger cousin held the key to this channel. Stop, suppress that greedy heart of yours. I cannot betray the trust of those who sought my assistance. Seymour Yi firmly declined his cousin's request. What you have now is sufficient. Why resort to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? Oh, come on, I was merely inquiring out of curiosity. Must you be so rigid? Do I appear to you as a villain? Seymour Hong protested, gesturing to his bearded visage. Quite the contrary, at least with that face of yours, you might easily frighten children. As a robust man of 7 feet, I need not concern myself with such trifles. It is strength that defines a man. Seymour Hong showed no concern for his appearance. I say, Seymour Yi, do you truly not intend to practice martial arts and pursue the path of the martial examination? Not at all, I aspire to become a renowned physician, to heal the world. Seymour Yi had long harbored the ambition to become a great doctor, alleviating the suffering of the populace. Practicing medicine will not save the world. You are squandering your immense talent. Seymour Hong lamented, shaking his head in regret. You must understand, the elders of our clan value you for your extraordinary talent. Why must you be so obstinate? Seymour Hong pressed on, as their elders had tasked him with this duty. Martial practice holds no allure for me. I am determined to become a great physician. After all, with so many of you pursuing martial arts and officialdom, my absence makes little difference. Though everyone praised his talents, Seymour Yi felt no enthusiasm for the martial path and found himself drowsy whenever he attempted to train. Do you know? I overheard my father mention that with your talents, there is a significant chance you could establish a foundation and become a foundational cultivator. Such a status would be that of a foundational powerhouse. In the 18 generations of our Seymour family, only one ancestor has achieved such a feat. The great responsibility of leading our family to glory rests upon your shoulders. Seymour Yi had heard many such assertions since childhood. He had once felt excitement and diligently practiced, yet he had never discovered any talent within himself, finding cultivation unbearably tedious and progress painfully slow. As time passed, his interest in cultivation waned significantly. Let us not discuss cultivation today. Please assist me in obtaining a few recommendation letters for the Martial Scholar examination. A friend of mine requires them. Here is the name and household registration. Saimer Yi handed over the registration document for Urguzi. Very well, this is a simple task. Please wait here, I shall be back shortly, Saimer Hong replied, tucking the registration into his robes and departing with the large bag of pills. Upon reaching the training grounds, he found an instructor guiding students. Saimer Hong waved to the instructor, who eagerly approached him. Saimer Hole Master, what brings you here? The instructor, wiping the sweat from his brow, turned out to be Zhang Yuliang, Urguzi's cousin. After passing the scholar examination, Zhang Yuliang had leveraged connections to secure a teaching position at Jingwu Hall, allowing him to earn a bit of money while continuing his studies. Zhang Yuliang, the Delhi pills have arrived. How many do you require this time? I find myself a bit strapped for cash lately. The rent for my family's land has yet to be collected. Would it be possible to defer payment for a few months? Despite his usual authoritative demeanor towards Urguzi, Zhang Yuliang now appeared meek, like a timid wife. Very well. I shall lend you 100 pills, totaling 10 taels of silver. Saimer Yi was generous, waving his hand to count out the pills for Zhang Yuliang. The pills had been procured from Urguzi and resold for double the price. It was a roundabout way of doing business, yet his cousin was still the buyer. Thank you. Zhang Yuliang gratefully accepted the 100 Delhi pills, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Hold your thanks for now. Write me a recommendation letter. Of course, for whom shall I write? Zhang Yuliang eagerly assured that he would not only comply but also deliver a fine letter. Oh, I didn't pay attention to who it was, Saimer Yi replied, flipping through the household registration. Sanchar Town, Zhang Urgu. Upon hearing Urguzi's name, Zhang Yuliang nearly leaped in surprise. It seems he hails from the same area as you. Are you acquainted? Saimer Hong inquired with curiosity. I have met him a few times, but we are not particularly familiar. Zhang Yuliang refrained from revealing the nature of his relationship with Urguzi, thinking it unwise to mention that he had bullied him since childhood. Meanwhile, he felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain how Urguzi had managed to connect with the Saimer family. Nevertheless, since the Vice Hall Master had requested it, he felt compelled to write the letter beautifully, regardless of his reluctance. With that, Zhang Yuliang took up his writing brush, and in a matter of moments, a recommendation letter was completed, signed with his name and stamped with his personal seal. Thank you. Saimer Hong accepted the letter, drying the ink before tucking it away, expressing his gratitude before turning to leave. It was but a small effort. Should the Hall Master require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, Zhang Yuliang called after Saimer Hong's departing figure, though his face bore no trace of joy. Saimer Yi did not have to wait long. Before he had finished his tea, Saimer Hong returned with 3 recommendation letters. Merely a day later, Urguzi reappeared at the county school's examination office. This time, he was well prepared, having gathered all necessary materials. Saimer Yi had originally planned to accompany him, but when a critically ill patient arrived at Huachun Hall, he prioritized saving lives and sent Urguzi ahead, promising to follow later. Halt! It was the same gatekeeper, picking at his teeth and sizing up Urguzi with a sidelong glance, ready to shoo him away. This lad had no self-awareness. A mere farmer dared to dream of becoming a martial scholar. The gatekeeper had stood guard at the examination office for decades and had never entertained such notions. However, this time, emboldened by Saimer Yi, Urguzi felt more confident. Ignoring the gatekeeper's attempts to obstruct him, he pressed on. After all, he had braved the gatekeeper's ire 20 times before, and yet he remained unaccustomed to the guard's hostility. I am here to register for the examination. Will you obstruct me again? He tossed the words over his shoulder, uninterested in further conversation with the gatekeeper, and strode inside. Fine. The gatekeeper stepped aside with reluctance, eager to see how this clod would procure 3 recommendation letters overnight. Should he fail to produce them, oh, the entertainment that would follow. The gatekeeper silently trailed behind Urguzi, refusing to guide him. The examination office was not large. Urguzi had already inquired about it before arriving, heading straight to the main hall upon entering. Inside, a scribe known as Cheng Weidui was dozing off, perhaps having just enjoyed a pleasant dream. He was irked by the interruption. Casting a sidelong glance at Urguzi, he ignored him, instead strolling over to the basin to wring out a damp towel and leisurely wash his face. After finishing, he took his time grooming his hair and beard, even applying a few touches to his eyebrows in the mirror. It was evident that this unremarkable scribe paid considerable attention to his appearance. Meanwhile, Urguzi stood like a wooden post, waiting impatiently. Finally, once the scribe had completed his grooming, Urguzi hurriedly stepped forward with the 3 recommendation letters to register. "Away with you," the scribe barked, shoving Urguzi aside with evident irritation. "Can't you see I've been busy all day without a moment to spare for tea?" Lacking Saimer-Yi's confidence, Urguzi retreated obediently. He watched as the scribe leisurely washed the teapot, brewed tea, and savored cup after cup. Several times, Urguzi attempted to step forward to register, only to be met with a scowl from the scribe. The gatekeeper, who had entered alongside him, felt a surge of satisfaction. This country bumpkin, unwilling to part with his coins, still hoped to get things done. Armed with Saimer-Yi's assurance, Urguzi was determined not to offer any bribes this time. He would rather save that money for himself to purchase more meat buns. The scribe, as anticipated, refused to do any business without a bribe. Urguzi watched as the scribe consumed 3 pots of tea, made 5 trips to the restroom, and washed his hands 6 times. Resolute, Urguzi decided to wait patiently for Saimer-Yi to arrive. His calm demeanor began to irritate the scribe, who felt the facade of business becoming tiresome. Fortunately, the wait was soon over. A young man entered, exuding an air of confidence that caused the scribe to shudder before he even spoke. "Young Master Saimer. Why have you come personally? You could have sent someone to inform me," the scribe exclaimed, hurriedly rising to greet Saimer-Yi at the entrance, practically wagging his tail in eagerness. Saimer-Yi had no intention of treating the scribe with kindness. This Cheng Weidui had only secured his position through connections with the Saimer family. "I hear that no business can be conducted without a bribe. And even with one, matters remain unresolved." Cheng Weidui chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, that does not apply to you. If you have any requests, simply send someone to inform me, and I will ensure everything is handled meticulously. HMPH, I do not possess such influence." Cheng Weidui, the few taels you pocketed are likely for a night at the brothel, rewarding the courtesans. Have you considered that those taels might represent the entire savings of an ordinary family? Without that money, they might not survive. Saimer-Yi's reprimand left Cheng Weidui bowing and scraping, smiling obsequiously. "Your words are just, young master. I shall certainly rectify my ways and commit to my duty sincerely." Cheng Weidui's demeanor shifted dramatically. Having survived in this environment for years, he had learned to adapt. He would acknowledge his faults, promise reform, and in a few days, revert to his old ways. In the bureaucratic world, how could one expect to operate without accepting bribes? Breaking the rules would earn one the disdain of all. Even the Saimer family could not shield him from that. Saimer-Yi, witnessing Cheng Weidui's earnest contrition, decided to let the matter rest for the time being. "Then why are you still standing there? Get to work." Saimer-Yi directed his gaze toward Urguzi, who had been watching the exchange silently. Only then did Cheng Weidui realize he had offended someone significant, prompting Saimer-Yi's rebuke. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. This seemingly ordinary peasant had connections with the Saimer family. Years ago, Cheng Weidui had toiled to forge connections with the Saimer family, even marrying the least attractive member of their clan to secure this position. With Saimer-Yi's intervention, the matter of registration was resolved without issue, taking merely a quarter of an hour to complete. Har har. Brother Zhang, you are truly impressive, young and accomplished. How could I have underestimated you? Cheng Weidui's attitude shifted dramatically as he clasped Urguzi's hand, appearing exceedingly friendly. "In the future, should you have time, feel free to visit me for tea. My door is always open to you." At Cheng Weidui's insinuation, the gatekeeper prepared a pouch of silver, returning all previously collected fees. "Once you pass the examination, Brother Zhang, do let me know how I might assist you." Moments later, Urguzi and Saimer-Yi exited the examination office, with the scribe and gatekeeper personally seeing them to the door. "Take care, young master. Brother Zhang, do come by for tea and drinks whenever you can." Both men beamed as they watched Urguzi and Saimer Yi's figures fade into the distance before returning to the office. Following Saimer Yi, Urguzi suddenly realized just how formidable the Saimer family was. Previously, he had thought of them as merely a wealthy family, with a bit of money but not overly impressive. "Thank you, Saimer Yi." "Young Master Saimer." Urguzi suddenly felt a pang of anxiety for addressing him too casually. "You may simply call me Saimer Yi, the title of Young Master is rather unfamiliar to me. To be honest, I do not favor mingling with those in the bureaucracy. Associating with them only leads one down the same path. They flatter those above them while revealing their true colors to those beneath. Do not be fooled by Cheng Waidui's sweet words today. He will remain genuine for only 2 or 3 days before reverting to his old self. The thought of becoming like them makes me feel nauseous. What difference is there between that and lying in a pile of maggots?" Urguzi, unfamiliar with the workings of the bureaucracy, could only partially grasp Saimer Yi's sentiments. Perhaps Saimer Yi merely sought a confidant to share his thoughts, continuing to voice his reflections. "I will open a pharmacy to heal the sick, I need not engage with them. I will earn my living honestly, and every coin I make will be clean and untainted. Spending my own money brings me peace of mind." Chapter 33, The Sect. Urguzi finally succeeded in his examination, alleviating a significant worry, and he felt much lighter on his journey home from the county city. In high spirits, he purchased several large meat buns, munching on them as he walked, his mouth dripping with juices. As he approached a densely wooded area, he noticed a few individuals hastily pursuing him from behind. "Stop!" Turning around, he discovered 3 people trailing him. Among them was a familiar face, the chubby boy from the sword shop. The other 2 were a middle-aged man and a young man, neither of whom he recognized. "Is there something you need? I would like to inquire whether you possess any more of these copper coins or silver," the chubby boy said, producing a copper coin and a small piece of silver. Since Urguzi had reached the chi perception stage in his cultivation, he could sense the spiritual energy in the world around him. Focusing intently, he discerned that the copper coin and silver fragment in the chubby boy's hand were infused with a greater amount of spiritual energy. Could it be that he had detected the unique properties of the money taken from the gourd? Until now, he had not been discovered, which allowed him to carry his money conveniently in the gourd. It is well known that silver and copper coins are quite heavy, making it difficult to transport large sums. A mere handful of copper coins could weigh around 7 or 8 pounds, and carrying 10 or so coins was about his limit. Each time he exchanged his large potency pills for several hundred taels of silver, it amounted to a considerable weight. Carrying such wealth was burdensome and could easily attract robbers and thieves. However, even if he were recognized now, he would not admit to anything. "I currently have no money on me, and besides, what is so special about these coins? Don't play the fool, kid. Be honest, where did you acquire this money? Where are you hiding it?" The young man who accompanied the chubby boy, evidently lacking patience, drew a short sword, threatening loudly. At this moment, the 3 had formed a triangle, enclosing Urguzi at the center. Seeing Urguzi's silence, the young man brandished his sword, aiming for his neck. Having fought with Zhao Dorwang on several occasions, Urguzi had gained some experience and swiftly drew the heavy sword from his back, striking at the young man's short sword. Bang! With a light sound, the young man was left with only the hilt of his sword, the blade shattered into pieces. Following his initial strike, Urguzi launched a series of thrusts, slashes, and diagonal cuts. Thud! The young man was cleaved in half, blood spraying forth. Pain. Severed in 2, he had not yet succumbed to death, writhing on the ground in agony. Urguzi, holding his blooded sword, felt a pang of sympathy at the gruesome sight and could only offer a word of comfort. "Just bear with it, the pain will subside soon." "You heartless wretch!" the middle-aged man bellowed, drawing his waist knife and lunging at Urguzi. With a swift motion, Urguzi countered with his sword, but this time, the middle-aged man adept evaded the clash of weapons. The 2 engaged in several exchanges, their weapons never once clashing. The middle-aged man's skill was far superior to Zhao Dorwang's, as he understood Urguzi's brute strength and avoided direct confrontation, instead circling around him, searching for an opening. Urguzi was exhilarated to encounter such an opponent. Zhao Duowang had been avoiding him, and he had longed for a sparring partner. Thus, he became increasingly excited and skilled, executing his moves with growing ease and strength, occasionally incorporating techniques from his swordplay. Amidst the battle, Urguzi seized an opportunity, leaping forward a full yard to close the distance and striking with his sword. Boom! In a moment of desperation, the middle-aged man could only block with his knife. However, upon impact, he felt an overwhelming force surge through him, shattering his waist knife and fracturing several bones in his arm. Fortunately, his combat experience allowed him to retreat a few yards, narrowly escaping with his life. Good lad, you indeed possess some strength. I nearly fell to your hand. However, great strength alone is merely that of a brute. Today, you shall witness the methods of a cultivator. As he spoke, the middle-aged man revealed 2 yellow talismans in his remaining hand. Urguzi had seen such talismans before when his master used them to exorcise spirits, dispel evil, cure ailments, or seek progeny. At the time, he had not understood their significance. Now, he witnessed the middle-aged man spitting blood onto the talismans, which transformed into beams of blue and yellow light. The yellow light enveloped the middle-aged man in a golden shield, while the blue light morphed into several wooden spikes, rapidly shooting towards Urguzi. Seeing this, Urguzi leaped 2 yards into the air, allowing the wooden spikes to pass beneath him. However, as he began to descend, the spikes circled in the air and turned back towards him. At that moment, he realized there was no escaping. In a moment of panic, he recalled a difficult technique from his swordplay, one that required the ability to withstand wind and rain. He had often practiced this technique in heavy rain, yet it still managed to dampen his clothes. Nevertheless, it sufficed to block these few wooden spikes. Ding ding ding, after a flurry of rapid sounds, the wooden spikes were severed, dissipating into spiritual energy. After cutting the spikes, Urguzi leapt forward, reaching the middle-aged man and swinging his sword. Bang! The sword struck the golden shield surrounding the middle-aged man with a tremendous noise, yet the shield merely trembled without breaking. Bang bang bang, Urguzi poured all his strength into several more strikes, but still could not breach the shield. Hehe, boy, the methods of the immortal are not something you mere mortals can contend with. The middle-aged man said, producing another yellow talisman. Seeing this, Urguzi feared yet another strange technique, and he hastily summoned the true energy from his dantian, channeling it through the Juyin heart protector meridian, releasing it into his heavy sword. As the true energy infused the blade, it began to radiate a brilliant light. You are also a cultivator. The middle-aged man exclaimed, as if he had seen a ghost. He had set out to rob a young man, relying on decades of cultivation to intimidate him, only to encounter another cultivator, one whose strength far surpassed his own, at least at the 3rd level of chi cultivation. Fellow cultivator, it's a misunderstanding. At this point, pleading for mercy was futile. Urguzi could not control himself and swung his sword. Boom! A resounding explosion occurred as the golden shield, the middle-aged man, and Urguzi's heavy sword all shattered simultaneously. The middle-aged man's remains were strewn across the ground, splattering Urguzi with blood. Regrettably, the talismans in the middle-aged man's possession were also torn to shreds by the force, or else Urguzi would have wished to retrieve them for study. Creak, 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 a strange noise emerged from behind. Urguzi turned to see the chubby boy from the sword shop. The boy was now paralyzed with fear, soaked in urine, accompanied by a foul stench. The chubby boy attempted to speak, but his lips trembled, his teeth clattering together, rendering him unable to articulate a single word. Urguzi had never encountered such a cowardice before. Approaching him, he delivered a few sharp slaps, finally calming the boy's trembling. You are finished, you have killed a member of the Daoxian sect, and you are in serious trouble. The boy, regaining some composure, attempted to threaten Urguzi. It seems you know quite a bit. Urguzi glanced around at the gruesome scene. The carnage was far too severe and too close to the official road for an interrogation. He quickly removed the bundle from the corpse and discovered a copper plate among the scattered flesh, which he collected and tucked into the bag. Then he seized the chubby boy and slipped into the woods beside the road. After walking for about 10 miles, he finally found an uninhabited area to throw the chubby boy onto the ground. Now, tell me what happened. Please don't kill me. I'll tell everything, I swear. The chubby boy clung to Urguzi's leg, tears and snot streaming down his face. Urguzi had already devised over 10 methods of coercion, yet he found none necessary. The chubby boy confessed everything. It left him feeling as though he had struck air, devoid of satisfaction. Half an hour later, Urguzi departed, leaving behind the lifeless body of the chubby boy. The boy had indeed proven to be sufficiently cowardly. No severe torture was necessary, as he divulged everything clearly, providing Urguzi with a wealth of intelligence. However, his extreme cowardice left Urguzi feeling uneasy, and he decided that killing him was the simplest course of action. According to the chubby boy's confession, he had been tempted by greed and, fearing Urguzi's strength, discreetly contacted members of the Daoxian sect to act together. The chubby boy described the Daoxian sect as a mysterious and formidable sect of cultivators. Their sword shop occasionally crafted items for the Daoxian sect, maintaining some level of contact, yet he had never anticipated encountering an even stronger adversary. At this moment, Urguzi held a weathered leather book he had found on the chubby boy. The cover bore the inscription, "The Compendium of Weapons." He could not help but marvel inwardly, finally encountering a book with a coherent narrative. The tomes held by his master lacked covers, and he did not even know their titles. Flipping through the pages, he discovered that the first half of the book detailed various materials, documenting many rare substances he had never heard of, including his refined copper and silver. The latter half introduced numerous peculiar forging techniques. Urguzi felt that he should take the time to learn these skills. After all, knowledge is never burdensome. In addition to the book, he also found a few tales of silver and a copper plate inscribed with the character "Hey," the purpose of which remained a mystery. Urguzi returned to the official road, and by then, night had fallen. He pondered briefly before turning back towards the county city. Having already killed the chubby boy and offended the sword shop, he resolved to eliminate the entire family to avoid future retribution, as such entanglements were too troublesome. However, he arrived in the county city only to find that he was too late. As he approached the sword shop, he was met with flames reaching for the sky, consuming not only the shop but several surrounding establishments as well. After observing the scene among the crowd, he discerned that none of the sword shop's occupants had survived. According to the onlookers, it seemed the entire family had perished in the fire. With the family now deceased, Urguzi found himself relieved of any complications. After a fight and such a long journey, he was already exhausted and hungry. He stopped at a bun shop, purchased 10 large meat buns, and continued his nocturnal trek home while eating. Upon returning to Shiku Mountain, he collapsed into a deep sleep, taking 3 days to fully replenish the true energy he had expended. The moment he was ready, he set off for Sanchizi town to seek out his master. "Master, have you heard of the Daoxian sect?" Li Banshan's expression tightened at the mention. "What is it?" "You must avoid any contact with them. It could cost you your head, or worse, your entire clan." "Why is that?" Urguzi, who had previously focused solely on farming, had little exposure to such matters. All sects must obtain government approval to establish themselves in designated areas, and there are strict regulations regarding the number of members. Sects operating without government authorization are considered heretical. Heretical sects often disregard government mandates and clandestinely transmit cultivation methods. The authorities will capture and execute them. The Daoxian sect is one such heretical group. Li Banxian continued, taking a long sip from his tea to soothe his throat. When discussing the issue of transmitting methods, he regretted taking Urguzi as a disciple. Although Urguzi remained oblivious, Li Banxian was acutely aware that privately transmitting cultivation methods was a grave offense. While powerful officials could easily transmit such knowledge, a fortune-teller like him would face execution without a second thought if caught. Little did he expect that the shabby cultivation technique he had received was genuine, and that this foolish lad had unwittingly mastered it. "Master, there is another piece of good news. I have successfully registered for the examination to become a martial scholar." Urguzi felt this joy should be shared with his master. "What, so soon?" Li Banxian was taken aback, dropping his teacup to the ground. His heart was filled not with joy, but with terror. "I want to give it a try. What if I succeed?" Urguzi had little confidence in his ability to pass, but wished to take a chance. Common folk without official titles could easily be bullied, subjected to whims by officials who might beat or insult them at will. However, Libanzian was in turmoil. The private transmission of cultivation methods was likely impossible to conceal. If Urguzi sat for the examination, someone would surely notice the inconsistencies. At that point, the charge of privately transmitting immortal techniques would be enough to cost him 10 heads. Moreover, as Urguzi's strength grew, deceiving him would become increasingly difficult. If he were ever exposed, Libantian's frail body would not withstand the consequences. In truth, he had already profited considerably from Urguzi and felt it was time to make his exit. Urguzi, I am preparing to embark on a long journey. Master, where are you going, and how long will you be gone? Urguzi was taken aback by the suddenness of the news. I am headed to Kunwu Mountain to gather some celestial herbs. It will take at least 3 to 5 years, possibly even over a decade. Take care of yourself and do not slack off. Kunwu Mountain. Urguzi had heard tales of this mountain, said to be inhabited by immortals capable of riding clouds and wielding immense powers, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. Master, could you take me along to witness it? The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. He still had several acres of farmland and a flock of geese to tend to at Shiku Mountain. Kunwu Mountain is a distance of over 80,000 miles, towering 10,000 fathoms high. How could a mere mortal like you possibly go there? Libanzian was intent on shedding Urguzi and had no intention of taking him along. However, before departing, he considered extracting one final sum from Urguzi. Chapter 34, Spells. As the master prepared to depart, Urguzi took it upon himself to prepare some provisions for the journey, hoping to glean further wisdom from his mentor. Even if you attain unparalleled martial skills in the future, you must carry yourself with humility, refraining from flaunting your abilities before others. Above all, do not mention your master's name in the presence of outsiders. I have always held a disdain for fame and fortune, preferring to remain undisturbed by the outside world. As they bid farewell, Libanzian reiterated his warning to Urguzi not to reveal his identity. I understand, master, Urguzi replied, his head bowed in profound shame. His master, a figure of transcendent wisdom, remained modest and unassuming, while he himself had been overly pleased with even the slightest accomplishments, a sign of his naivety. Master, what should I do if I encounter difficulties in my practice after your departure? Libantian's expression turned pensive, and after a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. This matter is indeed quite challenging. However, he hesitated for a considerable time, ultimately making a significant decision. Given our bond as master and disciple and your commendable sincerity, I have resolved to forsake my ancestral teachings and impart the entire set of techniques to you. Thank you, master. Urguzi exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude as he bowed deeply. However, to receive the legacy of my ancestors without offering anything in return would be a grave act of filial impiety. Does master imply that I must pay? How much is required? Having spent time together, Urguzi quickly grasped the underlying message. Discussing money between master and disciple would seem rather inappropriate. You need only demonstrate a token of sincerity. As a reclusive sage, Libanzian naturally wished to maintain a semblance of dignity. Master, how much silver would be deemed a sincere offering? Wealth, such as this mundane currency, can taint one's spirit if one possesses too much. Merely presenting over 100 taels would suffice as a gesture of sincerity. Libanzian spoke with nonchalance, yet in reality, a mere 100 taels would sustain him for several years, and even a decade of frugality would not diminish his resources. The prospect of acquiring his master's ancestral techniques for only 100 taels delighted Urguzi, for such knowledge was indeed rare. On this occasion, Libanzian handed Urguzi a complete tome without further alterations, as he was soon to depart and saw no need to deceive his earnest disciple. Urguzi glanced at the tome, which bore the inscription Basic Spells, and his heart raced with excitement, yet, he first respectfully presented a substantial pouch of ordinary silver, ensuring he took only 100 taels, adhering to his master's advice against accumulating excessive wealth. Libanzian weighed the pouch, silently acknowledging the cleverness of his disciple, who had not exceeded the agreed amount. I also possess a treasured jade pendant, which I shall leave with you as a keepsake. However, ancestral treasures cannot be given away without due consideration. I understand, Master, what is the appropriate expression of sincerity required. After years of interaction, Urguzi was well versed in the etiquette of offering silver as a sign of respect. Such ancestral items hold value, yet their sentimental worth is immeasurable. In the past, I have refused offers as low as 50 taels. 50 taels. Urguzi examined the jade pendant, which was no larger than 3 fingers and bore some cracks. He hesitated, as he typically felt pained at the thought of spending a small fortune on what seemed a trinket, especially since he had seen similar jade in the county town for merely 3 to 5 taels. Nevertheless, he could not bear to refuse his master's generosity after years of guidance, thus, he reluctantly produced 50 taels to accept the pendant. Libanzian cast aside the techniques and the jade pendant, waved his hand, and left Sanchar town with only a simple bun in hand. As he departed, he entrusted the residence he had inhabited for decades to Urguzi for his care. The master had ushered him through the door, but the path of cultivation lay solely in his hands. Following this moment, Urguzi would be left to navigate his own journey. At the age of 14, he had become a disciple, and now, 2.5 years later, although Libanzian had collected some wealth, he had imparted a wealth of knowledge. Once unable to read even the largest characters, he could now pick up any book and read it with ease. His master had also taught him an unnamed technique, which he suspected might be a form of celestial art, and he had progressed to the 3rd level of its practice. There remained a particularly challenging sword technique that he had yet to master. In addition, he now possessed the tome on basic spells and the jade pendant. The pendant appeared to be an ordinary object, but given it was a gift from his master, he vowed to keep it safe. Once his master had departed, Urguzi eagerly delved into the tome on basic spells. The contents differed significantly from the martial arts he had previously learned, leaving him with a sense of unreality. It encompassed techniques such as sword control, fireball, rejuvenation, wood spike, binding, water arrow, earth shield, and talisman arts, all of which were remarkably wondrous, akin to legendary celestial secrets. The spells he had witnessed in action from the Daoxian sect members seemed to mirror those inscribed in the tome. Previously, he had heard villagers speak of the county magistrate as a divine figure, capable of soaring through the clouds and commanding the elements. Indeed, my master is also a celestial being. He felt overwhelmed by gratitude as he realized the immense value of the techniques he had received for a mere 100 taels. He vowed to devote himself to diligent practice, determined not to disappoint his master's expectations. However, the various spells left by his master were exceedingly profound, challenging to comprehend and even more difficult to practice. After 2 weeks of training, he had merely scratched the surface of the wind control technique. This spell allowed him to summon a gentle breeze around him, lifting his body slightly, enabling him to run faster and jump higher. Consequently, he made significant progress in the sword technique he had previously struggled with. By employing wind control, he could leap over 3 jong high and perform sword maneuvers in midair. Moreover, many previously difficult sword techniques became manageable with the aid of wind control. Thus, he felt increasingly confident about the upcoming martial scholar examination in a few months. As for the remaining spells, they were even more intricate and demanding, requiring considerable time and energy. He intended to postpone their study until after the examination. For now, he focused on preparing for the martial scholar contest, as the selection did not require any of these spells. His heavy sword had been destroyed in his last encounter with the Daoxian sect, leaving him with only a branch to practice, which felt cumbersome. He needed to prepare a suitable weapon for the examination. After perusing their 100 weapons manual, he gained some understanding of weapon forging. With excellent materials at hand, he aimed to craft a durable sword himself. He emptied the gourd containing silver, copper, and iron. The iron was reproposed from a discarded sword, weighing over 200 pounds, which, after being stored in the gourd, had transformed into refined iron. With over a dozen coins, he had about 100 pounds of copper as well. The silver was scant, as he had spent most of his earnings on nourishing elixirs, leaving him with just over 200 taels of silver. Reviewing these materials, he planned to primarily use refined silver and copper, with a modest addition of iron. According to their 100 weapons manual, for practitioners of the celestial arts, a 100-fold refinement was considered basic, with possibilities for even greater refinement. He purchased some charcoal in Sanchar town and paid a premium for a complete set of blacksmithing tools. His first attempt at forging was a slow learning process, resulting in several failures, yet, after a fortnight, he finally produced a large sword measuring 3 feet 6 inches in length, 6 inches in width, and weighing 150 pounds. The sword was predominantly yellow, with silver veins resembling tree roots sprawling across its surface, giving it an aesthetically pleasing appearance, though it was rather cumbersome to carry. When Urguzi wielded the sword and struck a boulder weighing several hundred pounds, it cleaved off a significant chunk with a resounding thud. Upon inspecting the blade, he found it showed minimal damage, although the edge was not particularly sharp. The sword's substantial weight and his own strength rendered it formidable. In the ensuing days, he diligently practiced, becoming increasingly adept at both wind control and swordplay. Now, when he employed wind control, he could traverse the sheer cliffs of Shiku Mountain with ease. With his 100-pound sword in hand, he could effortlessly slice through protruding rocks on the cliffside. This practice served not only to refine his wind control but also to reshape the mountain itself. Previously, a small path for climbing had been blocked by large stones, but now he intended to remove any footholds, ensuring that no monkeys could ascend the mountain again. 3 months passed, and the cliffs surrounding Shiku Mountain had been smoothed and leveled under his efforts. Should monkeys attempt to climb, they would surely suffer severe injuries. As for him, with the aid of wind control, he needed only a slight push to navigate the cliffs. One day, Urguzi leapt from the summit of Shiku Mountain, using his hands and feet to briefly grip the smooth stone walls. With a few deft twists in midair, he landed gracefully on the ground. Barefoot, he walked along the path through the fields, where the rice paddies were beginning to bear grain, promising a bountiful harvest soon. "Good day, master," a bright voice called from the rice fields. Turning, Urguzi recognized it as Agui's eldest son, Ahu-daughter, who was busy with a 4-year-old child, trampling weeds into the mud to suffocate them, while simultaneously enriching the soil. The child, though still shorter than the rice seedlings, worked diligently, promising to become an adept farmer in the future. Seeing the field brought back memories of his father, Agui, for this very plot had been purchased with 20 stones of grain that Agui had labored to obtain. Ahu's family had finally saved enough for a field, treating it with reverence akin to a family heirloom. All manner of fertilizers were lavished upon this piece of land. "Have you heard any news of your father?" Urguzi inquired. "No," Ahu replied, shaking his head, his tone calm, devoid of sorrow or joy. After exchanging a few more words with Ahu, Urguzi resumed his journey, bearing his sword. The next day marked the martial scholar examination, and he was off to the county town to take the test. Chapter 35, The examination commences. The examination for the martial scholar of Anchang County has begun, marking an annual grand event that draws many spectators from the surrounding areas. It also attracts individuals with less than noble intentions, seeking to select a son-in-law among the candidates. After all, the county's finest young talents gather here. In previous years, there have even been instances where multiple families vied for the same young man, resulting in violent altercations. The examination venue has been set up in the training ground opposite the county office, spanning over 100 yards, surrounded by a barricade manned by constables. At this moment, Urguzi enters the examination grounds with a heart full of trepidation. Thanks to the arrangements made by Seimer Yi, he is able to follow closely behind a young man from the Seimer family, thereby gaining entry. Otherwise, he would have had to endure a great deal of scrutiny from the constables to gain access. "Thank you, Brother Seimer." "No need for thanks, I am merely fulfilling my elder brother's request." The young man from the Seimer family clearly wishes to avoid further interaction with Urguzi. After leaving a brief remark, he turns away and merges into a group of young gentlemen from the county, engaged in lively conversation. "Seimer Dong, who is that person? Why did you bring a peasant into the examination grounds?" "I do not know him either. My 14th brother insisted I bring him along." "When did the standards for martial scholars become so low that even peasants can join the fray?" At this moment, Urguzi, clad in a faded, coarse cloth garment, stands in stark contrast to the other candidates adorned in fine silks and satins, rendering him an obvious outsider. Consequently, a wide berth forms around him, as no one is inclined to approach. Curiosity abounds regarding how a rural farmer managed to infiltrate the examination. The other candidates cast inquisitive glances at Urguzi, their expressions tinged with a sense of superiority, akin to observing a fool. Ordinary families might scrape together a meager sum for ink and paper, hoping to attain some scholarly distinction, yet the path to becoming a martial scholar is fraught with significant expense, far beyond the means of common folk. Thus, there is not a single impoverished individual among the candidates. The unexpected presence of an ignorant farmer prompts anticipation for his inevitable embarrassment during the examination, providing a source of amusement for the onlookers. Urguzi, now acutely aware of his surroundings, hears the raucous laughter of the young gentleman nearby. The circle of elite youths is not one he could ever hope to penetrate. Individuals like Seimer Yi are exceedingly rare. Alone in the crowd, Urguzi feels like a crane amidst a flock of chickens. He surveys the vicinity, where a throng of spectators has already gathered, some even bringing tables and chairs to sell tea and fruit. Small vendors peddle roasted seeds amidst the crowd, while some unscrupulous thieves weave through, seeking opportunities to profit. In summary, while the candidates are tense, the atmosphere is filled with joviality. In the center of the examination ground stands a high platform adorned with a dozen chairs, reserved for the examiners. At present, the chairs remain unoccupied, as the officials have yet to arrive. Dang! Dang dang dang, the sound of a gong echoes, prompting all to fall silent and rise on their toes to gaze at the platform. A group of individuals strides forth, surrounding the county magistrate, who takes his seat at the center of the platform. Beneath the magistrate, a row of 5 chief examiners sits, with the remaining chairs allocated to notable figures of the county. To Urguzi's astonishment, he spots Seimer Yi among the officials, standing behind a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. Additionally, he notices his cousin, Zhang Yuliang, in the gathering crowd. The martial scholar examination of the Great Zhou dynasty in Anchang County officially commences. With this resounding proclamation, the examination begins. The rules are first announced. The examination consists of 3 rounds. The initial round, a weightlifting test, serves as an elimination round. Candidates must lift a 500-pound stone overhead and complete a lap around the venue to qualify for the subsequent rounds. Failure to lift the weight signifies insufficient strength, disqualifying them from advancing. The first strength assessment begins, with over 100 candidates divided into 10 groups, taking turns to compete. The well-dressed young gentlemen finally reveal their true prowess. With brawny muscles, each one bellows as they hoist the 500-pound stone overhead, striding around the area to the awe of the spectators. Of course, every success requires the contrast of failure to shine even brighter. Some candidates exert every ounce of strength to barely lift the stone, trembling as they struggle, only to collapse after a few steps. The sight of their discomfiture elicits waves of laughter from the crowd. While onlookers are not particularly elated by other successes, they certainly find joy in witnessing the failures of others, prompting hearty laughter. As Urguzi steps onto the stage, a cheer erupts both inside and outside the venue. Many have their seeds and smiles ready, eagerly anticipating his performance. Thus, in this group of 12 candidates, nearly all eyes are fixed on Urguzi. It is not due to his looks, but rather the stark incongruity of his peasant appearance that has led everyone to predict his failure. However, reality does not bend to their expectations. The 12 candidates approach a row of stones. 11 of them adopt a wide stance, bending over to feel the stone, searching for the best angle to lift. Urguzi, in contrast, does not even assume a stance. He simply squats down, lifts the stone, and casually tucks it under his arm. This scene elicits a profound sense of disbelief among the onlookers, as if the stone were not a heavy weight but rather a hollow piece of wood. Simultaneously, the other candidates roar in unison as they finally manage to lift their stones overhead, trudging forward with heavy steps. Observing this, Urguzi realizes his technique is unorthodox and fears the examiners might disqualify him for it. These officials, with their penchant for nitpicking, thrive on finding faults. With this thought in mind, he hastily drops the stone and mimics the others, adopting the proper stance and letting out a loud shout as he raises the stone overhead. While the others proceed slowly in front of him, Urguzi follows suit, lifting the stone and maintaining the same pace, striving to blend in and avoid drawing the examiner's ire. His imitative actions, however, are perceived by others as blatant mockery, rendering them insulted. In truth, for Urguzi, lifting 500 pounds is no monumental feat. After all, the sword on his back weighs 150 pounds. He proceeds to complete a lap around the venue while holding the stone aloft, his expression unchanged, his breathing steady, not a bead of sweat to be seen. This leaves those who had come to witness his folly feeling quite disappointed. Chapter 36, The Secret to Becoming Stronger. The first round of the strength assessment has concluded, resulting in the elimination of nearly half the candidates. Arguz's performance during the assessment was so extraordinary that it naturally aroused suspicion among many. It appeared almost as if he had cheated. Some individuals discreetly approached the stone slab that Arguzi had discarded, exerting all their strength until their faces turned red, only to confirm that no foul play had occurred. The subsequent 2 examinations were scored on a point system, with weaponry and practical combat categorized into 3 ranks, A, B, and C, each of which was further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. During the weaponry segment, candidates took turns demonstrating their skills, while 5 examiners on stage evaluated their performances. Unlike the previous weightlifting round, this portion showcased a variety of styles, each displaying unique talents. 18 forms of weaponry, including swords, spears, halberds, and other exotic arms, were practiced by the candidates. Several participants wielding swords stepped forward to demonstrate their techniques, leaving Arguzi perplexed, as their method seemed quite different from what his master had taught him. The swords held by the candidates appeared quite beautiful, gleaming with a cold light. Seemingly sharp, however, they seemed somewhat superficial, appearing to weigh only 3 to 5 jin, or perhaps a mere 10 jin. Arguzi felt that these diminutive swords resembled a young maiden's embroidery needle. Under his master's guidance, he had always practiced with a sword weighing 100 jin and had long since grown accustomed to it. The swordplay demonstrated by the other candidates was also vastly different from his own practice, appearing more fluid and graceful, yet their movements were too restrained, with each jump only reaching 3 feet high, and their thrusts extending a mere few feet. Arguzi instinctively applied his master's standards to compare with the other candidates, noticing one candidate who jumped only 5 feet but still scored highly, becoming a favorite for admission as a martial scholar. This left him bewildered. What exactly were the criteria for scoring swordsmanship? After what felt like an eternity, it was finally Arguzi's turn to take the stage. His presence immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Previously, people had watched him solely because he appeared to be a simple farmer, eager to see him embarrass himself. This time, however, they were intrigued by his outstanding performance in the weightlifting round. The county magistrate, who had been dozing off on the high platform, was roused by the sight of a young man dressed like a peasant, carrying a sword as large as a door panel on his back, and couldn't help but exclaim in curiosity, "Whose nephew is this young man?" The officials seated on the platform exchanged glances, but after a long pause, none could provide an answer. "Strange, if he is not your relative, who could cultivate such an exceptional youth," the county magistrate mused. "At such a young age, he has reached the 3rd level of chi training. Could he truly be a genius?" Prompted by the magistrate's words, several higher-ranking individuals on the platform cast their spells to scrutinize Arguzi. Those whose cultivation levels were insufficient could only stand by in disbelief. "Indeed, it is the 3rd level of chi training. Whose child is this? He is well hidden." Seimer Yi, standing behind a bearded official, felt a surge of joy for Arguzi. He had not anticipated that this seemingly honest friend, who appeared unremarkable, was indeed a hidden talent. His brother, Seimer Hong, was also regarded as a genius, having trained in martial arts since childhood and only recently breaking through to the 3rd level of chi training at nearly 30 years of age. However, he recalled that Arguzi had frequently purchased numerous chi-nourishing pills, making his achievements seem less surprising. Meanwhile, Arguzi had already drawn forth the massive sword that resembled a door panel. Compared to the other candidates, his sword was indeed a striking spectacle, prompting whispers among the crowd speculating whether it was merely a wooden carving and not genuinely heavy. "If that sword is solid steel, it must weigh at least 100 jin. This peasant must be here to amuse us. He can effortlessly lift 500 jin. What is strange about wielding a sword that weighs 100 jin? What do you know? To wield 100 jin weapon, one must possess at least 1,000 jin of strength." Only Zhang Yuliang remained silent. He understood that the sword was indeed real. In the arena, Urguzi held the sword aloft, assuming a stance, took a deep breath, and with a swift movement, leapt over 3 jong high. While in midair, he unleashed 5 swirling sword flowers before striking down from above. Oh! Wow! A wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly, including the 5 examiners seated in the stands. In the next moment, Urguzi executed a downward slash with his sword. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the massive sword struck the blue stone floor, sending sparks flying and cleaving the 5-inch thick stone in two. Following this, Urguzi spun around in place for a full 960 degrees, leaping backward with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, he was 2 jong away, delivering another thrust. This maneuver elicited further gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Wow! As Urguzi's sword techniques unfolded, the audience's exclamations became a continuous stream, prompting the examiners to intervene several times to restore a semblance of calm. Urguzi, caught up in the fervor of the moment, performed with even greater intensity. Originally capable of leaping 2 jong, he utilized his wind control technique to propel himself an additional jong high. His swordplay grew increasingly fierce, shattering the stone tiles beneath him into fragments. When his demonstration concluded, the ground around him resembled farmland that had been plowed multiple times. Urguzi bowed respectfully towards the examiners, standing with his sword at the ready, awaiting their scores. Given the enthusiastic atmosphere, he was confident of receiving a high mark. The 5 examiners conferred quietly, deliberating for what seemed an eternity, before finally revealing their decision on a wooden board. B middle. Upon hearing the score of B middle, Urguzi stood in shock, convinced he had misheard. The atmosphere during his demonstration had been so vibrant, filled with cheers. He had put forth all his skills, aside from his innate energy. Why only B middle? Unable to contain himself, Urguzi stood amidst the debris, questioning the examiners. He felt he had performed well enough, believing that even if he did not achieve an A rank, securing a B upper or B middle should have been assured, yet he had received only B middle. Was there yet another hidden agenda at play, perhaps due to his failure to bribe anyone? In response to Urguzi's inquiry, the examiners on the high platform refrained from using their authority to intimidate him. The bearded examiner seated in front of Seimer Yi cleared his throat and spoke. I am Seimer Gang, the county's deputy magistrate, and the chief examiner for this round. Upon hearing this, Urguzi promptly bowed in respect, realizing that as a member of the Seimer family, he likely would not intend to deceive him. Your swordplay was, to put it mildly, difficult to watch. It can be said that you have no understanding of swordsmanship and merely flailed about wildly. Considering your decent aptitude and cultivation level, we reluctantly awarded you a B middle. Additionally, you have damaged the examination venue's stone tiles, and you are ordered to compensate with 100 taels of silver. Seimer Gang's words elicited a wave of laughter from the audience. Only then did Urguzi realize that the raucous atmosphere during his demonstration had been akin to a sideshow. In the presence of true martial artists, his efforts were insignificant. In that moment, Urguzi felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him, utterly humiliated. His master had indeed not been mistaken. His current level was still far from that of a martial scholar. However, since he had come this far, he resolved to earnestly participate in the next round of practical combat assessments. Although he felt vastly outmatched, he would give it his all. After waiting for about another hour, the second round of assessments concluded. The scores of all candidates ranged from C upper to A upper, with Urguzi's score placing him at the bottom. The final round of combat assessments involved 2 examiners alternating in dueling the candidates, scoring based on their performance during the fights. The difficulty of the combat examination was vastly greater than that of the weaponry demonstrations, with most candidates preceding Urguzi having only achieved B rankings. As long as a candidate could withstand 10 strikes from the examiners, they would earn an A rank. When it was Urguzi's turn, he did not dare to harbor great expectations. He aimed to do his best. Give it your all, let's see how many strikes you can endure. The examiner was a burly man in his 30s, wielding a 3-foot sword but not drawing it from its sheath. Urguzi offered a respectful bow, lifting his enormous door-panel sword and sweeping it toward the examiner. As for the advanced sword techniques his master had taught him, they were long forgotten. The examiner, initially indifferent, raised his sword to casually deflect the attack. Just as their weapons were about to collide, a powerful gust of wind rushed forth, and the examiner realized he had underestimated the situation. Boom! The examiner's sword sheath shattered, the blade snapped. The door panel sword continued its relentless assault, seemingly poised to strike the examiner at the waist. Arguzi sensed the impending disaster. Should he land that blow, it could result in grave injury. In a moment of urgency, he could not retract his strike, so he merely pivoted his wrist to avoid the blade and instead struck the examiner with the flat of his sword. Thud, boom. The examiner was sent flying, crushing against a wall before slumping to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Arguzi stood frozen, unsure of what had just transpired. He had genuinely believed the examiner would be more resilient. He had only used 60% of his strength on that first strike. Not only Arguzi but the entire arena fell into a moment of stunned silence. It was well known that these examiners were no pushovers. Each was at least a martial scholar of considerable renown, possessing formidable strength and commanding respect. Previously, they had only needed to exert 1 or 2/10 of their power to avoid injuring candidates, yet today, to be felled by a single strike was unprecedented. Arguzi, realizing the gravity of the situation, dropped his sword and hurried to assess the examiner's injuries. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I will be more careful next time." Arguzi sincerely apologized, knowing he had erred. The examiner, seasoned in battle, had managed to guard himself with his arms in that critical moment, resulting in broken arms and ribs but preserving his internal organs from further damage. However, upon hearing Arguzi's words of apology, it felt like salt in the wound. "You didn't mean to, it was just an accident." The examiner felt a deep sense of humiliation, realizing he would have no face left to show in the future. Finally unable to contain himself, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and then fainted. Arguzi, lacking medical knowledge, was at a loss as to how to assist the unconscious examiner. Fortunately, several individuals rushed over, checked the examiner's condition, administered some medicine, and hastily carried him away. Left standing alone, Arguzi was unsure whether to stay or leave. "Continue the examination." Finally, Seimer Gang's voice boomed from the platform, redirecting the crowd's attention back to the arena. After deliberation among the 5 chief examiners, Zhang Arguzi's score for this round of practical combat is A upper. What? Full marks. He actually achieved full marks. Suddenly, the entire arena erupted in a frenzy of excitement and speculation. The practical combat examination was the most challenging. Merely achieving a B upper was already a significant feat. To attain an A middle or higher was truly a mark of excellence. As for an A upper, it was beyond imagination. Today, Arguzi had inadvertently provided a template for all to emulate. If one could knock out an examiner with a single strike, full marks were within reach. Many candidates were already scheming, contemplating how they might bring down an examiner. Thus, years later, various secret methods for incapacitating examiners circulated among candidates, yet, regardless of the cunning strategies employed, knocking out an examiner remained a formidable challenge. Zhang Arguzi, your strike was excessively forceful, resulting in the examiner's injuries, and you are required to compensate with 100 taels of silver. Do you have any objections? I have no objections. Arguzi dared not voice any dissent. After the examination, he found himself in debt for 200 taels of silver. However, he acknowledged his fault and accepted the need for compensation as only fair. After Arguzi withdrew, a new examiner took the stage, and the next candidate stepped forward. This candidate bowed and immediately launched a surprise attack on the examiner with a dirty trick. Such despicable tactics enraged the examiner, who effortlessly swatted the candidate away. Clearly, this individual had attempted to ambush the examiner but ended up facing dire consequences, ultimately receiving only a C lower score. This prompted a wave of laughter from the audience, mocking the candidate's audacity. The following candidates, wishing to ambush the examiners, realized they first needed to assess their own strength. Amidst the jovial atmosphere, only Zhang Yuliang remained silent, his expression grave. He recognized the examiner who had been knocked out by Arguzi. Among martial scholars, this individual was among the most formidable, possessing great prestige. It was said that he was on the verge of breaking through to the path of immortality, able to sense the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Yet here he had been dispatched by a single blow from Arguzi. Should Zhang Yuliang face Arguzi, he would have no strength left to retaliate. while others were unaware of the underlying details. Zhang Yuliang was intimately familiar with Erguzi, having watched him grow up, or rather, having witnessed him develop under the fists and kicks of their brothers. The once timid Erguzi, who had been bullied and forced to scavenge for scraps, had undergone a remarkable transformation in just over 2 years. Zhang Yuliang speculated that there must be some secret lurking beneath this change, a secret that enabled rapid enhancement of strength. With this thought in mind, he clenched his teeth, departed the examination venue in silence, requested a leave of absence from the Xinwu Hall, and set off towards Sanchazi town. He intended to seize the opportunity while Erguzi was absent to stealthily climb Snake Mouth Mountain to investigate. He suspected that the secret behind Erguzi's newfound strength was likely hidden within those mountains. Chapter 37, Reluctance to marry. After completing his examination, Erguzi did not immediately return to Shakushan but instead took up temporary residence in a dilapidated inn in the county town. Following the conclusion of the exam, he would have to wait several days for the results to be announced, revealing which candidates had succeeded. During these days, Erguzi seized the opportunity to meander through the bustling streets of the county town, indulging in the vibrant spectacle of urban life. Once unable to enjoy the luxury of meat buns, he now relished them daily, consuming more than 10 at each meal. Moreover, due to this examination, he had accrued a debt of 200 taels of silver. The savings he had painstakingly gathered were entirely spent on forging his sword, leaving him with scant few coins in his pocket. Fortunately, he still had some powerful pills in his gourd, which he poured out, filling a large sack to sell to Sima Yi. Throughout the application process, Sima Yi had been immensely helpful, and Erguzi felt obliged to express his gratitude. The only items he could offer as gifts, apart from the powerful pills, were a few medicinal herbs he had cultivated on the mountain. He retrieved a ginseng root, over 20 years old, from the gourd, intending to present it to Sima Yi as a token of thanks. However, upon inspection, he realized this might not be appropriate. The age of ginseng can often be discerned from its crown, and after being stored in the gourd, the vitality of his ginseng had significantly increased, making its age more apparent and potentially leading to complications. After some contemplation, he decided to remove the crown, transforming it into a remnant ginseng, rendering its age indeterminate. He then wrapped it in several dried lotus leaves, tucked it into his bosom, and set off with the sack towards the rejuvenation hall. At last, I found you. As Erguzi munched enthusiastically on a meat bun, he was seized by Sima Yi upon entering the apothecary. My uncle wishes to see you. Your uncle? Erguzi paused, harboring a certain aversion to the term uncle. Yes, the one you met at the examination site, the man with the bushy beard, Sima Yi added. The county magistrate. What does he want with me? Upon hearing the title of the county magistrate, Erguzi instinctively felt a twinge of anxiety. I owe the county office 200 taels of silver, and I intend to repay it today. Do not fret. My uncle is quite amiable. He simply wishes to have a conversation with you. There is nothing else to it, Sima Yi reassured, noting Erguzi's evident tension with a smile. Very well, please count these powerful pills first. Also, this ginseng is for you. Erguzi dropped the sack onto the floor and produced the lotus leaf-wrapped ginseng from his bosom, offering it to Sima Yi. Excellent, thank you. Sima Yi accepted the ginseng, glanced at it, noted it was a remnant ginseng, and paid it little mind as he placed it in the medicine cabinet. After counting the powerful pills, they concluded the transaction at 368 taels of silver before stepping back outside together. Sima Yi then led Erguzi into the county's most opulent establishment, the Hongyang Tower. The doorman, clad in blue, continued his customary bowing and smiling. Previously, Sima Yi could only dine on the 3rd floor, yet this time he guided Erguzi directly to the 4th floor. The 4th floor had few rooms, but each was spacious and lavishly adorned. Upon entering one of the rooms, they found Sima Gang idly sipping wine, the table laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies that was truly appetizing. 2 stunning women attended him closely, serving with care. Having just consumed a dozen meat buns, Erguzi felt his appetite rekindle at the sight of such a feast. Uncle, Zhang Ergu has arrived, Sima Yi announced from the doorway, bowing to Sima Gang. Erguzi followed suit, casting a casual glance at the table of exquisite dishes before quickly averting his gaze, his cheeks flushing. He had never encountered such beautiful women in his life. Their skin was softer than tofu, appearing as though one could squeeze water from it with the slightest touch. How did the women in the city grow to be so enchanting? It felt as if all the world's beauties had converged upon the Hongyang Tower. However, while these women were visually captivating, their delicate frames seemed ill-suited for laborious tasks like chopping wood or farming. Involuntarily, Urguzi found himself comparing these women to the second daughter of Huang Laotsai. You may all leave now, Sima Gang responded, waving his hand dismissively. Sima Yi and the two women understood, bowed, and exited, closing the door behind them. Only the two men remained in the room, the county magistrate casually seated at the table while Urguzi stood respectfully 3 paces away. Are you Zhang Urgu? Sima Gang made no effort to invite Urguzi to sit, continuing to sip his emerald-hued drink. Yes, esteemed county magistrate, I am Zhang Urgu. Urguzi clasped his hands and replied with utmost reverence. Faced with such a high-ranking official, he dared not be impertinent. Your skills are commendable, yet your training lacks proper guidance. It is rather chaotic, Sima Gang remarked, recalling the swordplay Urguzi had demonstrated. One could argue he possessed martial skills, yet his swordplay was a spectacle, akin to a clumsy performance, entirely lacking substance. His movements were flamboyant but devoid of any practical application in combat. Leaping high and spinning swords in elaborate flourishes served no purpose in a real fight. Conversely, if one were to contend he lacked martial prowess, his leaps surpassed those of anyone else, and his strength rivaled that of an ox, upturning the stone slabs of the training ground. A single stroke of his sword had sent the examiner flying. Observing Urguzi, one could only find themselves at a loss for words, whether he was skilled or not. More importantly, using his aura perception technique, Sima Gang discovered that this young man, despite his tender age, possessed the cultivation of the 3rd layer of chi refinement. Among his peers in the Sima family, none could compare. May I inquire as to who your master is? I apologize, but my master has instructed me not to disclose his name, and I hope the county magistrate will pardon me. Urguzi, being an honest child, felt compelled to honor his master's wishes and would not divulge his identity, even under duress. Since it is inconvenient to reveal, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter today. However, disseminating celestial techniques is a grave offense. Urguzi's heart sank. Dealings with these officials rarely yielded favorable outcomes. A mere slip could lead to them seizing upon a weakness and imposing harsh penalties. He found it difficult to comprehend how imparting cultivation methods, a consensual exchange, could be deemed a violation of the law, given that no harm was intended. With your aptitude, should you dedicate yourself to training, there exists a real possibility for further advancement, and you might even excel in the martial examination, Sima Gang continued. At these words, Urguzi's face brightened with joy. It seemed the county magistrate had no intention of pursuing the matter of illicitly transmitting techniques. Furthermore, the magistrate's praise suggested that Urguzi had likely passed the martial examination. Achieving the rank of a jurin would exempt him from land taxes, placing him on par with the county magistrate, who would not desire such a status. I can recommend you for a position as an instructor at the Jingwu Hall, where you may continue your studies. What say you? The Jingwu Hall. Urguzi was certainly aware of this institution. His cousin, Zhang Yuliang, had studied there, and the tuition was quite steep each year. More importantly, just like with the examination, without someone to advocate for you, one could not gain admission, even with the payment of fees. I would be most willing, thank you, esteemed county magistrate. Seizing this rare opportunity, Urguzi expressed his gratitude profusely. With his master having departed, likely for an extended period, he needed guidance. Very well, you may return now. Sima Gang waved his hand, signaling that Urguzi could take his leave. Urguzi cast a casual glance at the lavish spread of food before bowing and departing. As he exited the Hongyang Tower, he felt quite buoyant. Although the county magistrate had not invited him to dine, at least he had secured his place in the martial examination. Being exempt from taxes on 100 mu of land and relieved from corvée labor meant he could stand tall before the county officials without fear of being at their mercy. Furthermore, he had gained the opportunity to study at the Jingwu Hall. He then proceeded to the county office, repaying the 200 taels of silver he owed as a fine from the examination. It stung to part with such a sum. 200 taels for a single examination could have purchased many pigs. Another day passed, and Saimer Yi hurriedly found Urguzi on the street. "Do you still have any of that ginseng you gave me yesterday? I am willing to pay a premium for it." "None left." That one was a stroke of luck. Urguzi shook his head. He could profit from selling the powerful pills and was not in a hurry to sell ginseng. Upon hearing there was none available, Saimer Yi appeared somewhat disappointed, yet he quickly inquired, "Brother Zhang, do you have a betrothed?" "None, I am still a bachelor. Why do you ask?" Urguzi wondered what had prompted such a question. "Well, I have a cousin who is around your age, and I thought to see if I could arrange something between you two." "Oh," Urguzi responded, scrutinizing Saimer Yi to discern if he were disguised as a woman, recalling a tale he had heard long ago about a woman masquerading as a man to introduce her sister to the protagonist. However, upon noticing Saimer Yi's Adam's apple, he felt a twinge of disappointment. "I'm still young and not interested in marriage." Chapter 38. A host of relatives. Urguzi has yet to return from the county town, and already, there are those with eyes on his Snake-Mouth Mountain. However, the vast expanse of farmland at the mountain's base belongs to Urguzi, who has rented it out to the Ahu family. This family spends their days wandering the fields, making it nearly impossible for anyone to find an opportunity to ascend the mountain during daylight hours. One night, a shadowy figure approached the foot of the mountain. This individual meandered about, touching here and prodding there, causing a commotion for an entire night. Ultimately, as dawn approached, the figure left, grumbling in frustration. It was not that he lacked the desire to ascend the mountain, rather, Urguzi had been exceedingly unscrupulous, completely blocking the only path to the summit. Moreover, even the climbable rock face had been rendered smooth and delicate by his heavy sword, leaving no footholds for anyone attempting to scale it. The shadowy figure, attempting to rely on his lightness of foot to climb, fell several times, injuring his head in the process. In the end, he could only depart in resignation. Nonetheless, there are always those with unwavering resolve, who become more tenacious in the face of adversity. How could they possibly be deterred by such minor obstacles? There are no easy tasks, only the brave and steadfast thieves. A few days later, the shadowy figure returned, but this time he was not alone. He had brought along 2 more shadowy figures. As the saying goes, one hero needs 3 helpers, and the same applies to the thieving trade, which relies heavily on the strength of teamwork. Additionally, they had prepared tools for their endeavor. They carried several long ladders and a large bundle of ropes, intending to connect these ladders with the ropes to ascend. The trio squatted at the foot of the mountain, laboring through most of the night, and finally managed to assemble the long ladders into a single structure, securely fastening them with the ropes to create a ladder over 20 jong long. However, the 3 did not anticipate that once the ladder was extended, merely standing it upright against the cliff would prove to be an exceedingly challenging task. Fortunately, one of the shadowy figures possessed remarkable martial skills. Otherwise, their efforts that night would have been in vain, failing to even set the ladder up. After expending considerable effort, the trio finally succeeded in erecting the ladder. The long ladder leaned precariously against the smooth cliff of Snake-Mouth Mountain, trembling ominously and appearing quite unsafe. The ladder is only over 20 jong high, still significantly short, but I recall there is a spot up there that is somewhat more level. Let us go up and take a look first. You are the smallest and most agile among us, why don't you give it a try? The shadowy figure said to his slender companion. A wise man once said, "A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. I shall not go." The diminutive figure gazed at the swaying ladder, fear rising within him, and resolutely shook his head. "If you succeed in climbing up, I shall give you 20 taels of silver and arrange a match for you." The shadowy figure continued to tempt the small one with promises of wealth. However, the small figure, staring at the ladder that reached into the darkness of the night with no visible end, firmly declined. A gentleman finds contentment in poverty and delights in the path of righteousness. Ill-gotten wealth and status are to me as fleeting clouds, mere silver cannot sway me. Enough, your education was meant for more than just quibbling, the idea was yours, and now you dare not even climb the ladder. The shadowy figure rapped the small one on the head, gritted his teeth, and resolved to ascend himself. "Help me steady the ladder. I will go see." "Be careful." At this moment, the two positioned themselves on either side of the ladder, while one shadowy figure grasped it and began to climb cautiously. The ladder was excessively long. With each step he took upward, it would sway, appearing ready to collapse at any moment. As he climbed to the halfway point, he looked down at the cliff below. The foot of the mountain was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see the path he had taken. Looking upward was equally daunting, as darkness enveloped the summit, leaving him uncertain of when he might reach the top. Nevertheless, he had resolved to see the summit, which seemed to hold a tremendous allure for him. With each gust of mountain wind, the ladder would sway for a long while, sending shivers down his spine, yet he remained steadfast, climbing step by step. Finally, a sudden gust of wind caused a crack, and the ladder snapped in two, sending the figure plummeting like a gust of wind. "Our son! Brother!" the two who were steadying the ladder exclaimed simultaneously. Fortunately, the shadowy figure was skilled in martial arts, adept at using a technique of shifting his weight from one foot to the other. Deftly maneuvering, with a resounding thud, he landed hard on the ground, bleeding from his head. In that critical moment, his deep martial training saved his life, preventing him from perishing on the spot. "Do not die. You are the hope of our entire family." The remaining two hurriedly lifted the injured figure and left the scene of the incident at Snakemouth Mountain. Urguzi remained oblivious to the fact that someone had attempted to scale his Snakemouth Mountain, and that an injury had occurred as a result. Fortunately, the people of Anshan County are known for their simple and honest nature. A thief's injury or death while attempting to climb Snakemouth Mountain does not require compensation from Urguzi. For the past few days, he had been busy with social engagements. After being sought out by the county magistrate, many others had come to him. The county clerk also sought him out, initially inquiring about his teacher, then cautioning him, which left Urguzi trembling in fear. He then attempted to win him over with kind words, suggesting that he could arrange for him to take up a position as a constable. However, Urguzi had already promised the county magistrate to join the Jingwu Hall, and with a mountain of land at home requiring his attention, he simply could not manage it all and had to decline graciously. Next, several prominent wealthy families in the county town began to approach him in succession, hoping to arrange a marriage for their daughters with Urguzi. Many even promised various benefits, offering generous dowries, such as properties in the county town, businesses, and farmland outside the city. These wealthy families had relatively straightforward motives. They merely sought a good son-in-law. Urguzi's impressive performance in the examination was evident for all to see. Even if he could not succeed in this round, he was still young enough to have opportunities in future rounds, and there was a strong possibility he might eventually achieve the title of Juran. Once he attains the title of Juran, he would stand on equal footing with the county magistrate, at which point these wealthy families could no longer aspire to him. After all, many of these families already have numerous wives and concubines, and they had plenty of daughters to spare, making it quite advantageous to put one daughter forward as a gamble on the future. Faced with such enticing offers, Urguzi felt a strong temptation, yet in the end, he steeled himself and refused. While he desired both a wife and land, Snakemouth Mountain was simply too far away for him to manage. Other farmlands may be fertile, but it would be challenging to find another mountain like Snakemouth. Aside from his ability to use the wind manipulation technique, others would find it impossible to ascend. Moreover, if he were to take a wife, what would happen to his gourd? Perhaps it would be best to endure for a few more years and find a solution later. In addition to these affluent families in the county town, even envoys from the Daoxian sect sought him out. Initially, Urguzi was startled, fearing that news of his activities had leaked and they had come to seek revenge. However, the envoy clarified their purpose. They wished to recruit Urguzi into their ranks. Our Daoxian sect was originally a major sect in the ancient realm of cultivation, boasting tens of thousands of disciples during its peak, with countless teachings of the immortal path and various spiritual veins and minds. However, after a great battle, the Daoxian sect found itself in a weakened state and was subsequently taken advantage of by the current government, leading to the destruction of our mountain gate. Yet, we still possess a wealth of cultivation teachings. As long as you join the Daoxian sect, you will have the opportunity to learn these teachings. To prove their claims, the envoy produced a yellow talisman from his robes. Behold this talisman. With just a flick, it can transform into a sharp sword, capable of severing a head from 10 paces away, as easily as reaching into a bag. This is a talisman crafted by our talisman masters. Very few cultivators today possess the skill to create such talismans, and you may not have encountered one before. Urguzi regarded the talisman and found the envoy's assertions credible, having experienced its efficacy firsthand. Indeed, it was quite remarkable, easy to use, and possessed considerable power. However, he recalled his master's admonitions: joining a cult could lead to beheading. The authorities show no mercy to cult members, executing them without hesitation. If he were to become a member of such an organization, his entire family could be implicated. While he was not particularly concerned about the threat of his family being implicated, after all, he had few relatives, he pondered briefly and ultimately declined. He had land and fields, and now he had passed the examination to become a martial scholar. With a bright future ahead, there was no need to wade into the murky waters of a cult. I understand your desire to join the government after passing the martial scholar examination. Who wouldn't want to gain power and wealth? However, you are merely an ordinary person without power, influence, or background. Even if you were to become a martial Duran or a martial Jincher in the future, what of it? In the eyes of those officials, you are simply a tool to do their bidding and take the blame. They will assign you the laborious tasks, hold you responsible for any misfortunes, and take all the credit for themselves. You may not believe me now, but should you ever change your mind, the Daoxian sect will always welcome you. After leaving behind a series of persuasive words, the envoy clapped the yellow talisman to his body, causing himself to vanish before Urguzi's eyes. Urguzi looked around but found no trace of him. Were you not just saying the talisman could become a sword and sever a head from 10 paces? How did you vanish? I am right behind you. The envoy's voice suddenly came from behind him. Urguzi turned to search but found only emptiness. Where are you? Are you still there? After waiting for a long while, there was no response. Whether the envoy had departed or not remained uncertain, and Urguzi could only leave alone. The Daoxian sect's ability to appear and disappear without a trace filled him with caution, leaving him bereft of any sense of security, for one could never know if someone was watching him from the shadows. As for reporting to the authorities, he dared not entertain the thought. There would be no benefit for him, and he risked retaliation from the Daoxian sect. To avoid trouble, Urguzi refrained from going out much in the following days. Finally, the day of the examination results arrived. 2 officials posted a large red paper on the wall, drawing a crowd of eager onlookers. Out of 1 to 200 candidates, only 5 succeeded. Urguzi squeezed through the throng and, from a distance, spotted his own name, John Urgu. Those who did not succeed hung their heads in disappointment, secretly gnashing their teeth, while the successful candidates beamed with pride, exchanging congratulations. Under the guidance of the officials, the 5 were led into the county office, where the county magistrate personally offered them a few encouraging words. Naturally, the newly minted scholars were ecstatic, wishing they then each received a bright red flower to wear on their chests, and the county office arranged for someone to escort them home. When Urguzi returned to Sancherzi town, a cacophony of drums and gongs greeted him at the town entrance. The local gentry, led by the village head, had gathered to welcome him, creating a lively scene filled with onlookers. Congratulations, congratulations. Brother Zhang, you truly are an exceptional talent at such a young age. Brother Zhang is a handsome fellow. It's clear he is not like the rest of us. Whether familiar or not, everyone pushed forward to express their admiration with a few flattering words. Those who felt unqualified to approach could only stand at a distance, gazing enviously at Urguzi, who stood at the center of the crowd. This moment had played out countless times in Sancherzi town over the centuries. Urguzi had once been among those enviously observing from afar. Now, however, it was he who stood in the spotlight, garnering admiration from others. Urguzi exchanged pleasantries with the enthusiastic gentry, only to discover that many were distant relatives, connected by blood in some way. This realization led to an even more intimate atmosphere, with one calling him cousin and another second uncle. Urguzi, who had endured hardships for over a decade, was finally aware of the many blood relatives he possessed, all of whom were so kind. Being naturally reserved and unassuming, he felt a rush of warmth and could not help but shed a few tears of gratitude. Alas, Dagu had no fortune left to see all these warm relatives, having passed away too early. He took out a few copper coins and distributed them among the drummers and gongs, even sharing some with the beggars in town. As he scattered coins generously, it earned him a chorus of praise. Scholar Lord, may your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea. May the Scholar Lord be blessed with many children and much happiness. May a good man enjoy peace throughout his life. Then, surrounded by the throngs of newly acquainted relatives and friends, Urguzi made his way toward Shishi village, the sounds of drums and gongs echoing far and wide, attracting the attention of the entire village, young and old alike. Curious onlookers rushed over to witness the spectacle, and several people, caught up in the excitement, accidentally tumbled into the Shishi River, emerging soaked. Hey, is that Urgu? A plump aunt emerged from the crowd, her ample form swaying as she approached. Urguzi paused, unsure of what antics this aunt might be plotting. However, he was no longer the same as before and felt no fear of her now. If she dared to strike him today, he would certainly retaliate before the entire village. To his surprise, as the aunt approached, she completely abandoned her previous harsh demeanor, instead wearing a welcoming smile. I always knew you would achieve greatness. It was worth the hardship I endured in raising you for all those years. Urguzi could hardly believe his ears. The aunt was showing an appalling lack of shame. Even a few sarcastic remarks would have at least earned her some respect as a consistent character. Your uncle is overjoyed to hear you passed the examination. He even killed the old hen at home for a celebratory feast tonight. Thank you, aunt, but after being away for so long, I must return to Snakemouth Mountain to check on things. Urguzi politely declined the aunt's invitation. The family that once sought to bring about his demise now wished to feign camaraderie over a meal. Just the thought of it made him feel as if he had swallowed a fly. At this moment, he noticed a young girl standing behind the aunt, her large eyes fixated on him. After months apart, Shira had grown significantly taller, blossoming into a graceful young lady, far more attractive than her oily-faced mother. Shira, I brought you a little something from the county town, Urguzi said, producing a small red-lacquered wooden box from his robe and handing it to his cousin. Having lived under someone else's roof for so many years, only this cousin had treated him like family. Now that he had achieved success, he certainly would not forget her kindness. Thank you, Urgu brother. Shira accepted the box, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she smiled brightly. After catching up with the crowd at the village entrance and distributing more copper coins as rewards, Urguzi finally set off toward Snakemouth Mountain amidst the reluctant gazes of the villagers. Chapter 39, The Mutation of the White Geese. Urguzi had been away for several days, yet his heart remained tethered to the medicinal herbs on the mountain. As he approached the stone cliff, ready to ascend using his wind control technique, he stumbled upon a small pool of blood on the ground. Scattered around the bloodstain were several droplets, and amidst the rubble, he discovered some ropes and a short segment of a broken ladder. Had someone been here, the stone walls surrounding Shiku Mountain had long been smoothed by his formidable sword. An ordinary person could never hope to scale them unless, like him, they possessed the ability to wield the wind control technique. At that moment, Urguzi summoned his inner energy, activating the wind control technique, and a gentle breeze enveloped him, lifting his form. With a powerful push from his legs, he soared 2 or 3 jong into the air. As the force began to wane, he deftly tapped the cliff with his hands and feet, propelling himself upward several more feet. This cycle of exertion continued, and within mere moments, he found himself back atop the mountain. Gargar, several large white geese spread their wings and stretched their necks, encircling him. Seeing that the geese were all unharmed, he felt a wave of relief. In terms of guarding the homestead, geese were far more dependable than dogs. A dog could easily be bribed by outsiders with a bone, while geese were impervious to such tricks. After years of nurturing this flock, he had consumed the older ones in stews, leaving him with about 100. Perhaps due to the spiritual energy in the feed he provided, this flock grew stronger with each generation. The lead goose now stood nearly as tall as an adult human, and with a single flap of its wings, it could muster a force exceeding 100 pounds. An ordinary person would stand no chance against such a formidable creature. Uncertain, Urguzi decided to patrol the mountain once more. The herbs remained intact, confirming that no outsiders had intruded. However, in the few days he had been gone, the lack of spiritual water from the gourd had stunted the growth of their herbs significantly, resulting in considerable loss. Without even pausing for a meal, he watered all the medicinal plants and then poured some feed from the gourd to nourish the geese. Only after completing these tasks did he allow himself to eat and rest. Yet, that night, sleep eluded him. It was not the excitement of passing the scholar examination that kept him awake, but rather the worry for the mountain's bounty of herbs, a veritable treasure trove. He pondered who might have come, speculating that they had likely failed to scale the cliff and perhaps even suffered a fall. As he prepared to commence his studies at the Jingwu Hall, he knew he would frequently need to leave Shiku Mountain. Even if he did not attend the hall, it was impossible for him to remain at the mountain indefinitely. What if someone with ill intentions sought to exploit his absence? That night, he tossed and turned, and by dawn, he had made several circuits around Shiku Mountain, contemplating his options. He considered planting a dense ring of thorny brambles at the summit. However, he had yet to find a suitable variety. Ordinary thorns could be easily cleaved apart with a mere sword strike, insufficient to deter a martial artist. Additionally, the white geese could prove to be a significant asset. An ordinary person would struggle against even one of his geese, yet, their strength still fell short against true masters. He knew they needed to be further reinforced. With this in mind, Urguzi took up a hoe and unearthed several hundred ginseng plants, all over 10 years old. If he were to sell them in the county town to Sima Yi, the man would undoubtedly be overjoyed. He collected all the ginseng into his gourd, and after 3 days, the spiritual energy of the ginseng had multiplied several times. Daily, he ground a few roots into powder and mixed it with the feed for the geese. After consuming this potent nourishment, the geese became vigorous and lively, brimming with boundless energy, perhaps due to the ginseng's potency. By the second day of feeding, several geese began to ooze blood from their orifices, ultimately succumbing to a violent death. In the following days, 1 or 2 geese perished almost daily as a consequence. Though it pained him deeply, Urguzi gritted his teeth and prepared the deceased geese for stews or cured them into salted goose, consuming them gradually. He continued to feed the remaining geese ginseng. As he watched the flock dwindle in number, he noted that those that survived grew increasingly robust, and the mortality rate began to decline. 3 months later, the flock appeared to stabilize, with only 13 remaining. For half a month, there had been no more incidents of violent death. The remaining geese had grown significantly taller, surpassing even Urguzi in height. With their wings spread wide, they boasted an impressive wingspan of nearly 10 feet. The once pristine white feathers now bore a striking crimson hue, rendering them even more resplendent. Their flying abilities had also improved considerably. When he tested the back of one goose, it was capable of gliding smoothly down from the mountain top, though ascending from below proved quite taxing. Nonetheless, they seemed well suited for guarding the homestead. The 13 remaining geese appeared resilient, and Urguzi continued to nourish them daily with ginseng brimming with spiritual energy. Their size and strength continued to grow. In his leisure, he played with them, training them in commands and combat techniques, occasionally riding on their backs as they soared around the mountain, indulging in the thrill of free flight. The only slight regret he harbored was that these geese, aside from eating and playing, could not assist him with farming. Despite his newfound strength, the daily toil of cultivation consumed a significant portion of his time. Thus far, he had only managed to cultivate 15 acres of ginseng, alongside some huangjing, and, totaling around 20 acres, which was the limit of his personal capability. These 20 acres required daily watering, weeding, and timely replanting of any bare patches, consuming much of his day, leaving scant hours for cultivation. Having grown up working the fields, Urguzi never found it burdensome. Each day, he would wield his hoe and traverse the verdant fields, taking great joy in the sight of flourishing crops that were entirely his own, filling him with a profound sense of fulfillment. Beyond these 20 acres, there remained vast tracts of uncultivated land, too much for him to tend alone. With his meticulous planning, he could not allow these lands to fall entirely to neglect. In the sparse areas, he had planted a few persimmon and jujube trees. These tall fruit trees required minimal upkeep, just a bit of watering, and bore fruit periodically. The jujubes and dried persimmon stored well, serving as delightful snacks and providing sustenance for the geese. In the spaces beneath the persimmon and jujube trees, he scattered a plethora of ginseng seeds, allowing them to grow wild among the weeds. After all, this was how wild ginseng thrived, albeit with lower survival rates, slower growth, and slightly smaller sizes. After years of cultivation, he now possessed nearly 8,000 ginseng plants aged over 20 years, and several tens of thousands aged over a decade. All were thriving, and as long as he continued to water them, they grew at an astonishing rate, equivalent to 10 times the normal speed. It was said that century-old ginseng possessed miraculous properties. In just 8 more years, he could cultivate his own century-old ginseng. Currently, the ginseng aged over a decade was more than sufficient for both himself and the geese. Regrettably, he dared not venture into town to sell the surplus. Previously, he had occasionally sold a 10 to 20-year-old ginseng to the Huachun Hall, which had brought Sima Yi immense joy, though the geese in his own care were far better nourished. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of guilt towards Sima Yi, especially considering the man's unwavering friendship. He recalled that Sima Yi had mentioned that his family also cultivated ginseng, but the survival rate was dismally low, and growth was painfully slow. It took 1 or 2 decades of meticulous care to yield a meager harvest, hardly enough for their needs, forcing them to prioritize the supply for the most promising members of their clan. Chapter 40, The Great Zhou Dynasty. Once again, the time had come for the annual collection of rents and the payment of taxes to the county office. However, beginning this year, Urguzi was exempt from paying taxes. With only 50 acres of land, Shiku Mountain was classified as a wasteland in the county records, allowing him to benefit from a tax exemption due to his status as a scholar. Not a single grain of rice was required to be paid, yet the land rent remained unwavering at 1 stone. Master, here are 100 stones of rice, all prepared in advance, but the height of Shiku Mountain has made it impossible for us to deliver it, reported the worker before Urguzi, a mound of golden rice piled high like a small hill. He finally experienced the joy of being a local landlord. According to the average consumption, 3 to 4 stones of rice would suffice for a year if one were to subsist solely on white rice. If supplemented with some meat, 10 stones would be more than adequate for a year. This 100 stones could last for many years. However, if it were to be exchanged for Peiyuan Guban pills, the current grain prices would yield only a handful of pills. Master, would you like me to find a way to help you carry this rice to the mountaintop? Arhu, thinking Urguzi was troubled about the transportation of the rice, kindly inquired. No need, replied Urguzi, the back and forth of moving it is too cumbersome. For the time being, let us store it here with you. I'll simply hire some craftsmen to build a large warehouse at the foot of the mountain. As he considered the hassle of transporting bags of rice uphill, he realized he could not directly use a gourd to store rice in public. Now that he had rice and land, it made more sense to construct a spacious house at the mountain's base for temporary residence and storage purposes. Arhu, since it's currently the off-season for farming, please arrange for craftsmen to help with the construction. The wages will be deducted from this 100 stones of rice. Certainly, no problem, Arhu replied enthusiastically, thrilled by the trust his master had placed in him. Shortly thereafter, Arhu's wife brought over a basket of eggs, and their 4-year-old son carried a hen to give to Urguzi. He only accepted the basket of eggs. Keep this hen for its eggs. It can help with household expenses. Rest assured, I will still rent you the 50 acres next year at the same rate of 50%. There will be no increase in rent. With the assurance from their master, Arhu's entire family breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yuliang had already raised the rent to 60%, and the tenants in the village could only endure in silence. Rumors had circulated that some tenants were eyeing Urguzi's 50 acres, hoping to rent them from him. As Urguzi left Arhu's home with the basket of eggs, he fortuitously encountered Xiao Ezi, a young girl playing in the village. Brother Guzi! She exclaimed. Xiao Ezi, he greeted back. 6 years her senior, Urguzi found her much taller at the age of 10, having grown significantly in the past 2 years. Living atop the mountain, he often went months without seeing her, and each encounter felt particularly warm. Xiao Ezi, let us find a place to roast some eggs, Urguzi suggested, glancing at the eggs in the bamboo basket, suddenly struck by inspiration. Great idea, she replied eagerly. As autumn descended, the two gathered some dry grass and twigs, setting a fire beneath a ridge. They coated the eggs in a thick layer of wet mud and placed them by the fire to roast slowly. They should be ready now, let us take them out. Bang! Urguzi was a moment too slow, and one egg exploded in the fire, sending yolk flying everywhere. The two scrambled to gather the yolk and shove it into their mouths. Urguzi carefully cracked some openings in the remaining eggshells and resumed roasting them over a gentle flame to avoid further explosions. How delightful, Xiao Ezi exclaimed, devouring 3 perfectly roasted eggs. Brother Guzi, you're quite skilled at roasting eggs, have you done this often? She inquired, curiosity piqued, recalling that in her family, only her 2 brothers occasionally had the luxury of eggs. Not until now, I used to find bird eggs while gathering firewood in the mountains, Urguzi explained, reminiscing about those days. I'll tell you, on several occasions, I roasted bird eggs only to find tiny birds with feathers inside. Really, you actually dare to eat those? Xiao Ezi shuddered at the thought. What is there to fear? It's all meat. I wouldn't leave behind a single feather, Urguzi boasted, even playfully licking his lips as if savoring the memory. He recalled that most young birds had no feathers, embellishing the tale to frighten her further. Do you know why the pigs your family raised never grew strong? Why? Because I stole all the good food. A hint of pride glimmered in Urguzi's expression. I remember my mother arguing with the piglet seller, claiming they sold us sickly pigs that never grew strong. The 2 sat by the fire, laughing and enjoying their roasted eggs for the better part of the day. Before parting ways, Urguzi handed Xiao Ezi a large bag of dried red dates, sweet and perfect for children's snacks. Hide these dates well and don't let anyone know, not even your parents or brothers. Okay, Xiao Ezi nodded obediently, then remembered something and cautioned, by the way, Brother Guzi, when you go out, remember to hide your money and valuables. Don't leave anything on the mountain. What if a thief gets it? Don't worry, no one can reach my Shiku mountain. They chatted for a little longer before heading back to their respective homes. In Urguzi's heart, he had but one relative and one friend. Those who sought kinship or called him brother felt insincere. On this day, Urguzi entered the county town carrying a large burlap sack. At the city gate, a long line of farmers awaited, some shouldering burdens, some pushing wheelbarrows, all there to pay taxes. Yet for Urguzi, tax season was no longer a concern. Upon arriving in town, his first stop was to the Huachun Hall, where he sold some Delhi pills to Saimer Yi in exchange for Peiyuan Guban pills. Sometimes he found himself curious about where Saimer Yi sold all those Delhi pills and where he procured so many Peiyuan Guban pills, yet Saimer Yi had never revealed his sources, nor did Urguzi ever inquire. It was akin to Saimer Yi not questioning the origins of Urguzi's Delhi pills. After completing the transaction, Urguzi retrieved a package wrapped in several layers of dried lotus leaves from his burlap sack. Thank you for your assistance during the last examination. Us country folk don't have much to offer. I can only present you with a local specialty, he said as Saimer Yi accepted the package, noticing it was a solid lump, certainly not ginseng. It is my homemade cured goose, quite tasty, I assure you, Urguzi explained, sensing Saimer Yi's confusion. Just a small favor, Brother Zhang, you're too polite, Saimer Yi responded, tucking the cured goose away, acknowledging that this brother was indeed genuine, having already gifted ginseng before. By the way, you're here to report to Zhongwu Hall, right? I have some matters to attend to. I can escort you there, thank you very much, Urguzi replied, grateful as Saimer Yi carried the cured goose on his back and led him into Zhongwu Hall. Urguzi had heard tales of Zhongwu Hall since childhood, and it had long been his aspiration to enter. Today marked his first step through its grand doors. Zhongwu Hall spanned several acres, featuring dozens of rooms surrounding a central training ground. At that moment, a group of apprentices was vigorously training, some of whom he recognized from their shared examination, now forced to continue their studies here after failing. The left master of Zhongwu Hall is a mid-stage chiprak. He is rarely seen, Saimer Yi remarked, a flicker of disdain crossing his face as he spoke of the left master. Keep in mind that in the entire Anchang County, there are no more than 10 who have attained the martial scholar title. Each martial scholar holds a prestigious position, capable of serving in the military or receiving a salary while being exempt from all taxes, even if they remain idle at home. However, with the current peace, the army in Anchang County comprises only a few dozen men, with positions filled by those with connections, officials outnumbering soldiers. Urguzi thought to himself how fortunate he was not to have joined the military. With only a handful of soldiers, rife with favoritism, he would be nothing more than a mere pawn, better off tending to his land on the mountain. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of a particularly grand and ornate building, clearly of significance. Urguzi hesitated, unsure about barging in, while Saimer Yi casually stepped inside. Fourth brother, Saimer Yi called out, and a burly man with a square face and a bushy beard emerged, bearing a striking resemblance to the county lieutenant. "Oh, little 14, you've come, and you've even brought me a dish." The man grinned and reached for the cured goose on Sima Yi's back, only to be playfully swatted away. Their camaraderie was evident, suggesting a history of playful banter between them. "This is a gift from Brother Zhang," Sima Yi explained as the man turned his attention to Erguzi, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "This is the newly appointed martial scholar, Zhang Ergo, indeed, that is I," Erguzi responded, hastily mimicking the traditional bow in return. "Fourth brother, Zhang is my friend and was recommended by our uncle to serve as an instructor. Please take good care of him." A friend, Sima Hong remarked, eyeing Erguzi with curiosity, clearly intrigued. "Someone like you has a friend." Sima Yi ignored the comment and continued, "Zhang, this is my fourth brother, Sima Hong, the vice master here. If you have any needs, feel free to approach him." After introducing the two, Sima Yi departed. Vice Master Sima Hong guided Erguzi through the enrollment process at Jingwu Hall, using his authority to assign him a small independent room. Now, Erguzi held the title of an instructor at Jingwu Hall, albeit without any teaching duties at present, earning a meager annual salary of 1 stone of rice. Should he take on disciples in the future, his income could increase significantly, especially if his disciples succeeded in becoming martial scholars, which would yield additional earnings. Erguzi, however, had little interest in teaching. He preferred to cultivate more acres of land instead. What he valued most was the wealth of martial arts knowledge available at Jingwu Hall, accessible for free as an instructor. Moreover, he could engage in exchanges with other martial artists, avoiding the pitfalls of isolation or narrow-mindedness. "This is your token. With this badge, you can borrow books and receive your salary. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to seek me out," Sima Hong instructed before departing. Erguzi surveyed the small house assigned to him. It included a bedroom, a living room, a training area, and a kitchen, making it suitable for long-term residence. Nevertheless, he remained preoccupied with the crops on Shiku Mountain, intending to visit only occasionally. After all, he held merely a nominal position as an instructor, receiving pay without actual obligations, and though the amount was modest, he felt content. That day, he ventured to the library within Jingwu Hall. A resident instructor was stationed there, and after presenting his token, Erguzi was granted access without issue. The library was modest, measuring only a few dozen square feet, yet it housed several hundred books, more than Erguzi had ever encountered in his life. Books had always been precious, with costs for paper, ink, and transcription labor being high. Most of the shelves contained stitched paper books, with a few crafted from animal hides. He casually pulled out a volume titled Geographical Records of the Great Jew, intrigued to find it focused on geography. After flipping through the pages, he was captivated by the content. Before apprenticing with Li Banjian, he had only been aware of Sanchazi town and had never visited the county seat. It was only after becoming a disciple that he learned Anchang County was but a trifling speck within the vast Great Jew dynasty, yet his knowledge remained scant. Through this book, he discovered that the Great Jew dynasty comprised 9 provinces, 36 prefectures, and 186 counties, with thousands of counties beneath its jurisdiction. To the east lay a boundless ocean, unfathomable in its expanse, home to countless sea creatures. To the west was the Peach Mountain Kingdom, inhabited by malevolent spirits and zombies. The north was occupied by a land of giants, whose inhabitants towered a full yard in height, known for their brutish, combative nature and a penchant for consuming human brains. To the south lay the kingdom of 10,000 monsters, a realm composed of various supernatural beings. 5,000 years prior, the revered ancestor of the Great Jew pacified the world, quelling threats from all sides and safeguarding the populace from the ravages of demons, ushering in an era of peace that persisted for millennia. Anchang County was situated in the Sanyang prefecture of Qingju, at the southwestern corner of the dynasty, bordering both the kingdom of 10,000 monsters and the Peach Mountain Kingdom. Closing the book, Erguzi realized how close the realm of demons and spirits was to him and felt fortunate that the past millennia had been so peaceful. He perused a few more volumes, most concerning martial techniques such as 36 forms of the tiger-felling fist, 13 sticks for subduing dragons, 5 blades of mountain opening, 5 linked whip, and 13 blades of soul-seizing death. However, upon casual examination, he discerned that compared to the martial arts taught to him by Li Banjian, the techniques here were far more accessible, with less stringent requirements. Given his current physical condition, mastering these martial skills would pose little difficulty. In addition to martial arts, various topics were covered, including agricultural practices, hydraulic engineering, military strategies, and metallurgy, knowledge typically kept secret within the Great Zhou dynasty, passed down orally only among close acquaintances. Urguzi was astonished to discover that these invaluable contents had already been compiled into books, allowing him to learn without any cost. Particularly in the realm of military strategies, he recognized that should he aspire to become a martial scholar, these would be essential subjects. A martial scholar was merely a fighter, sufficient to recognize a few characters, but a martial champion held substantial significance, whether in the military or local governance, requiring not just martial prowess but also a modicum of scholarly knowledge. Standing before the shelves, Urguzi was entranced, unwittingly finishing a book on agronomy before realizing the intricate details involved in farming. Setting it down, he randomly pulled out another volume titled Essays on the Immortal Path of the Great Zhou. The title immediately captivated him. Since childhood, he had heard tales of immortals, yet among those he had encountered, only his master seemed closest to one, albeit a semi-immortal. There were also the county magistrate, the county lieutenant, and the clerks, all reputed to be formidable cultivators. The yellow talismans from the Daoxian sect were likely crafted by such practitioners. The knowledge he had gathered about immortality was fragmented and disjointed, lacking any coherent understanding. As he opened the book, he was absorbed, losing track of time until he realized that the sky outside had darkened. Chapter 41, A Time of Peace and Prosperity. As Urguzi emerged from the library, he had borrowed several tomes, one titled The Great Zhou History, another The Great Zhou Geographic Compendium, and yet another Essays on the Immortal Path of the Great Zhou. Merely skimming through these volumes in the library had captivated him deeply. Upon returning to his chamber with the books, he devoted 3 days to meticulously reading each one. Although he had previously gained considerable knowledge under the tutelage of Master Li, he had remained somewhat bewildered until today, when he finally grasped the true nature of the world. Henceforth, his horizons expanded beyond the confines of Sanchizi town and Anchang County. According to the texts, prior to the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty, this land was a chaotic amalgamation of humanity and demonic entities, rife with sects. Ordinary mortals were compelled to rely on a handful of prominent cultivation sects to survive. These immortal sects were indeed formidable, boasting countless masters capable of traversing the heavens and earth, ensuring the safety of their domains. Although these sects were unified under the banner of humanity, their stances varied, leading to divisions among righteous, demonic, and ghostly paths. Within these factions, various subsects emerged, such as the weapon sect, sword sect, puppet sect, and alchemy sect within the righteous path. Even within these smaller factions, numerous groups existed, often at odds with one another. Conflicts among the human factions erupted frequently, resulting in perpetual turmoil. This incessant strife drained their vitality, leaving them vulnerable to the predations of demons, who in turn afflicted the common folk. It was during this tumultuous period that a remarkable rogue, hailing from a humble background, led the human cultivators to vanquish the demons and restore order, ultimately founding the Great Zhou dynasty. The new monarch, Han, learned from past mistakes, suppressing the unchecked growth of cultivation sects and consolidating all resources and power within the centralized authority. He organized a formidable army of cultivators to counter the surrounding demons and protect the realm. Internally, he implemented a rigorous selection process through the imperial examinations, recruiting martial scholars, martial candidates, and martial champions to serve the dynasty. In times of conflict, these selected individuals would play pivotal roles. To ensure stability, the Great Zhou dynasty collected all cultivation techniques, outlawing unauthorized dissemination under severe penalties. Ordinary individuals were barred from even accessing the methods of cultivation, ushering in an era of tranquility wherein no one dared to harbor ill intentions. With cultivators governing the land and ruling over the common populace, obedience was universal. The Great Zhou history recounts several instances of widespread civil unrest, which once boasted formidable momentum. However, the court dispatched an army composed of cultivators, who swiftly eradicated the rebellious factions. After numerous such incidents, those who dared to defy authority were utterly annihilated. The moral fabric of the Great Zhou dynasty grew increasingly virtuous, and the spirit of rebellion was forever quelled. Thus, the Great Zhou dynasty entered a flourishing golden age, a period that persists to this day. Upon closing the Great Zhou history, Urguzi could not help but reflect on his fortune to have been born into such an era of peace. The essays on the immortal path of the great Jew offered an overview of the cultivation journey. Most novices commenced their studies via martial arts, honing various combat skills. Upon their first awareness of the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, they officially crossed the threshold into the realm of immortality, becoming practitioners of the first layer of chi refinement. After reading this tome, Urguzi realized that not only had he successfully embarked on the path of immortality, but he had also attained the third layer of chi refinement. Indeed, his master had not deceived him. He had risked severe consequences to impart invaluable immortal techniques. 80 times, he had questioned his master's intentions, suspecting that greed had clouded his judgment. The next time he encountered his master, he would ensure to express his gratitude. However, his master was a being of modesty, detached from worldly desires, regarding material wealth as inconsequential. Offering monetary gifts would tarnish his master's ethereal demeanor. Perhaps he should simply serve him tea more often. Alas, a mere mortal like himself could never comprehend the serene state of mind possessed by his master. Upon discovering his identity as a cultivator, possessing the third layer of chi refinement, Urguzi's joy was fleeting. This modest attainment seemed unremarkable, hardly worthy of pride. The figures chronicled in the great Jew history, even the most inconspicuous, had undoubtedly surpassed the foundational stage. Only upon reaching the 10th layer of chi refinement could one establish their foundation, with further realms beyond such as golden core and nascent soul. In the days that followed, Urguzi immersed himself in the pursuit of knowledge, voraciously consuming the contents of his borrowed books. Every few days, he returned to the library to procure additional texts. Over the course of more than 10 days, he thoroughly familiarized himself with the entirety of the library's collection. Indeed, the range of subjects was vast, yet he found no volume on immortal techniques. The assertions made in the great Jew history were not unfounded. For the sake of stability and governance, the authorities had confiscated all cultivation techniques from the populace. The methods left behind by his master felt incomplete, with numerous ambiguities, and could only advance him to the 10th layer of chi refinement. With no further teachings available, undeterred, he sought out Vice-Hall Master Seimer, hoping to glean information about where he might acquire cultivation techniques. The response aligned closely with his suspicions. The government had seized and destroyed all folk cultivation methods. Only by passing the martial examinations and serving the great Jew dynasty could one hope to obtain the rewarded techniques. It became clear that if he wished to pursue the path of cultivation, the only legitimate route lay through the martial examinations, while all other avenues were the risk of dire consequences. After lingering in the county for several days, Urguzi finally departed, laden with a substantial collection of books. Most were martial arts manuals and military strategies, which would undoubtedly aid him in his forthcoming martial examinations. Just after traversing a few miles from the county, he encountered a striking pair, a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, clearly the offspring of a wealthy family, unaccustomed to the harshness of labor. "Could you be Scholar Zhang?" they inquired from a distance, bowing respectfully. "Indeed, I am. Might I inquire what brings you here?" "We are Ding Xiuchai and Ding Xiudang from Ding Family Village, sent by our master to extend an invitation for you to visit our home." Ding Xiuchai presented a grand red invitation, which bore gilded lettering proclaiming Ding Family Village. Urguzi recognized the name from conversations at the Xingwu Hall. It was a prosperous establishment, rivaling the Seimer family in stature, albeit more discreet and less involved in governmental affairs. The invitation alone seemed worth several hundred coins. Accepting their generous invitation, he decided to visit Ding Family Village. Promptly trailing behind the siblings, they veered off the main road and onto a secondary path. As martial practitioners, they moved swiftly, covering considerable ground in mere moments. Upon rounding a valley, they beheld an expansive field, a shimmering expanse of golden grain. What a splendid rice paddy! As a farmer, Urguzi instinctively gauged the health of the crops upon arriving anywhere. The vast golden fields swayed in the breeze, resembling rolling waves. The stalks stood tall and vibrant, their heavy heads bending low, a sight of abundant harvest. Yet, as autumn waned, many other crops had long been gathered. "Why has your rice not yet been harvested?" "Har har har, this is our Ding Family Village's specialty, cat-tooth rice, renowned throughout the entire Sanyang County. At Hongyang Tower in the county town, this rice is used for both cooking and brewing." The Ding siblings spoke with pride about their family's specialty. Cattooth rice is a variety cultivated by our ancestral line, requiring 10 months to mature before harvest. Chapter 42. The unfortunate thief Urguzi trailed behind the Ding siblings, traversing a vast expanse of rice fields, until they finally arrived at a village. The village was substantial, boasting at least 1,000 households, and all the houses were constructed from green bricks and tiles. The villagers, too, were dressed neatly and bore a rosy complexion. The scene was in stark contrast to that of Shukui village. It appeared that every household in Dingjiazhuang had food to eat and clothes to wear. It was astonishing to discover such a prosperous place existed in the world. Upon seeing the Ding siblings, the villagers exhibited great respect, bowing and greeting them warmly. At the heart of the village stood a grand courtyard enclosed by high green brick walls, which featured numerous small slits for archery. The entrance bore the inscription, Dingjiazhuang, in large characters. To Urguzi's surprise, the gate was wide open, with not a single guard in sight, only a few mischievous children squatting at the entrance, tossing pebbles in play. I noticed that many homes along the way were left unlocked. "Aren't you afraid of thieves?" Urguzi inquired, perplexed. After all, even the most impoverished households typically possessed a few valuable items, such as pots, bowls, and basic necessities, which could easily be pilfered if not secured properly. Moreover, the residents of Dingjiazhuang appeared quite affluent, suggesting they must have numerous valuable possessions. "Lock the door, we have no thieves in Dingjiazhuang. We are all neighbors here." Hanging a lock on the door would imply viewing our fellow villagers as thieves, which is profoundly disrespectful, replied the Ding family head. Urguzi found this reasoning rather peculiar. It was the first time he had encountered such an unusual perspective. As they conversed, the trio had already entered Dingjiazhuang, and Urguzi finally laid eyes on the head of the Ding family. To his astonishment, this renowned figure bore no distinction from an ordinary farmer, clad in coarse cloth garments, with skin the color of soy sauce. His hair was casually tied atop his head. When Urguzi arrived, he was busily rolling up his pant legs, barefoot, tending to weeds in a small plot of land. "Please wait a moment, Scholar Zhang, while the sun is still high, let me finish weeding this patch," the Ding family head said as he wielded the hoe with remarkable speed, swiftly uprooting the weeds without damaging the crops. Such weeding technique was something even Urguzi, who had farmed since childhood, could not match. Once he had cleared the weeds, the Ding family head turned them over onto the ground, allowing them to wither under the sun. In that small plot of land, crops were growing that others might not recognize, but Urguzi was intimately familiar with them. To his astonishment, ginseng was among the crops, and it appeared to have been cultivated for quite some time. Urguzi recalled hearing Sima Yi speak of the challenges of growing ginseng, which required numerous stringent conditions. Furthermore, each plot could only be cultivated for 3 years before its fertility depleted, necessitating the replanting of ginseng in a new location. However, there existed a type of land inherently suitable for ginseng cultivation, known as spiritual soil. Unlike ordinary land, spiritual soil was imbued with rich spiritual energy, which ginseng could absorb. When ginseng was planted in spiritual soil, it thrived robustly, possessing stronger medicinal properties, and could remain undisturbed for a century without needing to be transplanted. At that moment, Urguzi carefully sensed the soil and discovered a multitude of flickering points of spiritual energy. This patch was indeed a small expanse of spiritual soil. No wonder this family was among the most prominent in Anchang County, possessing such a substantial piece of spiritual land. Besides the ginseng, there were numerous unfamiliar plants, likely rare medicinal herbs. The Ding family had set aside his hoe and plucked several purple leaves from a robust plant in the spiritual soil, presenting them to the Ding siblings. "Har har har. Brother Zhang, you have come from afar. We, as humble farmers, have little to offer in hospitality. Let us stir-fry some vegetables and slaughter a hen to accompany your drinks." The Ding family head's hearty laughter was boisterous and unpretentious, lacking the airs of a family patriarch, as he took Urguzi's hand and led him into a hall. Soon, several trays of dried fruits and tea were brought in. The dried fruits and pastries were exquisite, delightful in flavor, treats Urguzi had never before tasted. Particularly, there was a kind of sugary bean that melted in the mouth, dissolving into a rich, lard-like sweetness, mingled with the fragrant sweetness of honey. "If Brother Zhang finds these delectable, feel free to take a few pounds home to savor at your leisure," the Ding family had said, popping an almond into his mouth and smiling at Urguzi. "Thank you, Ding family head. Urguzi's cheeks flushed. He had been too engrossed in the sweets, revealing his unsophisticated nature. It was not his fault, he merely felt at ease in the Ding family head's amiable presence. Had he been in front of the county magistrate or the county head, he would have been trembling with trepidation, never daring to relax for a moment. Just as Urguzi began to feel a bit embarrassed, footsteps approached from outside the hall. 2 individuals, one tall and one short, entered the hall. Greetings, family head. Har, no need for formality, please take a seat. Allow me to introduce you, the Ding family head said, making introductions. Urguzi soon learned that the 2 newcomers were also past martial scholars. The tall one was named Mu Feng, while the shorter one was called Wang Ying. Both resided in Dingjiazhuang, serving as informal retainers. The 2 were quite talkative, and once they entered, the atmosphere in the hall became lively, filled with hearty laughter. Before long, several young maidservants brought in dishes and prepared a banquet. The 4 of them, Ding family head, Mu Feng, Wang Ying, and Urguzi, took their seats. The dishes appeared simple and unpretentious, lacking the exquisite presentation of the Hongyang Tower, yet after Urguzi took a single bite, he discerned a remarkable difference. The ingredients were imbued with spiritual energy, significantly beneficial for cultivation. Compared to the ingredients he had processed with a gourd, they were equally impressive. During the meal, the 2 martial scholars, who had initially been jovial, now endeavored to maintain some semblance of decorum, yet their pace of eating was swift. They likely seldom had the opportunity to enjoy such fare. Urguzi couldn't help but feel puzzled. He had never interacted with Dingjiazhuang before, so why was the Ding family head extending such lavish hospitality? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he inevitably felt a twinge of unease. After the 4 finished their meal, the Ding family head did not broach any requests. Brother Zhang, if you do not mind, you may stay and explore our humble abode for a few days. I have matters to attend to, so I must trouble Mu Feng and Wang Ying to accompany Scholar Zhang around the village, the Ding family had stated before taking his leave. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon Urguzi's entrance into the city, 3 black-clad thieves once again set their sights on his Shukui mountain. However, the skilled martial artist among them had sustained injuries from the last encounter and had yet to recover. He now relied on a cane for mobility and moved clumsily, yet, challenges had never deterred him. He remained resolute in his ambition to elevate the thieving trade, vowing not to rest until he reached the peak of the mountain. These 3 had scarcely slept at night recently. Whenever the hour grew late and the world quieted, they would circle around the cliffs of Shukui Mountain, seeking a way to ascend. It was the scholar among them who proposed reopening the path that Urguzi had blocked. Though it would be laborious and rather foolish, it was preferable to meandering at the mountain's base each night. Thus, the 3, armed with hoes and crowbars, returned to the foot of Shukui Mountain. The one with the cane, hampered in movement, could only act as lookout, while the elder and younger took charge of digging and prying at the earth. They began excavating from the base, attempting to reopen the small path that Urguzi had obstructed. However, the quantity of earth was overwhelming, and the upward excavation proved particularly troublesome when encountering large boulders. Lacking Urguzi's strength, they found themselves unable to budge the boulders, each weighing over 100 pounds. Digging from beneath, they also had to remain vigilant against the risk of stones rolling down upon them. After an entire night of toil, drenched in sweat, they managed to clear only a small stretch. The following 3 nights saw them digging once more, but tonight, they were confronted with several massive boulders blocking their path. The smaller ones weighed 300 to 500 pounds, while the larger ones exceeded 1,000, piled together, utterly immovable by their strength. Whenever they grew weary, hungry, or sleepy, they vented their frustrations by loudly cursing Urguzi, using the outbursts to invigorate themselves and dispel fatigue. That scoundrel Urguzi, he must have been born without a backside. Damn that Urguzi, I curse his ancestors to the 18th generation. Smack! The younger thief, caught up in his fervor, received a sharp slap from the elder. Who are you cursing to the 18th generation? All that reading of wise texts, and it seems you've digested them into a dog's belly. After receiving a reprimand, the younger man realized he had overstepped and redirected his anger toward the stones before him, striking them with such force that sparks flew. This Urguzi is truly despicable. If I had known back then, I would have broken his arms and legs. Fuming with resentment, the younger thief jabbed his crowbar into a massive boulder. Boom! With his strike, 2 boulders tumbled down, hurtling toward them with tremendous force. The path was already narrow, barely accommodating the 2 of them. As the boulders descended, there was nowhere to evade, no escape possible. Get out of the way. Just as it seemed the 2 would be crushed into a pulp, the elder black-clad thief summoned all his strength to lift the younger man onto a high stone at the side of the path. Simultaneously, the oncoming boulders thundered past, burying the elder beneath their weight. Farther! Farther! The younger thief gazed at the gruesome chaos of flesh and blood spread across the ground, uncertain of which piece to retrieve first. John Raguzi, I will make you pay in blood for this debt. The anguished wails echoed through the night. Chapter 43, Ding Jiashuang. After a hearty meal, Mufring and Wang Ying accompanied Erguzi as they strolled leisurely through Ding Jiashuang. Scholar Zhang, what do you think of Ding Jiashuang? Mufring inquired, gesturing toward the expansive fields of golden rice before them. It is splendid and prosperous, far surpassing any village I have ever encountered, Erguzi replied. However, I find myself perplexed, are there truly no tenants in Ding Jiashuang? This had been a lingering question since his arrival. Tenants were usually easily identifiable by their tattered clothing and emaciated frames, yet he had not seen a single one since entering the village. Har, in this entire village, apart from the Ding family, everyone else is a tenant. Mufring and Wang Ying laughed heartily, seizing a passerby. Zhao Laozi, would you not consider yourself a tenant? The man, robust and wielding a hoe, had rolled up his pant legs, evidently just returned from the fields. Indeed, I am a tenant of the Ding family. As long as Master Ding does not disdain me, I would gladly serve as a tenant for generations to come. Why is that? Erguzi could not fathom this mentality. Tenants possessed no land, were obliged to surrender at least half of their harvest, and subsisted on meager rations. He had once dreamed of owning a piece of land. Under no circumstances would he wish to be a tenant, let alone one who appeared so proud of the position. Being a tenant in Ding Jiashuang is markedly different from elsewhere, Zhao Laozi elaborated. Even when cultivating one's own land, one must pay at least 30% of the harvest in taxes to the government. However, our tenants only need to pay 20% in rent to the Ding family, and the remainder is entirely ours. Such good fortune is hard to find elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Erguzi pondered for a moment and quickly grasped the situation. The head of the Ding family was a martial scholar, exempt from paying taxes to the government. Charging only a modest rent meant they were not losing out. Master Ding is benevolent. Whenever we face difficulties, he always lends a helping hand, offering loans without interest. Zhao Laozi spoke passionately about Master Ding's virtues, seemingly unable to contain his admiration. Eventually, after Zhao Laozi departed, the trio continued their exploration of the village. The tenants they observed bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Laozi, each radiating a unique vitality. Master Ding's benevolence allows us to reside in Ding Jiashuang, and we receive 5 shing of spirit rice annually, Mufring proudly declared, casting a glance at Erguzi, but was disappointed to find no trace of surprise or envy on his face. Perhaps Scholar Zhang is unaware that the rice we just consumed contained a hint of spirit rice. Spirit rice absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, maturing once every decade, with an exceedingly low yield. For ordinary individuals, it strengthens the body. For martial artists, it enhances cultivation, attuning them to the spirit of the world, thus enabling them to become cultivators. Mufring and Wang Ying enthusiastically explained the remarkable rarity of spirit rice to Erguzi, eager to astonish the rustic fellow before them. They cherished the 5 shing of spirit rice they received each year as a treasured bounty. After cooking, the pot gleamed, and they would lick the rice spoon multiple times. Finally, they would boil a large pot of soup with the utensils, unwilling to waste a single morsel. Yet, Erguzi's expression remained unchanged, disappointing both men and evoking a sense of defeat within them. Could he truly be so dull-witted? Have you sensed the essence of heaven and earth yet? Erguzi inquired curiously. Sensing such essence would signify his entry into the first stage of cultivation, allowing him to transcend the mundane world. He recalled successfully sensing the essence at the age of 14, becoming a cultivator then. Not yet, the 2 replied, their sense of defeat deepening, feeling as though their most vulnerable spots had been prodded. We have only recently joined Dingjiazhuang, and there are several elder martial scholars who have long since sensed the essence. The strongest among them has likely already reached the second layer of cultivation. It appeared that, while Dingjiazhuang remained understated, its overall strength was not inferior to that of the Seimer family. What does the seedling of spirit rice look like? Could you take me to see it? After a moment of contemplation, Urguzi finally asked, which brought some balance back to the two men. Of course, but the spirit fields are guarded by dedicated personnel, and outsiders cannot approach too closely. The two promptly led Urguzi toward a vast expanse of rice fields. Behold this cat's ear rice. It is a new variety cultivated by the Ding family's ancestors, a blend of spirit rice and ordinary rice. Urguzi plucked a grain of rice, removed the husk, revealing pristine white grains, small and pointed, indeed resembling cat's ears. He tossed a grain into his mouth, savoring its fragrant flavor, faintly imbued with spirit essence. Though the essence was minimal, it was certainly more than none. With long-term consumption, it could bolster one's health. As Urguzi trailed behind the two men, he discreetly tucked the remaining rice ears into his clothing and hurried to catch up. Dingjiazhuang was encircled by mountains, with a large plain in the center, all cultivated with cat's ear rice. A stone-constructed aqueduct snaked through the fields, drawing water from a mountain peak. The trio climbed along the aqueduct to the summit. Upon reaching the top, they were astonished to discover a large lake spanning several miles, with a lush island at its center. This lake was not a natural formation but rather a vast reservoir created by blocking the gaps between several mountains with a substantial amount of earth and stone. A canal diverted water from the mountaintop reservoir to irrigate the expansive plains below. Farming depended heavily on favorable weather, and truly bountiful years were scarce. For instance, this year had been somewhat dry, and Arhu's 50 mu of rented land yielded only 170 stones, whereas previous years had produced 200 stones. This was still considered prime land near a water source, while other areas fared even worse. With such a large reservoir, Dingjiazhuang could ensure sufficient irrigation for the plains, even during droughts lasting 2 to 3 years, or even 3 to 5 years. Constructing such a massive reservoir must have required tens of thousands of laborious, right? Urguzi marveled at the scale of the project. To put it into perspective, the entire population of Anshan County was barely over 100,000. It would take the labor of several counties to complete a reservoir of this size. Moreover, those tens of thousands of workers would need sustenance, an almost insurmountable undertaking. While not quite that many, the Ding family's first ancestor was a foundational cultivator, capable of wielding earth-based magic to accomplish their work of 100,000 laborious, Mufeng clarified. However, the construction of this reservoir was the result of several generations of effort, mobilizing over 10,000 workers to see it completed. As he spoke, Mufeng clasped his hands behind his back, gazing skyward, as if he too were part of the Ding lineage. Urguzi, however, was captivated by the mention of the foundational ancestor. From what he knew, even the current county magistrate had not attained such cultivation. The Ding family's ancestor was a foundational cultivator. Indeed, it is recorded in the Ding family genealogy. Alas, since then, no foundational cultivators have emerged. The current family head has a significant chance of breaking through to that realm. At this moment, Urguzi looked again at the artificial lake and found it less remarkable. A foundational cultivator personally casting spells, combined with several generations of effort, made the creation of such a lake seem entirely reasonable. The Ding family, uniting their strength to build this lake, truly benefits the region. It is commendable, Urguzi remarked sincerely, his impression of Dingjiazhuang greatly enhanced. As Wang Ying crouched by the lake's edge, scooping up a handful of water to drink and wiping his face, he invited, "The water here is crystal clear and sweet. Would you care to try some, Brother Zhang?" The entire Dingjiazhuang relies on this water, which contains a hint of spirit essence. Regular consumption can strengthen one's physique. Urguzi, intrigued, also cupped his hands to drink, confirming the faint essence within. The three of them boarded a small boat and set off toward the island at the lake center. As they stepped onto the island, Urguzi felt a sudden jolt of energy. The spirit essence here was markedly richer than in other areas. Mufeng and Wang Ying also inhaled deeply, clearly relishing the experience. Wood and Wang, this is a family sacred ground, why have you brought an outsider here? Just as they arrived, a man emerged from behind a large stone, casting a scrutinizing glare at Urguzi. From the intensity of the man's gaze, Urguzi sensed a hint of danger, as if confronted by a beast poised to attack. Ding Yi, this is Scholar Zhang, a distinguished guest of the family head. We are here on his orders to show our guest around. A guest of the family head, my apologies, please, come in. Ding Yi offered a slight bow, his demeanor softening as he stepped aside to clear the path. Mufring and Wang Ying guided Urguzi through a small grove of stones, only to find themselves confronted by a dense thicket of thorns. These thorns towered over a person, lush and thick, forming a formidable wall. The thorns were adorned with numerous inch-long spikes, each barbed, presenting a menacing sight. Anyone who inadvertently wandered in would find themselves utterly trapped. This is iron thorn. While it appears slender, it is in fact remarkably tough and flexible, impervious to ordinary swords. It was brought back by the Ding family's ancestors from ancient cultivation ruins and has been cultivated for many years to form this thorny barrier, Mufring explained. Urguzi's mind raced. If such thorns could be cultivated around Snake Mouth Mountain, his future outings would be far less worrisome. Yet, acquiring the seeds for this thorn would require either a respectful request from the Ding family head or a financial transaction. If all else failed, he would have to resort to thievery. With a burgeoning mindset of theft, he began to assess the surrounding terrain, contemplating how to execute his plan. Scattered among the thicket were a few flowers, reminiscent in size to teacups, their petals forming a visually pleasing display. Beyond the thorny wall lay a vast expanse of rice fields. The seedlings towered over a person, sturdy stalks, yet the sparse ears of rice yielded only a meager harvest, though the grains were slightly larger than ordinary rice. This is the spirit rice field, and we can expect another harvest this year, Mufring noted. Dingjiazhuang boasts the highest. There exists a micro-water spirit vein here, and the lake gathers the surrounding water spirit essence, making it feasible to cultivate this few acres of spirit field. If too many spirit crops were planted, they would compete for essence, leading to an overall decline in growth. With these 5 mu of spirit fields, the family's prosperity is assured, Mufring explained, casting envious glances at the fields. There are only a handful of spirit fields in all of Anchang County, controlled by a few prominent families. Others dare not covet them, Wang Ying added. We ordinary martial artists might not even be fortunate enough to taste spirit rice in our lifetimes if our fortunes do not align, Mufring lamented. Indeed, it is only by aligning ourselves with Dingjiazhuang that we can enjoy the luxury of spirit rice. Otherwise, such fortune would elude us. The two men resumed their banter, frequently glancing at Urguzi's expression. Yet again, their hopes were dashed. Could he truly be so dense? Surely, anyone else hearing of such fortunate circumstances would feel envious and seek guidance on how to join. Under their warm hospitality, they would reluctantly offer some advice, introducing Urguzi to Dingjiazhuang, who would then express gratitude. Instead, Urguzi merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further response. Yet, as the family's emissaries, they were obliged to fulfill their responsibilities. Scholar Zhang, would you be interested in joining Dingjiazhuang like us? Let me tell you, there are numerous benefits to becoming a guest of Dingjiazhuang. In addition to spirit rice, one receives a stipend of 100 taels of silver annually, ginseng for those over 10 years old, 10 bolts of cotton cloth, 1 bolt of silk, 50 pounds of pork, 10 stones of ordinary rice, and 5 bundles of firewood. The prospect of joining Dingjiazhuang with such enticing benefits was indeed tempting. Had Urguzi not acquired the yellow gourd, he would have hesitated no longer. However, now that he possessed the gourd, with 10 mu of ginseng cultivated on Snake Mouth Mountain, and the gourd capable of enhancing ordinary food with spirit essence, there was no need for him to seek others' favor for a mere 5 shing of spirit rice. Seeing Urguzi hesitate momentarily yet remain unmoved, Mufring and Wang Ying continued to sweeten the deal. Moreover, we martial artists all dream of one day sensing the essence of heaven and earth, drawing it into our bodies to become cultivators. However, the secular cultivation methods have long been confiscated and destroyed. The techniques in the government's possession are not easily obtained, one must achieve great merit to acquire them. Even if an ordinary person successfully senses the essence, they lack the corresponding cultivation methods, and the various mystical techniques of cultivation are equally elusive. This struck a chord with Urguzi, who had scoured the archives of Jingwu Hall, finding no manuals on cultivation. The only individual capable of teaching him, Li Banzian, had departed, with no guarantee of returning anytime soon. As Urguzi finally showed signs of interest, the duo pressed on. The Ding family has produced foundational cultivators, and thus they possess ample techniques and spells. By joining Dingjia's Huang, you may have the opportunity to acquire cultivation methods. You are aware that the royal laws prohibit the private transmission of cultivation methods. However, Master Ding, as a scholar, could share a few with his guests without raising suspicion. Urguzi felt a swell of temptation. While he lacked for ginseng and silver, he craved methods and guidance from a master. Have you too acquired any cultivation methods? Mufring and Wengying fell silent, caught off guard by Urguzi's pointed question. Mufring could only manage a dry chuckle. Our time here has been brief, our cultivation is insufficient, and we have yet to contribute to Dingjia's Huang, so we haven't felt bold enough to ask. Well, once you successfully sense the essence, you may still request assistance from Master Ding, Urguzi mused, falling into deep contemplation, weighing his options. Since participating in the martial scholar examination, numerous individuals and factions had sought to win his favor. However, in comparison, Dingjia's Huang was the most sincere. The county lieutenant had summoned Urguzi, where he stood while the lieutenant dined, merely allowing Urguzi to savor the aromas of a lavish feast. The record keeper had called Urguzi over but never let him taste the food, delivering stern reprimands instead. As for Dao Xuanzong's overtures, they were a perilous gamble, relegating him to a life of secrecy. In contrast, the Ding family head was warm and approachable, displaying no airs, even sharing a meal with him. The overall atmosphere of Dingjia's Huang was exceedingly pleasant, coupled with the prospect of obtaining cultivation methods. It was indeed compelling. Chapter 44, The Goose Egg. Scholar Zhang, you are welcome to visit Ding Family Village whenever you have the time. Thank you for the warm hospitality of Ding Family Village. I must take my leave now. 2 days later, Ding Shudai and his siblings personally escorted Urguzi back to the official road, where both sides exchanged courteous farewells. Ultimately, he chose not to join Ding Family Village. His initial impressions of Ding Family Village and its master were quite favorable, and he held no psychological aversion to the idea of becoming a guest there. Reflecting on his years of hardship, he remembered how, at first, he was dependent on others, yearning for self-sufficiency, content even to be a tenant farmer. Eventually, not only did he achieve his aspirations, but he also acquired Shiku Mountain, becoming a small landowner. Each day, tending to the land, he had enough food to eat and clothes to wear, and on occasion, he could indulge in a meal of pork. He felt a profound sense of happiness and asked for nothing more. However, in order to protect his territory from the oppression of his cousin and local officials, he was compelled to practice martial arts and study to become a scholar, inadvertently embarking on the path of immortality cultivation. Now, to join Ding family solely for the sake of cultivation techniques would betray his original intention of independence. Even his desire to pursue the martial examination was merely to better secure his modest plot of land. As for his cultivation, he had managed to reach the 3rd level of chi refinement using the techniques left by his master, albeit with some struggles. Nonetheless, he found the head of the Ding family to be quite generous, noble, and magnanimous. He had declined their overtures but had the audacity to request seeds of iron thorns. Feeling somewhat ungrateful, the head of the Ding family, however, readily agreed and gifted him a packet of seeds without charge. In truth, he also wished to obtain some crescent spirit grains for planting but lacked the courage to ask. Feeling his own modesty was insufficient, he would have to wait for another opportunity to approach Sima Yi. Urguzi's pace was swift, and as the sun began to descend in the west, he returned to Shishi village. Upon passing the village entrance, he noticed an unusual bustle. The village was adorned with lanterns and white flowers. Typically, such elaborate arrangements were reserved for the deceased of wealthy landowners, while common folk would merely roll up a straw mat and dig a grave without such fanfare. Instinctively, Urguzi suspected that perhaps old Huang had passed away, given that he had once been the richest man in the village. Out of respect for their former acquaintance, he felt compelled to pay his respects and partake in a meal. As he prepared to don a somber expression and arrived at old Huang's residence, he was astonished to find old Huang sitting comfortably on a large stone in front of his door, basking in the sun. "Turns out you're still alive." Urguzi exclaimed involuntarily. I owe my continued existence entirely to your benevolence, Master Zhang. Old Huang dared not express any grievances towards Urguzi, quickly rising to offer a respectful gesture, for his life had been saved by him. Moreover, Urguzi was now a scholar, capable of conversing with influential figures at the county office. Who, pray tell, has passed away in the village to warrant such an elaborate display? Are you still unaware? Your uncle has died. What? How could he have suddenly passed? Though Urguzi had little interaction with his uncle, he had met his cousin a few times. His uncle was not yet 50, lived well, and appeared quite robust. It was shocking to learn of his sudden demise. During his recent days at the Jingwu Hall, he had not seen his cousin Zhang Yuliang, likely busy tending to his uncle. It is said he succumbed to a sudden illness. I saw him wandering the village just the day before, full of vitality, and then he passed away overnight. Alas, the unpredictability of life. Old Huang lamented, surprisingly devoid of schadenfreude. Given the current state of affairs, especially with you living alone atop Shiku Mountain, do be cautious at night. Thank you for the warning. Urguzi offered a courteous gesture to Old Huang before heading towards his uncle's home. Since the man had already passed, he intended to offer his condolences on behalf of Xiaoyi and pay a token of respect. Arriving at his uncle's residence, now the largest estate in Shishi village, he found it bustling with activity. Villagers had gathered to lend a hand with various tasks, all while hoping for a free meal. This year, due to the drought, many fields had yielded poorly, yet Zhang Yuliang still demanded a full 60% in rent, no less. Many families, struggling to put rice on their tables, seized this opportunity to come and eat under the guise of mourning. They aimed to fill their bellies and recoup some losses. Under the somber pretense of mourning, all present were careful to maintain a facade of grief, despite their personal feelings. As Urguzi arrived, he noticed several unfamiliar tenants weeping profusely, visibly distraught. The hall where pigs had been slaughtered previously had now been transformed into a mourning hall, with a black lacquered coffin at its center. Zhang Yushin and Xiao Yi, dressed in white, stood by the coffin to receive guests paying their respects. In a nearby room, Zhang's wife wept inconsolably, her cries rivaling the sounds of slaughter. Upon noticing Urguzi's entrance, Zhang Yushin's face contorted with rage, his eyes blazing with fury. What are you doing here? How dare you show your face? Why are you directing your ire at me? Your father was not a victim of my hand. What gives you the right to glare at me? Urguzi shot back coldly, scanning the room but failing to spot Zhang Yuliang. In the past, while residing under his uncle's roof, he had often been bullied by the brothers, frequently reduced to being their mount, but now, he no longer needed to bow to their whims. He would not yield to them any longer. You. Zhang Yushin stammered, his anger bubbling over, yet he ultimately fell silent. Xiaoyi cast a complex glance at Urguzi, biting her lip and lowering her head. After lighting a stick of incense, Urguzi departed the mourning hall without partaking in any meal, returning to his abode atop Shiku Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he immediately sensed something amiss. First, he noticed a plethora of debris strewn beneath the cliff. The path he had previously blocked with large stones had been partially cleared. At the base of the mountain lay a mound of earth and rocks, with faint traces of blood on the newly cleared trail. It was evident that much had transpired in his absence. Realizing this, he summoned the energy from his dantian. Utilizing the wind manipulation technique, his body felt lighter as he leaped towards the mountaintop. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the sight of 13 large geese, wings spread, necks outstretched, gathering around him, which reassured him considerably. He conducted a thorough inspection of the mountaintop, finding that most of the ginseng remained intact. However, some ginseng near the goose enclosure had suffered severe damage, their roots unearthed and devoured. Clearly, education on proper behavior was needed. To sustain these geese, he had been collecting the unwanted ginseng leaves and using them to enhance the spiritual energy before feeding them. He had also designated a substantial plot of land for sowing grass seeds, watering it daily to provide for his grand white geese. Perhaps having developed a taste for it, these 13 geese often took the opportunity to steal ginseng when he was away. As he assessed the damage to the ginseng, he had yet to process his sorrow when he stumbled upon a goose egg within the enclosure. Ever since the white geese had mutated, they had not laid a single egg. This particular egg was more than twice the size of a typical goose egg, adorned with red streaks on its shell, suggesting it was anything but ordinary. He couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation about what kind of gosling might emerge. In the following days, he first blocked the gap in the mountain path once more. Now, his strength had increased significantly. He used massive stones weighing hundreds of pounds to secure the entrance, rendering it impossible for ordinary individuals to pry open. He then planted the newly acquired iron thorn seeds. The head of the Ding family had only provided him with 10 seeds, leaving him far from achieving his goal of surrounding the mountain with them. Nonetheless, this did not deter him. He would first plant these 10 seeds, allowing them to multiply before expanding the scale. After sowing the seeds and watering them, tender sprouts emerged by the third day, growing rapidly under the influence of the gourd water, changing noticeably each day. Additionally, he had casually collected a stalk of cattooth rice while at Ding family village. Clearing a small patch of land on the mountain, he planted the grains, which sprouted by the following day after being watered. Chapter 45:17 years old. The seeds and iron thorns that Urguzi brought back from Dingjiazhuang, after being watered daily, grew at an astonishing pace. In just a month, the cat's ear rice was ready for harvest. Upon tasting a grain, he discovered it was even more fragrant than the cat's ear rice cultivated in Dingjiazhuang. Moreover, the grains contained a slightly greater amount of spiritual energy, particularly after being stored in a gourd for 3 days. Not only did the flavor improve, but the spiritual energy also became denser, far surpassing the ordinary rice he had previously grown. He replanted the cat's ear rice, covering approximately an acre of land. From now on, he could harvest once a month, yielding around 4 dough each time, which would be more than sufficient for his own consumption. In contrast, the iron thorns planted at the same time grew at a much slower rate, reaching only about 1 foot tall after more than a month. It remained uncertain how long it would take for the iron thorns to blossom and produce seeds. For Urguzi, the cat's ear rice was of little consequence, but the iron thorns held great significance. He was eager to fill Shiku Mountain with these thorns, yet impatience bore no fruit. The iron thorns were diligently growing, and the small branches were beginning to reveal their barbed spikes. One morning, before Urguzi had risen, he heard a goose outside honking loudly. Upon investigating, he found a goose ensnared by the iron thorns, caught in a predicament. The mutated goose, possessing strength comparable to a human warrior, struggled against the wooden spikes, but could only tear off a piece of flesh in its attempts to escape. After much effort, Urguzi managed to free the goose, albeit at the cost of some blooded flesh. It seemed that planting iron thorns around the ginseng field would be beneficial. He fed the goose some grass mixed with ginseng and added water to the trough. The goose had proven to be quite productive, laying about 10 eggs, and it was only right to ensure it was well fed to regain its strength. The eggshells bore vivid red patterns, leaving him curious about what might hatch from them. After tending to the goose, he practiced for 2 hours before filling a large basket with red dates and riding on the back of a goose to glide down Shiku Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a group of stonemasons was hard at work. When they saw Urguzi descending on a large white goose, they expressed their astonishment. The geese raised by the scholar's family must be swans. John the scholar may have already attained the status of an immortal. Both John scholars hail from the same village. One is benevolent, the other is miserly. Sure, don't speak, if that reaches his ears, your rent will be increased next year. Upon arriving at the construction site, the stonemasons hurriedly stood, bowing in respect. Greetings, scholar. Thank you for your hard work. Please take a moment to rest and enjoy some refreshments, Urguzi said, placing the large bamboo basket on a large stone. The workers expressed their gratitude profusely. Previously, he had asked Ahu to hire stonemasons to build a large house at the foot of the mountain for temporary residence and grain storage. To construct a sturdy house, a solid foundation was essential. Given the abundance of stones in the area, they primarily used well-shaped stones for the foundation. The stones first needed to be chiseled into uniform rectangular shapes before being laid underground, ensuring a foundation that would stand for centuries. Thus, even the stingiest landlords would not dare to be miserly with the craftsmen responsible for building. They ensured the workers were well fed at each meal and occasionally provided tea and snacks. Urguzi, utilizing the resources at hand, took advantage of the many sweet red dates on the mountain, which were favored by the stonemasons. Some even discreetly tucked a few dates into their clothing to bring home for their children. Urguzi pretended not to notice and generously handed out large bags of dates to each worker. The stonemasons were overjoyed, hiding the dates and taking out 1 or 2 each day to delight their children, who eagerly awaited their return home for a treat. Even when the children ate the dates, they would boast to their friends about the kindness of the scholar. After exchanging a few words with the stonemasons, Urguzi made his way to Shishi village. As the year drew to a close, he still owed Huang Laozai 110 taels of silver. The current Huang Laozai, upon seeing him, bent low in greeting, referring to him as the scholar. However, he accepted the large bag of silver Urguzi offered with alacrity, scrutinizing each piece and weighing them carefully. "Have you had your meal, Zhang Leoi? It's almost mealtime. Would you care to join us for lunch?" Noticing Huang Laozai's expression, which suggested he had something to discuss, Urguzi nodded. Huang Laozai's wife, upon hearing this, gathered several concubines and busied herself in the kitchen for quite some time. Eventually, they laid out a feast: a whole roasted chicken, braised pork, fried eggs, and a whole fish, totaling 4 dishes. "Why so many dishes? It's not even the New Year," Urguzi remarked as he gazed at the lavish spread, recalling the first meal he had at Huang Laozai's home that spring, which consisted of stir-fried pickled radish with fatty pork, where he had devoured 3 large bowls of rice. "We're just a humble family with little to offer. We managed to prepare a few decent dishes. I hope the scholar won't find them lacking." Huang Laozai, despite the abundance of dishes, seemed somewhat embarrassed by the offerings. Times had changed. Urguzi was no longer the ragged youth he once was. During the meal, Huang Laozai produced a jar of aged wine he had been saving for years. As he opened it, the aroma of the wine wafted throughout the house. However, Urguzi was not accustomed to drinking. Having previously shared a drink with his master, he found it to be a self-imposed hardship, preferring honey water instead. He took a large bowl of wine but only sipped a small amount before setting it aside. As the meal neared its end, Huang Laozai, having seemingly steeled himself for some time, finally spoke. "Zhang Leoi, I would like to ask you a favor." "What is it?" Urguzi had anticipated Huang Laozai would have something to discuss, so it came as no surprise. "I would like my little one to learn martial arts. Could you assist in recommending him to Jin Wutang?" It turned out to be this matter. Urguzi pondered for a moment. As an instructor at Jin Wutang, he believed he possessed the necessary qualifications. "I cannot give you an answer right now, but when I next visit Jin Wutang, I can inquire with Master Seimer." Huang Laozai had been quite kind to him in the past, assisting him several times, so it would be reasonable to return the favor. However, Urguzi felt that as someone drawing a salary without work, it would be rather presumptuous to recommend someone without permission from Seimer Hong. He needed to secure Seimer's agreement before endorsing any students. "Thank you very much. You are a great benefactor to our Huang family. Man Kang, come and kowtow to the scholar." Huang Laozai's wife pulled Huang Man Kang over, and they hurried to bow before Urguzi. After this show of respect, Urguzi felt obliged to pay more attention to the matter and agreed to inquire next time he entered the city, although it would likely be after the New Year. He had borrowed so many books from Jin Wutang that he would have ample material to study for a considerable time. For months later, spring returned, and Urguzi was now 17 years old. Swish, 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 atop Shiku Mountain, Urguzi wielded a 150-pound heavy sword with an elegance that made it seem light and agile, dancing through the air with an unpredictable grace. He had mastered the wind spirit sword technique in just a month. The book claimed that mastery of this technique required over a decade of rigorous training, which seemed somewhat exaggerated. The text suggested that this sword technique favored lighter swords of 3 to 5 pounds for optimal execution. Lacking such delicate blades, Urguzi practiced with the 100-pound sword, relying on his great physical strength, which made it feel no more challenging than usual. After mastering the wind spirit sword technique, he spent another 20 days perfecting a form of boxing. Subsequently, he found that his time required to learn other techniques was diminishing. From several weeks to merely a few days, he now needed only 2 or 3 days to grasp a martial arts manual. The astonishing speed at which he learned astonished even him. These techniques were not commonplace. As far as he knew, many at Jin Wutang had been practicing for several years, some even over a decade. After contemplating, he surmised that his foundation of Qi training at the 3rd level made the practice of these ordinary martial arts relatively easy. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his immortal cultivation, these martial arts exhibited a remarkable increase in power when executed by him. Once he had mastered all the borrowed techniques, he gradually lost interest in the dazzling array of skills. Rather than employing a multitude of tricks, a single sword strike was far simpler and more effective. Perhaps this was what the texts referred to as the principle of simplicity in the Great Way. Thus, in the end, he returned to the basics, practicing fundamental movements like thrusts, slashes, and chops daily. Now, alongside his daily farming duties, he dedicated himself to cultivation and reading. He had borrowed over a dozen books from Jin Wutang's library, 6 of which were martial arts manuals. The remaining texts encompassed agricultural economics, military strategy, and medicinal knowledge. The study of military strategy was essential for the martial examination, and as a true farmer, he had no choice but to learn about agricultural economics. Having cultivated an entire mountain of medicinal herbs, he would inevitably engage with these herbs in his future practices, necessitating a solid grasp of related medicinal knowledge. Historically, medicine and martial arts have been intertwined. Most martial artists possess some understanding of medicinal principles. Among the 2 medical texts he borrowed were their Benkaolu and their Xinghui Fan. Their Benkaolu documented 800 varieties of medicinal herbs, covering those that flew in the sky, grew in the ground, or swam in the water. Nearly all that could be used for medicine were included. The book detailed the identification, medicinal properties, and growing or producing environments for each herb. In the final pages, there was a small section categorized as spiritual herbs. This section listed only about 20 types of spiritual herbs, most of which were unheard of. Among them was the century-old ginseng, classified as a spiritual herb. The text noted that ginseng under 100 years old, while still containing spiritual energy, lacked potency and was regarded as an ordinary product. In contrast, century-old ginseng, rich in spiritual energy, had undergone a qualitative transformation, significantly enhancing its medicinal power, thereby qualifying it as a spiritual herb. As for ginseng that was 300 to 500 years old or even over 1,000 years old, such specimens existed only in legend, being rare and elusive. Besides ginseng, the spiritual herb category included several ordinary medicinal herbs, such as reishi, huangjing, yuzu, and sanji. If these herbs could grow for 100 years, they too could undergo a transformation into spiritual herbs. As for the remaining 20 or so spiritual herbs, he had neither heard of nor seen them. Their Xinghui Fan, on the other hand, contained various formulations of medicinal herbs, encompassing over 1,000 recipes. By combining different herbs according to their properties, a variety of changes could be achieved. Some combinations enhanced the original medicinal efficacy, while others counteracted and eliminated toxic side effects. Certain combinations could even reverse the medicinal properties entirely, turning poisonous herbs into potent tonics or transforming harmless substances into deadly toxins. The efficacy of the resulting concoctions varied greatly depending on the combinations of herbs employed, with over 1,000 documented formulations, including decoctions, tinctures, pastes, powders, elixirs, and pills. However, the majority of these included remedies for injuries, strengthening bones and muscles, replenishing qi and blood, and fortifying the foundation of health. Within the text, he discovered the recipe for the Peiyuan Guban pill. This pill was available solely at Hongan Hall in the county and commanded a price of 10 taels of silver per pill, with demand exceeding supply. Peiyuan Guban pill recipe: 5 taels of ginseng aged over 50 years, 4 taels of mai dong, 2 taels of wu wei zi, 2 taels of root song rong, and 8 taels of cooked earth. The herbs must be ground into a fine powder, sifted, and then combined with honey to form thumb-sized pills. Aside from the challenge of sourcing the ginseng, the other ingredients were relatively easy to acquire. Urguzi planned to gather these herbs during his next trip to the county and produce some Peiyuan Guban pills for himself. However, the age of the ginseng he had on hand was somewhat lacking. The earliest batch he had planted on Shiku Mountain had only just reached approximately 30 years of age. Previously, he had not harvested much, but recently he had fed numerous 10-year-old ginseng roots to his 13 geese. To encourage the geese to breed, he had to provide them with a daily portion of ginseng to restore their strength. Now, the geese were beginning to lay eggs. The eggs produced were significantly larger than ordinary goose eggs and bore red markings on their shells. With a collection of 31 eggs accumulated in the goose house, several female geese had started to incubate them, while the males stood guard outside, never straying far. Erguzi initially intended to visit the county to return the books to Jing Wutang and inquire about Huang Laocai's matter. However, seeing the geese so vigilant, he decided to remain on the mountain to protect them. It took a full 2 months before he finally witnessed the goslings hatching, a much longer period than typical for domestic geese. The newly hatched goslings, while larger than their ordinary counterparts, bore no distinguishing features aside from their soft yellow down and yellow beaks. Unfortunately, there was one downside: these goslings were notably picky eaters. When presented with tender leaves lacking spiritual energy, they would not even glance at them, preferring to go hungry rather than compromise. Erguzi had no choice but to yield to the goslings, collecting the tender leaves and enhancing their spiritual energy before offering them again. Despite their finicky eating habits, the goslings showed slow growth, consuming plenty yet failing to gain size. Fortunately, though small, they were quite agile, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to catch them. With this realization, Erguzi felt somewhat reassured. He packed a few belongings and, taking advantage of the dark and quiet night, stealthily descended the mountain towards the county. Chapter 46. Drought. Erguzi had resided in the mountains for several months, and now the season for spring plowing had arrived. Last winter had seen no snow fall, and up until this moment, not a single drop of rain had fallen. As he traversed the rural path under the night sky, he was struck by the sight of numerous people bustling about, their numbers rivaling those of the daytime. However, everyone seemed preoccupied with their own affairs, paying little heed to Erguzi. As long as he did not compete with them for water sources, even the most formidable figures would garner little attention. Many individuals, residing far from water sources, were forced to shoulder their burdens and transport water back to their fields, yet, the proprietors of these water sources were unlikely to acquiesce to such theft. In these times, to seize water was akin to commandeering grain. Along his journey, Erguzi had witnessed more than 10 altercations over the scarce resource. He could only feel fortunate that his 50 acres of land were situated near a spring at Shiku Mountain, which remained a significant advantage during this calamitous year. Moreover, the spring at Shiku Mountain continued to flow, unaffected by the drought. After walking through the night, Erguzi finally arrived in the county town as dawn began to break. His first stop was the Huachun Hall, where he brought along a sack of powerful pills to sell to Sima Yi. Upon entering, he found the establishment bustling with business, with a long queue of patrons waiting. He casually sought out a small stool to sit and wait, but to his dismay, as soon as he settled himself, the stool collapsed beneath him. Weighing over 100 pounds himself and carrying a sword that weighed another 150, the stool was hardly sturdy enough to support him. The sudden crash startled the sick patients within the hall, and whispers began to circulate among those who recognized him. "This is the legendary scholar Zhang. Indeed, the one who sent the examiner flying during the examination. Har. The very same who caused a ruckus at the examination hall and accrued a debt of 200 taels of silver. Har har har, I witnessed that exam too. This individual is truly remarkable." With his keen senses, Erguzi effortlessly overheard their hushed conversations. To his surprise, he had gained a modest reputation in the county. Even after all this time, tales of his exploits were still being recounted. While he feigned ignorance to their idle chatter, he could not help but feel a tinge of bashfulness at the mention of himself. Finding a sturdier stool, he carefully settled down again, and this time it held firm. After waiting for a while in solitude, Sima Yi finished attending to a patient and came to greet him. To avoid drawing attention, Sima Yi led Erguzi into a room in the back courtyard. "Your business is flourishing, it seems," Erguzi remarked, yet Sima Yi's expression remained somber, and he let out a deep sigh. To simply break even would be a minor victory. "Most of my patients suffer from poverty-related ailments, and one cannot expect to profit from their misfortunes. My medicines merely address the symptoms rather than the root causes. If they could enjoy a few hearty meals, perhaps even some pork, they would heal without the need for medication." Erguzi understood the sentiment behind Sima Yi's words. This year, due to the drought, many were tightening their belts to survive. While they had not succumbed to starvation, their vitality had waned, making them vulnerable to various illnesses. Sima Yi, being kind-hearted, often sold his medicines at cost or with minimal profit margins, particularly for the impoverished. At times, his compassion led him to subsidize the costs, unable to bear witness to the suffering of others, given his reasonable pricing, and on occasion offering free medicines. The business at Huachun Hall had indeed prospered, although it did not translate into substantial profits. Urguzi felt that Saimer Yi's compassionate nature was ill-suited for the profession of a physician. Over the years, he had observed Saimer Yi transform from an ambitious youth into a more reticent individual, with even a few strands of white hair appearing at such a young age. However, Urguzi felt reassured that with Saimer Yi's character, he need not fear betrayal during their transactions. In his youth, he had been unaware of the dangers involved in selling rare spiritual items, but as his understanding of martial practitioners deepened, he had come to appreciate the risks. Fortuitously, he had encountered someone like Saimer Yi. Nonetheless, with the increasing number of patrons at Huachun Hall, he decided it would be best to visit Saimer Yi at night in the future. That will be a total of 328 taels of silver. Shall I convert it all into Peiyuan Guban pills? Saimer Yi casually inquired after counting the powerful pills. Urguzi had grown accustomed to exchanging all of them for Peiyuan Guban pills. This time, please procure a batch of medicinal herbs for me, and I will use the remaining silver to buy the Peiyuan Guban pills. He then presented a list of herbs. Are you planning to concoct Peiyuan Guban pills? Saimer Yi asked, recognizing the formula from the list. The timing is perfect. I have several elder ginseng roots and some raw sustanche on hand, intending to prepare a batch for experimentation. Urguzi explained nonchalantly, and Saimer Yi did not press further. After leaving the list of herbs with Saimer Yi, Urguzi made his way to the Jingwu Hall. He returned the books he had borrowed previously and spent the better part of the day in the library, borrowing a fresh collection of over 10 books. He had begun to appreciate the joy of reading. Ink, paper, and writing tools were costly, and each book represented a distillation of the wisdom of those who had come before him. With the opportunity to learn from the past, he was determined to seize it. Later, he consulted with Deputy Hall Master Saimer Hong about the matter of recommending students, to which Saimer Hong readily agreed. Once everything was settled, Urguzi spent just one day in the county town before making his way back to Shiku Mountain that very night. On the journey, he passed by the Anjiang River and observed that the water level had dropped significantly. If the drought continued, it seemed likely that the river might cease to flow altogether. Should the dry spell persist for years on end, there would be a dire shortage of drinking water, prompting him to stockpile as much as possible in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. He sought out a secluded area and retrieved the yellow gourd. Grow, grow, grow. As he focused his thoughts, the gourd visibly expanded before his eyes, transforming from the size of a rusty needle to over 3 meters in height. He submerged the colossal gourd in the river, where the current swirled around it, funneling water into the gourd. After 2 hours of filling it, he noted that the water level downstream had noticeably receded, yet the gourd remained unfilled. Should he continue to draw water, he had no idea how much it would take to fill it completely. Years had passed, and he had yet to discern the limits of this gourd's capacity. As dawn approached, he reverted the gourd to its original needle size and affixed it to his ear, resembling an inconspicuous earring. Upon returning to Shishi village, he composed a recommendation letter for Huang Laozai in his presence. With this letter in hand, Huang Laozai would be able to study at Jingwu Hall. Naturally, Huang Laozai's family expressed their profound gratitude. Upon returning to the foot of Shiku Mountain, Urguzi found that the stone foundation for the house had been completed, and a stonemason awaited him. Master Zhang, the foundation for the house is ready, and the stone mill and mortar you requested have also been completed. The craftsman gestured to the 2 oversized stone implements behind him, marveling internally. Such enormous stones could not be moved by even 2 donkeys. He could only wonder which beast of burden this scholar intended to harness for the task. Urguzi inspected the foundation and the stone mill, promptly settling the payment with the craftsman. The craftsman accepted the pouch of silver, sighing in relief. Working for landlords often posed challenges when it came to settling accounts. Many times, after laboring for half a year, the landlords would nitpick and find excuses to underpay. This Master Zhang had paid him in full and even offered a little extra. Thank you, Master Zhang. No need for such formality. I may require your services again next year. Urguzi replied, already lifting one of the massive millstones and leaping up the mountain. The craftsman, still nearby, dropped to his knees, exclaiming in awe at what he perceived as the scholar's supernatural abilities. Urguzi, however, did not shy away from the admiration of ordinary folk. It was said that even the county magistrate occasionally showcased his magical feats to the common people, and thus, the entire county was aware of the magistrate's remarkable powers. Once atop the mountain, he set up the stone mill and mortar. After testing the mill with a gentle push, he found it satisfactory and not overly laborious. The mortar would be essential for dehusking rice. His previous set had been too small and inefficient. The stone mill would greatly expedite the grinding of rice and herbs. Though Urguzi had a substantial supply of grain in his gourd, the process of turning it into powerful pills was time-consuming, especially with his daily commitments to studying, training, and farming. Consequently, he often found it took a significant amount of time to sell even one stone of pills. As his strength increased, the demand for spiritual energy intensified. To maintain his rapid growth, he needed to enhance his efficiency in pill production. Chapter 47, Cultivation. Urguzi returned to the mountain and began to experiment with the medicinal herbs he had purchased. Currently, apart from the 50-year-old ginseng, he had gathered all the other necessary ingredients. He placed these herbs into a stone mill, grinding them into an exceedingly fine powder, which he stored in a large jar for future use. As for the primary ingredient, the ginseng, he prepared two varieties. One aged 20 years and the other 30 years, although neither reached the coveted 50-year mark. His gourd had the ability to enhance their potency. He intended to concoct the Peiyuan Guban pills using these two types of ginseng, subsequently comparing them to the purchased pills. The method of pill making was straightforward. It required merely mixing the finely crushed herb powders in the correct proportions, adding refined honey, and then rolling the mixture into small pills by hand. For the first batch, he produced only a few dozen of each type, allowing them to dry before storing them in the gourd for 3 days. Upon comparison, the pills made from the 20-year ginseng, after enhancement, could entirely replicate the effects of the genuine Peiyuan Guban pills. The pills crafted from the 30-year ginseng exhibited even stronger effects than the authentic ones. However, the most potent results still came from the genuine Peiyuan Guban pills that Saimer Yi had helped him procure, as these were made from authentic 50-year-old ginseng, providing effects that far surpassed those derived from the 20- and 30-year varieties. Through this comparison, he discerned that, for future sales, he could utilize the 20-year ginseng for the Peiyuan Guban pills for personal consumption. However, it would be best to acquire the genuine pills from Saimer Yi and enhance their efficacy with his gourd. In the days that followed, Urguzi diligently continued his cultivation, reading, farming, and tending to his geese. His flock thrived, producing a total of 35 goslings. Time passed, and after 3 months, he felt a significant buildup of true energy in his dantian, causing his abdomen to swell. The sensation was akin to that of a woman in pregnancy. One day, after ingesting a Peiyuan Guban pill, his true energy surged dramatically, overwhelming him and bursting forth from his dantian, traversing along the governor vessel and breaking through several major acupoints, culminating at the apex of his being. Boom! He felt a resonating buzz in his head, as if a tremendous firecracker had exploded within, creating a small space. He distinctly sensed that this space, although limited, perhaps only an inch in size, contained an elusive substance that was neither visible nor tangible, yet profoundly felt. According to his readings, this condition indicated that he had successfully opened the upper dantian. The human body possesses 3 dantians: the lower dantian, situated 3 inches below the navel, the middle dantian, located at the zhongwan point, and the upper dantian, also known as their Niwen palace, residing within the skull, extending vertically from the third eye. The enigmatic substance stored within the upper dantian was likely what the texts referred to as spiritual consciousness. Given that the upper dantian harbored this consciousness, it was often referred to by cultivators as their sea of consciousness. Calming his excitement, he endeavored to manipulate the small sphere of this mystical substance within his upper dantian. From the moment it was generated, this sphere of consciousness had merged with his mental awareness, or rather, it was a transformative product of heightened mental awareness. The consciousness moved like thought, and with a mere flicker of intention, a surge of awareness emanated from the sea, enveloping a radius of approximately 10 feet around him. When faced with various obstacles, it penetrated effortlessly, transitioning from the intangible to the tangible, breaking through barriers with ease. Wherever his consciousness extended, he could discern even the minutest details. Areas previously obscured from sight, even internal organs or those separated by walls, became crystal clear with this newfound ability. He could observe the ginseng roots extending in the soil, absorbing the tiny clusters of spiritual energy within. Now he was most eager to examine the yellow gourd in his possession. Bringing the gourd closer, he directed his consciousness towards it. As he concentrated, the yellow gourd vanished from his hand, appearing instead within his upper dantian sea of consciousness. In the next moment, it reappeared in his grasp. It turned out that this precious artifact could traverse through his consciousness into the sea. This discovery meant he could conceal the gourd within his consciousness, eliminating any fears of it being discovered by others. Subsequently, he directed his consciousness into the gourd's opening. This time, the experience differed significantly from what he had previously perceived with his naked eye. When he had opened the lid before, all he saw was a blinding whiteness, devoid of any discernible detail. Now, as he used his consciousness to explore within, he still encountered a vast expanse of chaos, yet within this chaos floated numerous tiny points of light. These points appeared diminutive, akin to stars in the night sky, bright but not blinding. Aside from the chaos, the interior of the gourd was filled with these luminous points. He could not locate the multitude of items he had stored, particularly the considerable amount of water he had collected, which should be enough to fill a lake. As this thought crossed his mind, one of the light points drew his consciousness in. Upon entering the light point, he discovered that it contained a substantial mass of water, where all the water he had collected was gathered, floating within the chaos. As his consciousness meandered through the water, he was astonished to find fish swimming within it, likely inadvertently captured when he filled the gourd. He then realized that his gourd could not only store items but also sustain fish, eliminating the need for him to purchase any in the future. At that moment, cradling the gourd, he silently intoned, "Fish." Instantly, the fish that had been swimming in the water materialized in his hand, lively and eager to escape. He then returned the fish to the gourd, where it reappeared in the water. Following this, he explored each of the luminous points within the gourd with his consciousness. Indeed, these points contained all the items he had gathered. Through several attempts, he discovered that these light points could merge or separate. For instance, he could divide the water into 2, 3, or even more light points, or consolidate several scattered items into a single point. This revelation would greatly ease his future endeavors when using his consciousness to inspect or manage the items within the gourd. Furthermore, the ability to conceal the gourd within the sea of consciousness alleviated any concerns of it being detected. Urguzi spent considerable time experimenting with the gourd, finally mastering its functionalities before storing it back within his sea of consciousness. At this moment, he had progressed from the third layer of chi cultivation to the fourth, having successfully opened his sea of consciousness and significantly enhanced his magical power. Additionally, he intended to revisit the celestial techniques his master had left behind, which he had previously struggled to comprehend, only managing to master the wind control technique. He had yet to grasp any of the other spells, and with time pressing as he prepared for the martial scholar examination, he had little opportunity to practice. Now, with his improved cultivation, he could take the time to delve into them. With this in mind, he retrieved the manual left by his master to peruse its contents. The spells included sword control, fireball technique, rejuvenation technique, thorn technique, binding technique, water arrow technique, earth shield technique, and talisman technique. Among these, he had already mastered the wind control technique, which had proven immensely beneficial. After a cursory examination, he realized that, given his current understanding of the celestial path, he had a general grasp of the material. The sword control technique required a flying sword as a magical artifact, but the heavy sword he possessed was incapable of flight. The talisman technique similarly necessitated talisman paper, akin to that used by the Daoxian sect, in order to activate the spells. The chi observation technique required spiritual consciousness and demanded cultivation to the fourth layer of chi, opening the upper dantian to possess the necessary awareness for practice. The binding technique required the seeds of spiritual plants to execute, eliminating the spells for which he lacked the requisite materials. Urguzi chose to focus first on the chi observation technique for his study and practice. The chi observation technique was a minor spell that utilized spiritual consciousness to perceive breath and spiritual energy, claiming it could reveal the strength of martial artists or cultivators. Strictly speaking, the chi observation technique was not a spell but rather a technique for employing spiritual awareness. With the opening of his sea of consciousness and the possession of spiritual awareness, he found mastering the Qi observation technique to be a natural progression, achieving success within just over 10 days. Upon mastering the Qi observation technique, he attempted to use his spiritual awareness to examine everything around him. All living beings emitted a unique aura, varying in strength. On the entire Shiku mountain, the strongest aura radiated from Urguzi himself, followed by the large geese and then the goslings. Even the tiny ants and other small creatures emitted faint auras, nearly imperceptible. With this minor spell, he felt significantly safer when venturing outdoors. However, the effectiveness of the Qi observation technique was heavily reliant on the strength of his spiritual awareness. Currently, his awareness could only cover a radius of about 10 feet. Beyond that distance, using the Qi observation technique would yield progressively vague results. He then proceeded to practice the fireball technique, dedicating a longer duration this time, over a month. At present, true energy coursed through his body in a unique manner, manifesting as a fireball the size of his thumb at his fingertips. The flames flickered erratically, radiating intense heat, while Urguzi cautiously controlled the fire with his spiritual awareness to prevent any harm to himself. In the course of practicing this spell, he had already burned through several garments, singeing most of his eyebrows and hair. Now, with only one eyebrow remaining, he was determined not to lose it as well. Finally, the fireball, swaying like a drunken reveler, floated forward. After a brief moment, perhaps fatigued, it settled upon a large stone 2 yards away. With a whoosh, the flames erupted, igniting a fierce blaze upon the stone surface. After several moments, the fire gradually subsided. Urguzi approached to inspect the aftermath and found that the stone's surface had melted under the heat, resembling glass. Given the potency of the fireball, if it were to strike a person's head, it would undoubtedly prove fatal. However, the spell's casting speed was excessively slow. It required the true energy to circulate several times before he could conjure the fireball, taking at least a dozen breaths. In a combat scenario, such a lengthy interval would be fatal, even if he had 9 lives. Although the fireball was formidable against incapacitated foes, it would prove less effective against agile opponents, especially someone as sprightly as Urguzi, who could easily evade it. After all, one could not expect an adversary to remain still and allow him to strike without resistance. Urguzi had experienced this firsthand several years prior when he encountered a cloaked figure on Shiku Mountain. The enemy's evasive maneuvers had rendered his sword techniques ineffective, as he had failed to land a single blow despite numerous attempts. Ultimately, he deemed the fireball spell somewhat impractical, with limited utility beyond igniting a fire for cooking in the wilderness. Of course, with further practice and an increase in cultivation, he hoped to rectify this situation. Next, he spent over a month mastering the water arrow technique, which shared similar shortcomings with the fireball technique, possessing great power but suffering from slow casting speeds, less efficient than simply slashing with his sword. Moreover, considering the total amount of true energy within him, he could only cast the spell 3 times consecutively before exhausting his energy reserves. Thus, he no longer held overly high expectations for spells. Why rely on magic when a sword could accomplish the same task? Nevertheless, he believed it was still necessary to cultivate the remaining spells, taking his time to practice gradually. In the subsequent period, aside from the binding technique, he successfully mastered several other spells. The binding technique required the use of plant seeds, channeling true energy into the seeds to induce rapid growth for ensnaring enemies. Without access to spiritual plant seeds, he remained undeterred, experimenting instead with mung beans, soybeans, morning glory seeds, and kudzu seeds. Unfortunately, ordinary seeds could not withstand the infusion of true energy and would simply burst. It appeared that only special seeds would suffice. Perhaps in the future, he could experiment with the seeds of iron thorns, which, with their numerous barbs and hooks, would be perfect for ensnaring foes. The 10 iron thorn plants he had initially sown were thriving under his care, having grown into sizable clusters with numerous branches. Recently, they even produced a few small flowers, though he was uncertain how long it would take for them to bear fruit. Given their current growth rate, it would take many years to cultivate a vast expanse of iron thorns around the entirety of Shiku Mountain. Reflecting on agricultural texts he had read, which suggested that many trees could be propagated through cuttings, he decided to give it a try. Fetching his hatchet, he attempted to cut some branches for propagation. However, as he struck with the hatchet, it felt as though he were trying to slice through resilient sinew or iron wire, making no progress whatsoever. Instead, he ended up with several thorns piercing his flesh, leaving him in a predicament. After a prolonged struggle, he finally extricated the thorns from his arm, leaving him blooded and irritated. Urguzi, determined not to be bested by a mere thorn bush, retrieved his heavy sword. Standing at a distance, he swung down with a mighty blow, successfully shearing off half of a cluster of iron thorns. He dragged the severed portion closer, striking it several times with his sword until he carefully divided it into numerous 3-inch-long cuttings. Designating a small patch of soil, he planted each iron thorn cutting, watering them with the water from his gourd. He counted a total of 48 cuttings. The following day, the cuttings showed no signs of wilting. By the third day, new buds began to sprout at the nodes. On the fourth day, tiny roots emerged from the base of the cuttings. It appeared they had taken root. Subsequently, he harvested additional portions from the remaining clumps of iron thorns for further propagation. A month later, he had successfully cultivated over 500 young iron thorn plants. With this number, he could finally begin to plant them at critical locations on the mountain. Chapter 48, Elixirs at Dawn. After finishing watering the fields, Urguzi casually snatched a locust and tossed it to the flock of geese. Perhaps due to the drought, the locust population was unusually high this year. Even though it was autumn, swarms still thrived. Fortunately, the geese relished locusts, and most of those that ascended Snakemouth Mountain found their way into their bellies. After several months of nurturing, the goslings had matured, their white feathers intermingled with streaks of crimson, rendering them even more resplendent. The goslings were larger and stronger than their parents, capable of carrying Urguzi for a distance of 1 or 2 miles. Once he had fed the geese, Urguzi mounted one and flew down from Snakemouth Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the house he desired was finally completed. It was relatively modest, consisting of merely 3 rooms, built on a stone foundation with blue bricks and tiles. These bricks and tiles had been transported by laborers he had hired from over 20 miles away. Fortunately, given the current year of disaster, labor was inexpensive. For every 10 bricks moved, 1 liter of rice could be exchanged. An adult could carry 10 blue bricks in a single load, covering a round trip of 50 miles in a day to earn a liter of rice, enough to feed several mouths for a day. Many people eagerly sought such work. Even 5 or 6-year-old children joined in. Urguzi opened the door and stepped inside. In the 3 rooms, one was stocked with several tens of stones of rice, all collected as rent from the previous year. Another room stored some red dates and persimmon cakes. The mature jujube and persimmon trees on the mountain yielded abundantly when properly watered. He had not stored these grains in gourds, as he often required such common food. The third room remained temporarily empty, furnished with a wooden table and 4 benches. Urguzi had not lingered in his new house for long when Ahu arrived. "Master, there's been no harvest this year. Could you possibly reduce the rent?" Ahu expressed these words with a hint of trepidation in his heart. After all, Zhang Yuliang had set a precedent, and despite the severe drought this year, not a grain of rent had been waived. However, considering everyone's difficulties, all tenants were allowed to sign promissory notes to repay once the harvest improved. Urguzi was generally fair and benevolent towards his tenants, embodying the spirit of the benevolent landlord. It wasn't that Ahu was overstepping, but even in prosperous years, tenants could barely sustain themselves, seldom able to save grain. If they accrued such a significant debt, it would take generations to repay. "How much grain have you harvested this year?" "In total, including my own 1 mu of land, we harvested 73 stones of rice from 51 mu, Ahu replied truthfully, as the land at the foot of Snakemouth Mountain was close to a water source and had not been entirely barren, allowing for some recovery of seed costs. "Has the government offered any tax reductions?" "The government has issued an official document stating that this year's household tax, head tax, and sun tax must all be paid. However, considering the disaster year's poor yield, payment can be postponed for 2 years, Ahu continued, his anxiety deepening as he cautiously observed Urguzi's expression. Given that even the government had not reduced taxes, what reason did he have to expect a rent waiver from the landlord? Urguzi remained silent for a long while, his fingers lightly tapping the table, his expression one of discomfort. This year's rent amounted to 100 stones of grain, sufficient for over a decade of sustenance. At current grain prices, it could be exchanged for at least 20 pills of Pei Yuan Gu Ben Wan. many martial artists would fight fiercely for these pills. As someone who had grown up stealing pig food, he lacked the benevolence of Sima Yi. He meticulously calculated his daily expenses, feeling extravagant even for a meal of meat buns, and had patched his pants to wear them for 3 more years. If he were to waive the 100 stones of rent, it would genuinely pain him. However, seeing Ahu's cautious demeanor stirred a sense of compassion within him. Meanwhile, he calculated that from the 51 mu of land yielding 73 stones of grain, he would need to use 5 or 6 stones just for seeds. After deducting various taxes, including household, head, and son taxes, approximately 20 stones would remain, barely enough for Ahu's family to survive. If he took all 73 stones of grain. The more Aguzi pondered, the more conflicted he became, torn between compassion and heartache. Very well, I shall waive this year's rent for you. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Ahu prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Aguzi, his forehead bleeding profusely, yet he remained oblivious. Thank you, master. Master is benevolent. Get up. This year has been difficult for all. If we endure this year, we shall prevail until the rains come next year. As Aguzi spoke, he produced a pouch of red dates and placed it in Ahu's arms. Take this home to cheer your child. Your little one seems to be only 5 years old, yet he has toiled alongside you all year. He will grow to be a capable farmer. Ahu, cradling the pouch of red dates, expressed his gratitude profusely as he departed. Left alone, Aguzi sat on the bench, lost in thought for a moment before locking the door and stepping outside. He had spent much of the past 6 months practicing on the mountain, seldom venturing out. The various herbs he had purchased last time had all been consumed in the making of Pei Yuan Gu Ben Wan. As his cultivation progressed, the demand for spiritual energy increased, diminishing the efficacy of the pills. After all, Pei Yuan Gu Ben Wan was merely composed of ordinary herbs, not even classified as spiritual medicines. He recalled a passage from Da Ju Xiu Xian Sui Bai, which mentioned that certain professional alchemists could refine spiritual herbs into elixirs, yielding remarkable effects. However, the government strictly regulated alchemical practices. Only the local and state authorities could establish specialized alchemical institutions. The techniques of alchemy had to be kept confidential, with any leaks resulting in severe penalties, including extermination of entire families. The government alone collected herbs, organized alchemists to produce elixirs, and then distributed them for sale or rewarded deserving individuals. Consequently, elixirs were exceedingly expensive, often unattainable even with wealth. At least, he had yet to observe any establishments in the county town selling elixirs. He could inquire with Sima Yi during his visit to the city. As long as it pertained to Anchang County, he should possess some knowledge. As Aguzi walked along the official road, he noticed an alarming increase in beggars and vagrants compared to before. Typically, as long as tenant farmers had some means of livelihood, they would not resort to becoming beggars. Vagrants were those who could no longer survive and resorted to desperate measures. In the eyes of the government, they were no different from bandits. Along their way, he witnessed a vagrant lying by the roadside, still clinging to life, being carried away by a few others. He could easily guess their intentions, having heard many tales of such occurrences. These vagrants, in their struggle for survival, were capable of committing any act. Winter had yet to arrive, and he surmised that if the rains did not come soon, the number of vagrants would only increase after the season turned. Upon entering the city and reaching the Huachun Hall, Aguzi found Sima Yi engrossed in an unusual endeavor. He was boiling a large pot of porridge at the entrance of the pharmacy, with a throng of ragged individuals lining up for their share. Given the bustling crowd, Aguzi decided against entering Huachun Hall, opting instead to wander elsewhere before returning in the evening. After a casual stroll through the market, he noted that grain prices had soared to 50 yuan per litre, with a stone now fetching 5 taels of silver, a stark increase compared to the same period in previous years. Conversely, the price of people had significantly dropped. At the market, a child of about 8 years could be purchased for just a dough of rice, a stark contrast to the several taels of silver required in previous years, and particularly attractive girls could once command prices as high as 20 taels. Now, in the market, young girls aged 15 or 16, capable of bearing children and working in the fields, could be acquired for merely 2 stones of grain. Even women who had already given birth could be rented out to others for childbirth. costing just 2 dough of grain for the entire year. Reflecting on the 100 stones of rent he had waived for a hoe today, valued at 500 taels of silver, he felt a pang of regret, realizing he could have purchased 50 wives with that sum. In essence, he had carelessly relinquished the opportunity for 50 potential spouses. At that moment, he spotted a scar-faced man accompanied by several subordinates, who, in one go, purchased over 20 individuals from the market. Notably, the purchases included both men and women, primarily in their teens and 20s. Arguzi, curious, employed his chi observation technique and discerned a powerful aura emanating from this individual, indicating at least a third-tier cultivation level. The scar-faced man appeared to be in his 30s, yet he had already achieved this level of cultivation, marking him as a prodigy within Anchang County. As for Arguzi, at the tender age of 17 and possessing a fourth-tier cultivation, his situation was exceptional. He consumed ample nourishing food daily and possessed a degree of self-awareness. The scar-faced man was undoubtedly a formidable practitioner among cultivators. However, Arguzi had no inclination to pry into matters that did not concern him. After wandering until dusk, he purchased 2 meat buns from a vendor for dinner. Normally, he would buy 10, but considering the loss of 100 stones of grain today, he decided to limit himself. As he walked and ate, he approached Huachun Hall, finally finding it quiet. Only then did he step inside. Chapter 49. Scarred face Saimer Yi had been occupied throughout the day, and at last, as evening descended, he could finally indulge in a brief respite. Upon witnessing the arrival of Arguzi, he reclined lazily in his chair, too weary to rise. "How many strength pills did you bring today? Count them yourself, I shan't get up. Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? I read somewhere that those with white hair and lower back pain like yours often have such issues. Should you not consider taking some sustange to replenish your strength?" Recently, Arguzi had taken to studying medical texts, and he inquired earnestly. "My kidneys have never been weak," Saimer Yi retorted, and upon seeing his refusal to admit it, Arguzi said nothing further, instead focusing on counting the number of pills in the sack. He discovered that with the awakening of his spiritual awareness, he no longer needed to conduct such tedious calculations. A mere sweep of his consciousness over the sack revealed the exact quantity in his mind. A total of 530 pills. You have developed spiritual awareness. Saimer Yi surmised the reason behind Arguzi's state. Despite his own lack of cultivation, he was well versed in the lore of the Saimer clan's cultivators. "I just broke through recently," Arguzi admitted, nodding without reservation. "With your current prowess, you could attempt the martial examination next year," Saimer Yi proclaimed, sitting up straight in his chair, his enthusiasm palpable. "If you succeed, you would become the youngest scholar in the entirety of Sanyang County." "Perhaps I shall wait a few more years before attempting the examination," Arguzi replied, content with his current status as a martial scholar, which exempted him from taxes and spared him from the ire of local officials. He felt no urgency to pursue the martial examination, as the attention that came with being the youngest successful candidate would be quite uncomfortable. If someone were to take issue with him, alleging that he had illicitly learned techniques from his master, he would not fare well. "Have you also begun to lack ambition?" Saimer Yi smirked, a teasing glint in his eye. "I never aspired to hold a high office. As long as I have food on my plate and can tend to my fields in peace, I am content." "Very well, you are even less ambitious than I," Saimer Yi remarked, filled with a sense of camaraderie. "By the way, shall we exchange the strength pills for the essence replenishing pills, or shall we opt for something else? I wish to inquire, do you have any means of acquiring elixirs?" Arguzi recalled having seen references to elixirs in the texts, wondering if Saimer Yi might be able to procure some. "Elixirs?" Saimer Yi frowned slightly, considering the matter. "That poses some difficulty. The alchemy industry in the Great Zhou dynasty is monopolized by the government. They invest in alchemists, establish alchemy workshops, and then sell the products themselves. Anchang County lacks any alchemists. One must go to the county seat of Sanyang to find government-sanctioned workshops. The Anchang County officials pay a hefty sum of goods to Sanyang each year, and in return, the county distributes a few elixirs. My family possesses a plot of spiritual land, from which we harvest a few medicinal herbs each year. We exchange these at the county's alchemy workshop for a couple of elixirs. Hence, elixirs are scarce and exceedingly expensive. Saimer Yi continued, my uncle, even when he obtains a couple of elixirs, is reluctant to use them, saving them for when he seeks to break through to a higher realm. After hearing Saimer Yi's explanation, Urguzi felt a sense of hopelessness regarding the elixirs, yet he remained undeterred. How exorbitantly priced are they? Let us take the cheapest essence-replenishing pill as an example. A single pill can be exchanged for 100 stones of strength pills. It is said that the essence-replenishing pills that everyone consumes are merely made by hand using ordinary herbs based on the formula for the essence-replenishing pill. At this revelation, Urguzi's hopes dwindled. The cost of 100 stones of ordinary strength pills could amount to nearly 30,000 taels of silver. The production process for 100 stones of strength pills would consume an equivalent amount of grain, requiring extensive time for the harvesting, steaming, mashing, and rolling into pills, not to mention the time wasted. The enhancement effects of the gourd were not even considered in this calculation. Let us proceed with exchanging for the essence-replenishing pills. In truth, most people could not afford to consume the essence-replenishing pills priced at 10 taels of silver each as frequently as he did. His cousin, Zhang Yuliang, had been ruthlessly squeezing the tenants of Shishi village for resources to support his cultivation, nearly exhausting them in the process, all for the sake of acquiring a few more essence-replenishing pills. If Zhang Yuliang were to witness Urguzi's helpless expression, he would likely be infuriated enough to disturb their ancestors' graves. Very well, come by tomorrow morning to collect your pills. By the way, could you send over some additional strength pills during this period? How many do you require? Urguzi was genuinely curious about Saimer Yi's frequent bulk purchases of strength pills and where they were ultimately sold. This time, the more, the better. Truth be told, I have profited quite a bit from reselling the strength pills. I now find myself in need of a considerable sum of money. As Saimer Yi spoke of his profits, an unusual flush crept over his cheeks. Perhaps in his heart, he considered profiting from a friend to be somewhat disreputable. However, upon learning that Saimer Yi was making a profit, Urguzi felt reassured. The two had engaged in several transactions over the years, with Saimer Yi helping him resell the strength pills and subsequently purchasing the essence-replenishing pills, a busy exchange that benefited them both. If Saimer Yi were not to gain a single coin from this, Urguzi would feel embarrassed for imposing upon him. All right, I shall deliver them to you in about 10 days. After leaving the Huachun Hall, Urguzi proceeded to the Jinwu Hall. Huang Laocai's son, Huang Mansang, had been studying martial arts at Jinwu Hall for several months, with tuition fees exceeding several dozen taels of silver each year. It was said that when Huang Mansang arrived with the recommendation letter penned by Urguzi, he faced considerable scrutiny. Huang Laocai, with a smiling face, had to part with several envelopes of silver to ensure all the necessary procedures were completed. Urguzi soon realized that within Jinwu Hall, no one truly regarded him, the nominal instructor drawing a salary without genuine teaching duties. The courtesy shown to him was purely out of respect for the Saimer clan's reputation. As for the students he had introduced, they owed no one any favors. Nevertheless, for Urguzi, the true value of Jinwu Hall lay in its library. Others' opinions mattered little. Previously, he had sought counsel from Saimer Hong regarding martial knowledge. Now that he had progressed to the 4th level of Qi training and was beginning to study spells, Saimer Hong could no longer offer assistance. Entering the library, Urguzi returned the books he had previously borrowed and selected a dozen more to take home for further study. He had developed a keen interest in reading, seizing every opportunity to broaden his knowledge and perspectives, learning a myriad of unrelated subjects beyond just cultivation. After spending a night at Jinwu Hall, he set out the following morning to Huachun Hall to collect the essence-replenishing pills before heading back home. Along the way, he suddenly felt hunger pangs, having forgotten to purchase some buns that morning. Opting for solitude, he found a secluded spot and sat on a stone to nibble on some persimmons to stave off hunger. While eating, he casually pulled out a newly borrowed book to read. It was a tome detailing various materials from around the world. As he flipped through the pages, he happened upon a section discussing jade and its properties. The book stated that high-quality jade could store the spiritual awareness of cultivators. Many cultivators would craft jade pendants or slips to serve as repositories for information. this reminded him of the jade pendant his master had left behind when he departed. His master had bestowed upon him immense kindness, risking execution to impart cultivation techniques, a spirit he still found difficult to emulate. He had always believed that the jade pendant held profound significance, yet he had never been able to decipher its meaning. At that moment, he directed his spiritual awareness into the gourd and located the jade pendant. The pendant appeared rather ordinary, marred by cracks that indicated its age. He attempted to probe within the pendant with his spiritual awareness. Just then, a powerful suction emanated from the pendant, uncontrollably drawing forth his spiritual awareness. "Oh no! Stop! Stop! Don't!" Urguzi inwardly screamed, yet found himself powerless. His entire spiritual awareness was absorbed into the pendant, leaving none behind, and he fell into a semi-conscious state. In this daze, he was aware of his surroundings, yet lacked the strength to move even a finger, forced to remain sprawled on the ground. Time passed, how long, he could not tell, until a passing vagrant spotted the unconscious Urguzi by the roadside. The vagrant prodded him with a stick, and upon receiving no response, he stealthily approached and began to rummage through Urguzi's belongings. Extracting a pouch of silver, he weighed it in his hand, estimating it to be several taels. Overjoyed, the vagrant glanced around to ensure no one was watching before hastily stashing the silver away and departing. Before long, another vagrant came by, sizing up the scene, and proceeded to remove Urguzi's shoes before walking away. Soon after, a family of vagrants passed, and they eagerly stripped Urguzi of his remaining garments. Alas! Such a handsome lad, what a pity! Leave him some trousers, let him retain a modicum of dignity. The family, clutching Urguzi's clothes, departed in high spirits. In truth, Urguzi had long regained consciousness but was unable to move. As they stripped him of his clothing, he felt an overwhelming urgency, yet he could not even voice his distress. Fortunately, this family was somewhat considerate and left him with a pair of trousers, leaving him uncertain whether to express gratitude or indignation. However, his moment of relief was fleeting. In a world where some people were considerate, others were not. A passing vagrant stripped him of his final shred of dignity and made off with it. As Urguzi seethed with humiliation, several more individuals approached him. One person placed a finger to Urguzi's nose to check for breath. "There's still some life in him, he hasn't completely cooled. Let us take him while he is still warm." Two vagrants each seized one of his feet and began to drag him away. Having already been stripped of his clothing, being dragged on the ground caused his back and head to scrape painfully against the uneven surface. Occasionally, the ground was littered with rocks and wooden stakes, which the two men trampled over without a hint of consideration. At this point, Urguzi was too preoccupied with the excruciating pain from the abrasions to focus on anything else. Gripped by a deep sense of anxiety. In these famine-stricken times, it was all too clear what such individuals did with the bodies they collected. Yet, no amount of worry could change his situation. He was utterly powerless to exert even a modicum of strength. After dragging him for a short distance, the two vagrants unceremoniously tossed Urguzi onto a cart. Among the various lifeless bodies already piled upon it, he found a strange sense of security in his predicament. The group continued to push the cart, picking up several more corpses along the way, causing Urguzi to be buried further beneath the heap. This newfound safety bolstered his spirit somewhat. He pondered how a cart like this could belong to someone of at least moderate means. Surely, they wouldn't be reduced to scavenging corpses for sustenance. Furthermore, collecting so many bodies at once seemed excessive for an ordinary family to consume. Were they perhaps to be processed for sale? Dried meats, cured meats, meat buns. The thought of his favorite meat buns made his stomach churn. Lying there on the cart, his mind wandered aimlessly until, gradually, a flicker of spiritual awareness began to re-emerge within his consciousness. He felt a slight return of sensation in his limbs, his fingers and toes able to move once more. However, the true energy within his dantian remained inaccessible. He opened his eyes and peered through the gaps in the pile of bodies. It was night time now, the brilliant moon shining high above, and stars twinkling in the sky as several shadowy figures continued to push the cart along a country road. They encountered an old beggar asleep by the roadside, and with practiced ease, they crept up to him and, without hesitation, silenced him before tossing his body onto the cart. After a considerable time, the cart finally came to a halt at the foot of a mountain, where an awaiting group was already in position. "Old he, we have a total of 12 corpses. Please verify. The man referred to as Old He began to examine the bodies piled onto the cart, counting them. Indeed, 12 corpses in total. Each corpse will earn you 1 shing of rice, totaling 1 do and 2 shing. Could you possibly spare a bit more? We've worked hard all day, covering dozens of miles. One of the cart pushers attempted to negotiate for a higher price, lamenting to Old He. An increase is out of the question. Grain prices are rising as it is. In a few days, these corpses will be worth even less. Also, kindly assist me in carrying these bodies into the cave. I will provide you with additional grain. Be careful not to drag them along the ground. Damaging the bodies will diminish their value. Following Old His orders, the group hoisted the corpses and trekked several miles uphill before entering a cave at the mountain's base. Arguzi sensed that if he were to escape now, he might manage it, but he doubted he could endure for long. It would be wiser to bide his time and regain a bit more strength. After all, with so many bodies present, he might not be the first to be dissected. Inside the cave, despite the numerous torches illuminating the dark space, an overwhelming chill permeated the air. Arguzi, along with the other corpses, was unceremoniously dumped onto the frigid ground. In addition to the 12 newcomers, there were over 20 other corpses present. Having received their payment of 12 shing of rice, the scavengers departed in high spirits. Meanwhile, the man known as Old He remained close to a scarred-faced individual, expressing utmost respect. Arguzi squinted, recognizing the scarred man. He had seen him just yesterday at the county market. At that time, the scarred man had purchased over 20 living souls, and he possessed the strength of a third-level chi practitioner, having even employed divination techniques. With this realization, he understood that he could not afford to act recklessly. Not only was he unable to escape, he was even afraid to breathe too loudly, forcing himself to appear as if he were on the brink of death. Until his strength was fully restored, he was no match for the scarred man. Fortunately, the scarred man was merely at the 3rd level of chi and lacked spiritual awareness, thus unable to detect Arguzi's charade. Gather today's corpses along with the ones from the past few days and place them in the corpse-raising cave. In 2 days, a master from the Iron Corpse sect will bring a trace of the corpse chi from Lord Huan. These ordinary corpses, once infused with even the slightest hint of Lord Huan's corpse chi, will transform into zombies within a month or 2. Arguzi remained motionless among the pile of bodies, feigning death. He recalled having read about a place called Taoshan Kingdom, located west of the Great Zhou dynasty, where practitioners of necromancy and zombies thrived. Among the various types of zombies, the Huan were particularly notorious, their fearsome reputation well known. Old He and a few others proceeded to move the corpses into a smaller cave. This corpse seems not to have fully perished yet. One of the men commented as he dragged Arguzi's body, noting the residual warmth. Regardless of whether it has or not, in a few days, they will all become zombies. Old He replied nonchalantly. They transferred the corpses into the corpse-raising cave, sealing the entrance behind them. Arguzi lay among the cold bodies, feeling an intense chill seep into his bones. He gently moved his limbs, pushing away the corpses atop him, and slowly sat up. There were at least 200 to 300 bodies within the cave, varying in age and gender, most stripped of their clothing and exhibiting a bluish hue. Sensing his body's recovery, he realized that if he could endure the night safely, he would likely fully regain his strength by the following day. Having been subjected to such absurd torment, he had nearly met his demise. A flicker of murderous intent emerged in Arguzi's typically honest and naive eyes. Chapter 50. The copper metal. Arguzi sat within the corpse-rearing cave, enduring the longest, most arduous night in the company of a multitude of corpses. At long last, he rose, stretching his limbs, feeling no discomfort throughout his body. Within the sea of consciousness, his depleting spiritual awareness had only partially recovered. Nevertheless, it should suffice to deal with a mere cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refining. The entrance to the corpse-rearing cave was blocked by a stone slab, obscuring the view of the outside world. Arguzi positioned himself at the threshold, allowing his spiritual sense to penetrate the stone and peer outside. At that moment, the entrance lay unguarded, enveloped in an eerie silence, as if the enemy presumed that the corpses would not rise of their own accord. With a gentle motion, Arguzi shifted the stone slab aside and slipped out of the cave. The exterior was devoid of life, though faint voices echoed from the depths of the cavern. He followed the sounds and arrived at a narrow path, where two individuals obstructed his way. "Isn't that the corpse I moved last night?" one remarked. "The corpse has come to life. We can simply kill it again," the other replied. Upon noticing the unclothed Urguzi approaching, the two men dismissed him entirely, oblivious to the imminent danger. As they prepared to strike once more and dispatch the figure before them, Urguzi suddenly acted, spreading his arms wide and fiercely embracing both men. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering bones erupted like popping beans. The two men failed to emit even a single scream before their innards were crushed, blood streaming from their orifices as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Releasing his grip, the two corpses crumpled to the floor, and Urguzi stripped off a set of clothing and shoes to don for himself. He continued onward, guided by the voices deeper within. Beyond the narrow passage lay a spacious stone chamber, where a scarred-faced man sat alone, indulging in wine, accompanied by Hilaudar and several others standing beside him. "How did you get in here? Who are you?" Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the stranger, Hilaudar and his subordinates lunged at Urguzi before the scarred man could utter a word. Urguzi deftly dodged, delivering a powerful punch that exploded Hilaudar's head, splattering gore across the floor. Bang, bang, bang. He retaliated with several more punches, each one landing with brutal force. Not a single man could withstand even one of his blows. A single strike would result in shattered bones and ruptured organs. Within moments, the ground lay littered with contorted bodies, each met with a grisly demise. Only the scarred man remained in the chamber. "You are Zhang Shucai. You know me?" Urguzi expressed confusion, as he had only encountered the scarred man once at the marketplace, and they had no prior connections. "The Zhang Shucai who knocked out the examiner during the examination. The martial artists throughout Anchang County have certainly heard of you," the scarred man replied with an unhurried demeanor. "I do not know who sent you or whether this is merely a case of mistaken identity, but I advise you to leave now and pretend you have seen nothing. Some matters are beyond your capability to interfere in." This man, seemingly confident in his own backing, dared to issue threats, yet Urguzi's intentions diverged greatly. He had come to exact vengeance upon all those within the cave. Now that he had been recognized, he felt compelled to eradicate any potential threat entirely. Unfazed, Urguzi summoned a heavy sword, as wide as a door panel, into his grasp. Since acquiring his spiritual awareness, retrieving items from his gourd had become considerably more convenient. He merely needed to cover it with his consciousness and will it into existence. Thus, the majority of his belongings had been stored within the gourd for easy access. "It seems you are determined to oppose me," the scarred man stated, producing a yellow talisman that he slapped against his body, causing his form to vanish before Urguzi's eyes. Another invisibility talisman. The last time he encountered a messenger from the Daoxian sect, they had employed a similar tactic to intimidate him. However, at that time, he was merely at the third level of chi refining and lacked spiritual awareness, rendering him incapable of detecting the concealed figure. Subsequently, he had researched invisibility talismans in the Zongshu room of the Zhengwu Hall and sought guidance from Sai Maryi, gaining a basic understanding. Invisibility merely cloaked one from sight. The individual remained present, albeit invisible to the naked eye. Now, utilizing his ability to perceive vital energies, he easily discerned a dense aura of life stealthily approaching him. Urguzi remained still, feigning ignorance of the approaching presence. He gripped the heavy sword tightly, standing in quiet anticipation for the scarred man to draw near. The scarred man, wielding a sharp sword, stealthily circled around to Urguzi's rear, feeling a sense of triumph. Just as he raised his sword to thrust it into Urguzi's back, the latter suddenly moved, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, and swung his sword in a horizontal arc. Thud! The scarred man felt a chill at his neck, and his head detached from his body. After slaying the scarred man, Urguzi searched the cave once more but found no living souls. The 20-odd individuals sold to the scarred man the previous day were also nowhere to be found. Aside from the corpses, he discovered 100 taels of silver, 12 pei yuan gu ben pills, and several stones of grain. On the scarred man, he found a yellow copper medal inscribed with the character black. This copper medal appeared familiar. He recalled encountering an identical one on a member of the Daoxian sect. He retrieved the medal stored within his gourd, confirming they were indeed identical. What precisely is this token? Could it signify a form of identity? Perhaps it is the identity token of Daoxian sect members. Urguzi tucked both tokens away, intending to inquire with Sai-Mari next time, as he was a local authority who might possess insight. Besides the token, he also discovered a jade-carved bottle on the scarred man. This exquisite white jade vial alone was worth a considerable sum. Inside the vial were 2 thumb-sized pills, blood-red and translucent, exuding an intense spiritual aura that far surpassed the Pei Yuan Jiu Ben pills. He wondered what these pills could be. Could they be the legendary elixirs? He intended to bring them to Sai-Mari for identification next time. Urguzi moved all the corpses into the corpse-rearing cave and sealed the entrance with the stone slab, striving to restore the area to its former state. The previous day, he had overheard mention of an Iron Corps leader intending to arrive, uncertain of the nature of the Scarred Man's organization, and now that enmity had been established, he resolved to eliminate every last one of them. However, he remained unsure of the Iron Corps leader's strength. Should he be unable to contend with them, it could cost him his life. Considering this, he exited the cave and made his way along the rural path, seeking direction before heading back to Shiku Mountain. Upon returning to the mountain, he watered the crops, fed the geese, and took 2 large geese with him, making his way back to the cave under the cover of night. As dawn's light began to break, Urguzi lay atop the mountain, observing the cave entrance below. He waited until the afternoon, finally spotting 2 figures approaching the cave. At a distance, he could not discern their precise cultivation levels, but he sensed they were slightly stronger than himself. The individual in front appeared normal, while the one behind him was anything but, moving with a stiff gait, shrouded in black cloth, rendering their features invisible. Urguzi remained on the mountain, contemplating for a long while whether to strike. The 2 figures below seemed to possess greater strength, yet he also held an advantage. If he could not defeat them, he could always mount the back of a large goose. As long as they could not fly, their strength would be of little consequence. Chapter 51, The Black Market. After making a resolute decision in his heart, Urguzi descended the mountain, burdened by his heavy sword. As he drew nearer, he employed his ability to observe the aura of the opponent, discerning that their cultivation level was approximately at the 5th or 6th layer of chi refining, likely not reaching the 7th. The art of aura observation relies solely on the outward manifestations of energy to gauge strength, thus, it is relatively straightforward to identify those weaker than oneself. However, distinguishing those stronger poses a greater challenge, necessitating extensive experience and exposure. The middle-aged man in the lead, upon noticing Urguzi's approach, initially felt a twinge of wariness, yet, upon recognizing that Urguzi was merely at the 4th layer of chi refining, he felt reassured. As for the figure shrouded in black cloth, they followed the middle-aged man like a puppet throughout the encounter. Faced with 2 formidable adversaries, Urguzi pondered the best course of action. Engaging directly with someone stronger than oneself is evidently not the wisest choice. He recalled the military treatises he had perused at the Xingwu Hall, noting their wisdom, to act unexpectedly and exploit the unprepared. He deemed the principles articulated in those texts to be quite insightful and decided to put them into practice. Thus, as he approached, he offered a slight, bashful smile, bowing his head in a gesture of respect. "Greetings, esteemed elder. You must be the leader of the Iron Corps sect, correct?" The middle-aged man, unable to discern friend from foe at that moment, perceived Urguzi's demeanor as one of camaraderie and nodded slightly. "Where is Lee the Scarred One? He was engrossed in his training and instructed me to wait outside to welcome your esteemed presence." Seeing Urguzi's humble and courteous demeanor, the middle-aged man felt a surge of goodwill and nodded again, wondering which lineage had produced such a promising young talent worthy of cultivation. "Very well, let us proceed. After you, esteemed elder." Urguzi stepped aside, bowing slightly as he invited the middle-aged man to proceed. "Indeed. Young individuals like you, possessing such manners, are becoming increasingly rare," the middle-aged man remarked, expressing his satisfaction. As they passed one another, Urguzi suddenly sprang into action, drawing his sword from behind in a swift motion, aiming a strike at the middle-aged man. The two had been conversing amiably, with Urguzi exuding humility and respect, leaving the middle-aged man utterly unprepared for such a sudden betrayal. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man was cleaved in 2 by a single stroke. Without hesitation, Urguzi turned his sword towards the cloaked figure behind him. Boom! The sword struck the figure's head with a resounding crash, sending them crashing backward. Simultaneously, the black cloth that had concealed their face fell away, revealing a visage covered in white fur. Indeed, it was a zombie. With a strength exceeding 1,000 pounds and a sword weighing 150 jin, Urguzi could cleave stone with ease, yet the blow merely left a shallow wound on the zombie's head. Roar! The zombie, seemingly impervious to pain, emitted a fierce roar and sprang back to its feet, lunging at Urguzi once more. Though it appeared stiff and clumsy, its speed was as swift as the wind. Caught off guard, Urguzi found himself raked across the chest, leaving 5 long, bloody marks. The wounds looked alarming but caused little pain. The zombie, unrelenting, charged again. Bang, bang, bang! The clash between man and corpse resembled 2 mighty bulls colliding in a frenzy, neither showing signs of fatigue. This was the first time Urguzi encountered an opponent with similar brute strength, and he reveled in the exhilarating exchange. However, after a time, he recognized his disadvantage. The zombie, being a lifeless entity, felt no pain from his strikes, while each claw left him with fresh wounds, and he wondered if they bore any venom. Realizing that this reckless confrontation would lead to his downfall, he summoned the true energy from his dantian, guiding it through the Juyin pericardium channel and into the Laogong acupoint. The energy surged into his heavy sword, causing the blade to glow with silver patterns, reminiscent of a tree's branches. These branches blossomed into sparkling motes of light, ultimately transforming into a radiant sword. Urguzi, having honed his skills through repeated practice, now commanded this untamed power with finesse. The sword's brilliance was distinct from before, with a flickering sword aura extending 4 to 5 inches from the blade. As the zombie lunged once more, Urguzi boldly thrust his sword forward, piercing the creature's chest. A torrent of violent energy surged into the zombie's body. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the zombie disintegrated before him, its flesh and blood splattering across Urguzi's face. After delivering the blow, a wave of weakness washed over him, forcing him to lean on his sword for support. Though this technique wielded immense power, it drained his dantian of all energy with each use. After employing such a move, even the most common martial artist would pose a challenge. He wished to reserve this strike for dire circumstances. In his moment of vulnerability, a group of individuals appeared at the mountain path, pushing a cart laden with fresh corpses, some still warm. What's going on here? Where's Boss He? These individuals, stained with blood and long devoid of fear of life or death, were not intimidated by the grisly scene of carnage. They sought to capitalize on the aftermath. Did you kill these two? A burly man called from a distance, testing the waters. Urguzi, drained of strength and focused on regaining his breath, remained silent. Killing is a grave offense. Then I shall report you to the authorities. This is a capital crime. Seeing Urguzi's silence emboldened them, they began to approach, threatening him. They themselves had no belief in the law, having witnessed Urguzi's earlier actions when he had seen them murder an old beggar for a mere measure of rice. You look somewhat familiar. Wait a moment. Aren't you the corpse we picked up by the roadside a couple of days ago? Exchanging glances, they formulated a plan. We thought you had perished. It was all a misunderstanding. Please forgive us. One man stepped forward, feigning contrition to divert Urguzi's attention, while another stealthily circled behind him, wielding a heavy wooden club. Without warning, he struck at Urguzi's skull. The back of the head is one of the more vulnerable points on the human body. Even a martial artist could be killed by such a blow. Thud! Urguzi swiftly sidestepped, twisting his waist to avoid the club while simultaneously drawing his sword, the broad blade piercing through the man's chest and emerging from his back. Withdrawing his sword, he leaped into action, delivering another strike, cleaving the black-clad man in two. Following a series of agile maneuvers, he dispatched each of them with precision, leaving no survivors. Initially intending to seek vengeance, he was surprised that they had come to him instead. Nevertheless, slaying these men had left him breathless, and he took a moment to gulp down water from a gourd. After catching his breath, he turned his attention to the corpse of the Iron Corps sect leader. The man was already lifeless, his eyes wide open as if in eternal disbelief. Urguzi carelessly kicked his head aside and rifled through his belongings, discovering over 30 taels of silver, a small white jade bottle, a black wax-sealed vial, and a sword that had yet to be unsheathed. Inside the white jade bottle were 3 red pills, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Upon cracking the seal of the black vial slightly, Urguzi sensed a violent energy akin to that of the zombie, hastily resealing it. He gathered these items and noted that the Iron Corps leader's attire was of fine material, worth at least several taels of silver. As luck would have it, his own clothes had been stripped from him days prior. Reclaiming 1 would break even, while 2 would yield a profit. Without hesitation, he stripped the Iron Corps leader of his clothing and shoes, along with those of the men he had just slain. Now, though richer, Urguzi had been raised to be frugal and had no inclination to waste. After tidying up, he dragged the bodies into a cave, placing them alongside the others, before setting them ablaze. Exhausted from his labors, he noticed the cart left behind and decided to take it with him. Half a day later, passers-by on the official road were treated to a peculiar sight. 2 large white geese pulling a cart, honking loudly as they trotted along, with a farming youth sprawled atop the cart. Upon returning to Shishi village, Urguzi spotted Arhu and his wife drawing water from a barrel to irrigate their precious plot of land. "Good day, master." "Indeed, with no crops in the field and winter approaching, why are you still watering?" Urguzi inquired curiously from atop the cart. "Hehe. Who knows if there will be rain next spring? My land is too far from the water source, so I surely won't get any." Arhu explained his calculations. "While the opportunity presents itself, I must draw as much water as possible to soak the earth. It would be even better if I could store some." Many shared this mindset, as Urguzi had observed numerous others hauling water on his journey back. "If you wish to draw water, feel free to borrow my cart." "That would be splendid." "Thank you, master." Arhu and his wife expressed their gratitude profusely. Though they did not own an ox, a cart would allow them to transport more and with greater ease. "There are some old clothes on the cart, you may have those as well. They are all scavenged. Wash them up, alter them, and wear them again." Urguzi gave the garments he had stripped from the corpses to Arhu's family, moving them to Tears. Arhu had a younger sister, 8 years old, who had yet to own a decent pair of trousers. Urguzi dusted off his clothes and rode off on the large goose towards Shakushin. Out of curiosity, he glanced at the jade pendant, nearly losing his life in the process. Yet, his master had not deceived him. The pendant left behind was indeed a treasure. However, his current cultivation level was too low, rendering him incapable of extracting information from it. Given that it was a legacy from his master, it likely contained crucial knowledge pertaining to cultivation. Perhaps it was deemed inappropriate to convey directly, hence the use of such an indirect method. In the following days, Urguzi took the time to craft a powerful elixir and then headed to the county town. At the Rejuvenation Hall, after counting their wares, Urguzi recounted his encounter with the scar-faced man and the Iron Corps leader to Saimaryi, omitting the details of his own humiliation. After finishing, he presented several items for appraisal, confident that Saimaryi, despite lacking martial prowess, was knowledgeable in various other matters. 2 white jade bottles, a black vial, and a copper plate inscribed with the character black. Saimaryi inspected the contents of the white jade bottle, extracting a red pill. After a lengthy examination and a careful sniff, his brow furrowed in concern. "What do you think, is this a medicinal pill?" Seeing Saimaryi's troubled expression, Urguzi inquired anxiously. The cheapest pills fetched several tens of thousands of taels of silver each, and with 5 in his possession, he could strike it rich. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Saimaryi finally responded, "It is indeed a medicinal pill, known as Blood Soul Pill." Urguzi's heart leaped at the news. Possessing 5 of these pills would amount to a fortune exceeding 100,000 taels of silver. This was wealth he had never dared to dream of. However, Saimaryi continued, "It is made from living beings, thus its value is diminished." Living beings for alchemy. Urguzi had never encountered such a notion in any text he had read. Indeed, they use the living as ingredients. This is a method employed by certain nefarious sects. It is said that dozens, even hundreds of ordinary people are needed to create just one such pill. In the ancient era, when sects abounded, many demonic sects excelled at transforming ordinary individuals into elixirs and magical artifacts. To those cultivators, ordinary humans are merely materials for cultivation, and at times, they slay thousands, even tens or hundreds of thousands. As Sai recounted the various tales from the cultivation world, he displayed a depth of knowledge surpassing Urguza's own. Such wanton slaughter of the innocent, does no one intervene? After posing the question, Urguzi regretted his naivety. Indeed, there were sects that considered themselves righteous, yet none interfered in such matters. Each tended to their own affairs, ignoring the plight of others. Eventually, the emperor of the Great Jew rose in rebellion, exterminating the demonic sects, yet some remnants remained, and their methods of dark cultivation seeped into the populace. In recent decades, these cults have grown increasingly rampant, while those with empty positions merely seek wealth and profit. Saimaryi's tone grew fervent, his eyes reddening with indignation. Please examine these 2 items for me. Saimaryi picked up the black vial, scrutinizing it and inhaling cautiously, refraining from opening it. This black vial likely contains the corpse energy of a drought demon, so I won't risk opening it. I can submit this vial to the county office for investigation. Perhaps it will lead us to the source of the zombie. That sounds agreeable, Urguzi readily consented, recognizing the item held no utility for him. By the way, I read in a book that when a drought demon appears, it can desolate vast lands. Given our current drought, could it be the work of a drought demon? This had been a lingering doubt for Urguzi. Unlikely, as Saimaryi firmly shook his head, dismissing the notion. How far can you extend your spells? After contemplation, Urguzi replied, at most, a few dozen jong. Precisely. What kind of extraordinary being would possess the ability to affect 1,000 miles? My ancestors once had a foundational elder. According to records, a foundational cultivator's spells could only influence over 100 jong. As for those stronger than foundational cultivators, my ancestors had seen them, and their reach was about a mile. Of course, it is also possible that our cultivation and understanding are too limited to grasp the methods of these great demons. Very well, perhaps I am overthinking it. What of this copper plate? Is it an identity token for a cult? Urguzi pointed at the last item, recalling a similar plate he had acquired from a Daoxuanzong cultivator. Saimaryi shook his head as he examined the copper plate. No, this is not it. It's a black market pass. Chapter 52, the code wherever the rivers flow and the sun and moon cast their light, all is the domain of the king. Yet, every entity possesses both light and shadow. In this world, there exist obscure corners untouched by the celestial bodies. In these shadowy recesses, a clandestine societal structure thrives, impervious even to the laws of the Great Jew. The black market epitomizes such a place. In the past, Urguzi had often pondered the whereabouts of the powerful pills that Saimaryi was trafficking. How could he procure such an abundance of the essence-reinforcing pills? However, the two maintained an unspoken understanding, each refraining from voicing their curiosities. Upon encountering the copper token today, Saimaryi hesitated momentarily before finally divulging this secret to him. It turns out that anyone holding this token can locate the entrance, recite the rendezvous code, and gain entry into the black market for transactions. When Saimaryi shared the code with Urguzi, he made a modest request for Urguzi to procure 100 stones of grain for him. At the current grain prices, 100 stones would require 500 taels of silver, yet this was trivial compared to the value of that secret. Following the address provided by Saimaryi, Urguzi ventured into a secluded alley, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Upon spotting a woman beckoning from behind a partially ajar door, he recalled that he had indeed visited this place once before. It was during his first trip to the county with Huang Laotsai to pay taxes, where they had camped nearby, and the accompanying tenants had promised to show him the world. The specific address that Saimaryi had given him was, astonishingly, that very small apothecary. Inside, the apothecary held only a few herbs, and the physician specialized in abortions for women, restorative treatments for men, and the treatment of venereal diseases. These were his only 3 specialties. When Urguzi entered, he found the old doctor lounging in a chair, leisurely sipping tea. "Do you need an abortion or treatment for venereal disease?" "I seek treatment for venereal disease," Urguzi replied, feigning calmness, though his soy sauce-colored visage betrayed a hint of embarrassment. "What are your symptoms?" "Cauliflower-like, occasionally itchy, and recently has begun to ulcerate and discharge pus." Urguzi cursed inwardly, wondering which unscrupulous soul had devised such a rendezvous code. "Remove your trousers. I shall examine you. Isn't it rather inconvenient in such a public setting? Come with me to the room." The old doctor finally rose, opened a door, and led Urguzi inside. In this small room, Urguzi presented the token to the physician and donned a black iron mask. Once the doctor verified its authenticity, he lifted a section of the floor, revealing a subterranean hole. "Proceed, simply walk forward along the tunnel." Urguzi cast a glance inside and began to descend the narrow steps. After walking 2 or 3 jong, he found himself in a tunnel a few feet wide, illuminated by dim wall lamps hanging on the walls. The tunnel twisted and turned, and after losing all sense of direction and distance, he finally spotted a staircase leading upward. At the top of the stairs stood a grand door made of brass. Urguzi knocked, producing a dull thud. Indeed, it was solid copper. The door alone was of considerable worth. Gently pushing against it yielded no result, prompting him to channel his vital energy into his hands before finally managing to open it. Beyond the copper door stood a masked guard, who, upon performing a divination glance, revealed a cultivation level of chi refining, demonstrating the profound backing of the black market. "The entrance fee is 10 taels of silver per person." Urguzi retrieved 10 taels from his pocket and placed them in the guard's tray. No wonder the market was affluent. An entry ticket cost 10 taels of silver. Stepping through the copper door, he was greeted by a bustling street lined with shops and vendors selling their wares. It resembled an ordinary market, yet the majority of its patrons were martial artists, some even cultivators, and most wore masks to conceal their identities. The goods displayed on the stalls were extraordinary. At one particular stall, several ginseng roots lay enticingly. These were precious commodities. When Urguzi inquired, the vendor refused to sell for silver, insisting instead on trading for essence-reinforcing pills. At a neighboring stall, he noticed a handful of exquisite, crystal-white pills. "What are these pills?" Urguzi asked with curiosity. "These are marching pills, priced at 2 taels of silver each. Purchase a bottle of 10 and receive an additional 1 for free. Consuming 1 is equivalent to eating a dough of rice." Urguzi knelt to inspect them. He had seen references to them in the archives of the Jingwu Hall, noting that they were concocted by cultivators, with 3 dough of rice required to produce a single marching pill. As one progresses in cultivation, the energy required to maintain bodily equilibrium increases, necessitating greater sustenance. In combat, the consumption is even more substantial. With his current cultivation at the 4th layer of chi refining, he would need to consume at least a dough of rice daily if relying solely on ordinary grains. However, with rice imbued with spiritual energy, 2 shing would suffice. Similarly, consuming other spiritually enriched ingredients would reduce food requirements. While such dietary demands were manageable at home, traveling posed significant challenges. One could hardly employ a caravan solely to transport provisions. The marching pills were originally developed for military campaigns as portable rations, and later adopted by civilian cultivators for convenience during their travels. Urguzi possessed a gourd, rendering such pills unnecessary, yet out of curiosity, he purchased a bottle for 20 taels of silver to explore further. Stowing the marching pills away, he continued wandering along the street, marveling at the myriad of items he had only read about in books but never encountered in reality. Many stalls exclusively accepted essence-reinforcing pills, clearly indicating that within this realm, they served as the de facto currency, supplanting silver. At 2 stalls, he was astonished to discover the sale of power pills. Ordinary power pills retailed for 100 wen each, while those enhanced with huangjing and sustanche sold for an astonishing 180 wen apiece. After Sima Yi procured the pills from him and resold them multiple times, the price had more than doubled. Witnessing such a disparity in profit margins, Urguzi felt a strong temptation to set up his own stall to sell power pills within this black market. Direct sales would yield significantly higher earnings. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. Firstly, he lacked the time to manage a stall. Secondly, Seimer Yi could sell in bulk without fear of repercussions, being the young master of the Seimer family. Urguzi, on the other hand, would not enjoy such protection. Thirdly, it appeared that Seimer Yi had only this lucrative avenue available to him. In truth, Seimer Yi could have kept the secret of the black market to himself, allowing Urguzi to decipher the code on his own. He would have been hard-pressed to figure it out. At this moment, a rice shop caught Urguzi's attention. He had promised Seimer Yi to procure 100 stones of grain. Entering the grain store, he found numerous large measures filled with rice, millet, barley, and buckwheat, all ordinary grains that appeared similar to those in any outside store. However, upon inspecting the labels, he realized that they were only sold in quantities of at least 100 stones. At the rear, two smaller measures stood out, filled with rice and millet, sold by the sheng. How much for this millet? Dear patron, we offer the authentic Ding family village crescent moon spiritual rice, priced at 100 taels of silver per sheng. So this was the famed spiritual rice from Ding family village, indeed exorbitantly priced. Urguzi recalled his prior visit to Ding family village, where he had savored rice mixed with spiritual grains. He had long desired to obtain some seeds for cultivation, yet here they were for sale. Can this millet be used as seed? Certainly, but it requires spiritual soil for cultivation. In areas with thin spiritual energy, the mortality rate is high, and yields are minimal. It's simply not worth the effort, the shopkeeper cautioned, likely to prevent grievances if the seeds fail to thrive. There were only a few tracts of spiritual soil in the entirety of Anchang County, already monopolized by several prominent families. Others had no access to such fertile land. Urguzi calculated that approximately 1 dough of seeds would suffice for an acre of land. At 100 taels per sheng, a dough would cost a staggering 1,000 taels of silver. And how much for the ordinary grains? 100 stones for 500 taels of silver. Upon completion of the transaction, you may collect your grain at the county granary with a ticket. The county granary. Urguzi thought he had misheard. Indeed, simply proceed to the county granary to collect your goods. It was evident that this underground black market had a significant backing, allowing direct withdrawals from the county's official granary. He needed to purchase a dough of spiritual millet for seeds and 100 stones of ordinary grain for Seimer Yi, totaling 500 taels of silver. Over the years, he had sold numerous power pills, yet all had been exchanged for essence-reinforcing pills, leaving him with little savings. Furthermore, his visit had been impromptu, catching him unprepared for this venture. While his gourd contained a substantial quantity of grain, rich in spiritual energy, it could fetch a good price. Additionally, he had some red dates and persimmon cakes that might also yield silver. Do you accept this? Urguzi inquired, retrieving a handful of red dates from his pack. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he sensed the spiritual energy within. Of course. However, your spiritual dates lack potency compared to the spiritual rice, so I can only offer 20 taels of silver per sheng. This price was acceptable. He couldn't consume such an abundance anyway, and they could be used to feed geese. That price seems fair, though I didn't bring any silver today. I shall return in a few days. Exiting the grain store, Urguzi left the black market and entered an inn, where he promptly unloaded 2 large sacks of red dates from his gourd. Returning to the black market, the shopkeeper was taken aback by his rapid return. The 2 large sacks contained 15 dough, netting him 3,000 taels of silver. He immediately purchased a dough of spiritual rice seeds and 100 stones of ordinary grain, spending 500 taels. As he left the grain store, he found himself carrying a dough of spiritual millet, 500 taels of silver, and a ticket tucked safely in his pocket. Chapter 53, The Detoxification Pill. With a sack of spiritual rice upon his back, Urguzi returned home, first undertaking a meticulous comparison between this newly acquired spiritual grain and the cat-tooth spiritual rice he had stored within his gourd. These 2 varieties of rice shared a familial connection, exhibiting identical appearances, albeit with the cat-tooth rice being slightly smaller and shorter. Such subtle distinctions in their physical characteristics would easily elude notice without careful examination. The cat-tooth rice inherently possessed a faint aura of spiritual energy, and after being stored in the gourd, its spiritual potency rivaled that of the crescent moon spiritual rice. An idea began to form in Urguzi's mind, a lucrative opportunity. He could enhance the spiritual energy of the cattooth rice by storing it in the gourd and then sell it as crescent moon spiritual rice. The latter commanded a price of 100 taels of silver per. Currently, he cultivated a plot of land that yielded a monthly harvest of approximately 4 of rice, amounting to a potential profit of 4,000 taels if sold in its entirety. However, prior to the harvest of the crescent moon spiritual rice, he would need to reserve some for his own consumption. Since ascending to the 4th level of chi cultivation, his demand for spiritual energy had surged, rendering the energy provided by the Peyuarn Guban pill somewhat insufficient. On the very day of his return, Urguzi commenced land reclamation. Armed with sheer brute strength, he wielded a heavy sword to level patches of land strewn with stones, ultimately cultivating a new acre of fertile soil. He successfully sowed the entire sack of crescent moon spiritual rice and irrigated the field. The new plot was laden with numerous stones, comprised of unripe soil that bore little fertility, typically yielding unsatisfactory crops for the first several years. However, with the water from his gourd, he could surmount all these challenges, ensuring not only healthy growth, but also rapid maturation. The crescent moon spiritual rice, which would ordinarily take a decade to ripen, would now be ready for harvest in just a year. That day, after watering all the crops, Urguzi mounted his large goose and soared down the mountain to visit tenant farmer Ahu. The old clothes he had gifted Ahu during his last visit had been dismantled by Ahu's wife, and now their children donned new trousers, finally free from the embarrassment of being bare-bottomed. "Boss, the rice flour you requested is ready," Ahu informed him. Urguzi examined the rice flour stored in a large wooden barrel. It was pure white and finely milled, meeting his standards, given the labor-intensive process of crafting the powerful pills, which significantly interfered with his training, and the lingering injuries from his recent encounter with a zombie. He had been feeling unwell, experiencing alternating chills and fevers. Seeking to conserve energy, he retrieved a stone of rice from the warehouse at the foot of the mountain, enlisting Ahu's help to pound it into flour. He then steamed the rice until cooked, allowed it to dry, and ground it into a fine powder. Mixing this flour with wild vegetables and forming it into pills to store in the gourd would save him considerable time. A stone of rice yielded 7 of flour, leaving behind a barrel of rice bran, Ahu reported. Urguzi glanced at the rice bran. He had grown unaccustomed to its taste, finding it difficult to swallow and irritating to his throat. "The wages will remain as previously agreed. I shall give you of rice, and you may keep the rice bran as a gift." Ahu and his wife expressed their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, boss." Urguzi's generosity was already notable, and now with the unexpected bounty of several of rice bran, they felt fortunate. During winter, they could cook dried wild vegetables, add a handful of rice, and a generous portion of rice bran, making a filling meal, albeit with the unfortunate side effect of constipation. After settling the wages, Urguzi measured out 2 stones of rice for Ahu, instructing him to mill it into flour using the same method. 5 days later, Urguzi returned with a sack of powerful pills to the Huachun Hall. "Did you not already learn the address of the black market? Why do you still come to me? I find it bothersome to make an extra trip to the black market. I shall sell to you in the future and take the opportunity to consult you about my health," he replied, casually tossing the sack to the ground. Saimaryi scrutinized Urguzi, carefully observing his complexion. In the medical profession, one often assesses a patient's condition through their gait, posture, complexion, tone, and appearance upon their initial encounter. At this moment, Saimaryi could easily discern that Urguzi's face was shrouded in a pallid, greyish hue. "Have you been poisoned?" "Alas, it may be a lingering effect from my encounter with that zombie. I sustained scratches that have yet to heal." As he spoke, Urguzi stripped off his clothing, revealing a body marred by a multitude of dark, bruised scars. Saimaryi's pupils contracted in shock as he beheld Urguzi's physique, overwhelmed by an indescribable astonishment. Having studied medicine since childhood and treated countless patients over the years, he had never encountered such a sight. Urguzi's body was a tapestry of scars, old and new, overlapping and leaving no space unmarked. The grotesque amalgamation of these injuries was a chilling sight, with a dozen fresh wounds inflicted by the zombie's claws appearing dark and bruised. "I had thought it but a minor injury that would heal within 3 to 5 days. I never anticipated it would linger so long, and now I experience these fluctuations of chills and fever." Urguzi spoke nonchalantly. Enduring beatings and injuries was something he had grown accustomed to since childhood. He had always felt himself somewhat gifted in this regard. In comparison to his older wounds, the recent scratches seemed trivial. You have been afflicted by zombie poison. Fortunately, you remembered to consult me, or else you might have returned as a zombie next time we meet. Do not return just yet. I shall brew you a pot of medicinal concoction for a soak. Immediately, Saimer Yi began formulating a prescription, gathering herbs and boiling water to concoct a large vat of medicinal solution. Urguzi reclined in the warm bath, feeling a profound sense of relaxation and unparalleled comfort. So this is the delight of a hot bath. You have never bathed in hot water? Saimer Yi inquired, taking a seat beside the tub. He recalled that he had only experienced a cold bath once, at the age of 12, when he had sneaked into the river during summer. Finding it quite pleasant, however, the maid responsible for his care was subsequently beaten to death by his uncle, and he had never dared to bathe in cold water since. Farmers rarely indulge in hot baths. It is considered overly delicate. I must traverse a lengthy mountain path, laboring all day to gather a load of firewood, only to expend it all on a hot bath. Who lives like that? Urguzi remarked, scrubbing away the dirt from his body without a care. It was rare to encounter someone like his aunt, who would occasionally wash her stinky feet in hot water during winter. Saimer Yi pondered for a moment. Indeed, boiling a large pot of water would consume an entire bundle of firewood, while bathing twice would require a load. In our village, only Huang Laotsai is so particular. In the dead of winter, he would heat a large vat of water every 10 days or so for a bath. A large vat of water would first be used by Huang Laotsai, followed by his wife, then his son, and finally the daughters of his concubines. After the entire family took turns bathing, that vat of water would be thicker than rice porridge. One could stick a stick in it and it would not tip over. The used bath water would be saved for irrigation, resulting in exceptionally lush crops. In the village, there was also a fellow named Nyo Dan, who, on the eve of his wedding, was too stingy to heat water in winter and opted for a cold bath. Just 2 days after marrying, he fell ill and died, leaving his brother Dan to benefit. As Urguzi scrubbed himself, he narrated various amusing anecdotes from the village, weaving a vivid tapestry of stories that captivated Saimer Yi's attention. By the way, how did you acquire all these injuries? Saimer Yi had long wished to ask about the crisscrossing scars on Urguzi's body, holding back his curiosity until now. Of course, I received them from beatings, though some were from my own clumsiness. Take this scar, for instance. During a festival, my aunt asked me to cook a pot of plain rice. I was curious about the taste, so I secretly scooped out a large handful before the meal began. I was still too young and naive. I dug such a deep hole in the pot that my aunt spotted it immediately. She then brandished the spatula and swung it at me, but I did not regret it. At least I got to taste the rice, which was delicious. But this scar was quite unfortunate. As Urguzi recounted the tales behind each scar, it was as though he were narrating someone else's story, his tone animated, occasionally punctuated by laughter. Yet Saimer Yi could not join in the mirth, realizing the stark contrast between their childhoods. He recalled a time when he had merely scraped his skin, and the household servants had taken turns fussing over him, as if the sky were about to fall. Now that you possess the title of a scholar, should not your cousin be unable to best you? Have you considered avenging yourself? Urguzi fell silent for a long while before finally responding with a smile. Murder is punishable by law. One risks losing one's head. Whether or not one has broken the law is for the authorities to decide. A smirk crept across Saimer Yi's lips. When the law serves your interests, you could be charged for crushing an ant, and they would take you in for punishment. Yet when it suits them not to prosecute you, even if you commit murder under their very noses, they would turn a blind eye. Consider those highway robbers. As long as they offer a tribute to the authorities, they live more lavishly than the landlords. Just speak plainly, do you wish to seek revenge? If so, I assure you, you will not face trouble from the authorities. Saimer Yi's indignation was palpable, almost surpassing Urguzi's own feelings, as he urged him to seek vengeance. Alas! I have been quite conflicted. My cousin is likely my only remaining kin. She is 10 years old this year, what would become of her if she witnessed the slaughter of her parents and brothers? At least she is happy now. I cannot bear to let her become an orphan like me, without parents. This, indeed, was the crux of Urguzi's internal struggle. The so-called law was but a thin veneer. If, on a moonless night, one were to slip in and wipe out an entire family, who would be the wiser? He could see that Xiao Ezi was currently living joyfully. Perhaps I shall wait a few more years. Once Xiao Ezi is married, has her own family, and children of her own, perhaps then she would not be too heartbroken. Thus, the two engaged in idle chatter, unaware that the vat of warm water had grown cold. The water has cooled. Emerge and let me examine you. Urguzi surfaced from the tub, revealing fresh crimson stains seeping from his wounds, yet the surrounding areas remained a pallid grey. Does it hurt? Saimer Yi inquired, gently prodding one of the injuries. No, it does not. Urguzi shook his head. What about here? Does it hurt? No. How about this spot? Saimer Yi prodded each wound, and Urguzi displayed no signs of pain. This zombie poison presents quite a challenge. Ordinary medicinal herbs will no longer suffice. Saimer Yi shook his head. You should visit the black market and inquire at the Hongfu Hall Apothecary, which is operated by the county magistrate. Ask if they have detoxification pills. If they do, you should be able to exchange the 5 blood soul pills you possess for 1 detoxification pill. Dressing himself, Urguzi bid farewell to Saimer Yi and made his way to the black market, heading straight for Hongfu Hall. Excuse me, do you have detoxification pills in stock? You wish to purchase pills? The shopkeeper appraised Urguzi with a discerning gaze. Have you been poisoned? Indeed. Unfortunately, we do not currently have detoxification pills. If you desire one, you must wait a while longer. A deposit is required, as we need to source them from the county town. Such pills were costly and in low demand. Without a deposit, if they procured the pills at great expense only for the customer to refuse them or perish, they would be left with unsellable stock. What is the required deposit? We do not accept silver. Only Peiyuan Guban pills or other rare materials. Urguzi realized he had only a few Peiyuan Guban pills left and recalled Saimer Yi's suggestion to exchange blood soul pills. As he produced the blood soul pills, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Was it truly appropriate to offer a product used by an evil cult in a shop owned by the county magistrate? However, upon receiving a single blood soul pill, the shopkeeper meticulously examined it for authenticity, then glanced at Urguzi with an expression of indifference before issuing him a receipt. This place was indeed beyond the reach of the law, even in a shop owned by the county magistrate. The detoxification pill will take some time. Would you like to purchase some ordinary detoxification pills to temporarily suppress the effects of the poison? The shopkeeper, having completed the receipt, kindly suggested, concerned that Urguzi might not survive until the detoxification pill arrived. Consequently, Urguzi spent several dozen taels of refined silver to acquire some detoxification pills. Although Hongfu Hall did not accept ordinary silver, they welcomed refined silver, alleviating many of Urguzi's troubles. This material was in high demand for weapon crafting. Since he could use refined silver, he also bought 100 Peiyuan Guban pills from Hongan Hall. Exiting the black market, he stored the detoxification pills in his gourd, planning to use them once their potency had been enhanced. 3 days later, Urguzi sat on a stone bed and consumed a detoxification pill. Moments later, dark blood began to seep from his wounds. It seemed to have some effect. After taking the medicine, he recalled a healing spell left by his master, the revitalization technique. Previously, he had too many other techniques to study, and this one had yet to receive his attention. Seeing that the spell could heal injuries, he wondered if it might also counteract poison. This time, he decided to advance his study of the spell, eager to try it out. In the following month, he consumed detoxification pills daily while practicing the revitalization technique. With both methods working in tandem, the blackness of his wounds ceased to spread, and he was able to expel some of the black poisonous blood with each session. Now, when he pressed his hand against the wounds, he could feel a slight twinge of pain. If this trend continued, perhaps he could resolve the zombie poison without further use of detoxification pills. He should survive, though it would require some time. Chapter 54. Acquiring a bounty of wives. In Sanchazi town for some time, Urguzi had not visited, and the jujube tree in Libanshan's courtyard had been uprooted by someone. The fruit it bore was completely stripped away, leaving not a single jujube behind. Even the bark and roots had been peeled off. Feeling somewhat ashamed for not taking better care of his master's home, he had originally come to town to purchase pork, only to find that the meat stall had already sold out. The only thing hanging at the stall was a bloody human leg. Given this grim sight, his favourite meat buns were now off the menu, as one could only wonder what kind of meat they contained. The price of grain had risen again. In previous years, at this time, a litre of grain would cost no more than 20-odd wen, but now it had soared to 60 wen. A stone of rice was equivalent to 6 taels of silver. Even at this price, grain merchants hoarded their stock, reluctant to sell, anticipating that prices would rise even higher next year. The marketplace was bustling with people, yet the variety of goods had diminished significantly. Vendors were selling tattered clothes and jars, none of which held any substantial value. It seemed that nearly half of the market was occupied by those selling children and wives. Some bachelors, unable to find a spouse, seized the opportunity to pretend to haggle, taking advantage of the situation. In truth, these impoverished women were as gaunt as kindling, with dry, yellowed hair and bony frames, a mere pinch revealing their frailness. As Urguzi stepped into the market, a man approached him with enthusiasm. "Young man, would you care to buy a wife to warm your bed? Take a look at my wife. She is one of the most beautiful women in the village, capable of work and childbearing, and she is yours for just 1 stone of rice. I do not want a wife." Urguzi shook his head in refusal. Years ago, he had contemplated whether to purchase 1 or 2 sturdy young women to serve as wives. However, having become accustomed to the lavish world of the city and broadened his horizons, he found the emaciated women in the market unappealing. "Just have a look. It's fine if you don't buy." The man, having finally spotted a seemingly affluent customer, was unwilling to let go. Although the youth before him had dark skin and was dressed like a farmer, his face was plump, and he wore a neat pair of cloth shoes, his clothing free of patches. Moreover, he appeared to be a straightforward fellow. The man insisted on leading Urguzi to a woman. She had a straw marker in her hair, appeared to be in her 20s, and was slightly less gaunt than the others. The man abruptly tore open the woman's clothing, a gust of cold air rushing in, causing her to shrink back, lowering her head. "Look, this flesh is substantial and elastic. She will certainly bear children without issue. For just 1 stone of rice, she can warm your bed, till the land, bear children, wash clothes, and cook. Purchasing her is undoubtedly a bargain." The man extolled the virtues of his wife with fervor, praising her as unparalleled on earth or in heaven. Urguzi, who had not even married the second daughter of Huang Laozai, was even less inclined to spend money on a wife now. He turned to survey the market, noticing several individuals specializing in human trafficking, picking and choosing among the crowd. Occasionally, they would pry open mouths to inspect teeth or pinch flesh to gauge its thickness. This reminded him of the human leg at the meat stall and the blood elixirs concocted by the scar-faced men. Those bought might be fortunate enough to serve as servants and scrape by, while the unfortunate ones could face an uncertain fate. "All right, 1 stone of rice, I will buy her." Urguzi nodded, immediately handing the man 6 taels of silver, instructing him to purchase rice at the granary. "Thank you. From now on, she will be yours." The man removed the straw marker from the woman's hair and pushed her forward to Urguzi, yet the woman turned back, shedding her cotton coat and placing it into the man's hands. "Alter this coat. It can be made into jackets for 2 children. If you sell me, you cannot sell the children, they are still small and will not fetch a high price." After uttering these words, she followed closely behind Urguzi, no longer casting a glance at the man. "Young man, do consider my wife as well. My wife is quite good too. My child is 8 years old, capable of working the fields. I ask for just 1 dough of grain. Look at mine." As Urguzi had not haggled and had directly purchased a wife, others in the market gathered around him, eager to peddle their own children or wives. The youth appeared honest and generous, and selling to him would at least ensure a means of survival. Meanwhile, selling to those traffickers left them uncertain. Observing the eager faces surrounding him, Urguzi made an impulsive decision. He would buy all the people for sale in the marketplace today. Do not crowd, one at a time, one at a time. As Urguzi departed Sancherzi town, over 30 individuals followed behind him, comprising both men and women, ranging from their 20s to mere toddlers, predominantly children, with 12 being other men's wives. These individuals were ragged, emaciated, and followed Urguzi with vacant expressions, the only sounds being occasional coughs. Not a single word was spoken. In a moment of impulse, Urguzi had brought back such a crowd, now leading them to the foot of Shiku Mountain. Yet he was at a loss regarding how to accommodate them. He possessed only one blue brick house, which served as his granary. There was no other place to shelter them, and in the dead of winter, leaving them outside would surely result in several perishing from the cold overnight. After contemplating, he remembered the abundance of dry straw on the mountain. Thus, he employed his wind manipulation technique and ascended to the summit to gather the straw. This scene left the 30-plus individuals dumbfounded. What kind of new master had they followed? Their astonishment only deepened when they witnessed Urguzi descending from the sky atop a large goose. Could this truly be the legendary immortal teacher? Urguzi pointed to the large pile of straw. For tonight, you shall use this pile of straw to keep warm. Tomorrow we will construct a straw hut. The crowd gazed silently at their new master, none daring to speak. What is your name? Urguzi singled out the first wife he had bought from the crowd. My name is Cho Yu. Very well, from now on, you will be in charge of these 30-odd individuals. Given the number of people, he lacked the energy to manage them all and needed someone to oversee daily affairs. All of you will heed Cho Yu's instructions. Silence fell over the crowd, except for Cho Yu, who displayed an expression of unexpected surprise. Cho Yu, come with me, Urguzi said, leading the way toward the blue brick house. Cho Yu followed closely, her head bowed and nervous, unsure of her new master's intentions. Having sold herself, she understood she was now his. Urguzi opened the door and stepped inside, Cho Yu quickly following suit. The interior was a simple living room, furnished with only a wooden table and 4 stools. Urguzi then opened another door, revealing a room filled with jujubes and persimmons. Fill some sacks with these and take them out for everyone to eat. Oh! Cho Yu felt her hands and feet become much more agile, eagerly scooping up jujubes and persimmons into the sacks, occasionally stuffing a persimmon into her mouth. The two filled 2 large bags and brought them outside to distribute food to the newcomers. The individuals they had purchased appeared sickly, swaying as they walked, shivering from the cold. Upon receiving the food, they ravenously stuffed it into their mouths, nearly choking several in the process. For today, they would have to subsist on jujubes and persimmons to hang on to life, settling in the straw for their first night. The next day, Urguzi provided them with a set of stone pestles, an iron pot, and 1 stone of rice, instructing Cho Yu to help them grind the rice and cook porridge. He then designated an acre of land for them to build straw huts for shelter. In the following days, Urguzi visited Sancherzi town daily, purchasing anyone he found for sale. Having already acquired over 30, he figured a few more would not matter. With the current low cost of people, he hadn't spent much silver overall. Gradually, he amassed over 100 individuals. Urguzi himself could not comprehend why he had acted so impulsively. Perhaps it was the influence of spending time with Saimer Yi that had affected him. As for doing good deeds, he had never considered it. He simply felt a pang of compassion. Chapter 55 to 18 years old. As the dawn of a new year breaks, the air is filled with renewed hopes and aspirations, and the once solitary Urguzi now finds himself amidst a vibrant gathering of over 300 souls. This year's festivities are marked by laughter and camaraderie, a stark contrast to the solitude of previous celebrations. Due to the calamity that befell the region, pork was scarce, prompting Urguzi to catch several large fish from the gourd and, with some foraged wild vegetables, brew a hearty pot of fish soup. Every morsel, including the scales and bones, was consumed with gratitude, leaving no remnants to waste. Last winter, Urguzi had taken decisive action, bringing back more than 300 individuals, half of whom were children under 10. His labor potential was limited and thus were the most affordable, often costing merely a few grains of rice. There were over 50 young maidens and a similar number of wives, while the able-bodied men numbered just over 30. Families in distress were the first to part with their women and children. Remarkably, his total expenditure was less than 1,000 taels of silver, although acquiring these individuals cost him little, sustaining them required substantial provisions. With careful rationing, they managed to consume a stone of rice each day. The several tens of stones of rice stored in his warehouse would not last long, compelling him to venture into the black market for an additional 200 stones of grain. Originally, this would have cost over 1,000 taels, but through the use of refined silver, he spent only a few taels. For Arguzi, the expenses were manageable. However, having such a large group idling was not practical. He needed to find them tasks. After several days of nourishing meals, their strength gradually returned. After careful consideration, he resolved to have them excavate mud to make bricks for their own homes. The chosen site for this endeavor was a few acres of elevated land, which, once excavated, could be transformed into a pond for water storage and fish cultivation. During the recent drought, Dingjir village remained unaffected, achieving a bountiful harvest, thanks to a substantial mountaintop reservoir that stored water and released it for irrigation during dry spells. Although Arguzi did not possess as much land as Dingjir village, he designated 5 acres to be converted into a pond to irrigate his fields. With no snowfall last winter, it was certain that drought would persist into the new year. Thus, after the festivities, the labourers continued their work, digging mud for bricks and excavating the pond, all toiling with fervour. These individuals hailed from impoverished backgrounds, and not one among them was idle. Given food, they were willing to undertake any labour, unafraid of hardship or fatigue. The new year had just begun, and the weather remained chilly. The adults handled the digging and watering, while the children gathered straw, chopped it into pieces, and mixed it into the mud, dancing barefoot to soften the mixture until it was free of clumps and stones, ready to be shaped into bricks. After drying, the children would transport the bricks while the adults constructed walls. With such a large workforce, efficiency soared, and by the end of the year, 2 mud brick houses had already been completed. The roofs, though temporarily thatched with layers of straw, were also coated with mud. Arguzi occasionally checked on the progress but did not partake in the labor himself, preferring instead to cultivate the land, practice his skills, and read. His mastery of the rejuvenation technique had reached a remarkable level, enabling him to expel toxic blood from his wounds each time he practiced. Performing the technique 5 times a day, coupled with the effects of detoxification pills, had significantly reduced the internal corpse poison. One day, he prepared some strength-enhancing pills and made his way to the county town. Since discovering that he could use refined silver on the black market, he no longer needed to sell strength-enhancing pills for profit. However, while he had no need for them, Saimer desperately sought to sell them for a margin. With the increasing number of disaster victims, even meager rice porridge consumed a considerable amount of grain each day. At the entrance of the rejuvenation hall, a long queue still awaited. Arguzi entered the hall only after darkness fell. Arguzi, you're just in time, I have some good news for you, Saimer greeted him with a smile. What news? Arguzi, skeptical, could hardly fathom any good tidings in such dire times. Do you remember the bottle of drought spirit energy you obtained last time? Of course, you helped me deliver it to the county office. Arguzi had never held much hope for the officials there, but Saimer's words piqued his curiosity. The county office realized they couldn't handle the drought spirit and sent the bottle to the prefectural city. The prefectural city is home to many skilled individuals, some of whom are adept at tracking. Based on that bottle of spirit energy, they indeed located a cult's lair. The officials dispatched experts to exterminate the cult, killing 3 foundational leaders and dozens of chi cultivating followers on the spot. This significant achievement will be reported to the court, and both the prefectural and county offices will share the credit. Although you did not participate in the battle, you should receive a share of the merit. Rewards will be issued soon. Arguzi was genuinely surprised. The government officials were not only adept at exploiting the people but also possessed formidable combat prowess. To eliminate 3 foundational cultivators and dozens of chi cultivators in a single confrontation was no small feat. It was worth noting that, at present, there were no foundational cultivators in Anchang County. Such beings were the stuff of legend. However, the zombie with the drought spirit bloodline escaped. The bottle of spirit energy you submitted has been depleted, and we are unable to trace its whereabouts now, Seimer Yi added, tempering Urguza's excitement. Indeed, one must not harbor excessive expectations. What level of power does that zombie possess? If it roams freely, is it not more dangerous? Urguzi felt as though they had stirred a hornet's nest. Such a formidable being, once unshackled, posed a threat that no local could counter. It is said to possess the drought spirit bloodline, and its strength may exceed that of an ordinary foundational cultivator. During the siege, the drought spirit tore apart a foundational cultivator before breaking through. Having encountered a zombie himself, Urguzi was acutely aware of their strength. The one he faced previously was on par with him. Well then, what kind of reward will the government bestow upon me? Urguzi inquired curiously, eager to learn of tangible benefits amidst the distant threat of the zombie. Word is that the leader from the prefectural office has been promoted, while others received medicinal pills. We should also secure a few pills here. Medicinal pills. At this revelation, Urguzi's anticipation for the reward heightened. After conversing with Seimer Yi for a while, Urguzi bid farewell and left the rejuvenation hall, making another stop at the black market, where he traded a large sack of red dates for over 1,000 taels of silver. He discovered that the currency of cultivators was indeed the easiest to earn. Anything imbued with even a hint of spiritual energy saw its price soar. Upon exiting the grain store, he encountered a vendor at a corner stall hawking, "Good sir, come see, authentic medicinal pills for sale." Intrigued, Urguzi pondered when street vendors began offering genuine medicinal pills. "Do you really have pills for sale? They aren't counterfeit, are they? Impossible for them to be fake, just take a look." The vendor retrieved a white jade bottle from his pocket, pouring out a blood-red, translucent pill. "Smell that rich spiritual energy. Were it not for the plummeting prices of raw materials this year, you wouldn't have the chance to buy such fine pills. One pill can equate to a year of arduous meditation. For just 1,000 cultivating essence pills, you can exchange for one, or you may trade other spiritual items of equivalent value." The vendor continued to extol the virtues of his pills, claiming that a mere 1,000 cultivating essence pills, worth 10,000 taels of silver, was indeed a bargain. "May I ask where you sourced these pills?" Urguzi inquired earnestly, extending a large bottle of cultivating essence pills. However, the vendor grew wary, swiftly concealing the blood soul pill in his pocket. "If you're not buying, then don't disrupt my business." After perusing the market without further discoveries, Urguzi exited the black market and hurried back to Shiku Mountain. The journey from Shiku Mountain to the county town had previously taken him an entire day on foot, but now, utilizing the wind control technique, he could cover it in half a day at most. However, in the absence of urgency, he preferred to take his time, walking at a leisurely pace. Along the way, he encountered numerous refugees heading toward Dingjiar village. Amidst the crowd, he overheard discussions praising the village leader as a benevolent soul, providing rice porridge to those in need. Furthermore, Dingjiar village sought to recruit a considerable number of laborers for the maintenance of the reservoir. The refugees also spoke of a need for robust household servants to safeguard the premises. Having visited Dingjiar village, Urguzi knew it to be a place where doors remained unlatched at night. As long as the mountain entrance was secured, outsiders could not penetrate. The recruitment of so many household servants seemed unnecessary. Hearing of Dingjiar village's endeavors, Urguzi's admiration for its leader deepened. In comparison to figures like Seimer Yi, he and his ilk were akin to children playing at house. The leader possessed the audacity to undertake grand endeavors, ensuring sustenance for thousands. With only 50 acres of land to his name, even if he wished to emulate Dingjiar village, it seemed unlikely he could achieve anything of significance. Other lands in the village were under the control of Zhang Yuliang. However, in front of Shiku Mountain lay Shishi village, and behind it sprawled a vast expanse of wilderness. He had often ventured there while collecting firewood, discovering that the land, stretching for over 10 miles, was uninhabited. Rumor had it that this desolate land belonged to a certain noble family in the county town. These nobles had a penchant for hoarding land, purchasing parcels with spare funds to be left for future generations. Urguzi contemplated whether Seimer Yi could inquire about the possibility of purchasing this land. Upon returning to the summit of Shiku Mountain, he gazed at the vast wilderness beyond. If he were to follow Dingjir village's example, he might construct a large reservoir between the hills and level the lower areas to create fertile fields. After all, labor was cheap at present. As long as he could provide a meal, he could enlist help. However, the land belonged to another, and for now, he could only dream. In the ensuing days, Urguzi diligently practiced on the mountain, expelling the lingering corpse poison from his body and nearing full recovery. The toxin had hindered his cultivation progress, however. His mastery of the technique for releasing true energy had significantly improved. Previously, using this technique would drain all the true energy from his dantian, requiring him to gather all his energy for a single strike, which, while powerful, left him utterly weakened, unable to contend even with ordinary warriors. Through repeated practice and contemplation, he finally made progress. He learned to emit a sword ray from the blade, consuming only half of his true energy, yet allowing him to launch it at high speed toward distant targets. While the sword ray's power was not as formidable as a full-strength strike, its sharpness was undeniable, and he still retained energy after its release. This advancement stemmed from his gradual exploration based on his master's teachings. However, his sword ray, shimmering with brilliance, paled in comparison to his master's silent, ethereal technique, which was subtle and precise. Being young, he brimmed with imagination and recently conceived an idea. He could ride atop a large white goose, launching sword rays from above at enemies. He could strike them while remaining out of their reach. Unfortunately, he could only unleash 2 sword rays at most, which felt somewhat insufficient. Perhaps he could also procure some throwing knives or stones to hurl from the sky. While he might not hit every target, the enemies would remain helpless against the onslaught. Among the new arrivals, there were a few strong men whom he could train in blacksmithing to forge some weapons. However, when he approached these men with their comprehensive weaponry manual, he was dismayed to find that none of them could read. Not a single man among the 300 could decipher letters, and the women and children were equally illiterate. It was astonishing that he had gathered over 300 individuals, yet they were all functionally blind. With his own training to attend to, he had no time to teach them reading or blacksmithing. Just as Urguzi pondered this predicament, Huang Laozai appeared before him, swaying slightly. Huang Laozai was renowned in the village for being literate and numerate. In the past, when villagers had children but lacked the knowledge to name them, they would seek Huang Laozai's assistance for a pleasing name. Currently, Urguzi owed Huang Laozai 110 taels of silver each year, indicating that he was no ordinary accountant. As long as Urguzi lived, Huang Laozai and his family would not face hunger for at least 20 years. Huang Laozai, could you do me a favor? Master Zhang, feel free to command me, Huang Laozai replied, bowing slightly with a smile. Since the upheaval in his family, the once prosperous village tycoon now appeared exceedingly humble in his demeanor. The bow, the clasped hands, and the smile seemed ingrained in his very being, especially when addressing Urguzi, where his humility became palpably profound. In truth, he had worried unnecessarily. Repaying debts was a matter of course, and Urguzi was not the type to harm his creditors. Could you take a look at this book and teach a few of my men how to read? Huang Laozai perused their comprehensive weaponry manual, and a spark ignited in his dimming eyes. Master Zhang, are you looking to cultivate blacksmiths to forge weapons? Yes, I wish to craft some swords and knives, but none among these 300 can read a single character. Urguzi spoke candidly. I am somewhat old and my eyesight is failing, but perhaps my son Huang Fukue could assist. If Master Zhang does not mind, having him work under you as a blacksmith would be a tremendous opportunity for him. Huang Laozai was humble when it was warranted, yet his shrewdness remained unscathed. The manual had been acquired from a chubby boy and contained numerous secrets of weapon forging. For an ordinary person, mastering the art of weapon crafting was a means of survival. Although Huang Laozai was too old to wield a hammer, he could send his son Huang Fukue in his stead. This would also provide a means to associate himself with Urguzi, serving dual purposes. Urguzi, of course, had no objections. Having Huang Fukue join him was even better. They had grown up in the same village, familiar with each other's backgrounds. Chapter 56. Slacking off. Huang Fukue was a few years older than Urguzi. During his last imprisonment, a guard had broken one of his legs. Although a skilled physician had healed his injured leg, he was left with unequal lengths, one leg longer than the other. After joining, Urguzi tossed the volume of their 100 weapons manual to him, instructing him to copy it. Subsequently, Huang Fukuei took the book and diligently studied it, initially crafting over a dozen throwing knives for Erguzi. Though their appearance was rather crude, it mattered little, as long as they could be hurled from a great height to strike an opponent. That sufficed, however. When Erguzi took these knives aloft and cast them down, he discovered that hitting his intended target was no simple feat. Many of the knives fell sideways or tumbled down with their handles facing downward. Such results were less effective than simply throwing down a stone. Thus, Huang Fukuei was compelled to continue refining his craft. In addition to honing his blacksmithing skills, Erguzi had him teach the children to read during their spare time. Initially, he intended for Huang Fukuei to instruct just a few children, but to his surprise, over 300 eager learners crowded around him each time he taught. Eventually, they decided to hold a daily study session for an hour after meals, leaving it to the children's initiative to absorb what they could. Aside from the inadequacies of his knives, the large geese he rode were also lacking. They could only carry him for 2 to 3 miles at most. He resolved to ensure the geese received better nourishment to bolster their strength. In recent days, he had been feeding each goose a pill of a Payurngu Ben Wan daily, and indeed, their strength had grown remarkably. Yet, he soon faced a new challenge: the limited supply of these pills on the black market. The primary ingredient for the pills required ginseng aged at least 50 years, and the annual yield was fixed. After purchasing a significant quantity in a short time, the stock in the black market dwindled, naturally causing prices to soar. This rapid increase drew the attention of cultivators throughout Anshan County, and some had begun to investigate the cause in secret, which frightened Erguzi into refraining from further purchases. He could only acquire a batch of auxiliary herbs and, using 20 portions of ginseng, concoct a large supply of the pills. After enhancing them with a gourd, they achieved efficacy comparable to the genuine article and were discreetly sold in the black market. Gradually, the price of the pills began to decline, and many people ceased to be overly concerned about the fluctuations. In the days that followed, he resorted to crafting the pills himself to feed his flock of geese. He continued to purchase the genuine pills from the black market, enhancing them with the gourd before consumption. However, there were times when he accidentally repurchased his own pills that he had previously sold, and once these pills were returned to the gourd, they could no longer be enhanced. The geese thrived, their sizes increased, and their strength steadily improved. Simultaneously, thanks to Erguzi's daily efforts, the corpse poison within him was nearly eradicated. One day, as Erguzi sat on his bed and consumed an antidote pill, he employed the rejuvenation technique to purge toxins and heal his wounds. The numerous claw marks left by zombies on his body had dwindled to just one. The others had healed, leaving a plethora of scars atop his already marked skin. At this moment, aided by the dual effects of the antidote and rejuvenation technique, the remaining wound oozed a trickle of crimson blood. Thus, the corpse poison was entirely expelled. This episode of injury and poisoning had persisted for 6 months before he fully recovered. Although his wounds had healed, the antidote he had ordered had yet to arrive. Were it not for the gourd that enhanced the antidote's potency, along with his knowledge of healing spells, it was likely he would have succumbed before the antidote reached him. As he continued to perform the rejuvenation technique, a flow of genuine energy coursed around the wound, bringing a tingling sensation as it began to heal. After a while, Erguzi donned his clothes and descended from his bed, mounting a large goose to fly down Snake Mouth Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, several earthen brick houses had been completed, allowing over 300 individuals to settle into their new homes. Though it was somewhat cramped, these 300 people hailed from various families, all brought together under similar circumstances by Erguzi. Now, they had merged into one vast family. The Autumn Moon, whom Erguzi had chosen at random, proved to be quite competent, managing all affairs with remarkable order. The 5 acres of pond still awaited excavation, with work ongoing, using the excavated mud to construct houses. Erguzi rode the goose directly over the mountain's base and soared past Snake Creek village before dismounting. It was now the season for spring plowing, and despite the drought and lack of water, everyone was making their utmost effort to sow seeds for the harvest. Arhu's family had irrigated water throughout the winter, and now the soil remained moist. With the onset of spring plowing, they planted some millet and sesame. Though these crops yield far less than rice, they possess a significant advantage. Drought resistance, particularly sesame, which often flourishes even in arid years. As long as they could sow some crops, they would manage to reap something, avoiding a complete loss and ensuring their survival. As Urguzi flew along, he observed many individuals carrying wooden buckets, fetching water from the Anchang River and traversing long mountain paths to irrigate their fields. The Anchang River was nearly dry, with only a shallow stream remaining in the center. Besides those hauling water to irrigate, numerous children and vagrants were in the water attempting to catch fish. However, the fish were quite agile in the water, proving difficult to capture. This scene stirred Urguzi's youthful spirit, and he leaped into the river, rolling in the mud and successfully catching a hefty fish weighing over 10 pounds, which left the children in awe. His cultivation at the 4th level of chi refinement was somewhat excessive for fishing. When Saimaryi saw Urguzi enter the rejuvenation hall carrying a large fish, he couldn't help but scold him with a chuckle. "Here you are, a distinguished martial scholar, frolicking in the river like a child, truly a disgrace to your dignity. Will you eat it?" Of course, while it may be uncouth to catch fish, it is civilized to eat it. At once, Saimaryi sent the fish to the kitchen, and shortly thereafter, several exquisite dishes were prepared. The fish head was adorned with a vibrant layer of red chili peppers, looking utterly enticing. There was also a bowl of fish soup, a plate of pan-fried fish, sweet and sour fish, and fish fillets. You city folk truly have a flair for the elaborate. One fish can yield such a variety of dishes, Urguzi remarked, astonished by the spread before him. Whenever he cooked fish or boiled pork, he never employed such intricate methods, simply boiling them until done, using only salt and oil, never any other seasoning. As he picked up a small piece of fish coated in red chili and placed it in his mouth, the heat nearly brought him to tears. Having never tasted chili before, he was unaware of its intense spiciness. Fortunately, as a cultivator, he could withstand the heat without shedding tears. The fish was exceptionally tender. Apart from the spice, it was salty and savory, with a delightful blend of flavors that made it irresistibly delicious. "Do you drink?" Saimaryi inquired, reaching for a wine gourd on the table, preparing to pour some for Urguzi. "No, it's pungent, spicy, and bitter, not worth drinking. I'd rather have honey water." Urguzi had never been fond of alcohol, feeling it was a self-imposed hardship. In his mind, the best drink was honey water. "Very well." Saimaryi did not press further and poured himself a cup of wine, taking a sip. "The barren mountain you asked me to inquire about has been investigated. Eh? Whose land is it?" Urguzi asked, curious. Such a vast expanse of land could not simply be claimed by wealth alone. "The county magistrate." Upon hearing those 3 words from Saimaryi, Urguzi's hopes dwindled. The county magistrate had both wealth and power, lacking for nothing. It seemed he possessed nothing that could sway the county magistrate. Moreover, as merely a martial scholar, he had no opportunity to negotiate a price with the magistrate. "Do not despair, there is another piece of news." "What news?" The notoriously unreliable government had actually rewarded him with a pill. "Do not celebrate too soon, it is highly likely you will not receive this pill." Before he could revel in the news, Saimaryi spoke again in a calm tone. "Why not?" "Because the pill was sent to the county office and was misplaced by the magistrate's concubine. They are not refusing to give it to you. The county office stated that it will be given to you whenever it is found." Chapter 57. The locusts. Urguzi should have long realized that one cannot rely on the authorities, and that placing too much hope in them is ill-advised. What was meant to be a reward, a precious elixir, was ultimately swallowed by the county magistrate and never returned. Fortunately, with the intervention of Saimaryi, who enlisted the help of Urguzi's uncle to negotiate with the magistrate, a semblance of resolution was achieved. In the end, Urguzi willingly relinquished the elixir, sincerely beseeching the magistrate to trade it for 2 barren mountains. Though the magistrate had initially shown no interest in the elixir, he could not refuse Urguzi's earnestness and reluctantly accepted the offer. Naturally, Urguzi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, while others could not help but commend the magistrate, praising him as benevolent and caring for his people as if they were his own children. These 2 barren mountains, located behind Shiku Mountain, were part of a sprawling expanse of over 10 miles of desolate land, all owned by the county magistrate. He possessed numerous similar Nevertheless, when compared to the elixir coveted by cultivators, such barren land seemed trivial. Still, it was the best outcome possible. Having secured 2 mountains, Urguzi could finally embark on endeavors he had long admired in the likes of Ding family's patriarch, who had previously struggled without a venue to exert his ambitions. Saimer Yi handed Urguzi a land deed stamped with the official seal. Do you plan to cultivate the land? He inquired. Yes, considering the abundance of vagrants idling about, it would be prudent to enlist their help in clearing the land, Urguzi replied. Start by reclaiming that large plot at the foot of the mountain. It is a shame to let it remain overgrown and neglected, Saimer Yi suggested. As Urguzi articulated his visions with increasing fervor, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I intend to construct a grand reservoir atop the mountain to collect and store rainwater, and then build pools. I aim to transform those barren mountains into fertile fields, he continued, reminiscing about his childhood dreams of owning land, and now, at last, he possessed 2 substantial plots to mold as he wished. With ample manpower at his disposal, as long as he provided them with meals, he could potentially spare them from selling their children into servitude. Saimer Yi observed Urguzi's glowing demeanor, astonished to witness such exuberance. I have 60 taels of refined silver here. When you have the chance, please check the market for any people for sale, regardless of gender, and purchase them all of them. Urguzi repeated, taking the pouch of silver with a sense of disbelief. The market in the county was notorious for the frequent sale of individuals. Yes, every last one, Urguzi affirmed with unwavering resolve. Not a single one will be left for those unscrupulous individuals. Very well, I promise to do my utmost, Saimer Yi said. As a local power broker, he had noticed an alarming increase in the number of blood essence pills available in the black market. He could surmise the fate of many individuals once they were bought, but his own resources and capabilities were limited. Today, however, he had finally found a like-minded ally. If there are any surplus funds, use them to procure some grain from the black market, he advised. After the new year, grain prices had skyrocketed, now reaching 8 taels of silver per stone. Their collaboration yielded remarkable efficiency. Within a few days, Saimer Yi had cleared the market of all individuals for sale. In total, he had acquired over 200 famished souls, along with 200 stones of grain. Upon returning with these individuals and supplies, he settled them on the barren land, hastily erecting makeshift straw shelters. With a plethora of tasks remaining, Urguzi invited Huang Laozi to assist in management. In the subsequent period, Saimer Yi utilized the funds Urguzi had left to acquire iron, farming tools, and additional manpower, ensuring that if anyone was for sale in the market, he would purchase them. Yet, despite these efforts, the black market continued to teem with blood essence pills, leaving Saimer Yi with a sense of helplessness. The prevailing chaos of the world was beyond the influence of just 1 or 2 individuals, and all they could do was act as best as they could, leaving the rest to fate. For the past few months, Urguzi had dedicated himself to cultivation atop the mountain, with Saimer Yi managing affairs in the county and Huang Laozi overseeing the barren mountains. He found himself with little to worry about. Since expelling the corpse poison from his body, his long-suppressed cultivation had begun to surge, and it would not be long before he broke through to the 5th level of chi refinement. On Shiku Mountain, after years of nurturing, the iron thorns had finally flourished around the summit. The crescent-shaped field of moonlight rice, planted last year, had now begun to spike, and it would not be long before their first harvest. Other crops, such as ginseng and huangjing, were also thriving. The earliest batch of ginseng, which he had refrained from harvesting, had now matured to an impressive 40 years of age. His goal was to cultivate century-old medicinal herbs, a target he could achieve in just 6 more years. However, of late, locusts had been multiplying at an alarming rate, frequently descending upon his Shiku mountain. Some even traveled in swarms, leaving no green leaf in their wake, especially in this time of great drought. The lush greenery of Urguzi's Shiku mountain attracted these locusts like a moth to a flame. Fortunately, his flock of geese proved invaluable in safeguarding his land. While the geese primarily grazed on grass, they also indulged in small fish, shrimp, and insects. After mutating, his large white geese seemed particularly fond of meat. Each time a swarm approached, it became a veritable feast for them. The geese, naturally vigilant and possessing a strong territorial instinct, were ever watchful. One day, after Urguzi had finished watering his crops, a dense swarm of locusts appeared in the sky. As the locusts hovered above, his flock of white geese took to the air, chasing after them. Today's swarm was significantly larger than usual. The air was filled with a cacophony of flapping wings, and numerous locust limbs fell like rain. Among the debris, there were even many pristine white feathers. This was rather peculiar. His geese had a robust constitution, capable of holding their own against ordinary warriors. Urguzi gazed curiously at the sky, astonished to witness locusts capable of injuring his geese. He spotted a large goose being besieged by several oversized locusts. These locusts, measuring 5 to 6 inches in length, darted through the air like arrows, tearing away feathers and drawing blood. The large goose flapped its wings in a frantic attempt to fend off the attackers. In the chaos, it struck one of the massive locusts, causing it to crash to the ground. Urguzi hurried over to collect it, discovering it to be a striking emerald green, with sturdy limbs and sharp hind legs. A moment's inattention resulted in a gash upon his hand. Utilizing his observation technique, he discerned an unexpectedly fierce aura emanating from its diminutive body, faintly reminiscent of a warrior's true energy. While ordinary locust swarms feasted solely on green foliage, the emergence of such mutated locusts signified that they would not limit themselves to vegetation. They could also threaten humans and livestock. Upon dissecting the swollen abdomen of the locust, he discovered thousands of eggs within. The locust eggs emitted a rich spiritual energy, their golden hue enticing even Urguzi's appetite. He resolved to preserve this large locust, intending to prepare a sumptuous locust feast for himself. In times of hunger, he had previously roasted locusts on the mountain, finding them delicious. As he observed the mutated locust still battling his white geese in the sky, Urguzi retrieved a bow and arrows. He intended to partake in the martial examinations in the future, and archery was an essential skill to master. However, his practice had been brief, leaving his aim somewhat lacking. Drawing the 3-stone hard bow to its full moon-like curve, he aimed at a locust and released an arrow with a swift whoosh. Yet, the locust was simply too small and too swift in the sky. The arrow passed within mere feet, narrowly missing its target. While the shot could not be deemed a complete miss, the arrow, instead of striking the locust, inadvertently grazed the leg of a large goose, tearing a small morsel from its flesh. Gaggle, gaggle. The large goose, engaged in a fierce battle, squawked in alarm, unsure whether to curse or commend its master for his archery skills. However, given the goose's proud and dignified demeanor, it was unlikely to utter any foul language. Urguzi felt his face flush with embarrassment as he hastily stowed away the bow and arrows, refraining from further interference. His archery skills were insufficient, and the locust's small size and swift movements made them difficult to target. The larger geese were much more prone to be accidentally hit. The battle between the geese and locusts raged on for the better part of an hour before gradually subsiding. The invading locusts had been nearly obliterated, with only a few fleeing from Shiku Mountain, leaving behind a carpet of injured locusts. The geese had also suffered casualties, with over a dozen injured, particularly the one that had been struck by the arrow, which was gravely wounded. Urguzi administered a rejuvenating pill to each goose, a gesture of gratitude. To express his apologies, he offered 2 pills to the injured goose. The geese quickly recovered after consuming the pills, gathering together to stretch their necks and honk raucously, seemingly boasting of their valor in battle. At that moment, Urguzi, equipped with a bamboo basket and a burlap sack, set about collecting the locusts littering the ground. Although the geese were also feasting, they could hardly consume the sheer quantity available. If left unattended, the corpses would be consumed by snakes, rodents, and ants. Such a prime source of protein was too valuable to waste. Even if he could not eat them all, they would serve well to feed his laborious toiling in the fields. He gathered every sizable and well-formed locust into the bamboo basket for his own consumption, while the less desirable remains were swept into the burlap sack to be ground into powder and mixed with staple grains. Such nutritious locust meat was certainly on par with rice, given the current skyrocketing grain prices, now exceeding 10 times their usual cost, and reaching over a dozen taels of silver per stone. It was not guaranteed that one could procure grain even with ample funds, except through the black market, where officials had reportedly sold out their supplies. Chapter 58, Tea dregs. In the year 128 of the Longqing reign of the Great Zhou dynasty, a severe drought afflicted over 30 prefectures in the southwest, followed by a devastating locust plague that left the populace in dire straits, with refugees and bandits rising in defiance. The sagacious and wise Longxing Holy Emperor, renowned for his civil and martial prowess and benevolence towards the common people, decreed, the people of Qingju shall be exempted from taxes for 3 years, and the Ministry of Revenue is to prepare 1,000,000 stones of relief grain to aid the disaster-stricken populace. The governor of Qingju was commanded to comfort the afflicted and resettle the displaced, ensuring the eradication of all banditry within the region. Upon the issuance of the imperial edict and its dissemination to the officials of various states and counties, the entire realm resounded with praises for the emperor's benevolence. Ministers from all corners submitted memorials extolling the sagacity, martial prowess, and virtuous governance of the Longxing Holy Emperor, whose benevolence shone forth like the sun, illuminating the lives of countless subjects. Moreover, a young prince expressed his desire to personally inspect the disaster in Qingju and console the victims. With the emperor's command in hand, officials from the Ministry of Revenue and local governments acted promptly, without a moment's delay. They collected over 3,000,000 stones of disaster relief grain from various regions, and a few recalcitrant subjects who failed to understand loyalty to their sovereign faced confiscation of their properties. They then hurriedly dispatched 500,000 stones of grain to Qingju for relief efforts. Officials of all ranks in Qingju were moved to tears, submitting memorials overnight to express their gratitude for the emperor's vast grace. The Anchang County, where Erguzi resided, fell under the jurisdiction of the heavily afflicted Sanyang County in Qingju. He had never heard of any relief efforts being enacted. Recently, food supplies had dwindled, with the granaries completely depleted and black market purchases proving futile. With hundreds to feed, they consumed 1 to 2 stones of grain daily. Nearly facing starvation, they could only crush the tree bark and roots unearthed from their fields, mix it with locust powder, and add a meager amount of grain, which barely sufficed to fill their bellies. As the locusts ravaged the land, their numbers swelled, prompting a halt to farming. Each person was tasked with wielding a bamboo broom to capture locusts around Shikuxian village as sustenance. On average, each individual could catch about a liter of locusts daily, which was sufficient for their needs. However, the emergence of mutated giant locusts, which possessed formidable strength and even preyed on humans, resulted in 2 fatalities among his subordinates. Furthermore, the prolonged consumption of locust meat led to bloodshot eyes and irritable tempers, with daily altercations erupting among the men. Erguzi attempted to mix some of the locusts stored in his gourd into the rations of his followers. These villagers, lacking any perception of spiritual essence, merely found the food more palatable. Over time, the health of his subordinates improved significantly, and their irritable dispositions diminished. With their enhanced health, their combat effectiveness increased, leading to fewer casualties and greater efficiency in their farming endeavors. In the following days, Erguzi often incorporated portions of spiritually enriched food into the rations of his men. Today, atop Shikuxian mountain, another aerial battle between the geese and the locusts concluded. Erguzi sat upon a large rock, savoring a skewer of roasted giant locusts. These 5-inch-long mutated locusts, with the females bearing eggs and the males rich in fat, were plump and delectable. Simply removing the wings and gently pulling the head allowed for the intestines to be extracted, which could then be roasted over a fire or fried in oil, releasing an enticing aroma. Shikuxian mountain seemed to have captured the locust's attention, possibly drawn by the allure of the abundant ginseng growing there, as the swarms would visit every few days, only to be repelled by the flocks of geese, leaving behind only a few robust ones to flee. Yet, those that escaped would return with reinforcements before long. Due to the focus of the locusts on Shikuxian mountain, the surrounding villages experienced a significant decrease in locust infestations. However, the daily skirmishes on the mountain attracted many villagers, who were aware that chickens, ducks, and geese could consume locusts, though most households only kept 1 or 2. While those in better circumstances might have 3 to 5 for egg production and sale. The villagers were momentarily unable to gather sufficient numbers, especially since the geese on Shikuxian mountain had grown several times larger and could even carry Erguzi into the skies. How can the geese from Lord Zhang's family grow so large? Surely it's because Shakuxian Mountain is infused with. However, none had ever seen a trace of regret or chagrin on Huang Laozai's face. Even if it is a treasure mountain, one must have the fortune to enjoy it. Shakuxian Mountain has been in my Huang family's possession for nearly a century, yet it was but a barren stone hill, incapable of sustaining even a tree. The stubborn donkey family that attempted to cultivate it ultimately perished from exhaustion, with the wife remarrying and the children sold into servitude. I have heard the elder generation say that a great serpent resides atop Shakuxian Mountain, and to see it is to meet one's doom. Huang Laozai's words dispelled any fleeting thoughts of greed among many villagers. However, such trivialities mattered little to those with steadfast convictions, who would never be swayed by rumors. Once they had chosen a path, they would resolutely march forward, undeterred by challenges, even if it meant suffering grievous injuries or losing their fathers. Nothing could deter their resolve. At this moment, Erguzi's uncle's household, comprising Zhang Yuliang and Zhang Yushin, was engaged in a heated argument within a room. You must try again. Have you lost your mind? Zhang Yushin pounded his fist on the table, glaring at Zhang Yuliang. You nearly killed yourself and caused our father's death. Do you expect us to accompany you on this mad endeavor? With a loud bang, Zhang Yuliang slammed his palm onto the table, shattering the wooden surface. Remember, it was Erguzi who caused our father's demise. If not for me, would our family enjoy such fortune today? As long as I can make further progress, our entire family can soar to greatness, shining brightly and establishing a millennia-old lineage. Such glory is within reach. Zhang Yuliang fixed his gaze on Zhang Yushin, enunciating each word deliberately. Though he had passed the martial scholar examination and tasted success, he knew that compared to established noble families, he was but a lowly scholar, unworthy even to carry their shoes. What he lacked most was resources and wealth. If only he could consume 1 or 2 pills of the Peiyuan Guban Wan each month, passing the martial examination would not be so difficult. There are surely treasures atop Shakuxian Mountain. That Erguzi is merely a pig feeder. What merit does he have to possess such a treasure? As Zhang Yuliang spoke, Zhang Yushin's eyes glimmered with avarice, mingled with jealousy. A man unknown to them, regardless of his wealth or strength, would not invoke much envy. However, when a once impoverished brother, who had been treated like a beast of burden, suddenly stood on equal footing, or even surpassed them, it was unbearable. Each time he caught sight of Erguzi, anger flared within him. How could this be? The mere thought of Erguzi one day passing the martial examination and flaunting his success before them was enough to drive him to despair. Regardless of whether the treasures atop Shakuxian Mountain could be obtained, one thing was certain. Erguzi must not benefit from them. In that moment, the brothers reached a consensus to make one final attempt. This time, we must plan meticulously and proceed with caution. Unbeknownst to Erguzi, others were plotting against his Shakuxian Mountain. Wang Fugui and Chuyuer, accompanied by their subordinates, diligently captured locusts daily, ensuring self-sufficiency, sparing him the burden of concern. He had been residing atop the mountain, focusing solely on cultivating his skills. Each day, he tended to the crops, fed the geese, and engaged in study and cultivation, living an idyllic life. The jujube and persimmon trees on the mountain had grown into substantial trees, entering a fruitful period. With regular watering, they would soon yield a bountiful harvest. With such an abundance of fruit, he could scarcely consume it all and had resorted to drying and storing many red dates and persimmon cakes in his gourd. Additionally, he had collected numerous locust corpses each day, which were also dried and stored. Though he lacked for nothing now, as one who had grown up in poverty, he could not bear to waste even a single grain. Today, after finishing his training and just as he stood up, a flock of geese surrounded him, honking excitedly. Erguzi smiled slightly and retrieved a bottle of Peiyuan. One eager goose, in a moment of desperation, pushed into the line, only to be pecked back by the others, forcing it to retreat to the end of the line. Once the geese were properly arranged, he poured a pill into the beak of the first goose and gently stroked its head. Upon swallowing the pill, the goose proudly strutted away. He continued to feed the second goose. Perhaps due to the substantial consumption of spiritually enhanced food, these geese had not only grown stronger but had also become increasingly intelligent, now able to understand simple commands. He had observed them with the Qi observation technique and noted that they seemed to possess a form of energy akin to the true Qi of martial artists. Could this be what the texts referred to as demonic energy? He wondered if these geese would eventually cultivate into demons, but for now, he would continue to feed them well to enhance their strength, with the locust swarms growing ever larger, many of them measuring 5 to 6 inches long. The geese would indeed require a certain level of power to confront them. Just as Urguzi finished feeding the geese, a commotion arose from below the mountain. Bang bang bang, Zhang Urgu. Zhang Shucai. Lord Zhang, peering over the cliff's edge, he beheld a large gathering of villagers at the foot of the mountain, craning their necks to glimpse what was happening above. Among the crowd, a man donned in a dark red official robe stood out. Urguzi recognized him as the head constable from the county office, a practitioner of the second layer of Qi training, wielding considerable authority. It is an honor to receive the esteem. In truth, they knew little but sought merely to bask in the presence of someone significant. Zhang Shucai resides atop the mountain each day. What a refined pursuit. Constable Wang squinted, surveying the steep cliffs behind Urguzi. Your Excellency Wang, you flatter me. My household is humble. I can only reside in this rugged place, enduring the elements. With a distinguished guest in attendance, I have little to offer in hospitality. Please come inside for a cup of tea to quench your thirst. As Urguzi spoke, he opened the door to his earthen brick cottage, inviting Constable Wang to take a seat inside. As for inviting the official up the mountain, that was simply out of the question. Constable Wang settled onto a bench, taking in the modest interior, a solitary wooden table and 4 benches, with only a rough tea set on the table. The starkness of the place was evident. It could be described as utterly destitute. Urguzi quickly arranged a stack of large tea bowls and filled them with tea from a large pot. It was customary in the Great Zhou dynasty to serve tea to guests, a fundamental aspect of hospitality. Even in modest circumstances, one should offer at least a bowl of plain water. As Urguzi poured the tea, he treated both the esteemed Constable Wang and the villagers with equal courtesy, having himself faced a stain due to his lowly origins. Thus, he served each person a generous bowl of tea, starting with Constable Wang. Initially, upon seeing the crude tea set, Constable Wang felt no desire to partake. Drinking from such earthenware, he feared it would tarnish his palate. Particularly irksome was the thought of being treated similarly to the rural villagers, which displeased him greatly. However, being an experienced official, he refrained from causing a scene over a bowl of tea. Constable Wang accepted the tea bowl with one hand and placed it on the wooden table, delaying his sip. The villagers, meanwhile, hesitated at the threshold, watching in astonishment as the scholar offered them tea. Their faces broke into broad smiles, expressing gratitude as they eagerly accepted the bowls. Lord Zhang's tea is truly delightful. It is exquisite. Rich and sweet. I dare say it is the finest tea I have ever tasted. Hearing the villagers lavish praise upon the tea, Constable Wang scoffed inwardly. These simple folk, having likely never tasted proper tea in their lives, would be easily impressed. With such thoughts in mind, he gazed at the meagre bowl of tea before him. His desire to drink it waned. After drinking Lord Zhang's tea, my headache seems to have lessened. I too feel invigorated after sipping Lord Zhang's tea. My waist no longer aches, nor do my legs hurt. Pray tell, Lord Zhang, what kind of tea? It possesses remarkable effects. As their exuberance escalated, Constable Wang felt a sense of embarrassment mingled with irritation at being associated with the villagers. Just as he was about to chastise them, he reconsidered. It would not hurt to sample the tea before reprimanding them. He cautiously lifted the bowl to his lips and took a small sip. Constable Wang was taken aback. The tea was surprisingly sweet and rich, rivaling many fine teas he had previously enjoyed. Moreover, he sensed a faint spiritual energy within the tea. Those who practiced cultivation were often fervent about items imbued with spiritual essence, making them particularly sensitive to such energies. Gulp gulp. Constable Wang raised the bowl, drinking it down as if it were water, finishing it in one go. Indeed, it is excellent tea. Seeing Constable Wang finish the bowl, Urguzi promptly refilled it, and Constable Wang drank again like a thirsty beast. He continued this way, consuming 5 bowls in total until the pot was empty, leaving his belly slightly distended. The villagers, witnessing the miraculous effects of the tea, had initially hoped to request another bowl, but Constable Wang's gluttonous display dissuaded them from doing so. It appeared that even a high-ranking official from the county had not been exposed to much in the way of refinement. "Zhang Shodi, if I may be so bold, what kind of tea is this? Our village has little of value. It is merely mountain spring water steeped with a few red dates." Urguzi replied, lifting the pot's lid to reveal several soaked red dates at the bottom. "Do you wish to keep the tea dregs? If not, I would be glad to take them home for my children as a treat." After finishing his tea, Constable Wang audaciously requested the remaining red dates in the pot. Urguzi readily agreed, quickly wrapping the larger dates in a few leaves and binding them with some grass. Har, thank you." Constable Wang chuckled, taking the leaf-wrapped bundle with a cheerful expression. The villagers observed this exchange with disdain, having long criticized Constable Wang for his shamelessness, demanding the tea dregs as if he were no different from them. They had lived for decades without ever witnessing such unashamed behavior from an official. "May I inquire what brings you here, Constable Wang? There are also unruly elements taking advantage of the chaos, leading to a surge in banditry. You and I are both martial scholars of the current dynasty. It is our duty to serve the court and alleviate the emperor's concerns." The urgency of the situation was clear. All were together at the county office by noon the following day. Chapter 59, A Peaceful Life. Every day, Urguzi diligently tended to his modest plot of land, enjoying his sustenance and drink, genuinely reluctant to leave. Yet, the summons from the county office was an order that could not be defied, thus, he could only hastily prepare that very night. He first scattered an abundance of seeds for his flock of geese, interspersing some ginseng seeds, and ensured they were well watered. Moreover, he gathered a considerable amount of grain, placing it beside the goose enclosure for their consumption. Still feeling it was insufficient, as the geese required water, he toiled through the night, wielding a heavy sword to carve out a large stone trough, filling it with pristine water. Throughout the night, he sacrificed sleep, smoothing the cliffs of Shiku Mountain with his sword. The treacherous paths leading up the mountain were now fortified with iron thorns. Only those who could fly would dare to cross. Of course, the primary guardians of Shiku Mountain relied heavily on the great white geese. He then issued a strict order to Chiao Yu, mandating that she arrange for at least 200 individuals to guard the foot of Shiku Mountain daily. No one was permitted to ascend. Before departing, he fed each goose 2 pills of Peiyuan Guban Wan and took 2 large geese with him. To combat the airborne locusts, the great geese were far. As the sun began to rise, he had already reached the outskirts of the county town. However, the 2 conspicuous geese by his side made entering the town rather inconvenient. After a moment's thought, he directed the geese to hide in the surrounding hills and fields before proceeding alone towards the county town. Outside the city gates, a throng of destitute refugees had gathered, their desperation palpable. Famished and frantic, they were capable of committing any act for a morsel of food. With so many refugees congregated, the potential for them to erupt into chaos and storm the city loomed large. Furthermore, these refugees had often resorted to capturing locusts for sustenance, their eyes bloodshot and tempers frayed, making them dangerously volatile. Fortunately, several large cauldrons had been set up, simmering with porridge, as hundreds of refugees formed a long queue awaiting their share. As long as there was food to be had, the populace could be kept calm. Approaching the scene, Urguzi noticed Sima Yi busily ladling porridge from a cauldron, sweat streaming down his brow. "Urguzi, lend me a hand. I need to step away for a moment." Sima Yi, seemingly having held it in for quite some time, tossed the ladle into Urguzi's hands and hurried off. With no choice but to take over, Urguzi began serving the porridge to the waiting refugees. The contents of the cauldron were less porridge and more rice soup, thin and watery, with only a few grains of rice and some chaff floating atop. A bald-headed refugee approached, holding a broken bowl, craning his neck eagerly to gaze into the cauldron, swallowing hard. Having experienced hunger himself, Urguzi could empathize with the man's plight. He stirred the pot, then scooped a generous ladle filled with more rice than water from the bottom. The bald man quickly cradled his bowl, fervently expressing his gratitude. Those who frequently suffered from hunger were well aware that the porridge in the same pot varied greatly. The bottom was rich with rice, while the top was merely watery broth. Whether one received rice or water depended entirely on the mood of the one serving. The next refugee was a gaunt child, and Urguzi saw a reflection of his younger self in the boy. He promptly ladled out a thick, nourishing bowl of porridge from the bottom for the child. The subsequent refugees all appeared equally wretched, prompting Urguzi to serve several more bowls from the bottom of the cauldron. After a considerable time, Saimayi returned, looking relieved to see how Urguzi had been distributing the porridge. He quickly snatched the ladle back. "If you keep serving like this, there won't be enough for everyone. You weren't always this stingy, were you? With so many mouths to feed each day, and now the black market is completely devoid of grain. After much persuasion, I finally convinced my uncle to help me procure some disaster relief grain from the court." Disaster relief grain. Urguzi felt a spark of curiosity. He had never heard of such a thing. "Sure." Saimayi glanced around before lowering his voice. The court allocated a batch of disaster relief grain, which arrived long ago. However, a few officials in the county office have been hoarding it, reluctant to release it. They only sell small amounts at a time, claiming it is to ensure a steady supply, but in reality, they aim to inflate the prices. "I purchased this grain for 18 taels of silver per stone." Inside, a large hall awaited as martial scholars. They all had some degree of reputation, and tables and chairs had already been arranged with tea for everyone to settle in. Today, all the young martial scholars of Anshan County had gathered here. Among the crowd, he spotted several familiar faces, including his cousin Zhang Yuliang and several instructors from the Xingwu Hall, such as Deputy Hall Master Saimer and Wen Ying from Dingjiazhuang. It was a rare occasion for so many martial scholars to congregate, and whether familiar or not, they eagerly introduced one another, calling friends and engaging in lively conversation, creating a bustling atmosphere. Only Urguzi sat silently, not out of aloofness, but rather due to his inherent difficulty in socializing. He was unfamiliar with the others and did not know what to discuss. It seemed that he could only engage in light-hearted banter with Saimayi, while he struggled to find common ground with the rest. After a while, the county clerk finally appeared, holding a roster to count the attendees. With the clerk's arrival, the chatter among the martial scholars grew even more animated. However, the topics of conversation shifted seamlessly from the alluring courtesans of the spring houses to the county magistrate and the officials of the county office. Comments such as, "Our esteemed magistrate cares for the people as if they were his own children," and "The magistrate tirelessly attends to the needs of the disaster-stricken in Anshan County," echoed in the hall. Urguzi, naturally not a man of many words, found himself even more out of place as the conversation elevated in sophistication, rendering him unable to integrate into the group. He, a mere farmer, could not conjure the eloquent pleasantries that seemed to flow effortlessly from the others. Bored and restless, he discreetly employed his ability to sense the chi of others, observing the martial scholars around him, only to discover that among the 86 present, a mere 7 had successfully reached the chi refinement stage. This included himself, Deputy Hall Master Saimer, and Zhang Yuliang. From the looks of it, Deputy Hall Master Saimer seemed to be slightly weaker, only at the 3rd level of chi refinement. The remaining 4 comprised 1 at the 1st level, 2 at the 2nd, and 1 who appeared to be slightly stronger than himself, likely at the 5th level. For a long time, Urguzi had believed himself to be inadequate, his cultivation too weak, merely a novice on the path of immortality. Yet today, upon utilizing his chi-sensing technique, he realized that most of the other martial scholars were even weaker, with the vast majority not having even begun the journey. Even Zhang Yuliang had reached the 1st level of chi refinement, which surprised him greatly. Not long ago, he had observed Zhang Yuliang and found him still an ordinary martial artist, not showing any signs of advancement. Suddenly, he had achieved the 1st level, lacking any significant background, and at such a young age, he had managed to reach this level. It seemed implausible that with just a few hundred acres of land, his uncle could have afforded such resources to support this level of cultivation. In that moment, he even began to doubt the accuracy of his newly acquired chi-sensing technique. Just as the clerk moved closer to him, he felt an inexplicable urge to glance at the clerk's back. He was met with a surge of potent energy emanating from the clerk, exuding a formidable presence that suggested he was at least at the 8th or 9th level of chi refinement. The moment he attempted to focus his chi-sensing technique, the overwhelming aura emanating from the clerk abruptly repelled his consciousness. Irguzi let out a soft grunt, feeling as though a massive iron hammer had struck him squarely on the forehead. The clerk turned to cast a cold glance at Irguzi, the warning unmistakable. His earlier actions had been seen as an affront. Lowering his head, Irguzi refrained from using his chi-sensing technique any further, realizing it was perhaps ill-fated to do so in the moment of duty. The clerk, not dwelling on the matter any longer, ascended the steps back to the county office, commencing the distribution of tasks. With 86 martial scholars in attendance, alongside 20 county constables, they totaled 106 individuals. Their current mission was straightforward: divide themselves into 20 small groups and head to various refugee gathering points outside the city to recruit laborers to combat the locusts. The 7 martial scholars possessing chi refinement capabilities were assigned to different groups. Irguzi was appointed as the temporary leader of one small team, comprising 3 martial scholars and 1 constable. Although the constable's abilities might not match those of the martial scholars, they were well acquainted with the local terrain. Their team was tasked with the locust extermination in Daking Township. As for the laborers, their recruitment would depend on their own prowess. Fortunately for his cousin Zhang Yuliang, he was assigned to the team responsible for Sanchaizi town. After the task allocation, they first collected 5 days' worth of rations from the county office, amounting to 1 stone of grain, packed into 2 large bags containing a mix of grains, wheat, beans, and grass seeds. Irguzi hefted the bags in his hands, drawing on his experience from childhood dealing with grain, estimating that at least 2 dough had been skimmed off. Thus, the 5 days' worth of rations actually amounted to roughly 8 dough. With food in hand, recruiting laborers became significantly easier. A large number of refugees had gathered outside the city, eager to participate in the locust extermination for the promise of meals from the authorities. Anyone capable of walking would eagerly sign up. However, each team was limited to less than 2 dough of grain per day, and with the addition of some locusts for sustenance, they could support a maximum of 200 individuals. Naturally, they began selecting the most robust men first. In a swift manner, the 20 teams managed to take away over 4,000 individuals, leaving only around 1,000 elderly, weak, and ill refugees remaining outside the city. Those that remained were so feeble that they could hardly stand upright, posing no threat whatsoever. The county office had only expended 20 dan of grain to disperse the entire crowd of refugees, effectively averting a potential crisis. Shortly after the locust extermination teams departed, another group of soldiers arrived outside the city, loudly proclaiming to the remaining refugees. They demanded that all refugees immediately return to their places of origin, forbidding any wandering. Those who defied this order would be treated as bandits, with no mercy shown. The remaining elderly, weak, and ill refugees lacked the courage to resist and could only obediently depart, all thanks to the magistrate's brilliant strategies, effortlessly resolving both the locust crisis and the plight of the refugees. In one of the county office's halls, the county clerk, county lieutenant, and the clerk were singing praises in unison. Refugees? The people of Anchang County are living in peace and prosperity. There have never been any refugees. All of this is mere rumor. The county magistrate stroked his beard, speaking with great satisfaction. Chapter 60, The Extermination of Locusts. Irguzi surveyed the newly recruited 200 men. Although they were touted as robust, they staggered about like drunken men, needing crutches to traverse even the most level ground. At this rate, one could hardly consider them capable of exterminating locusts. Dispatching them would merely serve to provide a feast for the voracious swarms. Following the emergence of mutated locusts, these creatures had begun to consume flesh, leaving only bones in their wake. Rest in place. Prepare the fire for cooking. Not far from the county town, Irguzi decided to halt the march of these men, insisting they first fill their bellies. He poured out 2 measures of grain and instructed them to camp and cook on the spot. The once listless refugees, who had been teetering on the brink of death, were invigorated at the prospect of fire and food. Without needing Argus's detailed instructions, they abandoned their crutches, eagerly gathered firewood, dug pits for cooking, and set the flames alight. Many, unable to contain their hunger, seized raw rice and shoved it into their mouths. After being soundly whipped by the constables, they finally settled down. Argusi ascended to a higher vantage point and let out a piercing whistle. Shortly thereafter, 2 large white geese burst forth from the distant woods, winging their way toward him. Having feasted well in recent days, the geese had grown considerably, their wings spanning a width of several feet. As he returned to the camp with the 2 magnificent birds, all eyes turned toward him with curiosity. These geese are enormous. 1 pot won't suffice. One of these geese must weigh at least 200 pounds. To the refugees, everything was viewed through the lens of sustenance. Only a few martial scholars, they knew they stood no chance against a single goose. As for the owners of these birds, they appeared even more enigmatic. Captain John, the porridge, would you care for a taste? At this moment, a constable approached Argusi, holding a bowl of porridge in his left hand and a packet of dried meat in his right, greeting him with enthusiasm. Simultaneously, another martial scholar offered Argusi some of his provisions for tasting. Well off and well prepared, each had brought ample rations for the journey, unlike the refugees who subsisted on mere gruel. Faced with the goodwill of his subordinates, Argusi felt it inappropriate to refuse, sampling a bit from each of their provisions. Thank you for your kindness. I departed in haste this time and was unable to prepare food, possessing only a few persimmons and red dates that are barely edible. I hope you will also indulge in these. As it is customary to reciprocate kindness, Argusi unwrapped a bundle from the back of a goose and spread it out on a stone, revealing merely some persimmons and red dates. With the gourd in tow, he had not prepared any other food, and now, despite searching his person, he could find no more than a modest offering. A few team members stepped forward to take a piece or two, engaging in the customary exchange of goodwill. However, upon tasting the red dates or persimmons, they regretted not taking more. Though they could not yet sense the spiritual energy, it was clear that these items were extraordinary, brimming with remarkable vitality. Their status and abilities paled in comparison to Argusi's, and they found themselves reluctant to continue seeking his favor. Meanwhile, the refugees, having consumed 2 bowls of thick porridge, finally regained some strength and spirits, continuing their journey toward the Aching village. By the time they arrived at the Aching village, it was already the following morning. The constables sought out the local gentry to gather information regarding the distribution of locusts. They learned that there were 5 significant swarms of locusts currently in the Aching village, with smaller groups too numerous to count, nearly blanketing the entire area. Moreover, the locusts were in constant motion, merging and separating, ever-changing. The locusts plaguing the land were unlike any seen before. They had grown larger and moved in coordinated hordes, leaving desolation in their wake. Furthermore, these swarms had become exceedingly aggressive, attacking both humans and livestock when disturbed, leaving little room for escape. A massive bull, besieged by locusts, was reduced to nothing more than a skeletal frame within just a couple of hours. The local villagers had contemplated extermination, but after 5 individuals were devoured and reduced to bones, no one dared provoke the swarms again. Typically cautious even when provoking a wasp's nest, they could only retreat in fear from these larger, more ferocious locust swarms. Argusi resolved to lead his men southward from Diaching village, sweeping northward in their pursuit. Upon hearing that the government had dispatched a locust extermination team, the local villagers' courage swelled. They retrieved pots and pans, banging them in a collective effort to drive the locusts away. However, rather than fleeing, the locusts, startled by the noise, surged toward the crowd. The refugees, witnessing this, trembled with fear, glancing around for an escape route. They had come merely to survive and eat, lacking the valor to fight for their lives. Everyone, follow closely behind me and charge. Constables, hold the rear. Anyone who dares to flee shall face death without mercy. In recent days, Argusi had studied numerous military strategies. With locusts ahead and gleaming blades behind, the refugees found themselves cornered, forced to clutch sticks and follow Argusi's lead. The 2 large white geese, spotting the locusts, required no commands. already soaring forward into the fray. With a sweeping motion of their wings, they sent a deluge of locusts cascading to the ground like rain. The oncoming swarm was largely obstructed by the two geese, leaving the remaining threats significantly diminished. Armed with branches, the crowd swung fiercely, inflicting injuries upon the locusts. Some locusts landed upon them, their serrated legs tearing through clothing and flesh, eliciting cries of pain from the afflicted. The first battle of the locust extermination team lasted for over half an hour, successfully obliterating a small swarm. Out of the 200 refugees, 92 sustained minor injuries, but miraculously, none perished in battle, a resounding victory. The ground was soon littered with the carcasses of locusts. Arguzi glanced down, spotting only a few 5-inch-long locusts. The rest were gathered by the others, amounting to at least 2 or 3 measures. Everyone, rest in place. Arguzi had some dry wood collected and set several fires. However, today he only allowed 1 measure of grain to be cooked, resulting in a watery concoction. Once the porridge was ready, he took advantage of the dying embers to toss the collected locusts into the flames. After a brief roasting, the locusts emitted an irresistible aroma, enticing the refugees who began to salivate uncontrollably. When the ashes and locusts were finally unearthed from the pot, the locusts had been transformed into a delectable feast, crispy on the outside and tender within, their fragrance wafting through the air. On this day, the 200 refugees finally enjoyed a hearty meal, with meat to boot, more lavish than a celebratory feast. After their bellies were filled, the previously lethargic group transformed, each person brimming with enthusiasm, eager to seek out the next swarm for another grand battle. In times when food was scarce, the prospect of following a captain into battle for a chance at meat was an opportunity too good to pass up. Previously, during their hunger-induced madness, they had fought over tree bark and roots, but now, they were ready to Arguzi was keen to indulge the simple desires of his comrades, and after a brief respite, he led the team onward in their relentless pursuit. Over the next few days, they engaged in battles nearly 2 or 3 times daily, reaping harvests ranging from several measures to a full stone of locusts. Arguzi distributed these locusts among the group, ensuring that both people and livestock were well fed, for only with full bellies could they muster the energy and zeal required for their task. In just a few short days, the morale and spirit of the extermination team transformed entirely. No one feared retreat anymore, and each individual pressed forward with courage, especially after partaking in the locust meat. The crowd became increasingly fervent. The villagers of Daqing, who had initially fled in search of sustenance, were now being summoned back home, forbidden from venturing out, confined in their homes without food. They now witnessed the locust extermination team feasting daily, relishing the prospect. Wherever Arguzi's team ventured, villagers of all ages clamored to join their ranks. As long as the locusts persisted, even the meager crops that struggled to grow could not survive. Considering that several large swarms remained unvanquished, he welcomed all who wished to join. Those too frail to contribute physically were assigned logistical tasks, such as gathering firewood, tending the flames, fetching water, and cooking. His locust extermination team had expanded from the initial 200 to now 700 or 800 strong.